So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter and Luna fled to Britain and build new magical colony. So this is a part, not the part, but this is the movie, and if you want more videos like this, then please leave a like, share and subscribe, and I want you to do comments so I can know what to improve in my videos. Without wasting any more time, let's jump right into the video.
Harry Potter had learned over the years that dread had a sound. It was not a scream. It was not thunder or the crack of a curse or the shrill cry of someone realizing too late that a duel had turned real. Those were the loud sounds, the obvious ones, the things everyone else noticed. Dread was quieter. Dread was the scrape of a chair in an empty classroom after curfew. Dread was the pause between a question and an answer. Dread was Professor Dumbledore saying, in that mild, grandfatherly tone that fooled everyone except the people it was used on most often, "Harry, if you would come with me." It was late October, cold enough that the stones of Hogwarts seemed to keep the night locked inside them even by day. Sixth year had not settled into routine so much as hardened into pressure. NEWT. Level classes were brutal in their own way, but it was not homework that made Harry feel stretched thin. It was the way every corridor seemed to be watching him. Some days the portraits whispered before he reached them. Some days students fell silent when he sat down. Some days he could feel the castle itself holding its breath. Dumbledore led him out through a side passage near the Transfiguration corridor, not toward the headmaster's office, but down a stair Harry had only used twice before, during an evacuation drill in his second year. The torches were unlit. Their footsteps echoed in the narrow stone throat of the stairwell. Harry kept his face neutral. That, too, had become a habit. In earlier years, he would have asked questions. Where are we going? Why now? Is something wrong? But questions had a way of turning into lessons, and lessons into tests, and tests into things that were somehow always about his courage, his willingness, his ability to endure. He had grown tired of being admirable on command. At the bottom of the stair was a set of iron-bound doors Harry did not recognize. Dumbledore pressed his hand against the stone archway and murmured something too low to catch. A pulse of pale blue light moved through the runes carved around the frame. The doors unlocked with a sound like chains slipping free underwater. Beyond them lay a chamber the size of the Great Hall's dais, circular and windowless, lit by floating white globes that drifted near the ceiling like captive moons. The floor had been enchanted. Harry saw it at once. No, felt it. The flagstones shimmered with layered wards, concentric circles etched in silver, dragon's blood, and what looked unnervingly like old ash. At the center stood a ruined archway made of blackened wood. Around it, illusion fields wavered. Half-formed alleyways, collapsed walls, moving shadows, flashes of cursed red light, an arena. No, worse than an arena, a scenario. Moody, or rather the real Moody, scarred and misshapen and more human than the impostor who had taught them in fourth year, stood with crossed arms near the far wall. Beside him was Kingsley Shacklebolt, grave and unreadable. Tonks leaned against a pillar, pink hair dimmed to a practical brown for once. Even Professor McGonagall was there, lips pressed thin enough to disappear. Harry stopped walking. He had not been told there would be witnesses. Dumbledore turned to him with a look of sympathetic calm that made Harry's skin crawl. "This," the headmaster said, "is an advanced defensive simulation. It has been designed by Aurors and Unspeakables to model a range of hostile environments and high-risk magical encounters. I believe it is time you experienced something closer to the realities you may soon face." May soon face. Harry looked around the chamber again. Moody would not meet his eyes. Tonks gave him a look that was almost apologetic. Kingsley's expression did not move at all. McGonagall said, "Albus." Only the name, but there was something in it. Dumbledore gave the slightest tilt of his head. "Minerva." Harry knew that tone too, an answer without concession, a wall covered in silk. "How advanced?" Harry asked. His voice sounded steady. He was proud of that. Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back. Real enough to teach, controlled enough to protect. Harry almost laughed. That sentence described his entire life in one neat, poisonous line. "What exactly am I supposed to do?" "Survive," said Moody. The word hit the room like dropped iron. Harry turned. The old aura's magical eye spun once in its socket, fixed and stayed there. "Neutralize threats," Moody added. "Assess terrain, protect non-combatants where possible, endure when you cannot win cleanly." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "And if I fail?" No one answered immediately. It was the smallest silence Harry had ever heard, barely a second. But it was enough. Enough for instinct to stir at the back of his mind, cold and sharp. Dumbledore smiled, and it was the wrong smile. Not warm, not kind, gentle only in shape. "You will learn." Something in Harry went very still. He had spent years mistaking stillness for calm. This was not calm. This was the moment before something inside him chose not to look away anymore. He stepped into the first ring. The ward sealed behind him with a hum that vibrated through his shoes and up his spine. At once, the chamber changed. The circular room dissolved into darkness and rain. Not real rain, simulated, Harry knew that, but the magic was good enough that the drops hit cold and hard against his face. The ground became slick cobblestone. A ruined street stretched before him beneath a sky of bruised cloud and smoke. London, perhaps, or a version of it. War-torn and emptied out. Harry spun once, wand raised to his left. A woman screamed. He moved without thinking. The scream came from an overturned carriage at the mouth of an alley. A child was trapped beneath it. No, not trapped. Glamored to appear trapped. Harry recognized the flicker too late. As he lunged forward, the carriage exploded into black ropes of cursed fire. He threw himself sideways. The flames missed his head by inches and smashed into the wall behind him, where they ate into stone with hungry, crackling mouths. Pratigo. His shield came late, too narrow. A second curse slammed it apart from the front. A third hit him in the shoulder and spun him hard enough that the world lurched. Masked figures stepped out of the alley smoke. 3. No, 5. Harry retaliated on instinct. Expelliarmus! One wand flew. Another attacker ducked. The third fired a blasting curse that shattered a second-story window above Harry's head. Glass rained down in glittering knives. He kept moving. That was what had always saved him, not polish, not elegance, not the tidy spellwork Hermione could manage in her sleep. Motion. Reaction. The refusal to stay where danger expected him. He vaulted a broken crate, slid behind a toppled lamppost, and fired a stunning spell blind over the metal rim. It struck someone with a grunt. 2 sets of footsteps veered. Another curse carved molten lines through the cobbles. The smoke thickened. The screaming started again, this time behind him, another decoy. Or not. Harry hated that he could no longer tell. He made the choice anyway and ran toward it. A flash of green lit the street from end to end. Not Avada Kedavra, thank God, but close enough in color to turn his stomach inside out. He ducked through a doorway just as the entire wall opposite collapsed inward. Dust punched the air from his lungs. Inside the building, a man lay bleeding against a staircase, clutching his side. "Please," the figure gasped. Harry only got 1 step closer before the wounded man raised a wand from his sleeve. Harry's shield snapped up too late again. A curse struck the floor and the room vanished beneath him. Trapdoor. He fell 2 stories into freezing water. For 1 blind second there was no up or down, only blackness and impact and the remembered horror of the lake in 4th year. He kicked wildly, robes dragging him sideways, lungs clenching against panic. Then his head broke the surface. He was underground now, a sewer tunnel or flooded crypt, stone arches barely visible above the black waterline. Shapes moved beneath him, in fairy, of course. Harry blasted the nearest thing the instant gray fingers brushed his ankle. The spell exploded brighter than it should have, splashing light in a vicious fan that hit the wall and sent cracks racing through ancient brick. The water surged as if struck by wind. 2 in fairy went down. A third kept coming, jaw unhinged. He hit it with fire. The jet that erupted from his wand was nothing like the clean, controlled stream he had meant to cast. It roared out in a white-orange column, hammering the tunnel, boiling water, throwing steam so thick he could barely see. The Inferius burned away. So did half the ledge to Harry's right. He stared. He had not done that, or rather he had. But not on purpose. Not to that degree. The tunnel groaned. Masonry split overhead. Harry swam for the only visible ladder as the ceiling began to collapse. He hauled himself up rungs slick with algae, coughing steam, shoulder throbbing, robes smoking at the hem. By the time he dragged himself through the hatch above, he was in yet another environment, a graveyard this time, jagged tombstones canted like broken teeth, yew trees clawing at a moonless sky. The transition happened so fast it felt like being swallowed. No recovery. No pause to think. That Harry realized distantly was the point. The air smelled of wet earth and old magic. The graves shifted around him with subtle, nauseating movement. Illusions layered on illusions. Somewhere close by a baby cried. Harry froze. No, not a baby. His scar burned. The sound came again. Thin, frightened, unbearably familiar in a way his body knew before his mind did. Small and helpless and wrong in this place. Then he saw it. At the far end of the graveyard, cradled in a cradle of twisted roots, was a bundle wrapped in a blanket Harry recognized with a jolt so deep it hollowed him out. Blue wool. Homemade. Petunia had once mentioned it with disgust. His mother's blanket. This wasn't just a combat drill. This was curated. Someone had built this from his memories or his fears or both. The realization tore through him hotter than panic. He ran toward it. The first tombstone exploded beside him. The second spat razor shards of stone. Cloaked figures rose from behind graves, wands like ribs in skeletal hands. Harry fired and dodged and stumbled forward anyway, every nerve fixed on the bundle at the center. Harry, a voice from nowhere. Tonks, McGonagall. It was muffled, distant, irrelevant. Harry, assess what? Assess the fact that they had put his dead mother's blanket into a trap. Assess the way they kept testing whether he would choose the vulnerable target over his own safety. Assess how neatly every version of the lesson always ended with him throwing himself at danger, because everyone in his life had trained him to believe that was what goodness meant. A curse hit his shield and shattered it in a shower of gold sparks. Another clipped his ribs. Pain flashed white and immediate. Harry lashed out with a blasting curse so strong it uprooted 2 headstones and sent them cartwheeling into the air. The attackers vanished in bursts of mist. Simulations. Constructs, not real. The crying bundle moved. Harry reached it, dropped to one knee, and tore back the blanket. There was no baby inside, only a mirror. For half a heartbeat he saw his own face in the black glass, soaked, pale, half feral with fear. And then the reflection changed. He was older. Thinner, dead-eyed, a scar splitting wider across his forehead like a crack in porcelain. Behind him Hogwarts burned. A voice came from the mirror in Dumbledore's calm, measured cadence. To save others, the hero must be willing to die. Harry went rigid. The voice continued. To hesitate is to doom more lives than your own. The glass dissolved. Hands erupted from the earth, not in fairy this time. White spectral hands, dozens of them, catching at his robes, wrists, throat. The entire graveyard lit up with ward lines. This was the final layer, the kill box. Harry understood that with a brutal clarity that left no room for denial. This had never been about survival in the ordinary sense. It had been about measuring what he would do when all exits vanished, how quickly he would spend himself, how instinctively he would choose martyrdom over retreat. His wand arm was pinned. A curse was already coming from somewhere behind him, bright and lethal and impossible to block from this angle. And something inside Harry, something exhausted and furious and years overdue, broke open. Magic answered, not the neat kind they taught in class. Not ministry-approved spellcraft, not wand movements and Latin syllables fitted into civilized shapes. This was older than that. It came out of him like grief given temperature. The air around Harry ignited, not fiend fire. Not exactly. No beasts formed in it. No cursed intelligence. But the force of it was monstrous. A sphere of white gold heat bursting from his chest, his wand, his skin. expanding in one violent pulse that blasted the spectral hands apart and tore the graveyard open at the seams. Tombstones became silhouettes and then ash. The incoming curse bent sideways and vanished. The sky above cracked like painted glass. Every illusion failed at once. The graveyard ripped away. Harry found himself back in the circular chamber, kneeling on the stone floor at the center ring, wand still raised, breath shredding his lungs. Around him, half the ward array had been burned black. 2 of the floating moons were gone entirely. A chunk of the far wall smoked where his magic had struck it. Tonks had her wand out. Kingsley's shield was up. Moody looked grimly unsurprised. McGonagall looked horrified. Dumbledore was still standing exactly where he had been before, though the hem of his robes was singed. For a second no one moved. Then Harry rose, his ribs hurt. His shoulder burned. His scar throbbed, but those things were far away compared to the terrible, lucid cold settling into him now. "You used my memories," he said. No one answered. "You used my mother." "Harry," McGonagall began, stepping forward. "No." The word came sharp enough to stop her. He kept looking at Dumbledore. The old wizard met his gaze with maddening calm. The simulation adapts to the subject's known emotional and tactical profile. It is regrettable, perhaps, that the mechanisms are severe, but war itself is not gentle. It said your words. Another pause, small. Revealing, Dumbledore did not deny it. Something ugly and brittle gave way inside Harry. All at once, he saw not a single moment, not a single test, but a pattern extending backward through years like bones under skin. The philosopher's stone hidden in a school full of children. The chamber, where no adult arrived in time. The Triwizard Tournament, in which he had been entered and left to navigate traps designed for fully trained students while trusted grown men observed and called it education. The prophecy withheld until after Sirius died. Clumency assigned to Snape, of all people. Secrets parceled out only when pain had ripened enough to make him obedient. Even the comforts had shape now, even the affection. Carefully measured, enough to keep him moving. Never enough to let him step outside the role built around him, not Harry, weapon, not boy, sacrifice. "You weren't teaching me to survive," Harry said quietly. It was the quiet that made McGonagall flinch. Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed, for the first time, tired. "I am teaching you to bear what may come." "No," Harry swallowed once. "You're teaching me to die." Silence struck the chamber flat. Tonks lowered her wand a fraction. Kingsley looked at the floor. Moody's scarred face did not change, but his magical eyes shifted away. McGonagall said, "Albus, tell me that is not what this was." Dumbledore did not answer fast enough. That was answer enough. Harry felt suddenly, intensely awake. It was a strange sensation. Not anger exactly, though anger burned beneath everything. More like waking in the middle of an operation to find out the surgeon had never meant to save the limb. All the pain was real. The skill was real. The necessity, perhaps, was real too, but so was the intention. He looked at the blackened rings on the floor, at the ruined archway, at the old men who spoke of necessity with other people's futures in their mouths. "I'm done for tonight," Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Harry!" I said, "I'm done." Magic sparked over Harry's skin like static. The chamber's damaged wards shivered in answer. For one dangerous instant he thought Dumbledore might try to stop him. If he had, Harry did not know what he would have done. That was perhaps the most frightening thing of all, but Dumbledore only inclined his head. "Very well. Madame Pomfrey should see your injuries." Harry gave a single, humorless laugh. "Of course, break the boy, then mend the boy. Keep the instrument functional." He turned and walked out before anyone could speak again. No one followed him up the stairs. The corridors outside felt unreal. Hogwarts by night had always comforted him once. The shifting staircases, the dim torchlight, the tapestries whispering in their sleep. Tonight the castle seemed ancient in a different way, not protective. Merely old enough to have seen many such arrangements made in its halls. Harry did not go to the hospital wing. He went instead to an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor where one of the windows had cracked years ago and never been repaired properly, so the room was always cold. He had hidden there once after Umbridge gave him detention. He had hidden there after Sirius died. The place had become, by accident, somewhere no one thought to look. He locked the door with 3 spells. Then he sat on the floor and let himself shake. The tremors started in his hands, then climbed up his arms until even his teeth hurt with the effort of keeping quiet. Not because he was weak. Not because the simulation had frightened him, though it had. Not even because he was in pain. Because some final scrap of uncertainty had died in that chamber. He had known in flashes, in ugly moments he never let himself hold too long, that Dumbledore kept things from him. He had known he was being guided, maneuvered, positioned, but guidance could still masquerade as care. Tonight that veil had burned away. Harry stared at his wand, Harley and Phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and flexible. He had held it in his hand through everything. Trolls, basilisks, graveyards, dragons, death. It was the one piece of magic that had ever felt entirely his. And even that had become part of other people's plans. His chest felt too tight. He stood abruptly and crossed to the teacher's desk at the front of the room. In its locked drawer, whose sticking latch he had discovered in 5th year, lay a small stack of abandoned parchment, ink, and quills. Harry took them out mechanically. Then he reached into the inner pocket of his robes and pulled free the folded scrap he had kept there for months. The prophecy, not the glass sphere itself, of course. That had shattered in the Department of Mysteries. But Dumbledore had once, after much gravity and reluctance, written the words out for him in his own narrow hand, telling Harry he had a right to know fully what had shaped his life. Harry had kept the copy, because not keeping it had seemed childish. Because knowledge, however poisonous, was supposed to matter, because some part of him had believed that if he read it often enough, it might become understandable. Now the parchment felt filthy. He unfolded it. The handwriting was precise as ever. Controlled. Elegant. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Harry read to the end, again, and for the first time, stripped of ceremony and awe and the oppressive weight everyone had draped over it, he saw the thing for what it was, not destiny, a mechanism. A story adults had chosen because it was convenient, because prophecies were cleaner than responsibility, because the chosen one made a marvelous altar to lay a child on. He began to laugh. The sound lasted only a second before it broke. His magic stirred with it. The room's candles flared bright enough to hurt his eyes. Frost raced across the cracked windowpane and then vanished in a hiss of steam. Ink bottles rattled. Harry set the prophecy down on the desk with careful fingers. He took out his wand. For a moment, he considered tearing the parchment. But that felt too ordinary, too human. It deserved less dignity than that. Incendio, he whispered. The fire that touched the corner was not large, but it was fiercely white. It consumed the parchment with unnatural speed, racing through the fibers, turning Dumbledore's fine script into black curls and then nothing. No smoke, no lingering ember, only a smear of ash so delicate it collapsed when Harry breathed. He stared at the empty desk. Something in him should have felt relieved. Instead, there was only emptiness and a strange, guilty lightness. Like stepping off a road everyone insisted was the only one, and discovering the earth did not open beneath your feet. The problem, Harry realized, was that he had no next step. He knew, suddenly and with total certainty, what he no longer believed. He no longer believed Dumbledore was building him toward victory. He no longer believed suffering under instruction was the same thing as preparation. He no longer believed the war's moral arithmetic required his unquestioning obedience. But unbelief was not yet a plan. And if there was one thing Harry had learned from Voldemort, from the Ministry, from every smiling manipulation that came dressed as wisdom, it was that a person without a plan became material for someone else's. He sat again. Slower this time. The room was silent except for the wind worrying the cracked glass. Outside, Hogwarts slept under starless cloud. Somewhere above him, a prefect would be making rounds. Somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Ron was probably half asleep over unfinished homework. Hermione might still be in the library, building arguments against books that had offended her. Ginny would be fierce and alive and real and expecting tomorrow to look, broadly, like today. Harry felt suddenly very far from all of them, not because he loved them less, because he understood, in a way he had not before, that everyone he loved inside Britain's magical world had been taught the same shape of truth. Different versions, different loyalties, but the same underlying structure. Authority knew best. Sacrifice ennobled suffering. The war justified almost anything, even him, especially him. He thought of the simulation's final trap, the crying bundle, the mirror. Dumbledore's voice saying the hero must be willing to die, not must be ready to risk death, must be willing, as if willingness were the crucial ingredient. As if the moral success of a child could be measured by how gracefully he accepted the idea of being spent. Harry closed his eyes. Behind them, the white gold burst of his own magic flickered again, uncontrolled, furious, impossible to summon deliberately, and yet more honest than anything he had been taught in class. It had answered not incantation, but feeling. Rage, grief, refusal, that unsettled him as much as anything else. There was power in him no one had explained. Dumbledore knew it, perhaps, or suspected. That made everything worse. Because if they were pushing him toward a sacrificial end, while knowing he was unstable, reactive, capable of becoming something catastrophic under the right pressure, then the experiment was even crueler than he had thought. Harry opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. They had stopped shaking. In their place was a steadier thing. Not peace. Not yet. Resolve, perhaps. Though even that felt too clean a word for what lived in him now, this was not the blazing certainty of a hero making a noble vow. This was colder, private. A line drawn where no one else could see it. He would smile when required. Attend lessons. Listen. Learn. Let them think tonight had wounded him into obedience. Let them think he was still moving along the rails they had laid. But inside, the old bargain was over. No more blind trust. No more walking willingly into beautifully prepared necessities. If there was a war to survive, he would survive it as himself, not as the shape prophecy required. The distinction felt small. It was not. A knock sounded lightly at the door. Harry went still. Harry? McGonagall's voice muffled through the wood. I know you are in there. He considered not answering, but McGonagall was not Dumbledore, and despite everything, some battered part of him still wanted one adult in this castle to speak plainly. He unlocked the door. She entered without ceremony, tartan dressing gown thrown over her robes, gray hair slightly disordered as though she had come in haste. Her sharp eyes swept the room, taking in the desk, the ashes, Harry's bruised shoulder, the cracked window. If she noticed the missing parchment, she did not say. For a long moment she only looked at him, not through him, not around him, at him. I have rarely, she said carefully, been angrier in my professional life than I was this evening. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. That makes one of us, he said, her mouth tightened. I suspect you are beyond anger, Mr. Potter. Yes. The honesty of it seemed to strike her. She lowered herself into a student chair across from him, a queen obliged to sit in peasant furniture. I argued against the severity of the exercise, she said. I did not know the memory architecture would be so intrusive. But you knew there would be a test. Yes, and you let it happen. McGonagall closed her eyes once. When she opened them, there was no evasion in her face. Yes, Harry nodded. It hurt less than excuses would have. I cannot undo that, she continued. Nor can I demand that you restore trust where it has been damaged. I can only say that there are many of us trying, in flawed ways, to prepare for a future that seems determined to devour children. Sometimes that desperation curdles into decisions that should never be defended. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Do you know what he's planning for me? He asked, not what he fears, not what may happen. The real question sat between them, stripped bare. Does he expect me to die? McGonagall's face changed by a degree so small another person would have missed it. Harry did not. She knew enough. Not everything, perhaps, but enough. I know, she said slowly, that Albus believes some burdens can be carried only by the person fate has placed nearest the blade. Harry almost smiled at the carefulness of the sentence. Almost. That's not an answer. No, she said, and there was quiet grief in it. It is not. He looked away, the wind pressed at the cracked pane again, making it whistle. Then here's mine, Harry said. I'm done being shaped for noble death. McGonagall did not respond at once. When she did, her voice was very soft. Good. Harry turned back sharply. She held his gaze. No child should ever accept that shaping, she said. Whatever war we are in, whatever prophecies men have made themselves servants to. Good. For the first time that night, something in Harry's chest loosened enough to feel, not comfort, but witness. It mattered more than he would have expected. McGonagall stood. You should still see Madame Pomfrey. I know. I will tell no one where you are for the next hour. He nodded once. At the door she paused. Mr. Potter. Yes. When you decide what kind of man you mean to become, choose one who is difficult to use. Then she left. Harry sat very still after the door closed. Outside, somewhere deep in the sleeping castle, a bell marked the quarter hour. He thought of her words. Choose one who is difficult to use. The idea lodged in him like a seed, not a hero. Not a martyr. Not a weapon polished by wiser hands, difficult, opaque, free. He did not yet know what freedom looked like. He had spent too long being pointed at danger to imagine life beyond it. But for the first time, faint and strange as dawn under heavy cloud, he could feel the outline of a possibility. Britain, Hogwarts, prophecy, war, they had all been arranged as if his only meaningful future ended at the point of sacrifice. Perhaps that was the deepest lie of all. Harry rose finally and crossed to the window. The grounds below were silver with cold. The forbidden forest loomed black at the edge of the world, ancient and unreadable. Beyond it lay Hogsmeade. Beyond that, Britain. Ministries and bloodlines and old men's plans. All the machinery that had spent years closing around him. For tonight he remained within it. Tomorrow too, but the center had shifted. They would not see it yet. That was fine. Let them think the chosen boy was bending. Let them think pain had made him compliant. Let them think the prophecy still sat in his pocket like a chain. Harry laid one hand against the glass. His magic answered almost instantly, not in violence this time, but in a low, bright hum that traveled through the pane and into the night. The frost along the edges melted into thin, branching lines of water, reactive, he thought, explosive, untamed. Everyone treated that like a flaw. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe the problem was not that his power answered anger and grief. Maybe the problem was that anger and grief had been the only honest languages anyone around him had left untouched. Harry watched the black horizon until his pulse slowed. Then he turned from the window, collected his wand, and walked out into the corridor at last, not healed, not certain, but no longer blind. And somewhere far below the castle, in the ruined training chamber where the last of his fire still smoldered in the wards, the shape of the future had already begun to change. Luna Lovegood had long ago learned that most people mistook accuracy for intelligence. They thought intelligence looked like neat handwriting or arched eyebrows or a talent for speaking in the exact tone that made everyone else in the room feel slightly less informed. At Hogwarts, accuracy was prized almost religiously. Dates, spell forms, bloodlines, ministry decrees, standardized movements, approved explanations. The right answer was the one that had already been written down somewhere by somebody with old robes and older authority. Luna had never found that especially persuasive. This was partly because the world was obviously stranger than its catalogues. But mostly it was because the world kept talking back in ways official people refused to hear. The castle had moods, forests made decisions. Some places remembered being watched. There were valleys in northern Scotland where sound moved incorrectly after midnight, and little abandoned chapels in Wales where candle flames leaned toward the wrong wall, and stretches of sea between England and Norway where compasses spun only if a wizard aboard the ship was lying about his name. Luna knew these things not because a textbook said so, but because old women wrote strange letters to the Quibbler, and fishermen muttered to one another in pubs, and creatures nobody took seriously kept rearranging themselves around patterns humans insisted did not exist. Most people called that nonsense. Luna called it fieldwork. She had spent the better part of a year building her map in secret. Not a classroom map. Not the kind hung in history of magic with nation-states and magical borders sketched as if ministries had invented landscape. Her map had been pieced together from Quibbler submissions, rejected ministry surveys, dragon migration inconsistencies, goblin trade routes, whether anomalies and creature lore so old that no one respectable still admitted it had once been used as navigation. It lived in layers. A fold-out atlas hidden inside the false bottom of her trunk. A web of penciled circles and silver thread with notes written in the margins in English, runes, and her own little shorthand of symbols nobody else would understand. Blind spots, quiet places, broken wards, ancient routes, dead zones in the Confederation's magical record. Regions where official oversight thinned like old cloth. Places that did not quite belong to the systems pretending to govern them. Her father had unknowingly helped. That was rather beautiful, she thought. Mr. Lovegood never needed to understand everything he carried for it to be useful. He simply believed the world was too large to fit inside ridicule, and because he believed that, people who had nowhere else to send strange truths often sent them to him. The Quibbler was full of nonsense, of course. It was also full of contraband reality. You only had to know how to sort one from the other. Luna was very good at sorting. That was why she noticed Harry before anyone else did, not because he was loud. Harry Potter was never loud in the way people expected heroes to be. He did not fill rooms by choice. He had a way of folding himself inward when too many eyes turned his direction, as if visibility itself were a kind of tax. But after the aura simulation, though no one called it that allowed outside restricted corridors, something about him had altered with the unmistakable clarity of a weather front shifting. Most people only noticed that he looked tired. Hermione Granger noticed he had stopped arguing with certain teachers. Ron Weasley noticed Harry had become very careful before answering harmless questions. Ginny Weasley noticed, perhaps, that he had become harder to make smile. Luna noticed that the space around him had changed. Magic did that sometimes when a person had crossed a threshold they could not uncross. It tightened, became watchful, less like a pool around them and more like an atmosphere under pressure. When Harry entered a room now, objects paused. Candles near him burned straighter than the others, as if bracing. Parchment left unattended within his reach developed tiny curls at the edges, as though remembering fire before any flame appeared. Even the Raxperts behaved differently around him. They did not gather near his ears in their usual lazy clusters. They circled at a distance, confused, like scavengers uncertain whether the thing before them was wounded or waking. Luna watched all this over breakfast 3 mornings after the simulation. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with the posture of someone pretending to be present. He laughed once, very briefly, at something Ron said, but the laughter did not land properly in his body. His hand remained wrapped too tightly around his tea. McGonagall, from the staff table, looked at him twice and then deliberately looked away a 3rd time. Dumbledore did not look at him at all, which was infinitely more revealing. Most people in the Great Hall felt the tension only as atmosphere. Luna could almost see its architecture. It moved between teacher and student like invisible scaffolding. Old intention, fresh damage, unsaid knowledge. Harry, she thought, has discovered the shape of the trap. This did not surprise her. What surprised her was how quickly everyone else began the ordinary work of pretending no discovery had taken place. That was one of Britain's strongest magics, stronger than half the school curriculum. Collective concealment, not lies exactly. Lies were clumsy. This was subtler. A pressure exerted on reality until only the approved reading of it remained socially inhabitable. Harry had been subjected to that pressure for years. Luna had always suspected he would eventually either break under it or step sideways out of it. At breakfast, watching the castle attempt to absorb his fracture into its routines, she began to suspect the second possibility might still be available. That evening, she went to the room of requirement, not because she needed a room, because the hallway nearby had a peculiar draft pattern. Most students never noticed, but on moonless evenings, air traveled beneath the seventh-floor tapestry as if the castle were exhaling secrets through stone. It was a good place to think. Good places to think were not always comfortable places. Sometimes they were simply accurate. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor with her map spread around her in concentric folds. Silver ink glimmered along the creases. There were circles around the Carpathians, cross-hatched notes near the Caucasus, a questionable mark in the Atlas Range she had not yet verified, and 3 different strands of creature migration data pinned to coastal anomalies in the North Sea. One corner of the parchment kept trying to curl toward the east. That was interesting. Maps, if attended to properly, often behaved like creatures. They preferred some truths over others. This one had become steadily less happy with Britain over the last 6 months. Luna traced a finger along the route she had begun considering most seriously. South through France by Muggle transit, eastward in fragments, avoiding established magical corridors, following dead administrative zones rather than known communities. Hazardous. Impractical. Beautifully possible. She heard footsteps before the figure rounded the corner. Heavy enough to belong to someone thinking hard and walking because stillness had become unbearable. Harry. Luna did not look up immediately. People tended to say more true things when they felt they had approached a scene rather than interrupted one. He stopped 3 paces away. "What are you doing?" His voice held none of the usual puzzled politeness people used with her. No indulgent edge. No uncertainty about whether he was supposed to treat her as a riddle or an inconvenience. He sounded tired enough to be honest. "Listening," Luna said. "To what?" "The map." That produced the silence she expected. Then, unexpectedly, he said, "What's it saying?" Luna looked up. Harry stood with his hands in his pockets, shoulders drawn slightly forward, school tie loosened, glasses sliding lower on his nose than Hermione would have allowed if she'd been nearby. He looked older than he had a week ago, not physically, structurally, as though some invisible scaffolding inside him had been torn out and what remained had not yet settled into its new shape. "The same thing I've suspected for months," Luna said. "Britain is very noisy and calls that order." He almost smiled, almost, then his eyes dropped to the parchment. "This isn't a normal map." "No. What is it?" "A list of places where people might fail to find us." The words entered the corridor and stayed there. Harry went very still. Luna watched him receive the sentence. Most people, confronted with so direct a statement, would have flinched into denial. Harry did not. That was another change. Before, he might have answered reflexively from the role assigned to him, "Find us." Why would anyone be looking for us? But he had moved beyond that sort of politeness. "Why would you make that?" he asked. "Because Britain is not the whole of magic," Luna said. "It only behaves that way if you stay inside it long enough." "That's not an answer." "No," she agreed. "It's the beginning of one." He stared at the route markings. She could almost feel the tension in him trying to decide whether to retreat, lie, confess, or simply keep standing there until the conversation took mercy on him. Luna helped. "Professor Dumbledore did something to you," she said. "Not recently. Recently only made it easier to see." Harry's head snapped up. Anyone else might have mistaken the movement for anger. Luna recognized it as shock born from precision. People did not frighten Harry by noticing he was hurt. They frightened him by noticing the shape of the machinery that had produced the hurt. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Yes," Luna said, because she did not need to win the sentence to make it useful. "That's usually what people say when they very much wish somebody didn't." He let out a breath through his nose, not quite a laugh. "I'm not in the mood for this." "I know." She began refolding one corner of the map. That more than argument made him stay. "What places?" he asked after a long moment. Luna glanced up. "Places for what? You said," he stopped, jaw tightening. "Places where people might fail to find us." "Yes." "What places?" There it was, not agreement, not even trust, but curiosity shaped like the first crack in a wall. Luna smoothed the parchment flat again. "Officially." "I don't care about officially." "That is probably the healthiest thing you've said all year." This time the almost smile lasted long enough to become visible. She pointed at a cluster of symbols near Eastern Europe. Here are the places where magical infrastructure is old but incomplete, old enough to predate the ministry's habits, incomplete enough that the International Confederation never fully absorbed them. Some were damaged by wars, some by treaties, some by geography. Mountains are very helpful in arguments against empire. Harry crouched almost despite himself, attention narrowing. He smelled faintly of damp parchment, corridor dust, and the metallic edge that always clung to powerful accidental magic after it had been suppressed too long. "What do these marks mean?" "Creature migration irregularities," Luna said. "If herds of mooncalves repeatedly avoid an area that should suit them, something there is wrong in a very interesting way. If the Strals cross a border only during eclipse years, the land is keeping a rhythm humans have forgotten. If local dragons vanish from ministry charts, but not from witness reports, either the dragons have become very organized or the record keepers are lying." Harry stared at her. "You got all that from the Quibbler?" "Partly. Also from old almanacs, failed ministry surveys, confiscated pamphlets from Durmstrang exchange students, and one truly dreadful field guide written by a man who thought everything he didn't understand was caused by mating season." Against all visible intention, Harry laughed. It came out sudden and brief, and surprised enough that even he seemed startled by it. The corridor changed, not metaphorically. Actually, the draft moved warmer. The tapestry beside them settled. One of the torches along the wall brightened by an inch, as if some unnoticed pressure in the air had briefly released. Luna tilted her head. Harry noticed. "What? Nothing bad," she said. "Your magic likes it when you forget to perform yourself." He straightened a little too quickly. "You can't tell that." "Yes, I can." "No, you're crackling less." That ended the argument rather efficiently. He looked away first. A long silence followed, but it was a useful one. Harry had the expression of someone trying to decide whether he was more disturbed by being observed or relieved by being understood. Luna suspected both. At last he said quietly, "Why are you showing me this?" Luna considered several answers and chose the truest. "Because I think you're standing on the edge of a very bad decision," she said. "And Britain will applaud whichever version of it kills you most usefully." His entire body went motionless. There are moments, Luna thought, when a conversation either becomes real or dies. This one became real. "You don't know that," Harry said. "I know Britain likes dead boys very much more than disobedient ones." The words hung between them like frost. Somewhere below, a staircase shifted with a low stone groan. Harry's face had emptied in the peculiar way it did when something struck too close to already buried knowledge. Luna saw then, with unusual clarity, that he had not merely become suspicious. He had become certain of something terrible and was trying, with great effort, not to let the certainty consume his shape in public. That must be exhausting, she thought. It was no wonder the Raxperts kept their distance. He looked down at the map again, but now not as a curiosity, as a proposition. If someone left, he said slowly, how far would they have to go before Britain stopped mattering? That depends whether you mean physically or magically. Both. Physically, farther than people like to imagine and nearer than officials prefer. Magically. Luna tapped the eastern markings once. There are places where British categories begin to fail before British people do. He absorbed that, then, after another silence, and if someone was being looked for, they would be found fastest where the searchers believed the world worked like themselves. That sounds like something you're saying instead of a direct answer. It is a direct answer. It's just round because the truth is large. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Luna, who had no desire to overburden a mind already carrying too much, reached into the pocket of her cardigan and produced a small paper packet. He looked at it suspiciously. "What's that?" candied Ginger. "Why?" "Because you look like your body has forgotten it belongs to a living person." Harry blinked at her. Then he took the packet. That, more than anything else so far, felt like the beginning of trust. He ate one piece with the cautious expression of someone accepting possible poison and discovering, instead, that the universe had briefly chosen not to be hostile. For a while they remained there on the corridor floor. Luna with her map, Harry with his silence, and Ginger, the castle breathing old cold around them. Finally Harry spoke again. "If someone left," he said, "they'd be abandoning people." "Yes, that isn't a small thing." "No, they'd be making things worse." "Possibly." He looked annoyed. "You're not helping." "I am. You're trying to turn the question moral before it has become structural." Harry frowned. "What? You've been taught," Luna said, "to ask first whether you are allowed to survive something other people built around you. That's a very British mistake." He stared at her as if she had slapped him, though not angrily. Luna continued, gentler now. "If a house is designed to burn one room when winter comes, the room is not selfish for leaving. The selfishness belongs to the architect." The corridor went very quiet. Harry's fingers tightened around the ginger packet until the paper crackled. Not enough to tear it, just enough to reveal that the sentence had landed where it was meant to. "I can't just disappear," he said. "No," Luna agreed. "Not just. There would be practicalities, planning, timing, supplies, false assumptions fed to the right people. A route designed for the habits of those pursuing. An understanding of where magic becomes less legible to the institutions reading it. You've thought about this a lot." "Yes. For me," that question, when it came, was almost naked. Luna met his eyes. "Not at first," she said honestly. "At first for anyone." Harry said nothing. She went on. "There are many kinds of trap. Some are made of blood purity and paperwork. Some are made of family expectation. Some are made of poverty. Some are made of war. Britain calls escape cowardice whenever escape would reveal the trap existed." His expression changed very slightly then. Not because he disagreed, because he understood. "And then," he asked, "then I noticed you. It was not romantic. Not in the ordinary way people flatten such moments afterward. It was simpler and therefore more dangerous." Luna had noticed that Harry Potter, who had survived impossibilities, was still being arranged toward one more. She had no intention of admiring the arrangement. Harry looked back down at the map. "Why me?" Luna considered that too. "Because you are famous enough that the country mistakes your harm for narrative. Because your life has been turned into a corridor with only one socially acceptable direction. Because every adult in power seems to think destiny is just a prettier word for managed sacrifice." Instead, she said, "Because you are close to believing the wrong thing." He did not ask what that meant. Perhaps he already knew. The wind shifted through the corridor. Far away, Peeves cackled somewhere over the charmed staircase. A suit of armor 2 halls over sneezed itself awake. Hogwarts went on being itself, old, complicit, beloved, predatory, impossible to summarize truthfully in one mood. Luna began folding the map in earnest. Harry watched her hands. "Where would you go?" he asked. There it was, the question, not if, not why, not even how. "Where?" Luna tucked the final fold into place and looked at him steadily. Then she asked the question she had been carrying for months, the one from the outline of possibility itself, the one that mattered more than all the route markings and creature lore and practical plans. "If you could go anywhere." She said, "Where would magic still be honest?" Harry did not answer, not immediately. His first reaction was not verbal at all. It passed across his face like a shadow over deep water. Grief, perhaps, or yearning so unfamiliar he almost mistook it for pain. Luna recognized it because she had seen it in caged creatures just before someone remembered to unlatch the door. He sat down fully opposite her now, no longer hovering, elbows on knees. "I don't know if that place exists. That wasn't the question," he exhaled slowly. "Somewhere," he said at last, "where it doesn't feel like every lesson has another motive." Luna nodded once. "Somewhere," he continued haltingly, "where power isn't always about who gets to use whom." Another nod. "Somewhere I'm not," he stopped, "not chosen, not hunted, not managed, not owned." He did not finish. Luna finished it silently anyway. "A function," she said. Harry looked up sharply. "Yes," he said. It was scarcely louder than breath. The castle seemed to lean away from them at that moment, or perhaps simply release them a fraction. The very old magic of Hogwarts did not approve of many things, but it respected naming. Luna placed the folded map between them. "I think there are places," she said, "where magic remembers it was not invented to support institutions." Harry laughed once quietly, without humor. That sounds impossible. Yes, Luna said. The world is full of impossible things. That's why maps are useful. He looked at the parchment but did not touch it yet. You're serious? Painfully. You would leave? Yes, with me, if you chose correctly. That startled him into a short silence. Correctly? Yes. Leaving because you hate them would be unstable. Leaving because you want to punish them would make them the center of the story again. Leaving because you think martyrdom requires a prettier backdrop would be almost comically British. Despite everything, the corner of Harry's mouth twitched. Luna continued. Leaving because you mean to live differently is the only version likely to survive the journey. He looked at her for a long time after that. Luna let him. People often rushed silence because they feared what might grow there. Luna had found that the best things usually did. Roots, whether decisions. When Harry finally spoke, his voice had changed, not lighter, more deliberate. You've planned this enough that I should probably be alarmed. That seems sensible. And if I say no, then I continue refining the map and wait for someone else who has discovered that authority is not the same as wisdom. He nodded slowly, as though that answer relieved him more than an appeal would have. Of course it did. Harry lived among people who needed him too much. It must have felt strange to encounter someone who could see his importance without trying to trap him inside it. What makes you think anyone gets out cleanly? He asked. I don't, Luna said. Cleanly is another British obsession. I'm only interested in whether the wound closes into freedom or obedience. That one struck deep enough that he looked away again. For a long minute neither of them spoke. Then Harry reached out and laid his fingertips on the folded map. The torch beside them dimmed by a hair, then steadied. Somewhere in the stones beneath the floor, Luna felt a tiny answering shift, as though a line had just been drawn on a surface far larger than parchment. Not destiny, choice. Choice always felt different. What would I have to do? Harry asked. Luna's heart did not leap. She was not the leaping sort, but the world around the question sharpened beautifully. First, she said, stop letting them read your face. His mouth made the ghost of a smile. I'm trying. I know you're improving. Thanks. Second, decide whether you actually want a future or only the right to refuse the one chosen for you. They're not identical. Harry considered that very carefully. And third, Luna tapped the map, learned geography. That earned her a real laugh. Small, tired, but real. The corridor's draft went warm again. For the first time since he'd arrived, Harry looked something other than hunted. Not safe. Not healed, but orienting, perhaps. Like a person who had spent years in a maze and had just been handed proof that walls, however old, still ended somewhere. He rose at last. Luna gathered the map and handed it to him. He stared. You're giving me this? Temporarily. There are notes in the margins. Don't let Hermione see it or she'll reorganize the symbolism. That nearly made him laugh again. He tucked the map carefully inside his robes, with more reverence than parchment usually received. Then he hesitated. Luna recognized the shape of a person standing at the edge of speech he had never practiced. Why do you believe things like this? He asked. Really? It was a better question than most people ever bothered to ask her. Luna stood too, smoothing her skirt. Because, she said, everyone sensible told me the world was smaller than it felt. Harry waited, and they were wrong. He looked at her for another long second. There was gratitude in his face, yes, but not only gratitude, something more cautious and more important. Recognition, perhaps. The discovery that another mind in the castle had been building exits while everyone else described duty. All right, he said quietly. It was not a vow. It was not yet agreement, but it was enough. Luna nodded once, as if he had answered a question both of them had known was coming. Then they walked in opposite directions down the corridor, because that was the sensible thing to do at Hogwarts when one had just altered the shape of the future. Behind her, Luna could feel Harry still moving through the castle like a storm being taught patience. Ahead of her, the halls unfolded in moon-pale silence. Most people, had they seen them that night, would have thought nothing remarkable had happened. A Ravenclaw girl with odd earrings. A Gryffindor boy with too much history. two students crossing paths near the room of requirement and continuing on their separate ways. That was the nice thing about decisive moments. They so rarely dressed to announce themselves. Luna descended one staircase, then another, fingertips brushing the banister lightly as she walked. The wood was warm, approving, perhaps, or merely curious. On the landing outside the charms corridor, a framed seascape lifted one painted wave higher than usual. In the courtyard archway, an owl that should have been asleep opened one amber eye and tracked her progress. The castle knew something had shifted, not enough to stop it, only enough to listen. Back in her dormitory, Luna took out a second sheet of parchment from beneath her pillow and made 3 small amendments to a list she had begun 6 weeks ago. Food that keeps without spell refrigeration. Routes requiring minimal magical transport. Objects Harry would miss and therefore forget to pack until too late. After a brief pause, she added a fourth. Ways of leaving that do not feel like dying. She studied the words for a while. Then, in the margin, she drew a little line eastward, not because the road was certain, because it had become real. Outside the tower window, the night over Hogwarts remained dark and heavy and full of old intentions. Dumbledore would still have his plans tomorrow. Snape would still move through the dungeons like a grudge in human shape. The Ministry would still think categories were a substitute for understanding. Britain would still believe itself the center of magical consequence, and Harry Potter would still wake inside the structure built to consume him. But now there was a map. Now there was someone else who knew the structure by name. Now there was a question in motion, which was often more dangerous than a spell. Where would magic still be honest? Luna smiled to herself, very slightly, and blew out her candle. In the darkness, the room settled around her with the quiet creaks of old stone and sleeping girls and secrets, not yet large enough to cast shadows. Far away, perhaps in Gryffindor Tower, perhaps in some abandoned classroom where grief still smelled faintly of smoke. Harry Potter was likely unfolding a map by wandlight and discovering that escape, when drawn carefully enough, could begin to resemble cartography instead of betrayal. Luna hoped so, because the wrong belief, the most poisonous one, the one Britain fed to all its useful children, was not that sacrifice was noble. It was that there was no world beyond the altar. And if Luna Lovegood believed anything stubbornly enough to build a future on it, it was this. There always was. There were some decisions that announced themselves like thunder. Harry had made those before. The run toward the stone, the descent into the chamber, the graveyard duel, the race to the Department of Mysteries. They had felt enormous while they were happening, loud with fear and consequence, the sort of choices stories could easily point to afterward and say, there is where the boy became something else. Leaving Britain was not like that. Leaving Britain was paperwork, stolen minutes, memorized train times, weather reports, and learning how many ways a life could be folded until it fit into one rucksack. It was the quiet kind of decision, the permanent kind. For 6 days after the corridor conversation with Luna, Harry said almost nothing that mattered aloud. He went to class. He endured Slughorn's genial hunting, Snape's silences, Ron's worried glances, Hermione's increasingly precise observations, Ginny's terrible accuracy whenever he tried to pretend he was fine. He played the part of a boy under strain but still fundamentally legible. Tired, irritable, distracted. All ordinary enough to live inside. Inside was something else. Inside, everything had become inventory, which teachers noticed what, which portraits reported late movement, which corridors the prefects favored after midnight, which pockets of the castle held old, sticky magic that could mask newer work for a few minutes at a time. He mapped people now the way Luna mapped blind spots, not sentimentally but for function. McGonagall, he decided, suspected a break without knowing its date. Snape suspected something more but misread the direction. He watched Harry like a man expecting recklessness, not retreat. Dumbledore watched least of all, which only confirmed the headmaster was relying on broader nets. trusting that prophecy, institution, fear, and love would all work together to keep Harry within reach. That assumption would be the thing Harry used against him. At night, he met Luna where the castle breathed differently, not always the same place. An empty charms storeroom on Tuesday. The 7th-floor corridor on Wednesday. A half-ruined greenhouse on Thursday where frost furned the cracked panes and the earth under the benches smelled of sleeping things. They never spoke for too long in one location. Luna thought in patterns. Harry had started listening to them. Every meeting carried an item. A fairy timetable folded into a potions essay, French coins wrapped in parchment labeled mooncalf dental irregularities. A tiny bottle of muggle hair dye, a stolen hand-drawn bus route, a list of second-hand clothing shops in Dover and Calais. A page of Quibbler cipher symbols Harry hated on sight. "This one means departure," he asked the first night she began teaching it. "No," Luna said, "that one means a fact too dangerous to print plainly in cheerful company." "That seems inefficient." "It's journalism." He looked at the page again. Tiny moons, crooked antlers, feather marks, hatchings like insect wings. "This looks like someone had a nervous breakdown in the margins. That's how you know it's hard to crack." Harry rubbed a hand over his eyes. "And your father can read this easily?" "Of course." He invented half the symbols while arguing with censors. Harry almost smiled despite himself. Luna's father, in Harry's mind, had always occupied a category somewhere between harmlessly eccentric and quietly unstable. He had never once imagined the man as somebody who built code systems for subversion. Britain did that. Harry was learning. It flattened oddity into comedy whenever comedy made resistance easier to overlook. He learned the cipher anyway, not because he intended to write to Xenophilius Lovegood. Because learning it felt like stepping outside the shape of Hogwarts education itself. There were no marks to earn, no teacher's approval, no correct ministry vocabulary, only the practical necessity of making meaning invisible to institutions that believed themselves entitled to read everything. It felt good in a way Harry did not entirely trust. By the 4th night, they were planning routes rather than possibilities. "London is unusable," Luna said, kneeling across from him in the abandoned greenhouse with her map spread over a tray of dead seedlings. "Too many cameras, too many magical observers who think muggle density equals invisibility, too many assumptions that fleeing children will seek population." Harry traced a finger southward. "So we go smaller?" "Yes. Train from Hogsmeade to York. Change at least twice. Buy tickets in cash." "Not wizard cash," Luna said. "British wizard money is so aggressively impractical it practically confesses." Harry snorted. "I keep forgetting you hate Britain." "I don't hate Britain," Luna said mildly. "I just find its confidence disproportionate to its competence." He glanced up. Her face, pale in the thin moonlight from the glass roof, remained perfectly serious. Harry leaned back against a bench leg, suddenly laughing under his breath. It slipped out before he could stop it, and instantly the air in the greenhouse changed. The hanging pots above them gave a single glassy chime. A crack in the far pane mended by an inch and then thought better of it. Luna stilled. Harry's laughter died. "Was that me?" "Not just you," he frowned. "What does that mean?" Instead of answering, Luna reached slowly for her wand where it lay beside the map. Harry, uncertain, took out his own. For a moment nothing happened. Then, as the two wand tips came within a foot of one another, the air between them tightened, not visibly at first. More like pressure before a storm. Harry felt the hairs rise on the back of his hand. Luna's earrings lifted a fraction from her neck. The glass panes overhead began to hum a single note so soft it was almost a feeling rather than a sound. Harry looked at her sharply. Luna was staring at the space between their wands with open wonder. "Don't move," she whispered. "I wasn't planning to." The hum deepened. Silver sparks, not from either tip exactly, but from the space between them, began to lace together in threads as thin as spider silk. Harry felt his wand pull, not away, not forward, but toward alignment, as if something larger than his hand had a preferred geometry. His scar throbbed once. Luna inhaled carefully. "That's not priori incantatum." "I know what priori incantatum feels like." This is more polite." The threads brightened. For one suspended second, Harry had the impossible sensation that the greenhouse knew both their names and approved of them being spoken together. The dead soil under the benches loosened with tiny sighing sounds. Frost along the panes arranged itself into branching, symmetrical patterns that looked almost like script. Then Harry's grip twitched, the resonance broke. The greenhouse went still enough to seem embarrassed. They looked at each other. "Well," Luna said after a moment, "that seems important." Harry stared at his wand. "You say that like we've got time for another impossible thing." "There's always time for impossible things. They rarely wait for better scheduling." "What was it?" "I don't know." That should have annoyed him. Under normal circumstances, it would have. Instead, Harry realized he trusted Luna's ignorance more than almost anyone else's certainty. She continued studying the spot where the light had been. "It didn't feel like spell work." "No." It felt like agreement. Harry let out a slow breath. Agreement. The word settled somewhere deep. He slid his wand back into his sleeve. "Brilliant. So we're developing mysterious joint magic while planning treason." "Not treason," said Luna. "Exit strategy." He shook his head, but some private tension in him had loosened. They went back to the map. Harry's part of the plan was the harder one, and not because of the distance. Luna could leave from home. Harry had to die first. The corpse came from a war nobody officially admitted had started. That was the sentence Harry kept thinking in the 3 days between deciding what he needed and forcing himself to do it. Not because it made the act noble. It did not. But because truth, however ugly, kept the mind from dressing monstrosity in easier clothes. The body belonged to a man Harry had never met. One of the castle's hidden corridors opened, if you knew the trick of it, into a forgotten receiving room that had once been used during the First War to move people in and out of Hogwarts without ministry oversight. Moody still used it sometimes. So, Harry discovered after 2 evenings of deliberate observation, did the order when they didn't want the staff asking questions. Late on Friday night, Remus Lupin and Tonks brought in a bundle on a levitating stretcher. Harry watched through the slit in the tapestry opposite and understood immediately from the way they moved that the man beneath the sheet was already dead. He did not know the man's name. He only caught 3 details before the order moved him deeper into the passage towards some room beyond Harry's line of sight. Dark hair matted with blood, hands calloused across the palms, and a ministry identification chain half hidden under the collar. An informant, perhaps. An auror. A courier. Someone who had died for the side Harry had once believed was unquestionably his. Harry stood in the dark passage long after Lupin and Tonks had gone, staring at the empty air where the stretcher had passed. The plan had always contained a blank space there. Luna had not asked him how he intended to solve it. He had not volunteered. Neither of them was cruel enough to make the other say such things plainly unless necessary. Now necessity had arrived. He could abandon the idea and trust only invisibility, distance, misdirection. But Britain knew how to search for the living. It searched less intelligently for the dead. A martyr was static. Mourned, closed. A missing Harry Potter would bring hounds to every border and every ally and every place his heart might logically run. A dead Harry Potter would bring chaos, grief, and blame. He hated that the second option was safer. He hated more that he could still choose it. The next night he went back. It took him 43 minutes to learn the ward cycle on the hidden door beyond the receiving room. 12 more to bypass the older locking charm with a piece of copied staff key magic Hermione would have despised him for stealing from a library index. When the door opened, Harry was almost sick with adrenaline. The room beyond was small and very cold. Bodies lay on 3 stone tables under white sheets, temporary holding, he realized. Not morgue, not burial, just pause. A place for the war's unclassifiable dead until someone higher up decided where their paperwork belonged. Harry's first instinct was to leave. His second was to start shaking. His third, the one that mattered, was to walk forward anyway. He did not uncover all 3 faces, only the first. Then the second when the first man proved too old, too broad, too unlike him for even hurried grief to accept. The second body was younger. Mid-20s perhaps, lean, narrow-faced. Fresh enough that Polyjuice might still hold long enough over dead flesh if brewed correctly and forced into the mouth with charm work. Harry stood over the table with his own pulse banging in his ears. He had seen corpses before. Cedric. Sirius. Dumbledore's would come later, though he did not know that yet. Death itself was not new, using one was. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered, and heard at once how inadequate it was. Sorry to whom? The stranger did not answer. Harry took a clean knife from the tray, cut a lock of his own hair, and wrapped it in cloth. His hands were steady by then. That frightened him most. Luna's leaving was quieter. At the Lovegood house, silence had never meant absence. It meant texture. Wind through the dirigible plum trees, the clink of hanging charms against one another in odd weather. Pages turning somewhere, because Xenophilius read with his whole body, like a man physically wrestling each article into his imagination. Luna returned on Saturday under the ordinary pretense of a weekend visit. No one watched her for treason, because no one in Britain had ever properly learned how to watch girls like Luna Lovegood. They noticed spectacle. They noticed disobedience with a familiar shape. They noticed fury when it wore a socially approved face. Luna looked like dreaminess and radish earrings and drift. People rarely understood that drift, properly weaponized, could cross borders no soldier could. The house was just as she had left it, and therefore heartbreakingly alive. Her father was in the kitchen arguing with a kettle that had developed political opinions. There were 3 stacks of proofs on the table, one overturned magnifying lens, and a headline draft reading Ministry denies moon-dependent taxation plot, which Luna suspected would improve after tea. "Luna," Xenophilius said, looking up as if she had materialized from thought rather than the front door. His silver-blonde hair stood in all directions. "Excellent timing. The kettle has become statist." "That happens in damp weather," Luna said, kissing his cheek. He seemed relieved by the confirmation. There was bread on the counter, blackberry preserves, a bowl of plums going soft. Sun through the kitchen glass turned everything into the sort of domesticity official histories never found important enough to preserve, which was part of why it mattered. Luna stood very still for a second, committing all of it to memory. Not because she thought she would never see it again, because departure deserved witness. Her father resumed talking almost immediately, not because he loved her less than quieter fathers loved their children, but because Xenophilius Lovegood's form of love had always included the assumption that Luna could safely enter the stream of his mind and swim beside him without warning. "There is something rotten in the Ministry's owl-routing standards," he was saying, spooning too much honey into his tea. Entire districts receive only 3/5 of their intended correspondence during fog, which any honest statistical mind would recognize as either sabotage or centaur bureaucracy. "Have you brought your blue notebook? I had a thought about northern ley disruptions and migratory spoonbills." "I did," Luna said. This was true. The blue notebook lay in her satchel beside forged identification, folded notes, and the clothes she would not leave behind because they carried her actual life in their hems. They talked while the kettle sulked. Xenophilius ranted pleasantly about editorial cowardice. Luna answered where answering made him happy and watched his hands instead when it did not. There was ink in the webbing of his thumb, a healing burn on one wrist, tea stain on the cuff of his robe. No father ever knows, she thought, in the last ordinary hour, that it is the last ordinary hour. That was probably merciful. After lunch, she went upstairs to her room and packed what remained, not much, clothes, her notebooks, 2 Quibbler back issues whose margins contained useful cipher seeds, a tin of salve, her mother's brass pendulum, 3 photographs, one of which she almost left because carrying too much sentiment into exile felt like lying to the body about what endurance required. In the end, she took it. Then she sat at her desk and wrote the note, not in plain language. Plain language would only become evidence if searched. Not even in the deeper cipher she had shown Harry. Because if the ministry ever broke Xenophilius badly enough, they might pull meaning from his reaction to familiar symbols. She wrote in Quibbler ciphertext instead. A hybrid of headline rhythm, nonsense article structure, creature substitutions, and editorial markup that only somebody raised inside her father's private habits would instinctively read properly. To anyone else, it was a fragment of deranged draft copy. To Xenophilius it would say, I have gone east by choice. Do not look with men who sort the world into registries. If you love me, survive them by believing nothing you are told about my death. Trust maps that smell of rain. Burn this after reading. She folded the note into the inside cover of an article about migratory crumple-horned snorkacks and left it in the place her father checked first each evening. Beneath the magnifying lens by the teacup ring. Then she stood in her room, satchel over one shoulder, and let herself feel the architecture of the leaving, not grief exactly. Grief assumed clean loss. This was stranger, a loosening from one life without permission from the people who had helped build it. Luna touched the doorframe once on her way out. Downstairs, Xenophilius was still talking to the kettle. I may be late back to Hogwarts, she said from the kitchen. He waved distractedly, then looked up properly. Late? I've an errand. Dangerous? Yes, Luna said, because lies to people one loves should be used only where mercy requires them. His face changed in that small, sharp way love always changed it. Then, to her endless gratitude, Xenophilius did not ask her not to go. Lovegood men, whatever else they were, did not mistake possession for care. Then take the green scarf, he said instead. The weather is full of intentions. Luna smiled. I will. She took the scarf from the peg by the door, wound it once around her throat, and stepped out into the pale afternoon. Behind her, the kettle resumed arguing. Luna did not look back until she reached the bend in the lane. The house stood among its trees as if grown there by a patient idea. Windows bright. Roofline odd. Home in the way only places full of unembarrassed strangeness ever managed to be. Then she turned and kept walking. Harry chose the forbidden forest because everyone in Britain already believed it capable of producing tragedy. That was half of strategy, Luna had said once. Never invent fear where a stronger, older fear was already available. The other half was timing. They chose Monday night because Snape would be in the dungeons until midnight inventorying Slughorn's stores, because Hagrid had been called away to consult on some diplomatic mess involving hostile giants, because the moon would be thin, and because rain was predicted after 11, enough to break scent and tracks without ruining fire. The polyjuice was Slughorn's without being exactly stolen. Harry diverted ingredients by increments so small even Hermione would have needed a ledger to prove the theft. The brewing happened in a cracked cauldron inside the abandoned fourth-floor classroom where he had burned the prophecy. It took patience, disgust, and more nerve than he wanted to think about. When it was finished, Luna looked into the thick, mud-colored potion and said, "It smells like ambition and old socks." Harry stared at her. "How do you know what ambition smells like?" "Mostly school governors." He snorted despite himself, then went sober again as he stoppered the flask. Neither of them touched the subject of the body directly. They discussed timing, concealment, illusion layering, heat bloom, char depth. Harry hated that he had become capable of talking like that. Luna never pretended he hadn't. That, perhaps, was why he could bear it. On Monday evening, the castle moved around him with the terrible normalcy of places that do not know they are about to lose someone. Ron complained about an essay. Hermione corrected him. Ginny kicked Harry lightly under the table when he drifted too far into silence. At one point, Neville asked if he'd be coming to herbology prep on Wednesday. "Probably," Harry heard himself say. The lie slid out so easily he nearly choked on it. He looked around the table then, really looked, and felt the cost of what he was doing rise all at once like floodwater. Not just leaving, making them mourn. For the 1,000th time he asked himself if there was another way. For the 1,000th time he reached the same answer. A missing boy would drag them into search and suspicion and divided loyalties. A dead one, cruel as it was, would free them faster from the instinct to chase him. He hated that this was what love had become under war, choosing the wound that would bleed least strategically. After dinner, he went to the owlery alone, not to send anything, only to stand among feathers and old droppings and beating wings, until the decision inside him hardened past the point where second thoughts could still call themselves virtue. When he came back down, the castle bells were marking 10. At past, he slipped under the disillusionment charm Luna had improved by asking the light to be uncurious, which Harry still insisted was not a real explanation. "It is a real method," she whispered beside him as they moved through the corridor outside the kitchens. "It's lunacy?" "That too." Even invisible, he could feel the ghost of her smile. They exited through a side door near the greenhouses and crossed the dark grounds in wind that smelled of wet earth and pine resin. Hogwarts behind them glowed gold in scattered windows. Ahead, the forest stood black and patient, as though it had been waiting all evening for the courtesy of being consulted. Harry's wand felt hot in his hand. At the tree line, Luna touched his sleeve. "Last chance to decide you prefer ordinary British misery," she murmured. He looked at her. Her pale hair had been braided tight and tucked under a dark cap. The green scarf from her father lay muted at her throat. She did not look frightened. That didn't mean she wasn't. It only meant Luna and Fear had never agreed to perform for outsiders. "I don't," Harry said. "Good." They entered the forest. The chosen clearing lay deeper than the edge paths Hagrid used with students, in a place old enough that the trees grew with the muscular twist of things which had been magical before Britain learned to put official names on magic. They had prepared it 2 nights earlier, warded the perimeter, laid scent misdirection, hidden the body under preserving cold, carved runes shallowly into stone roots where a casual searcher would only later interpret them as signs of magical violence. Harry uncovered the dead man with numb hands. In darkness and spelllight, the stranger looked even younger. "Are you sure?" Luna asked quietly, no judgment in it, only a final opening where refusal could still step through if necessary. Harry looked at the corpse, then at the flask of polyjuice, then at his own trembling fingers. "No," he said. Luna nodded once, as if that were the best answer possible. They worked quickly. The potion had to be forced between slack lips with a siphoning charm. The transformation was slower than on living flesh and hideous to watch, bones creaking fractionally under skin, features shifting, hair darkening. Harry had seen himself in mirrors thousands of times. Seeing his own face arrive on a dead stranger was like watching identity stripped down to its least sacred parts. When it was done, Harry took an involuntary step back. The body on the ground was him, not perfect. Death had its own stiffness, its own grayness. But burned and half-seen and found by horrified people already primed to recognize a tragedy. It would serve. His stomach turned. Luna laid one hand briefly on his wrist, grounding rather than comforting. "You can still say no." Harry shut his eyes for 1 second, opened them again. "No," he said, and meant, "No, I cannot." He positioned the body near the runes and added his own glasses, warped with a heat preparation charm, into the grass beside it. He left a scrap of Gryffindor-red cloth, threads from his cloak. Enough for grief to seize and run with. The fiend fire was the final cruelty. He would not unleash it fully. Even Harry knew that line. What he had built instead, after brutal, secret experimentation and several near disasters in deserted classrooms, was something halfway between true fiendfire and the white gold outburst his own magic preferred. A shaped infernal diversion, intelligent enough to frighten witnesses, hungry enough to scorch the clearing into myth, limited enough to burn out when starved of direct command. It was still monstrous. Harry stepped to the clearing's edge and raised his wand. Rain smell thickened in the air. The forest had gone very still. Luna moved to his left, wand drawn but angled downward, not intervening, only present. Harry focused on everything he needed the fire to mean: death, violence, finality, a boy consumed before rescue. Then, beneath all that, the true fuel, fury at the architecture of sacrifice, at prophecy. At the elegant way, older men turned children into necessary endings and called the process wisdom. Flame answered instantly. It burst from his wand in a braided torrent of white, and gold shot through with veins of unnatural blue. It hit the center of the clearing and rose screaming. Not an animal shape, not quite, but a thing with appetite and memory in it, a high-crowned inferno that bent around the false body and clawed upward through branches. Trees convulsed in the heat. The warded perimeter caught the worst of the spread and turned it inward, making the clearing a furnace. Harry nearly staggered from the force of it. Beside him, Luna's wand came up, not to counter. To join, and again, at proximity, the air changed. Their wands found one another across less than 2 feet of darkness. The same harmonic hum bloomed between them, deeper now, stronger, resonating through Harry's teeth and bones. The fire in the clearing twisted, not larger, smarter. It folded inward from the tree line exactly where Luna's quiet environmental pressure asked it to. Smoke flattened low instead of rising immediately, holding the scene in a thick black bowl. Branches that should have ignited instead bent away, preserving the illusion of catastrophic focus. The runes under the false corpse flared silver and sank, locking the visual narrative into place. Harry stared through the roar. "Luna, I know," she said, voice strained. "Don't break concentration." The sound between their wands rose another note, not pleasant, not painful, simply inevitable, like a chord the night had always intended to contain. Together, without ever discussing how, they shaped the blaze for 8 brutal seconds. Then Luna said, "Now." Harry slashed his wand downward. The controlled heart of the inferno snapped loose and detonated outward in a ring of heat and falling ash. The false glasses melted. The body blackened past recognition in the face and chest. 3 nearby trees took symmetrical scarring consistent with magical backlash from a trapped victim. And then the first real rain began, perfect. Harry almost laughed from sheer disbelief, but there was no time. The forest was already carrying the scent outward. Somewhere in the castle alarms would soon start, centaurs, wards, creatures, something. They had minutes at best. He turned once toward the clearing. There lay the boy Britain required, burned, broken, and finally small enough for everyone else's story to fit around. Harry felt nothing clean about it, no triumph, no relief. Only the terrible, spacious wrongness of having made his own death, and found it tactically sound. Luna caught his sleeve and pulled. They ran. There are moments when a person becomes untethered from the name the world has used for them. Harry did not feel it at the clearing. He felt it an hour later on a rain-soaked road 2 villages over, wearing a muggle coat that smelled faintly of old cigarettes and fairy salt, as a bus roared past them toward the coast and failed to slow because nobody at the stop appeared worth noticing. They had taken 3 route breaks, crossed a stream to kill scent, switched cloaks beneath a motorway bridge, and discarded their wands' trace signatures under a field charm Luna described as teaching the air to gossip about someone else. Now they stood shoulder to shoulder in the dark, while headlights smeared white across wet asphalt. Harry's glasses were gone. Luna had handed him a plainer pair hours ago. His hair, darkened and flattened, no longer sprang into its familiar mess. A thin illusion sat over the scar whenever anyone looked too directly. He carried a canvas bag with 6 apples, foreign coins, socks, forged papers, and 1 school shirt he had not managed to throw away. The bus did not stop. Neither of them moved for a second. Then Luna said, "That one wasn't ours." Harry exhaled sharply. "I know. You looked bereaved. I'm getting used to it." She tilted her head. Even in darkness he could feel her studying him with that impossible accuracy of hers. "Do you regret it?" she asked. Not "are you all right?" Not "was it too much?" "Do you regret it?" Harry thought of Ron hearing the news, Hermione refusing it for exactly 8 minutes before logic cornered her, Ginny going perfectly still. McGonagall's face. Hagrid. Lupin. He thought of Dumbledore and found to his surprise that the image brought not sorrow but cold curiosity. What does a man do, Harry wondered, when the child he has arranged towards sacrifice dies before the altar is formally unveiled? Yes, Harry said honestly. And I'd do it again. Luna nodded. That's usually how necessary monstrosities work. He gave a bleak little huff of laughter. The next bus did stop. They boarded separately, paid in exact coins, sat apart. Luna by the rear window, Harry in the middle beneath an advertisement for seaside insurance. No one looked twice at them. Britain excelled at not seeing what did not announce itself in a recognizable class accent. At Dover, the world smelled of diesel, tide, gulls, and departure. The port swarmed with ordinary people carrying ordinary fatigue. Families, truckers, students, men in reflective jackets, women with sleeping children slumped against their shoulders. An entire economy of transit moved around them, vast and impersonal. Harry had never loved anonymity more. They did not speak in the terminal. Their plan accounted for that. Luna went first through ticketing under the name Alice Finch. Harry followed 11 minutes later as Daniel Reed. 2 forged school travel notes, 1 shared destination never spoken aloud. The ferry company clerk barely looked up. When Harry stepped onto the gangway at last, the channel wind hit him hard enough to make his eyes water. Salt, metal, open distance. He had crossed into unknown danger before. The chamber, the graveyard, the Department of Mysteries. This felt different. Those journeys had all still carried an invisible return built into them. A path back to school, to friends, to role. This one did not. Inside the ferry, fluorescent light flattened everyone into transit shapes. Luna sat in a corner of the passenger deck by a rain-streaked window, reading a newspaper upside down so convincingly that nobody would assume it was camouflage. Harry took the seat opposite only when the engines had begun to thrum and England was already loosening from the dock. For a while neither of them spoke. Outside, black water shouldered itself against the hull. Dover's lights shrank behind wet glass into a trembling gold constellation. Harry looked at them until they became abstract. "Do you think they've found it yet?" he asked at last. "Yes," Luna said. He kept watching the receding coast. "Do you think they believed it?" "Yes." "How can you be sure?" She folded the upside-down newspaper with delicate care. "Because Britain is most credulous when grief protects power." Harry turned that over. It sounded like one of her stranger sentences at first. Then, as usual, it unfolded into more truth than simpler language would have managed. "They'll make it mean something," he said, "of course." "What?" "Whatever keeps the surviving architecture intact." Harry leaned his head back against the plastic seat. He could already imagine the versions. Harry Potter died bravely. Harry Potter died tragically. Harry Potter lured out. Harry Potter sacrificed by the enemy. Harry Potter failed by those sworn to protect him. Harry Potter, at last, useful in death to every faction that had found him troublesome in life. The anger rose, quick, familiar, dangerous. Before it could climb too high, Luna said, "Give me your wand." He looked at her. "What? Your wand?" "That's a terrible idea on a ferry." "Yes," she agreed, "but I'm still asking." After a beat, Harry drew it and laid it across the table between them. Luna placed hers beside it. The effect was immediate. The hum returned, softer than in the greenhouse, subtler than in the forest, but undeniably there. Not loud enough for others to hear over the ferry engines. Just a low, internal resonance that turned the metal table gently warm beneath Harry's wrists. The wands vibrated once, like tuning forks struck far away. Threads of pale light gathered between Holly and Luna's pale wandwood, not bright enough to draw attention, just enough to make the air seem briefly denser, more coherent. Harry felt his breathing change, steadier, not because the magic calmed him precisely, because it redistributed something. The sharpest edges of his feeling no longer seemed trapped wholly inside his own skin. Across from him, Luna's eyes half-lidded. "Do you feel that?" he asked quietly. "Yes." "What is it doing?" "I think," Luna said, "it dislikes the idea that we are separate problems." Harry stared at her. "That is not an answer sane people can use." "No," she murmured, watching the faint light, "but it may be an answer true people can." The threads tightened, then relaxed. For one suspended instant, Harry sensed, not images, not thoughts exactly, but orientation. Luna's certainty of east. Her refusal to let fear become the center of a story. her grief for her father sitting folded and orderly under everything else, not denied, not indulged, simply carried. In return, he felt something of his own anger lose its blind corners, not vanish, align. He drew a careful breath. The ferry rocked. Beyond the window, England was now only a dark decision receding into rain. Luna put 2 fingers lightly on her wand. "We should stop before the ship decides to help." Harry almost smiled. "Can ships do that?" This one could probably be persuaded to. He slipped his wand away. The hum faded, but did not vanish entirely. It remained somewhere just under perception, as if proximity had established a fact the world intended to remember. They sat in silence after that, not empty silence, shared. Around them passengers dozed, ate crisps, argued softly in French, soothed a crying toddler, scrolled through magazines. Nobody knew that across one cheap metal table sat 2 vanished children carrying the wreckage of Britain's expectations in their bags. At some point, Luna drew a line in the condensation on the window, east. Harry watched her fingertip move. "When we get there," he said, "to wherever there starts, what if it's worse?" "It will be worse in several practical respects," Luna said. "Less food certainty, more weather, fewer walls." "That's not what I meant." "I know." She turned to face him fully. Harry had learned by now that when Luna did that, when all her strangeness seemed to gather itself into directness rather than drift, it was best to hear the sentence all the way through before resisting. "It may be harder." She said, "It may be lonelier. It may ask things of us Britain never did because Britain preferred obedience to effort, but difficulty and falsehood are not the same country." He looked down at his hands. One had a burn mark along the thumb from the clearing. The other still carried a faint trace of morgue cold he suspected would never entirely leave. "They think I'm dead," he said. "Yes, I made them think that. Yes, and I'm still here." Luna's expression altered by the smallest possible amount. "Harry," she said very gently, "that is what shedding feels like." He closed his eyes once. When he opened them again, the ferry had gone farther from shore than he realized. The water outside was no longer framed by England at all, only by night and motion and the reflected ghost of the passenger deck. A space between worlds. Perhaps that was why it happened then. The resonance returned without either wand drawn, not visibly this time. Nothing anyone else could have noticed. But Harry felt it travel through the air between them anyway, a quiet harmonic answer from one core of magic to another. His scar, so often a site of intrusion and pain, remained still. The sensation came from deeper, not wound, choice. Luna seemed to feel it too. Her gaze flicked briefly to the table, then back to him. "We're outside the narrative now," she said. Harry gave a small, incredulous laugh. "You make that sound like geography." "Everything is geography if you go far enough." The ferry drove east through the dark. Behind them, Britain had a corpse, a clearing, and a story. Ahead lay trains, borders, strangers, exhaustion, and a map whose edges promised only that old institutions were not the whole world. Harry leaned back and let the engine's vibrations settle into his bones. For the first time since the training chamber, since the prophecy, since all the careful unveiled horrors of what had been planned for him, he felt something that was not relief, but could become it one day if handled properly. Unclaimed space. No chosen boy, no leash, no altar. Only a living body on borrowed plastic seating, salt on the window. A girl across from him who believed maps could be acts of rebellion. And the strange, unmistakable fact that when their magic came near one another, the world listened differently. Outside, the black water opened. Inside, Harry Potter, or whatever might eventually replace that name, crossed the channel invisible and unknown while his own ghost burned helpfully behind him. That was the monstrous part. That was the necessary part. And somewhere between the two, in the cold vibrating dark between one shore and another, he began at last to understand that becoming impossible to use might require first becoming impossible to find. Harry learned the shape of Europe by dyeing his hair in train station toilets. This was not, he suspected, the educational ideal the Hogwarts governors had in mind when they spoke solemnly about broadening young minds. Still, The lesson held. France smelled different from Britain. Less coal, less wet stone, more metal and old coffee and train grease baking into platforms beneath thin autumn sun. Its stations did not look at him the way Britain looked at him. That was the first revelation, not safety. Simply indifference, which after 16 years felt almost supernatural. Harry stepped off the ferry at Calais as Daniel Reed, schoolboy traveler, narrow-faced under cheap glasses. English only when spoken to directly, and even then reluctantly. Luna became Alice Finch, distracted cousin with the green scarf, and the unsettling habit of staring at weather as though it were delivering private correspondence. They did not remain either of those people for long. That was the second revelation. Identity, Harry discovered, was much easier to dismantle when half of it had always belonged to other people anyway. In Calais, they spent the last of their British coins on tea, stale pastries, and a road atlas in 3 languages. Luna insisted on the atlas even though she already had her own map. Why? Because official lies are useful if you know which roads they've agreed to admit exist. That sounds like something you'd say before leading me into a ravine. Yes, she said, but a very interesting ravine. He drank the terrible tea and watched the harbor through scratched glass while men in heavy jackets loaded freight under a sky the color of dirty tin. England had vanished behind cloud. That should have felt more dramatic. Final. Cleansing, perhaps. Instead, Harry felt oddly administrative. There were things to do, sleeves to roll, timetables to keep, sandwiches to buy from kiosks. A border crossed did not become freedom simply because one stood on the other side of it. Freedom, he was beginning to understand, had far more receipts than stories admitted. By the end of the second day, they had already shed their first skins. Daniel Reed became Mitchell Renaud for one rail leg, then Thomas Hall for another. Alice Finch became Elise, then Clara, then nobody at all for a full afternoon in a German freight district where they moved on foot between warehouses while rain stitched the air into gray thread. The forged papers thinned. The currencies changed. British pounds became euros. Euros became crumpled regional notes bought at bad rates from a station exchange Luna trusted because, as she put it, dishonest people with consistent habits are safer than honest systems in a panic. Harry was not sure that was true. Then again, he had spent most of his life inside honest systems in a panic. So perhaps she had a point. They moved east in fragments, never the obvious route, never the direct train 2 children with false names would logically choose. Luna's map lived folded inside oilcloth at the bottom of her satchel, but pieces of it kept surfacing in their decisions. A station passed by because too many magical families favored it. A town chosen because creature migration ignored the valley nearby. An overnight bus abandoned halfway because Luna claimed the road ahead felt over-recorded. Harry had stopped asking what that meant by the 4th day, not because he understood, because he had learned that Luna's strangest explanations were usually covering the most practical danger. They stayed in places too forgettable to be searched properly. A pension above a butcher's in Lille, a hostel in Cologne whose walls were painted the wrong shade of green, an old woman's spare room outside Bratislava where the kettle screamed like something haunted and the wallpaper shed tiny blue flowers in humid weather. In each place, Harry learned a little more about what Britain had mistaken for the whole world. Wizarding Britain, especially, had done what empires always did, taken the circumference of its own habits and called it the edge of reality. Elsewhere, magic wore other shapes. He saw ward sigils scratched above a bakery door in Prague that looked nothing like anything taught at Hogwarts. All spirals and knot lines, and tiny iron nails pressed into mortar. He saw a man in a Budapest market mutter over a basket of apples, until the bruised ones turned themselves face down out of shame. He saw a girl no older than Ginny on a train platform warming her bare hands over a flame with no wand in sight while her grandmother scolded her for wasting concentration on weather. None of these things felt grand. That was what struck him most. They felt local, functional. inherited sideways rather than vertically. Magic embedded in a people's habits instead of fenced off into subjects and exams and sanctioned lineages. Hogwarts would call half of this improper, Harry said once as they sat on their packs beneath a viaduct waiting for a night bus southward. Luna, who was unwrapping bread and a square of hard cheese from newspaper, considered that. Hogwarts also calls midnight wandering a character flaw rather than a research method, she said. That's not really comparable. It is if the institution is wrong in both cases. Harry tore off a piece of bread. They had been traveling for 9 days by then, long enough that exhaustion had stripped politeness from them in useful ways. Luna no longer pretended not to notice when his scar hurt. Harry no longer pretended her oddness needed translation into something more conventional before it could be trusted. The bread was stale enough to be educational. He chewed, looked out at the road below, and said, "How far?" Luna took out the atlas, not her own map. That meant the answer involved several realities at once. Physically, a few more countries, depending on how the roads cooperate. Roads cooperate, they do if they like you. Right. Magically, she tilted her head, listening to something he could not hear. Nearer. Harry had learned that magical distance and physical distance were not merely different scales. They were often different philosophies. Britain measured magic bureaucratically. Districts, jurisdictions, trace signatures, school catchments, treaties. Luna measured it like weather and geology and the habits of creatures old enough not to care about ministries. He still did not know which system frightened him more. By the 12th day, Britain had started searching in earnest. Harry knew this not because anyone found them, but because the world began to ripple in recognizable patterns. At a magical second-hand shop near the Austrian border, where Luna bought them 2 winter coats with coins from 3 different countries. The proprietor glanced at Harry's face too long, and then deliberately glanced away. The universal gesture of a person deciding silence was safer than profit. At a bus depot 2 days later, a public notice board in the wizarding side corridor carried a translated ministry circular from Britain. Framed as an international courtesy, and written in the careful tone governments used when they wanted to sound calm while announcing that something had gone badly wrong. Heightened watch for irregular magical transit linked to extremist misinformation networks. Particular concern regarding Quibbler-affiliated subversive channels and potential youth recruitment across unsupervised routes. Luna stood reading it with the expression of someone seeing a very foolish duck attempt mathematics. "They mean you," Harry said. "They mean fear of unapproved movement." Luna corrected. "I'm only a convenient symbol because my father insists on printing things with headlines. And youth recruitment, they mean children leaving systems designed to sort them." Harry looked at the notice again, no mention of his name. No mention of the boy who lived, dead or otherwise. That more than anything chilled him. Dumbledore had not publicly questioned the death then, or if he had, it had not reached this far. The search was being framed differently. Not Harry Potter may be alive. Not the prophecy has slipped the leash. Instead, subversive channels, irregular transit, disinformation, vulnerable youth. Britain, Harry thought, had translated betrayal into administration with its usual speed. "They know enough to be afraid," Luna said quietly, "not enough to be honest." He folded the circular and put it in his pocket before they moved on. That evening they rode in the back of a produce truck through a pass where the wind smelled of snow and iron. Harry sat with his knees to his chest between crates of onions while Luna slept upright against the wooden side panel, scarf pulled over her mouth, hat over her eyes. He could not sleep. The truck lurched over ruts. Moonlight came and went through the slats. Somewhere ahead in the cab, the driver sang badly in a language Harry did not know. He took out the folded circular again and read it by wandless ambient light leaking between the boards. Irregular magical transit, Quibbler-affiliated subversive channels, potential youth recruitment. It was astonishing how quickly institutions could turn escape into pathology. Harry tried to imagine Ron reading such a notice. Hermione, McGonagall. Would they hear what the ministry meant beneath the language? Or would grief and urgency dull the edges enough that they accepted the premise? Harry dead, Luna dangerous, movement suspicious, order under threat. He thought of Hermione especially, because Hermione loved truth, but also loved systems when they could still plausibly be repaired from within. She would spot the euphemism, certainly. Whether she would yet understand the scale of the lie was another question. The truck hit a pothole hard enough to jolt his teeth. Luna did not wake. Harry tucked the circular away and stared into the dark, until he could no longer tell whether the ache behind his ribs was homesickness or merely the body's resentment at being made to travel by methods not designed for heroism. He had expected guilt. He had expected fear. He had not expected administrative fatigue. No one wrote songs, he thought sourly, about forged documents and root vegetables and damp socks. Yet this, more than any duel he had ever survived, felt like real resistance. Not bright, not glorious, just persistent. By the time they reached the eastern edge of the continent, as Britain imagined it, Harry had begun to understand what Luna meant when she said maps could lie by being complete. There were always places between official things. Roads between registries. Villages that belonged historically to one state, spiritually to another, economically to a third, and magically to none of the above. Languages crossed each other here like old weather systems. Saints shared hills with forest spirits. Border posts stood in valleys where shepherds had been ignoring border posts for centuries. The world had edges, yes, but it also had seams. Luna was interested in seams. On the 17th night, they slept in a ruined shepherd's shelter with half a roof and enough dry stone to keep the wind from cutting straight through. Harry woke before dawn to find Luna already outside, standing on the ridge with her face turned east. The mountains beyond the ridge were not yet full mountains, only the beginnings of intention. Dark folded shapes rising behind low cloud. Harry wrapped the blanket tighter around his shoulders and joined her. "Is that it?" "Not yet," Luna said. "Only the argument before it." He stood beside her in silence for a while. The air tasted different here. Cleaner, certainly, but also sharper, as though some mineral in it had not entirely decided to remain metaphorical. It left a faint prickle on his tongue. "You said dead zone," he said at last. "What exactly does that mean?" Luna did not answer immediately, which usually meant the answer mattered. "It means the Confederation's tracking lattice fails there," she said. "No trace persistence, no standardized registry echo, no reliable wand signature continuity. Spells cast inside it either do not record or record so incorrectly the systems discard them as corruption." Harry frowned. "Why?" "Because the place is older than the agreements. That's not an explanation. It is if the agreements are pretending to be reality." He let that sit. Cloud moved over the eastern ridgeline in a slow gray herd. Harry said, "What if dead zone just means nothing works?" Luna glanced at him, almost smiling. "Dead to registries," she said. "Not to itself." That answer lodged in him harder than he expected. Not to itself. There were worse definitions of freedom. They traveled the next stretch mostly on foot. Money thinned. Identities became harder to maintain because the terrain cared less about paperwork and more about whether your boots held. They sold Harry's extra coat in a market town for food, 2 water flasks, and directions neither of them fully trusted. Luna cut the lining out of her satchel to hide the last reserve of notes. Harry traded his final English shirt to a boy with a mule in exchange for passage across a stony valley, whose road had been washed out 3 winters ago and never repaired by any government sufficiently invested to pretend. By then, his body had become blunt with movement. His shoulders knew the weight of the pack without complaint. His feet had stopped expecting comfort. His stomach had learned to treat hunger as scheduling rather than emergency. Something else had thinned too, not memory, his Britishness. He still had the accent, of course. The instincts. The habit of reading rooms for authority before threat, but they no longer sat at the center of him. Britain had become, slowly and against all expectation, one country among others, small enough to be looked at. Harry found that more destabilizing than homesickness. One evening, in a settlement built along a river of pale stones, they bought a week-old foreign wizarding gazette from a woman selling paper bundles beside a bridge shrine. Harry could read only parts of it. Luna translated the rest, while they sat on the riverbank eating smoked fish and black bread. The article was about Britain, not him. Not directly. Attacks increasing in frequency, protective deployments misfiring, 3 ministry restructurings in 10 days. Rumors of fractures between Dumbledore-aligned resistance circles and official Aura command. Vigilante groups forming around memorial rhetoric after the death of the boy who lived. A black market boom in relics, false prophecy fragments, and sacrificial ward tokens. Harry listened without interrupting. The river went on moving beside them, indifferent and cold. "The war is eating the space you left," Luna said quietly, lowering the paper. "That sounds like my fault." "No, it sounds like they built strategy around a wound and called it destiny." He picked a fish bone from the bread crust and flicked it into the current. The newspaper trembled slightly in Luna's hands, not from fear, from fatigue. They had been carrying too much for too long. Harry looked at the translated column again. Memorial rhetoric, sacrificial tokens. The machinery had not slowed after his death, it had simply rearranged itself around the new story. Grief had become fuel, martyrdom commodity, something in him hardened and hollowed at once. "They really would have let me become that," he said. Luna folded the paper smaller. "Yes, not might have. Not perhaps intended to. Yes, a clean answer. A cruel one. Harry found he preferred it. Above them the bridge shrine rattled in the wind, all tin charms and faded ribbons. The people crossing it did not look at the 2 foreign children on the stones below. Somewhere upriver a dog barked at nothing human. Harry said after a while, "Do you ever miss it, Britain?" Yes, Luna thought carefully, which meant she was deciding which truth would be most useful. "I miss specific absurdities," she said at last. "The library dust, my father's kettle. The way the grounds at Hogwarts smell after rain if no one important has ruined the day. But missing a place and consenting to its story about you are different acts." Harry looked out over the water. The river caught the last light and turned it briefly into metal. He said, "I don't know what I miss yet." "That's because you're still peeling off names that were handed to you before you could answer." He let out a breath that was almost laughter. "Is there any sentence you say that doesn't sound like it belongs in a mad prophecy?" "Yes," Luna said. "I'm very good at discussing soup." That did make him laugh, a small one. Tired. Real. The bridge charms above them chimed in answer, as if the world had begun to expect this kind of thing from them. Harry's hand drifted unconsciously toward his wand. He stopped himself before drawing it. Since the ferry, the resonance between them had not repeated in full, but it had not vanished either. Sometimes when they walked close together under certain weather, his wand felt fractionally warmer. Sometimes Luna would look up abruptly and say, "Don't think so sharply at the trees," as though the landscape had started hearing them in stereo. Neither of them knew what to do about it, so, like many truly dangerous developments, they continued moving. The mountains grew not all at once. Mountains never did. They gathered, suggested, replaced horizon with decision. The roads worsened accordingly. There came a point where rail lines ended and buses became erratic, and even locals began to shrug in that universal way, meaning after here, maps are between you and your gods. Past that point the villages thinned. Livestock bells replaced engines. The sky widened. Clouds cast shadows large enough to seem jurisdictional. Luna checked her map more often now, though not always by looking at it. Sometimes she simply stood still, palm open, eyes distant, while the wind moved around her as if choosing whether to confide. Harry had stopped finding that strange too. Fatigue altered standards. So did trust. On the morning of the 24th day, they climbed the last inhabited ridge before the land gave up pretending to belong neatly to human governments. The path was barely a path at all, only a scar through grasses silvered by cold and old hoof wear. Harry's breath burned, his knees hurt. The pack straps had rubbed one shoulder raw. Luna, walking ahead, paused so suddenly he nearly ran into her. What? She did not answer. She only stepped aside. Harry looked past her. And for a second, because scale arrived before comprehension, his mind refused the scene entirely. The world opened, not valley, not simple mountain basin, a plateau, vast enough that the word plateau immediately felt like an understatement invented by lesser geographies. It lay beyond the final ridge in a long, high expanse ringed by broken stone and far blue mountains, as if the earth had once lifted a kingdom toward the sky and then stopped just short of giving it walls. The air above it shimmered faintly, though the day was cold. Light moved wrongly there, not bent exactly, but gathered with more intention than weather justified. The grasses on the near edge were pale gold and silver green. Dark stone jutted through them in shelves and humps and old sleeping backs. Farther out, Harry could see boulder fields arranged with an almost architectural indifference, too regular to be accidental and too large to be built. And beneath everything, too low at first to name, there was a sound, not heard with ears alone. A hum. Harry stood completely still. The air on this ridge tasted sharply of ozone, though there had been no storm. It coated his tongue with the metallic promise of lightning waiting very patiently. Beside him, Luna let out a breath, as if some part of her had finally reached the end of a sentence begun years earlier. "There you are," she whispered. Harry looked at her, then back at the plateau. "This is it." "Yes, it looks," he stopped. There was no word large enough that would not also be inaccurate, not beautiful though it was, not empty though he saw no people, not wild though it had never, he thought, instantly been governed. "It looks awake," Luna said for him. Yes, Harry thought, that. The hum deepened as wind crossed the ridge, not louder, nearer. He adjusted the strap on his shoulder and took one step forward. The sensation was immediate, not pain, not threat, recognition. The plateau did not greet him as Hogwarts had greeted him, with old-built magic testing the shape of a child it had been taught to sort. This felt nothing like institutional welcome. It was more geological than social. The way stone might recognize pressure. The way weather might notice another weather system entering range. His scar remained completely still. That frightened him, absurdly, more than if it had burned. For years, it had been the first instrument through which power registered itself. Danger, dark magic, intrusion, prophecy, connection. Here there was only silence from it. The sensation rising through Harry instead came from somewhere lower and wider. As if the land were speaking directly to parts of him the scar had previously crowded out. Luna had already begun descending the ridge path. Harry followed because standing there too long felt like impoliteness. The first 100 yards down were ordinary enough. Loose shale. Wind, thin mountain grasses whispering against their boots. Then the hum changed. It moved from background to substrate. The rocks underfoot gave off tiny resonant notes when stepped on, not musical exactly but tuned. Stone speaking to stone. Harry crouched once and put his fingers against a flat outcrop the size of a table. He felt vibration, actual vibration. He jerked his hand back. Luna, 10 paces below, turned. "They're humming." "Yes, that seems like something you should have mentioned sooner." "I did, in a broad, conceptual way." Harry stared at the rock. "You really don't understand what counts as mentionable, do you?" "No," Luna said cheerfully. "I find that helps." They kept walking. The deeper they went, the less the plateau resembled anything Harry knew how to categorize. Patches of grass changed color with the angle of the wind. Hollow stones held pockets of warmer air as if small climates nested there. Once he saw what he thought were sheep moving far off across a rise, until one of them unfolded wings too long and thin for anything domesticated and glided soundlessly into a crack between standing stones. No birds sang. Instead, there were tonal shifts in the land itself. Hums, resonances, airy chimes when wind crossed certain ridges. By late afternoon, they reached a shelf of dark rock overlooking the interior plain. Here, the ozone taste strengthened until each breath felt almost charged. Harry's hair lifted along his forehead. The tips of his fingers tingled. Luna stopped and pressed her palm flat against the ground. Her eyes went distant. Harry set down his pack and looked outward. From this height, the plateau seemed even larger. Not endless. It had edges, true edges, far off where cliffs and mountain walls closed around it, but large enough to resist immediate possession by the eye. Near the center stood a low field of upright stones arranged in spirals or broken circles. Beyond that, something flashed silver in a ravine, water, perhaps, or exposed vein rock. Clouds moved over the plateau more slowly than they moved above the mountains, as though air behaved differently within its borders. Harry said, "Could a whole place really stay off every magical record for this long?" Luna did not open her eyes. Not if the records were made by honest people. He should have been irritated. Instead, he sat beside her on the shelf and let the wind pass over them both. For the first time since leaving Britain, he had no immediate next task to calculate. No train to catch, no border to cross, no paper to forge, no coin count to balance. There was only the plateau and the coming dark, and the fact that they had, impossibly, arrived somewhere not designed in advance by anyone who knew his name. The absence of structure was almost unbearable. "Now what?" he asked. Luna opened her eyes. "Now we ask it what it wants from us." Harry laughed once under his breath. "Of course we do." She seemed to consider him, the land, the failing light, all as pieces of the same equation. "You could also try a normal spell," she said. "See how the local field responds." Harry glanced at her. "That sounds suspiciously like experimentation." "Yes, on the unknown magical dead zone. Yes, with our lives." Luna's expression remained perfectly serene. "That is where the most interesting data lives." He shook his head and reached for his wand anyway. Perhaps because the absurdity of the moment had made him reckless. Perhaps because some part of him needed proof that ordinary spellcraft still existed here. Perhaps because after weeks of being carried by geography and instinct and Luna's impossible map, he wanted one small thing from the old world to work in a familiar way. Dusk was gathering fast enough that the shelf had started to gray at the edges. Harry rose, drew the Harley wand, and pointed it toward a patch of open air a few feet ahead. Lumos. He expected a glow, a modest white orb. Wand tip brightness, something human-scaled. What he got was sunrise with no patience. Light did not bloom from the wand, it detonated upward. A column of white-gold brilliance slammed into the darkening air like a spear driven through heaven, 30 feet high if it was an inch. A roaring vertical beam so intense Harry stumbled back on instinct and nearly dropped the wand. The stone beneath him answered with a full-bodied harmonic note. The upright circles far below flashed in sympathetic sequence like startled eyes. Every rock shelf within sight lit along hidden mineral seams. The entire plateau woke in one impossible sweeping geometry of reflected lines. Luna swore. Harry had never heard Luna swear before. The column held for 3 terrible, magnificent seconds. Then it fractured outward into branching ribbons of light that ran low over the ground like searching water before sinking, all at once, into the stone. Silence followed, not full silence. The hum remained. But now it sounded pleased. Harry stared at the smoking tip of his wand. Beside him, Luna stood very slowly. "Well," she said at last, voice almost reverent. "That's encouraging." Harry turned to her in disbelief. "Encouraging? You weren't rejected. I nearly announced us to the moon. Yes, but not in a hostile way." He looked out over the plateau, where the light had touched. Faint luminous traces still lingered in the rock like veins remembering lightning. Far below, something enormous moved once among the standing stones and then settled. Harry lowered the wand with great care. That was Lumos. "No," Luna said softly, eyes still on the glowing land. "That was what this place thought you meant when you asked for light." The sentence traveled through him like another kind of shock, not because it was poetic, because it was precise. Harry looked at his hand, at the wand, at the shelf of humming stone under his boots. The plateau had not amplified the spell mechanically. It had interpreted it, taken the shape of his request and answered in local scale, local grammar. Not classroom magic at all, then, not incantation plus will, something more collaborative, more dangerous. And perhaps, somewhere beneath the danger, more honest. The hum underfoot shifted again, not warning, invitation. Clouds were drawing low over the ring of mountains. Night would come fast here. They needed shelter or the beginning of one. Harry bent, collected his pack, and looked east across the vast awake dark that had just answered his smallest spell with a monument. Behind them lay Britain with its notices and memorials and failing war, its ministries searching for irregular movement, and its old men still trying, perhaps, to understand what had slipped beyond their narrative reach. Ahead lay a plateau where rocks sang, light behaved like intention made visible, and the first ordinary charm he had cast had become a declaration large enough to wake the land. Harry felt, very clearly, that the world had just become too large to fit any previous version of himself. For the first time, that did not feel like loss. It felt like beginning. He looked at Luna. She looked back with that unnerving calm of hers, green scarf moving in the charged wind. "So," Harry said, voice roughened by altitude, exhaustion, and the remains of impossible light, "the map had edges." Luna's mouth tilted. "Yes," she said. "It's the world that doesn't." Then, with the last brightness of his failed ordinary spell still haunting the stone, they walked down into the plateau's listening dark. Night on the plateau did not fall. It arrived by agreement. One moment the last of Harry's impossible light still haunted the rock in pale veins and fading seams, and the next the land seemed to decide it had shown them enough for one evening. Dusk did not merely deepen. It folded. The charged air darkened in layers, like silk being lowered over a lamp. The hum in the stone settled lower in pitch. Far off across the vast basin, shadows gathered around the standing circles as though something old had called them close. Harry stood on the shelf of dark rock with his wand still in hand and had the clear, unpleasant feeling that the plateau was now waiting to see what he would do next. He had never liked being watched by landscapes. Castles, yes, forests, reluctantly. Old magical places often carried a version of attention in them, but this was something else. Hogwarts watched like an institution, sorting, measuring, deciding which category a person belonged in. The Forbidden Forest watched like predator country, with its own rules and indifference to human importance. The plateau watched like a problem that had not yet decided whether it wanted him solved. "We need shelter," Harry said. Luna, who was still looking outward at the fading traces of light under the stone, nodded. "Yes, and preferably before this place decides Lumos means sunrise permanently." "That would be inconvenient," Harry gave her a look. "That's what you took from that." "No," Luna said. "Mostly I took that the land is listening more literally than Britain taught us to expect." He slid his wand back into his sleeve and hoisted the pack onto one shoulder. His body ached with the blunt, total soreness of long travel and insufficient sleep. Every muscle felt as though it belonged to an older, less forgiving person. He was cold, hungry, and more than a little frayed from the kind of wonder that did not soothe so much as overexpose. Shelter, he thought. Practicality. An ordinary ordinary problems had edges. They could be solved. He looked down the slope where the shelf broadened into a shallow basin half screened by jutting stone. It seemed defensible enough. There were overhangs there, perhaps, and windbreak potential. If he could manage a few structural reinforcement charms, maybe coax a rock wall into a more habitable angle. No, not coax. Shape, direct, build. He latched onto the distinction with relief. Direction, at least he understood. "There," he said, pointing to the basin. "Natural depression. Covered on one side. If we can close the northern gap, maybe raise a barrier, then—" Luna turned her head and listened to the wind for 2 long seconds. "That place doesn't want to sleep." Harry blinked. "What?" "The basin. It's a through channel." She pointed vaguely westward. "Air moves there with intention. We'd wake freezing and annoyed." He stared at the basin. It looked like a basin. Stone, grass, shelter-like qualities. No visible philosophical objections. How can you possibly know that? "It's arranged for movement, not staying." "That is not information, Luna. That is mood. All useful information becomes mood eventually." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. He was too tired to argue properly. "Fine, suggest somewhere else." She turned slowly in place, eyes moving over the darkening plateau. The green scarf at her throat stirred in the charged wind. Harry had seen her do this before in fragments, in corridors, on roads, at border towns where she listened to places rather than merely looking at them. But here the process seemed to intensify. The land had become legible to her in a language he did not speak. She stood so still that, for a second, the difference between girl and standing stone seemed mostly one of softness. Then she pointed farther downslope, toward a long, low arc of darker ground half hidden by silver grass. There. Harry followed her finger. All he saw was a ridge, low and uneven, no more obviously useful than the basin had been. That, yes, it's exposed. No, it's unfinished. He had no idea what that meant either. But the air was growing colder by the minute, and whatever else could be said of Luna's impossible spatial instincts, they had gotten them across half a continent without being arrested, devoured, or frozen to death. Which, by Harry's standards, qualified her method as worth testing. They climbed down in gathering dark. The ridge turned out to be stranger up close. What Harry had taken for a simple spine of stone was actually the curved beginning of something larger, like the back of a structure only partially remembered by the earth. The rocks there were smoother than elsewhere on the plateau, not worn exactly but arranged. Thin threads of pale mineral ran through them in arching lines. The ground underfoot hummed more softly, more evenly, as if less argument was happening here. Luna crouched and pressed her fingertips to the stone. Harry set down both packs and looked around with the practical desperation of someone trying not to think about how exposed he was. "There's no actual shelter," he said. "Not yet. Luna," she glanced up. "Yes. There is a stage of planning between not yet and sleeping in the open under a magical sky I've already offended once today. That stage is called asking." Harry stared at her. Then, because he honestly no longer knew whether he was tired enough to laugh or furious enough to begin, he said, "Right. Fine. Let's ask the rocks." Luna's head tilted in the faintest sign she'd heard the edge in his voice and was deciding not to object to it yet. "That might help," she said mildly, "though probably not like that." Harry turned away before he said something regrettable. The plateau around them had gone almost completely dark now, except for faint residual traces from his earlier lumos still sleeping under certain seams of stone. Above, the sky was deeper and sharper than any sky he remembered from Britain. The stars had arrived in frightening numbers. He needed walls, or at least one wall, something between his body and the cold intelligence of the open land, something physical, definable, ordinary, all right, he thought. One barrier, measured, controlled. No more interpretive magic. He drew his wand again and faced the northern edge of the ridge, where a shoulder of dark stone could perhaps be extended into a low defensive arc. The spell came to him from McGonagall's classroom, practical transfiguration-adjacent structural magic used for temporary wartime fortifications and training scenarios. He had never been brilliant at it, but competent enough. That mattered. Competence was a shape he knew. He set his feet, aimed carefully, and said, "Duro." Nothing happened for one blessed half-second, then the ridge exploded, not literally, not in fire or fragments. But the stone in front of Harry seized upward in a violent convulsion, 3 different lines of mineral hardening at once, and not in harmony. A slab the size of a dining table heaved itself vertical, twisted, and split. 2 adjoining rocks fused sideways into an ugly jut that would have killed anyone standing there. The ground bucked under Harry's boots. Somewhere to the left, a hairline crack raced through the shelf, with the sharp snapping sound of a bone deciding it no longer approved of its arrangement. Harry stumbled back, wand up. The ridge lurched again. What had been one low, workable line of stone became a jagged, asymmetrical burst of broken angles. More ruin than wall, as if some half-built fortress had tried to claw its way out of the plateau, and then died of architectural confusion halfway through. The hum underfoot went sour. Luna sprang up so fast her braid hit her shoulder. "Stop! I have stopped!" Not outwardly. What does that even? A second crack opened with a grinding groan along the base of the new ruin. One of the vertical slabs leaned ominously toward the Pax. Harry swore and threw a hastily instinctive countercharm that only made the central stone harden further into stubborn ugliness. The slab shuddered, seemed to consider collapse, and then froze in place at an angle so aggressively impractical it looked personal. Silence followed. Not true silence. The plateau still hummed. But the ridge itself had gone quiet in the rigid, offended way of a horse after a bad rider yanked the reins. Harry lowered his wand by inches. In front of him stood the ugliest piece of accidental fortification he had ever seen. It had all the useful qualities of a fractured tomb and the emotional atmosphere of a grudge. Luna looked from the ruin to Harry. Harry looked back. "Well," she said at last, "that was very British." He laughed once, a short, incredulous sound sharp with exhaustion. "Very British. You asked the land to become a wall because you were afraid and then disguised the fear as technique." Luna folded her arms. It objected. Harry stared at her as though she had suggested he'd offended gravity personally. "I used a structure spell." "Yes. On rock." "Yes. That is what structure spells are for, in Britain." He made a helpless gesture at the ruin. "Stone is stone." "No," Luna said, and there was no dreaminess in her voice now, only patient certainty. "That is precisely what this place keeps trying to tell you. Stone is history, pressure, memory. Preference, relationship to the fault lines below it, relationship to weather above it, relationship to the rest of the formation that still thinks of it as part of a body rather than a collection. You keep speaking to it like it's material." "It is material." "Yes, but not only." Harry looked at the twisted slab, then back at her. He hated with a clean and immediate honesty that she might be right, because the worst part was not that the spell had failed. Harry knew failure. He knew misfire, backblast, overcorrection. The worst part was that the magic had not felt wild. It had felt obedient. It had done exactly what something in him had really wanted, not shelter, control. He had wanted the land to stop being larger than him for 10 seconds and become useful in a way he recognized. The plateau, apparently, had taken that feeling and translated it into a monument to coercion. That was deeply irritating and, unfortunately, illuminating. Luna crouched again beside the ruined ridge and laid her palm against one of the cracked stones. The movement was so calm it embarrassed him more than if she had shouted. "Are you angry?" she asked the rock. Harry almost said something cutting and stopped himself just in time. The stone did not answer in words, obviously, but Luna's shoulders eased a fraction. "Only partly," she murmured, mostly to herself. "Mostly confused. You can't actually—" "Yes," she said without looking up. "I can." Harry shut his mouth. The night wind moved over them, carrying ozone and something older, mineral and green at once. The plateau's great listening stillness had not gone away. If anything, it had drawn closer around the small disaster Harry had made. He felt suddenly and vividly like a child in McGonagall's classroom who had reduced a desk to splinters and was being forced to stand beside the wreck while a better student explained what wood was for. That sensation, he discovered, did not improve with age. Luna patted the stone once, rose, and brushed dust from her skirt. "All right," she said. "You're done for now." Harry frowned. "Excuse me." "You're overtired, underfed, and carrying 6 years of institutional spell habits around like they're bones. The plateau has noticed. If you keep trying to cast from there, you'll either make a crater or a cathedral, and neither would help us sleep." "Luna." "No." The word landed softly. That somehow made it more effective. She stepped past him to the unspoiled side of the ridge and set down her own pack with the quiet authority of somebody who had already won the argument before the other person realized it had begun. Harry stood very still. He was accustomed to being directed in emergencies by adults, by Aurors, by Hermione, once or twice by Ginny in tones that made disobedience sound foolish. But this was different. Luna was not commanding him because she believed herself in charge generally. She was taking the work from him because here she was simply the more literate person. He found that humiliating in a way that was probably good for him and therefore especially unwelcome. "What am I supposed to do, then?" he asked. Luna looked over one shoulder. "Sit down. That's it. For now." Harry laughed, because otherwise he might have snapped at her for saying it like the obvious answer to all magical architecture was being told to sit quietly by Luna Lovegood under a hostile sky. "Brilliant. We've crossed Europe and founded a new civilization, and step one is apparently me being put in timeout." She seemed to consider the phrasing. "Yes," she said. "That sounds roughly right." Harry sat, not gracefully. He sat the way exhausted, annoyed boys sat when all their instincts told them movement ought to solve something, but the wiser, more infuriating part of the room had temporarily removed their right to make decisions. He chose a flat stone several paces back from the ridge and dropped onto it with arms folded. The night was cold enough now that every exhale showed silver. Luna did not speak to him for a long minute. She simply took off her shoes and set them aside, then stepped barefoot onto the dark rock as if entering water. Harry stared despite himself. "What are you doing?" "Not lying. That answer is getting really tiresome." "Yes," she agreed. "The truth is often repetitive when people keep trying to cast around it." She moved along the curve of the ridge slowly, eyes half closed, toes and soles finding the grain of the stone. Once she stopped and shifted her weight, not forward or back, but somehow down, as though listening through her skeleton. Harry could see almost nothing in the dark now, except the pale oval of her face and the slower pale shapes of her feet against the rock, but the whole posture of her had altered. Less like a girl examining ground, more like a tuning fork waiting for the struck note. Wind moved over the ridge. Luna followed its movement with her head, not in a dramatic way but in tiny calibrations, like someone orienting to a voice in another room. She knelt, palm down, moved again, sat cross-legged at last in the shallow hollow where the ridge made its longest curve, and placed both hands on the earth. Harry's irritation, though still present, had begun to compete with curiosity. He had seen her do strange things with atmosphere before. Small weather shifts, doors that seemed more willing to open around her, creatures that lost interest in fleeing. The subtle cooperation of space when Luna decided a place had better options than resistance, but this felt larger, not because there were sparks or spectacle. There were none. Because the entire posture of her had gone from girlhood into method. The plateau's hum, which had been more or less constant since dusk, began to alter. It did not increase in volume. It arranged itself. Certain notes came forward while others fell back. A lower resonance rose from somewhere beneath the ridge like a buried chord remembering its own architecture. Harry felt it first through the soles of his boots, then in the bones of his wrists where his hands rested on his knees. Luna spoke, very softly. Harry could not catch the words. Not because they were in another language exactly, because they were not arranged as speech meant for human memory. It sounded like breath timed to gradient, like the verbal equivalent of matching a current rather than opposing it. The ridge answered, not upward. Not yet. The smooth, dark stone in front of her shivered. Tiny lines of pale mineral glowed and went dim. A patch of grass at the ridge's edge bent all at once toward the center, as if some deeper air movement had taken hold. Harry found himself leaning forward without meaning to. Nothing happened for a long time after that. This, more than anything, undid his sense of magic as practice. At Hogwarts, slowness meant difficulty or failure. Even advanced spellwork announced itself in visible stages. Motion, incantation, effect. Time existed between cause and result, yes, but it was measurable, school-shaped, obedient to intent. This was different. Luna was not causing anything he could isolate. She was establishing terms. Harry watched her sit in the dark with hands on the earth and slowly, very slowly, felt the plateau stop treating her like a foreign body. The hum beneath the ridge deepened. A seam a few feet to her left widened by half an inch, not by force, but as though a sleeping muscle had stretched. Then another. Then the low arc of darker stone Harry had thought unfinished gave a long, subterranean groan that sounded less like breakage than waking. Harry stood, despite being told to sit. The ridge rose, not dramatically. not exploding upward the way his ruined fortification had. It lifted in sections, almost shyly, like an animal testing whether standing would hurt. One long shelf folded back on its own weight and settled into a natural slant. A second shouldered up behind it, fitting into the first with an ease that made Harry's earlier jagged wall look like vandalism. The ground along the northern edge puckered, then smoothed. Stone extruded from stone in curved laminae, each layer leaning just enough to break wind without closing the place entirely. Grass withdrew along the forming line and reappeared in other cracks, as if unwilling to be buried but perfectly willing to relocate. Luna did not move her hands. The ridge continued its impossible, patient ascent. Within minutes, though the plateau made time strange, and Harry could not later have sworn how many the half-formed line had become something unmistakable. A shelter, but one grown from landscape rather than imposed on it. 3 stone ribs arched backward around a shallow central space, leaving the east side open to the coming dawn. The roof was not a roof exactly. More overlapping ledges and natural shelves leaned together above head height, enough to break weather and trap warmth without ever pretending to be a room built by human dominance. The floor lifted slightly, dry and smooth in a natural bowl. Behind the structure, the ridge continued away into the dark, as if the whole thing had once intended to exist there anyway, and had merely needed somebody polite enough to ask what shape it was trying to become. The final note of the hum settled. Luna lifted her hands. The new shelter went still. Harry stared. Then, because his body was too honest for composure, he looked from the stone shelter to the twisted ruin he had made 20 yards away and said, "Oh!" Luna opened one eye. "That," Harry said, gesturing helplessly, "was stone." "Yes, and this is also stone." He let out a breath somewhere between awe and wounded pride. "That isn't fair." Luna blinked at him. "Fair? You sat down and asked nicely, and the mountain built you a house." "Not a house." Harry looked around the curved, wind-broken, perfect shelter. "No, it's too open to be a house. More like a first courtesy." He ran a hand through his hair and discovered it was standing up with static. "I used a structuring charm. You meditated at geology." "Yes, and yours worked." "Yes, that cannot possibly be the entire lesson." Luna pushed herself to her feet, wincing slightly as blood returned to one sleeping leg. "No, that's only the embarrassing part." Harry almost smiled against all reason, almost. Then the smile went away because the implication beneath it had settled properly. He was not simply less practiced here. He was illiterate. The shelter Luna had called from the ridge had more intelligence in its curves than his entire attempt contained. And she had done it not by overpowering the plateau, nor by translating it into familiar British spell categories, but by locating the emotion implicit in its geometry. What wanted to hold? What wanted to bend? What wanted to remain open? What wanted to guard without becoming prison? Emotion logic, Harry thought suddenly, though he did not know why the phrase arrived so cleanly. The land responded to feeling, not uncontrolled feeling. Not mere strength of emotion, but some clarified interior state for which incantation was only, perhaps, an optional accent. He hated how much that made sense of his own disasters. His magic had always been strongest when he stopped pretending and simply felt. Grief in the Department of Mysteries. Rage in the simulation chamber, refusal in the forest. But Britain had taught him to think of those moments as failures of discipline, embarrassing bursts of raw power awaiting correction. Maybe here the correction itself was the failure. Luna walked toward the new shelter and ducked inside. The overhanging stone took the wind and sent it upward in a low whisper. She touched one of the supporting ribs with something like affection. "It'll hold," she said. "For now." Harry followed more cautiously. Inside, the difference was immediate. Not warm exactly, but no longer naked to the night. The wind that had cut hard across the open shelf now passed over the arched stone and thinned into a manageable current. The floor underfoot was smoother than before, almost level in the center. There was even a shallow hollow near the back where packs could be set without sliding. Harry stood in the entrance and looked out toward the plateau's enormous dark. Then he looked back at Luna. "How did you know what to ask for?" She shrugged one shoulder. "I didn't precisely." "That is not reassuring." "It shouldn't be. Reassurance is usually just certainty performing badly." Harry sat again, this time on the shaped floor of the shelter. He was too tired to remain offended by her phrasing. "What did you do, then?" Luna settled opposite him, folding long legs under herself. The charged night painted her face in star-pale edges. "I listened for what the ridge already was," she said. "Not as rock in the abstract, as relationship, where it held tension, where it wanted continuation, where the wind had been asking the same question for hundreds of years, where the slope resented being open and where it liked being horizon. Then I tried not to lie to it." Harry frowned. "By asking for shelter?" "No, by wanting shelter precisely." The sentence hung there. Harry felt the first real stirrings of comprehension and disliked them immediately. "Explain." "You wanted safety," Luna said. "That's ordinary, but when you cast, the deeper shape of the wanting wasn't safety. It was command. You wanted the place to stop being unknown. That made the spell coercive, even though the incantation was standard." Harry did not answer, because she was right, and because some humiliating part of him had known she would be right the instant the wall went wrong. Luna continued, softer now, as if she could feel the bruise under the lesson and had no intention of striking it harder than necessary. "I wanted somewhere to sleep that would not force the plateau to become smaller than itself, so the ridge answered that wanting instead. Not a fortress, not a building, only enough." Harry leaned back against the smooth inner stone and shut his eyes for a moment. Enough. Britain did not do enough. Britain did categories, structures, answers that swallowed complexity and called the swallowing order. Harry himself had been made under that logic. The chosen one, the weapon, the sacrifice, the symbol. Everything must become legible. Everything must be turned into function, even people, especially people. Perhaps that was why the plateau had disliked his first attempt so much. He had treated it the way Britain had treated him. When he opened his eyes again, Luna was taking dried bread and cheese from the packs. "Eat," she said. He accepted the bread without argument. For a while they chewed in silence, while the night settled more fully around the shelter. Far off, something large called once across the plateau, not bird, not beast he recognized, more like wind moving through a throat made of bronze. Harry said after a long time, "You said I was done for tonight." "Yes." "What if we need fire? We probably do." He looked up. Luna met his gaze. "Which is why you're not making it." "That feels insulting." "It is." Harry gave a small, unwilling laugh into the crust of bread. She handed him the cheese. Then, without ceremony, Luna twisted in place and laid her palm against the back wall of the shelter. Not spellcasting posture, not wand raised. Just contact. The hum in the stone shifted. Somewhere under the floor, a pocket of warmer air rose. It gathered near the center of the shelter floor in a shallow depression Harry had not noticed before. A moment later, a thread of blue-white light opened there like a crack between temperatures. Not flame. Not exactly heat. The air in the hollow thickened, brightened, and then a low, contained fire settled into being without wood, wick, or smoke. It burned close to the stone, fed by nothing Harry could name, and filled the shelter with a careful warmth that never once leapt high enough to threaten the overhang. He stared. Luna withdrew her hand. "How did you do that?" "I asked the trapped heat in the shelf below to remember it preferred movement." Harry looked from her to the fire to her again. That is not a sentence that should work. Yet, the warmth spread slowly through the shelter. Harry's shoulders, which had been drawn tight for hours, loosened by a degree. He held his hands out toward the small, pale fire and said, "So what now? I just stop using spells." "No." Luna tucked her feet under her skirt and watched the contained heat as if it had interesting opinions. "You stop believing spells are the same thing as magic." Harry sat with that. It was, in a way, the most heretical thing anyone had said to him since he was 11, more heretical than refusing the ministry, more heretical than burning the prophecy, more heretical, perhaps, than faking his own death. Because all of those acts still existed within a world where Hogwarts education was real and central, and only its uses had become corrupted. This was deeper. If Luna was right, If incantation was not magic, but only one grammar among many, then whole empires had been built atop a narrowing. No wonder Britain feared places like this. No wonder it called other traditions primitive, eccentric, improper, dark, unstable. To admit the legitimacy of emotion logic, environmental consent, relationship-based casting. To admit that magic might not belong to the ministry's categories at all, would be to admit that power had been hoarded partly by controlling the language through which people thought it could happen. Harry had been raised inside that grammar, schooled into it, measured against it, nearly sacrificed under it, and now Luna Lovegood, sitting barefoot by a heat fire in a shelter she had quietly asked out of the stone, was telling him that the grammar itself was provincial. He found that both infuriating and exhilarating. "How do I learn it?" he asked. Luna looked up. There it was then, the real shift, not because Harry had asked for help. He had done that before, in libraries, in duels, in crises. He had asked Hermione for answers, Lupin for technique, Sirius for belief, Dumbledore for truths that never came in complete form. This was different because he was not asking as the boy temporarily outmatched in one scenario and needing a tactic. He was asking as someone prepared, however unwillingly, to become a student in a field where another person knew more. Luna seemed to understand that, so did Harry. "That depends," she said. "On what? Whether you want to learn it or merely control it faster than it can change you." He almost objected, then stopped, because the honest answer even now was that both desires lived in him. The first was better, the second was older. Britain had carved it in. "I don't know yet," he said. "That's a better beginning than pretending." The fire hummed faintly in its hollow. Wind moved over the shelter roof. The larger hum of the plateau continued beneath everything, patient and immense. Luna drew one knee up and rested her chin on it. "Tomorrow I'll show you the first exercise." Harry eyed her suspiciously. "If it involves me asking grass about its childhood, I'm leaving." "It involves water." "That's slightly less mad. It's much more difficult." He groaned softly and let his head thump back against the stone. Morning on the plateau was not kind. Beautiful, yes, but not kind. Harry woke in pale silver cold to discover that sleeping inside a carefully persuaded stone shelter did not make one's spine cease to object to travel, or one's boots dry themselves, or one's mind less vulnerable to the immediate humiliation of training under Luna Lovegood before breakfast. The plateau outside had become vast again in daylight, every line sharpened. The standing stones in the distance looked nearer than they were. The grasses moved in coordinated swathes that suggested more than mere wind. The air still tasted faintly of ozone. Luna had been awake for some time. Harry knew this because a small pile of edible-looking roots had appeared by the entrance, and because she was sitting 10 yards away with her hands in a basin of collected dew, apparently contemplating water with criminal serenity. He pushed himself upright and regretted all his joints. "How long have you been up?" "Since dawn." "That's disgusting." She looked over. "You say that as if Dawn has personally wronged you." "It has, repeatedly." Harry crawled out of the shelter, splashed his face with cold water from one flask, and immediately wanted to go back to being dead for another 15 minutes. Luna waited until he had eaten half a root and stopped looking like he might bite someone, then stood. All right. Harry had fought Death Eaters with less apprehension. "What's first?" She pointed to a low stone bowl in the earth a few paces away. Overnight, condensation had gathered in it from the shelf above. A pool the size of 2 cupped hands lay there, perfectly still. "Make it move." Harry stared. "That's it." "Yes." He looked at the water. "Like with a charm." "No." He looked at her. "Then how exactly?" "By wanting it to move without wanting to prove you can make it." He closed his eyes once. "This place is unbearable." "Yes," Luna said, "but honestly." Harry crouched by the little pool. The water was clear enough to show the mineral grain beneath it. Thin light from the morning sky sat in it like polished metal. He had moved water before, of course. Aguamenti, siphoning charms, levitation in emergencies, even steam manipulation in potions disasters. Easy. Mechanical. Taut. But this was different. No wand, no incantation, no handle, only wanting, which was exactly the problem. Harry had spent years learning that wanting in itself was unreliable, dangerous, a source of manipulation. People asked what he wanted only when they meant to shape the answer. Dumbledore especially. Even concern often came with rails hidden inside it. What did it mean to want precisely in a place that would answer honestly? He looked at the water and tried to make it move. Nothing happened. He tried concentrating harder. Nothing. He tried imagining it lifting, rippling, spilling toward him. The pool remained maddeningly calm. Behind him, Luna said, "You're thinking in diagrams." "That is because diagrams work. In Britain." Harry clenched his jaw. He tried again, this time with less visual force and more direct internal command. "Move." The water shivered once and then froze into stillness more complete than before. Luna sighed very quietly. "What now?" Harry asked, already annoyed. "You're ordering?" "Yes, yes." He turned to glare at her. Luna folded her hands in front of her. "You're treating the water like an underperforming student." Harry looked back at the pool. This time he tried to notice it before acting. How cold it was, how the wind touched one edge first, how the stone bowl held it rather than trapped it, how surface tension gave it a skin, how the morning light sat on it lightly without claim. Move, he thought again, but not as command, not obey. Move because movement was already part of what water was. The pool trembled. One thin ring crossed the surface. Then nothing. Harry felt an absurd spike of triumph anyway. Luna annoyingly noticed. "There," he looked up. "That was barely anything." "Yes, which is why it was yours." The words landed deeper than she may have intended. Barely anything. Truly his, no prophecy in it, no war, no witness. No need to save or defend or prove. Just a tiny honest ripple in a mountain pool because Harry had, for 1 second, wanted in a way the world did not have to translate around fear. He looked back at the water, suddenly more wary of success than failure. It took him 2 hours to make it rise. Not elegantly, not continuously. A single bead lifted from the pool and hovered for perhaps half a second above the stone before splashing back down, but it rose. And when it did, Harry felt the same strange internal click he'd felt on the ferry and in the greenhouse, and beside Luna's wand in the forest, not full resonance, but the sense of some locked alignment becoming fractionally more possible. He straightened, damp-haired and furious and hungry and unexpectedly alive. Luna, seated cross-legged nearby, gave a single approving nod. "What did I do differently?" "You stopped trying to win against the exercise." Harry frowned. "That's not very practical." "It's the most practical thing you've learned all month." They moved on to stone in the afternoon, not raising ridges this time, only locating tension in rock with bare hands. Harry failed repeatedly and with variety. Sometimes he felt nothing. Sometimes he felt too much and ended up dizzy, as if the plateau's geology had more emotional texture than his nervous system was built to process cleanly. Once, he mistook buried warmth for structural willingness and nearly reopened the crack under his own ruined wall from the night before. Luna corrected him with infuriating calm. "No, that line wants to fracture." "How can you tell?" "It feels sharp." "All rock feels sharp, emotionally." "That is not a real category." "It is here." By dusk, Harry had learned 3 things. First, Luna was not making metaphors. The plateau did seem to carry qualities his body could eventually learn to distinguish if he stopped filtering every sensation through school logic first. Second, his own magic was indeed reactive, but not random. It answered the truest shape beneath his conscious intent. That made dishonesty, even subtle self-deception, dangerous in a place that amplified meaning more readily than wording. Third, Luna was enjoying being right far more than she let show. He discovered the third when he misjudged a patch of scree and slid half a yard downhill in loose stone, only to hear her say, in a tone almost saintly with composure, "The slope disliked your assumptions." Harry turned, panting. "You're absolutely impossible." "Yes," she said, and for the first time all day the full smile arrived. Brief, bright, unmistakable, but very educational. He laughed then because there was no use not doing. and the stone under their feet answered with a soft, harmonic note, as though the plateau itself had decided that was closer to the correct lesson than any incantation Harry had brought from Britain. Days became instruction, then weeks. The shelter remained, gradually altering around them as Luna asked for small continuations and the ridge allowed them. A second overhang formed after 3 days of rain. A shallow storage niche appeared in the back wall after Harry spent 2 full evenings honestly wanting a place for the packs that was not a tactical improvement or proof of usable command, but simply somewhere dry for their bread. That, Luna pointed out with only minimal smugness, was his first successful architectural request. The plateau responded best when no part of him was hiding from itself. That turned out to be a monstrous standard. Harry discovered, one humiliating exercise at a time, how rarely he wanted simple things simply. Water became a mirror too quick to obey. Heat answered when he admitted cold without shame, but failed spectacularly when he tried to prove competence through resilience. Once, attempting to draw warmth from the stone while secretly furious at Britain, he called up a ribbon of white fire that cut a line across the grass 20 feet long and woke something winged in the ravine below. Luna, after helping him contain it, sat him down on the ridge and said, "You cannot use anger as a master key here. It works. It detonates. That still counts as working in some situations." "Yes, but not for cooking lentils." Harry had no counter-argument. The power dynamic between them reversed so gradually it would have been easy not to name if both of them had been less honest. At Hogwarts, even in Luna's freest moments, Harry had occupied the center of events. The chosen one, the more dangerous target, the boy around whom adults arranged secrecy and conflict. Luna had been perceptive, yes, and crucial in ways others overlooked, but always at an angle to the formal story. Here the angle became the axis. Luna knew what the stone meant when it went quiet. She knew how to feel buried water routes with her palms flat to the ground. She knew which grasses could be braided into sleeping mats without offending the shelf they grew on, and which should be left alone because they were holding a conversation with the morning. She could ask warmth from shaded rock, cool from deeper seams, a break in the wind from an otherwise open rise. Not always, not effortlessly, but with enough fluency that the plateau had stopped treating her as a visitor and started treating her as someone in dialogue. Harry was the novice. Worse, he was the kind of novice used to being competent elsewhere. The plateau punished that specifically. It did not punish ignorance. Ignorance could learn. It punished false certainty, coercive reflex, emotional dishonesty hidden under polished form. Every habit Britain had rewarded in institutional magic became, here, a source of distortion. Some evenings, Harry went out beyond the shelter alone and sat on the high shelf above the standing stones, furious at himself for failing so often at tasks that should have been beneath him by ordinary standards. He could duel grown wizards, survive basilisks, produce defensive magic under lethal pressure. But ask water to rise honestly? Ask warmth without domination? Ask stone for continuation rather than occupation? Those things stripped him raw. Luna always found him eventually, not because she followed. Because, as Harry slowly understood, the cooperative resonance between them had begun to mature into a subtler awareness. Not readable thought, not anything so dramatic. Just a sense of directional pressure, of each other's magic as weather systems detectable at range. If Harry went too far into anger, Luna felt the plateau tighten in response and came to retrieve him before he accidentally declared war on an entire ridgeline. One twilight, she sat beside him on the shelf without speaking for several minutes. At last, Harry said, "I hate being bad at this." "Yes." He turned, almost irritated by the lack of consolation. Luna looked out across the darkening plain. "That's not the part to hate." "What's the part to hate, then?" "That you only feel entitled to learn if you can already imagine being excellent." He went still. The wind moved through the silver grass below them. Harry said after too long, "Did Dumbledore do that to me, or was it there already?" Luna considered carefully. "Britain did," she said. Dumbledore merely made strategic use of it. The sentence entered him like cold water, because it was right. And because it offered no simple villainy clean enough to carry all the blame. Harry had been built, yes. Pressured, yes. Used, certainly. But the habits by which he now failed the plateau had been rewarded by more than one man. Quickness under pressure. Usefulness before rest. Coercion disguised as responsibility. Emotional suppression mistaken for maturity. The performance of self-control at the cost of self-knowledge, all good British virtues, all terrible languages for this place. He put his elbows on his knees and looked down at his hands. What if I never get it? Luna tilted her head. You already are. No, I'm not. Yes, slowly, offensively, in a way that will continue to injure your pride, but yes. He let out a laugh against his will. That was Luna's gift, perhaps more than maps or environmental magic. She made transformation sound neither noble nor mystical. Only stubbornly possible. By the end of the 4th week, Harry could move water without touching it, though only if he first let go of the urge to impress himself. By the 6th, he could ask a patch of loose shale to settle into a safer path, provided he genuinely wanted passage more than dominance. By the 7th, he managed warmth from stone on a cold morning without producing flame at all. When it worked, the sensation inside him was unlike conventional spellcasting, not power leaving him, alignment passing through, as though his interior state and the local logic of the plateau had, for one clean instant, agreed on what reality ought to do next. He began to understand why Luna called it honesty, and why clarity of emotion might, in a place like this, be more potent than clarity of wand motion. One evening, after a day of sleet and difficult progress with buried water channels, Harry came back to the shelter to find Luna standing in the entrance, one hand on the curved stone rib, watching the west go gold behind storm cloud. "I've been thinking," he said, setting down the gathering basket. "That sounds exhausting." "It is." He came to stand beside her. The shelter they had slept in for weeks no longer felt like a temporary courtesy. The ridge had thickened subtly around it, widened the threshold, softened one corner where Harry habitually struck his shoulder. The plateau, it seemed, was adjusting to their repeated truths. He said, "At Hogwarts they always talked as if emotion made magic unstable." "Yes. But here, emotion isn't the instability," Luna said. "Dishonesty about emotion is." Harry looked outward. The standing stones in the distance caught the last light like old teeth. He thought of Dumbledore speaking calmly about burdens. Snape calling rage weakness unless he wanted it weaponized. The Ministry reducing fear into administrative language. Himself, year after year, pretending anger was duty or grief was urgency or terror was courage, because those translations made him easier to use. Maybe magic had always known the difference. Maybe Britain's whole civilization depended on pretending it didn't. "What do we call this?" he asked quietly. Luna turned her face to the wind, considering. Then she said, "Emotion logic." Harry looked at her. She smiled faintly. "I thought you'd like the sound of it." He almost said it was ridiculous. Instead, he found himself nodding, because the phrase was strange enough to be true. The plateau hummed under their feet, low and vast, and listening. And in the shelter grown from a ridge he had first tried to command, and then learned, slowly, painfully, to approach with cleaner wanting. Harry Potter stood beside Luna Lovegood and realized that the first real education of his life had begun only after he left school. Harry first noticed the change because the plateau stopped feeling large, not small. Never small, but locatable. It happened in the middle of an otherwise miserable morning. The wind had teeth. The sky was the color of old pewter, and Luna had been making him spend an hour with both palms pressed to a split rock face. Until the stone decides you are not just waiting to win. Harry had already decided that was nonsense, then been forced to admit after 43 minutes of cold irritation that the rock really did seem less resistant once he stopped silently swearing at it. He pulled his hands away, flexed numb fingers, and stood, then froze. The sensation came all at once. Not a sound, not a vision, not pain, a pull deep under the plateau. somewhere far below the stone shelf and shelter ridge and standing circles and hidden ravines. Something existed with such density of magical presence that Harry's whole body reacted before his mind found language for it. He felt it under his breastbone first, a downward pressure like the first drop of an elevator, then along the insides of his arms. Then, strangest of all, in the space just behind his eyes, where orientation usually lived. South was no longer merely south. Down was no longer only down. The land had a center. Harry turned slowly in place. The pull moved with him, correcting, patient, absolute. Luna, who had been sitting a little way off with her boots off and her skirt tucked under her knees, looked up at once. "You feel it," Harry swallowed. "Yes." Luna did not smile. That more than excitement would have told him the moment mattered. "How long?" he asked. She rose in one fluid motion and came toward him over the grass. The green scarf at her throat moved lightly in the cold wind. "I started hearing it 3 days ago," she said. Harry blinked. 3 days? "Yes, you didn't tell me." "I wanted to be sure it was speaking and not merely thinking very loudly." He stared at her. "Luna, that distinction is important." "No, the important distinction is that there is apparently a giant magical something under the plateau, and you waited 3 days to mention it." She considered that and nodded. "Yes, that was also important." Harry made a low, disbelieving sound in his throat, then looked back down through the stone as if, by glaring hard enough, he might force the world to offer an easier explanation. The pull did not weaken. If anything, once named, it became clearer. There, beneath them and a little eastward. Beneath layers of rock and pressure and time, so old Harry could not imagine a people who had first known it. It did not feel like a hidden cache or buried ward or any magical structure he had encountered before. There was no artificiality in it, no sense of something made. It felt geological. Alive in the way volcanoes were alive, in the way storms were alive. Not conscious as a person was, but not passive either. A concentration of force that had accumulated around itself until surrounding reality had been changed by the fact of its existence. Harry said more quietly, "What is it?" Luna's expression shifted into that particular stillness he had learned to associate with care rather than uncertainty. "I think," she said, "it is the Heartstone." The name landed so neatly he distrusted it immediately. That sounds like the sort of thing people make up after finding a cave. "Yes," Luna said, "but in this case I think the cave came after." He looked at her sharply. She kept her gaze on the eastern slope. "I found references weeks ago in some of the creature lore margin notes, not direct ones, more absences around a shape, herd routes that bent around one unmarked center, predators that never nested above certain fault lines. A prohibition in one old shepherd song my father published once because he thought it was about polite thunderstorms." Harry had long since stopped assuming a sentence was unhelpful simply because it contained the words "my father" and "polite thunderstorms" in sequence. "And?" he asked. And beneath several versions of the nonsense there was one repeated warning. Luna's voice dropped. "That every true land has a heart somewhere. Most sleep, some die, a very few listen." The wind moved across the ridge and down into the plateau. Harry felt the pull again, harder now that his attention had given it room. "And this one's listening?" "Yes." "And you didn't think that was urgent?" "I thought it was inevitable." That was not better. Harry looked toward the standing stones far below, then farther east where the plateau folded inward into broken shelves and long seams of dark rock. He had spent weeks here learning to move water honestly and ask warmth from stone without accidentally inventing a religion. The plateau had become difficult, infuriating, beautiful, but not yet personal. Now it seemed to have been withholding its real fact. "What does it want?" he asked. Luna's eyes went distant. "I don't think it wants in the way humans do, but it is available." That was enough to make his stomach tighten. Nothing vastly magical was ever merely available in Harry's experience. It was guarded, cursed, layered in tests, hidden behind adult lies, baited with prophecy, or all four at once. He said, "What's the catch?" Luna looked at him with unnerving directness. "You," Harry laughed once without humor. "Of course." "No, really?" That was the joke. It wasn't a joke. She folded her arms against the wind. I can hear it enough to know what it is, roughly, not enough to claim it. The plateau has let me speak with it, but not for it. It needs something else for that. Harry already knew the answer, not intellectually. In the heavier, more exhausted way one recognizes a role before agreeing to it. Anchor, he said. Luna nodded. His magic had always done anchoring whether he wanted it to or not, holding against pain, against pressure, against other people's intentions, against narratives shoved into his hands like weapons. It had answered grief and fury because those were the emotions least likely to lie about survival. The trouble was that in Harry's life, being needed as an anchor had never yet led anywhere good. He looked east again and said, "Tell me everything." The old route began at the standing circles. They had seen the stones from the day they first descended onto the plateau. But from a distance, they had seemed merely one more impossible feature among many, a spiral field of ancient uprights half sunk into the earth. Too regular to be natural and too old to feel built. Harry had wanted to investigate them earlier. Luna had said not yet, in the tone that meant the land had suggested impatience would be stupid. Now, walking out across the silver-gold grass with the pull under his ribs strengthening at every step, Harry understood why. The standing circles were not monuments, they were lids. There were 19 stones in all, though Harry did not at first believe the count because the arrangement refused ordinary geometry. Some stood alone. Others leaned in pairs. 3 had fallen and lay like broken ribs in the grass, and yet the overall field still held its shape, a nested pattern of arcs and openings that seemed to change depending on where a person stood. The hum of the plateau thickened as they approached. No birds crossed above it. Even the wind altered, moving lower through the grass with a whispering drag as if reluctant to rise over the stone field. Luna slowed. "Do you feel that?" Harry almost said no on reflex and then caught himself, because false answers had become more dangerous here than embarrassment. "Yes." "What?" "Not one thing." He closed his eyes briefly. "Pressure, warnings, memory maybe, and something like being measured." Luna seemed satisfied. "Good. That's good. It means the circles still work." Still, she put one hand on the nearest upright stone. Up close, the rock was stranger than distance allowed. Not carved with runes in any familiar sense, but the surface held long, shallow grooves and weather-smoothed depressions that suggested touch over centuries. Creature touch, Harry thought unexpectedly, not chisel marks. Where? Tall things leaning antlers against stone, smaller things circling in habitual paths. The field smelled faintly of rain even though the day was dry. "These weren't made by wizards," Luna said softly. Harry touched another stone. Cold shivered into his palm, but not dead cold. The cold of submerged things, deep strata, caves. What made them? Probably many kinds of people at different times. Luna's fingers moved over the worn grooves. But not ministries, not schools, not governments as Britain would recognize them, more likely agreements. A place like this would attract care. Harry looked around at the standing circles with new unease. That means something guarded it on purpose. Yes, the grass to his right shifted, both of them turned. At first Harry saw nothing. Then the light changed, and the creature separated itself from the stone. It stood shoulder-high to a horse, maybe taller, with the long chest and deep ribs of something built for mountain air. Its coat was not fur, but a fine dark layering that looked like basalt polished by rain. Along its spine ran pale mineral striations. The antlers, if antlers they were, rose in sweeping branchless arcs of black glass that caught the weak daylight and held it without reflection. Its eyes were silver. It watched them without fear. Harry's hand moved to his wand. Luna's hand closed on his wrist immediately. "Don't." The creature's ears, stone-thin, translucent at the edges, twitched once. Then another emerged from between 2 fallen uprights, then a third farther off, a whole small herd revealing itself by increments, all silent, all silver-eyed. Their hooves made no sound in the grass. "What are they?" Harry breathed. Luna's voice had gone very soft. "I think they're what some of the notes called threshold cervids." Harry stared at her. That is a made-up phrase. All phrases are made up. This one happens to be accurate. The first creature lowered its head toward the nearest standing stone. One glass-black antler touched weathered rock. The entire circle field hummed, not loud, not threatening. A note more felt than heard, rising from the ground through Harry's legs and into his spine. The pull under his ribs sharpened and pointed east-southeast through the innermost opening between the stones. Path, Harry thought, or permission. The lead cervid lifted its head and stepped backward. Luna let go of Harry's wrist. "I think," she said, "we're being shown." Harry did not move at once. Because the old instinct remained. Every great magical invitation had a trap hidden in its spine, but the cervids did not advance. The stones did not close. The plateau around them did not tense in warning. The sensation running through the land felt nothing like the poisonous courtesy of British tests. This was not temptation. It was assessment. Harry took one step forward, the hum altered but did not harden. Luna followed beside him, though slightly behind, as if instinct or etiquette had placed him first in the line without either of them formally choosing it. They crossed the outer ring. The air inside changed at once. Cooler, denser, like the moment before entering deep water. Harry's scar remained still, so still that he kept noticing its silence again and again like an absence shaped into relief. Whatever lay beneath this place did not touch that part of him at all. It reached elsewhere. Into the newer territory he had only begun to recognize, the part of him that could feel slope, pressure, grain, edge. Magic not as weapon or wound, but as environment. They passed through the second opening, then the third. At the center of the innermost spiral lay what Harry had first taken for an ordinary depression in the ground. It was not ordinary. The grass there grew shorter and almost white. The earth formed a shallow bowl no more than 10 feet across, and at its center a narrow split descended into darkness. Not a cave mouth exactly, more like the earth had once been struck and the seam never fully healed. Cold breathed up from it in steady intervals, carrying the mineral smell of deep stone and hidden water. Around the split, half hidden under dirt and lichens, ran a ring of old marks. Harry crouched. Not runes, not exactly, not any alphabet he knew, but a repeated visual logic of circles broken by downward lines, antler shapes opening over a central point, and pairs of hands or claws or roots. It was hard to tell which turned inward rather than out. Luna knelt opposite him. "These are older than the Confederation," she whispered. Harry touched one of the worn symbols. It flashed cold through him, and the downward pull became so sharp his breath caught. "There's a passage," he said. "Yes." "How deep?" Luna closed her eyes. When she answered, she sounded farther away than the few feet between them should have allowed. Deep enough that the plateau forgot sky before it reached it. Harry looked into the narrow split and fought the absurd urge to laugh. Of course, the buried heart of an ancient magical dead zone would be found through a not-quite cave guarded by glass-antlered creatures, and described by Luna in sentences no sane guidebook would print. "How do we get down?" Luna opened her eyes and met his. Together. The passage had not been made for ordinary humans. It was just wide enough to admit them sideways in places, opening unexpectedly into slanted chambers, and then closing again into cracks where Harry had to exhale fully to slide through. The light behaved badly below ground. Wands worked, but only if used with humiliating restraint. One careless lumos would have turned the shaft into a lighthouse. Luna instead asked certain pale seams in the wall to remember moonlight, and the stone complied with a dim internal glow that moved ahead of them in pools rather than beams. Harry hated how much he preferred that to wand light. The descent took hours or minutes. Below the plateau, time behaved like distance had earlier present, but untrustworthy. Sometimes the passage sloped naturally. Sometimes it dropped in sheer shelves where old carved footholds still scored the rock. Worn smooth by centuries of use from beings lighter or more sure-footed than Harry felt. Once they reached a chamber full of thin crystal growths that chimed when the deep current moved through them, and Luna made him stand absolutely still for 10 whole minutes because, in her words, They're listening for whether your fear has teeth. Harry had not asked what happened if it did. He was beginning to suspect that many useful survivals came from declining perfectly available information. The deeper they went, the less the Heartstone felt like a point, and the more it felt like a weather system under the earth. Pressure gathered in layers. The air grew warmer in pulses and colder between them. Harry's palms tingled continually. Twice he had to stop and sit on a ledge because the downward pull became so strong his body interpreted it as falling. Luna never once suggested turning back. That, more than the descent itself, unsettled him. "What aren't you saying?" he asked when they paused beside an underground stream no wider than his outstretched hand. The water ran black over silver rock and vanished under a low shelf with no sound at all. Luna, who was crouched with her fingers in the current, did not answer at once. Finally she said, "Bonding might kill you." Harry looked at her. "Right," he said after a beat. "That feels like the sort of sentence that should not be saved for the middle of a cave." Luna drew her hand out of the stream. The water on her fingers gleamed faintly in the stonelight before sinking into skin. "I knew it before. I know it properly now. And you were just going to wait until we were trapped underground to mention it? We aren't trapped." Harry gave her a long stare. "Luna?" She stood and faced him fully. The dim glow from the cave walls caught in her hair and made it look almost silver. "The Heartstone doesn't need a visitor," she said. "It needs a steward pair, one to speak, one to bind the speaking to survival. If the anchor is too weak or divided or still choosing performance over truth." She let the sentence stop where it wanted to stop. Harry felt the implications settle. "Then it breaks them," he said. "Yes." He leaned back against damp rock and closed his eyes for a second. There it was again. The old shape. Harry needed because Harry useful, because Harry strong enough to survive what ought to have killed someone else. The difference, the crucial, infuriating difference, was that Luna had not maneuvered him into it. She had not lied. Not beyond waiting too long to say the obvious risk, which he suspected she considered a mercy. She would have turned back if he said so. That made it harder. "When did you know it had to be me?" he asked. Luna's answer came immediately. "When the plateau stopped listening to me as if I were temporary." Harry opened his eyes. "That's not an answer." "It is." Her voice softened. "I can hear it, speak with it a little, but it keeps turning toward where you are even when I'm the one asking questions. You're the anchor, Harry. Not because the story says you must be, because the land does." That should not have helped. Yet it did, for perhaps the first time in his life the role laid in front of him had not been decided by prophecy, institution, bloodline, or adult design. It had emerged from months of actual becoming. Training, failure, change. The plateau had watched him struggle honestly enough that now, when it asked more, the request did not feel like leash or altar. It felt like consequence. He hated that consequence might still kill him, but he understood it. "What happens if we leave it alone?" he asked. Luna glanced down into the stream. "Nothing immediate. The plateau continues sleeping in pieces. The Heartstone continues listening without stewards. But places like this don't stay unclaimed forever, Harry, not in a world that inventories magic the way empires do." He knew that, too. If Britain or Durmstrang or any confederated bureaucrat ever learned what lay beneath this dead zone, they would measure it, fence it, weaponize it, sanctify it, and kill everything living around it in the process of calling that order. Harry straightened. "All right," he said. Luna did not move. "All right," she repeated. He nodded once. "We finish." She searched his face the way she had learned to do on the plateau, not for performance, but for the shape under it. Whatever she saw seemed to satisfy her. They moved on. The chamber of the Heartstone was not grand. That was what undid him first, not because it lacked scale. It did not. The cavern opened around them with cathedral breadth, the ceiling lost somewhere in mineral dark above. Long black columns rose from floor to vault like the roots of a mountain turned inward. Streams crossed the stone in narrow shining lines and disappeared beneath shelves of obsidian and pale quartz. The very air seemed dense with old pressure, but grandeur implies audience. This place had never cared whether it was seen. The Heartstone lay at the center of the chamber in a basin of split rock, half buried and fully impossible. Not a crystal, not a boulder, not any single material Harry recognized. It was roughly egg-shaped, perhaps 12 feet high, with layers like banded agate and cooled lava and translucent mineral shot through one another in slow, impossible spirals. At first glance, it looked dark. Then the internal light moved, and Harry saw entire rivers of gold-white pulse within it, slow as blood through something geological and alive. The pull he had followed from the surface ended here. No, not ended, resolved. The stone was the center of the plateau's listening, the source of the hum, the buried grammar from which all the surface magic took tone and temperature. Harry felt it not with his scar, not with any spell sense he had known at Hogwarts, but with the new internal compass that had been forming in him ever since the first day on the shelf. Home, some deep animal part of him said, not because he belonged to it yet, because it was the thing around which belonging could now be arranged. Around the Heartstone, in patient stillness, sat the Guardians. Harry counted 6 at first, and then realized there were more shapes folded into the dark beyond them. Some were the glass-antlered cervids from the surface, though larger, their mineral coats duller under the underground glow. Others were different. Long-bodied creatures like cave lions if lions had been sculpted from slate and old smoke, with luminous seams running beneath skin. On a higher ledge, something winged clung upside down, membranous and faceted, its eyes closed as if sleep were one mode of vigilance among many. None approached, none fled. The entire chamber watched. Harry's mouth had gone dry. Luna stepped forward until she stood at the edge of the split basin. The light from the Heartstone moved over her face and turned her eyes into reflective silver. "It knows we're here," she whispered. "Yes," Harry said, though he had not meant to answer, because the knowing was obvious, not human knowing, not even creature knowing. The Heartstone did not turn its attention toward them because it had never not been aware of their descent from the moment they crossed the standing circles. They were not arrivals to it, only specifics. Luna took a very careful breath. "I can hear fragments." "What kind of fragments?" Her brow furrowed. "Pressure, place names that aren't words, whether from before the current mountain line. Agreements, so many agreements." Harry looked at the Guardians ringing the chamber and felt the truth of that. This had never been a treasure simply hidden. It had been held in relation. By creatures, by old caretakers, by the land's own refusal to be easily legible. The idea of claiming it suddenly felt grotesque, as if the word itself had arrived from a language no longer welcome here. He said quietly, "I don't think it wants to be owned." Luna turned to him at once. "No," she said, "it wants witness with obligations." Harry almost laughed from sheer strain. Of course it did. Every clean thing in his life apparently required him to become morally more complicated before it would proceed. "So what do we actually do?" Luna looked back to the Heartstone and spoke as if repeating instructions from somewhere just beyond hearing. "I speak first. Not words exactly. I tell it we understand this place is not empty and never was, that we are not here to close it into governance, that we ask stewardship, not dominion." Harry nodded once. "And me?" "You anchor the asking to survival, to body, to edge, to the promise that what grows from this place will not become another machine that feeds on sacrifice." He went very still. That was a larger vow than any incantation. It was also, he realized with a chill, the exact line along which he had been changing since the Aura Chamber, since the prophecy burned, since he stopped mistaking obedience for goodness. The Heartstone was not asking him to say something new. It was asking whether the transformation already accomplished in him was real enough to bear weight. Harry looked into the buried rivers of light in the stone and said, "And if I'm not enough?" Luna did not lie. "Then it breaks." He knew she meant him. The chamber waited. The Guardians did not move. Harry stepped to Luna's right. Together they stood at the basin's edge while the Heartstone's internal light passed through one gold-white cycle and then another, slow as tectonics, inevitable as breathing under stone. Luna lifted both hands, not high, just open. When she began to speak, the sound was unlike anything Harry had heard from her before, not English. Not runes, not Quibbler cipher, not chant. It sounded like whether learning grammar, her voice moved in soft pulses timed to the Heartstone's inner light. Sometimes it seemed almost like names, sometimes like the sounds shepherds might make to calm ancient animals, sometimes like pure tone, the vocal equivalent of the plateau's hum translated through a human chest. The chamber answered. The Servids lowered their heads as one. The slate lion things on the far side opened pale, seam-lit eyes. The Heartstone brightened. Harry felt the resonance with Luna ignite almost instantly. Not one-to-one this time, but core-to-core, the shared harmonic they had been discovering since the greenhouse and the forest now expanding until the air between them tightened like drawn wire. He understood with a jolt. This was why it had always happened near impossible moments, practice, preparation, proof of compatibility written in episodes long before either of them knew what they were being readied for. Luna's voice deepened. The Heartstone's internal rivers accelerated. And then the pull hit Harry like a falling mountain, not physically. Not yet. It drove downward through every layer of his magic and found the oldest reflex there: survive, hold, endure. But what the Heartstone wanted from that reflex was not simple stubbornness. It wanted direction. A binding. A promise with structure. Harry gritted his teeth and reached with everything he had learned on the plateau and everything he had unlearned from Britain. Not command, not containment, not mine. He put both hands on the stone. The world disappeared. He was 11, and the Sorting Hat was still deciding whether bravery could be trusted without ambition to shape it. He was 12, and the basilisk lunged through green dark stone, and he had no plan beyond not dying before he reached the sword. He was 14 in a graveyard with blood in the cauldron and the sky gone wrong. He was 15 in the Department of Mysteries and Sirius falling backward through the veil while grief hit so hard it turned magic white. He was 16 in the training chamber listening to Dumbledore's voice emerge from a trap made of his mother's blanket. He was 16 in the forest setting fire to his own ghost because Britain knew how to hunt the living better than the dead. None of these moments passed before him. They happened again, all at once. The Heartstone did not show him memories for sentiment. It took the rawest structural points in Harry's life, the places where survival and identity had fused under pressure, and dragged them up into present tense to see what remained true once story and explanation were stripped away. Pain tore through him, not curse pain, not wound pain, deeper. The sensation of every fault line in him being lit from below. Harry tried to pull away and found he could not. Somewhere very far off, Luna's voice was still moving, still speaking that impossible weather language. The resonance between them held. Without it, Harry understood instinctively he would already be dead. The Heartstone pressed harder. What are you anchoring? Not in words, in demand. Harry had no breath to answer. He had body, nerve, panic. The old instinct to shield others before himself and endure later. The equally old fury at being made useful through damage. The newer, harder thing grown on the plateau, refusal to turn relation into ownership. Refusal to let power become a prettier weapon. The Heartstone did not care for slogans, it wanted structure. Harry saw with brutal clarity the shape of what it was truly asking. If given center, what kind of world would you build around it? Not policies. Not speeches, architecture in the moral sense. A place arranged according to what assumption about power, about children, about difference, about fear. He thought of Hogwarts hiding deadly objects in schools because adult secrets mattered more than child safety. He thought of ministry registries reducing lives to categories, then punishing everyone who failed to fit neatly. He thought of prophecy as governance. Love weaponized into compliance. Knowledge fenced behind respectability. Dark Lords born from the same architecture as the institutions claiming to resist them, only more honest about appetite. No, Harry thought. The word was not enough. He forced more, not another machine, not another place where pain becomes qualification. Not another order built by making someone small enough to use. The Heartstone surged, his body arched. This time the pain went physical, white, immediate, total. It felt as though molten rock had entered his veins and was choosing, one by one, which parts of him should remain a person and which should become geography. He screamed. The sound vanished into the chamber's vast dark. Far away or very near, the guardians answered. Not attack, not alarm. A long, low vibration like the whole cavern bracing. Luna's voice changed, sharpened, urgent. Still not words Harry knew, but now he could feel the meaning through the resonance between them. She was not pleading with the Heartstone. She was clarifying him to it. Not his past, not his usefulness, but his shape now. The way the plateau had changed him. The fact that he had learned enough honesty to be dangerous to old systems and careful with new ones. The fact that his survival instinct no longer pointed only toward self or mission, but toward preventing structures of sacrifice from hardening again. Harry caught flashes through the pain. Luna kneeling beside the shelter fire. The plateau humming when he laughed honestly. Water lifting in a bead above stone. The terrible relief of being a student rather than a weapon. The ferry crossing. The map. The burned prophecy, McGonagall saying, "Choose one who is difficult to use," the Heartstone pressed further in. Harry felt the plateau's edges, all of them, at once. He did not know how else to describe it later. The land unfolded through him in impossible directional clarity. Ridges, water tables, thin fault lines, sleeping caves, herb patches, warm shelves, the standing circles, the broken eastern rim, the ravine where something winged nested, the far north wall where weather gathered first. Not seen. Not mapped. Known in the body the way one knows where one's own hand ends in the dark. It was too much. Harry's mind began to come apart under the scale. He felt himself slipping, not into unconsciousness exactly, but into diffusion. Into becoming anchor in the geological sense. Something fixed by ceasing to be entirely singular. Panic hit, real panic. Animal. Human. The last coherent boundary between eye and land convulsing against erasure. The Heartstone flared. This, Harry understood in one final terrible instant, was the edge. Bond or break, steward or ruin. And then Luna touched his face, just fingertips at his jaw through the storm of force. The resonance snapped into a new shape, not stronger, more intimate. Harry felt her as location. Upright, stubborn, alive, absurdly calm in the middle of impossible old magic, holding open a path back toward personhood while still speaking to the Heartstone in that impossible underground language. Not separate problems, a memory of the fairy whispered through him. Agreement, said the greenhouse. Together, said the forest. Harry dragged one breath through fire and anchored, not the Heartstone into himself into relation with it. Difference mattered. He did not seize the center. He accepted position around it. Steward, not owner. Border, not prison. The one who would feel the land's edges and keep what grew here from collapsing inward into domination. The moment the distinction clarified, the pain changed. Still immense. Still nearly lethal. But directional now. Flowing instead of obliterating. The Heartstone's buried rivers of light moved through him and out again, threading his magic to the plateau's shape without tearing the core of him free. Harry felt something inside his scar crack, not the scar itself. Deeper, the old habit of receiving power through wound. For one astonished second, he understood magic not as reaction, not as shield, not as explosion, but as orientation. Then the chamber exploded in light. When Harry woke, he was lying on cold grass under open sky. He lay still for a long time because movement seemed like an opinion he was not yet qualified to have. Above him, the plateau had gone strange. No, stranger. The clouds overhead were moving in broad spirals centered on a point somewhere east. The air tasted of rain and iron and sun on stone all at once. Light lay differently across the land. Not brighter, not dimmer. Structured, as if every ridge now knew more precisely how to cast shadow. Harry blinked. A line of silver grass bent half a mile away. He knew, without seeing, that beyond it, a narrow stream had changed course by 3 feet and was now running over warmer rock. He knew the western shelf would hold heat until moonrise. He knew the northern rim was carrying a storm 2 hours out. He knew the standing circles were no longer merely permissive, but claimed in a specific reciprocal way. He knew where the plateau ended. It hit him all at once. He sat up too fast and nearly vomited. Hands caught his shoulders. Slowly, Luna said. Her voice was wrong, not in pitch, in depth. Harry turned toward her. She looked exhausted, white with strain. Hair half undone from whatever the ritual had done to time and bodies. There was blood dried in one line from her left nostril to her lip. But her eyes held light, not glowing, not theatrically changed. Just deeper somehow, as if they now reflected something further away than the visible world. "Luna," he said, and his own voice sounded scraped raw. "I'm here." He swallowed hard. "Did we?" "Yes." The word carried weight, not triumph, not relief, completion. Harry looked around. They were not at the standing circles. They were back at the ridge shelter, or where the ridge shelter had been. The whole shelf had changed. The curved stone courtesy Luna had first coaxed from the ridge had grown outward and downward into something larger and more coherent. The floor around them now lay in broad natural terraces rather than broken shelves. Stone ribs rose from the earth in deliberate arcs, half-formed architecture stretching away from the original shelter, like a thought becoming visible. Channels for water cut themselves in pale lines through dark rock. A second overlooking platform had lifted on the eastern side. Farther off, the old ruin Harry had once made with a coercive wall spell had not vanished. It had been absorbed, folded into a buttressed outer curve that made its previous ugliness look like an early wrong answer preserved for instruction. The plateau had changed shape around them. It was not a possibility anymore. It had begun. Harry stared until his vision blurred. Then he realized his hands were shaking. Luna noticed. Of course she did. She sat beside him on the new stone terrace and handed him a flask. The water inside tasted faintly of copper and something sweetly mineral. It steadied him almost at once. "How long?" he asked. 2 days. Harry nearly dropped the flask. 2 days? You were technically alive for most of them. That is not comforting. No, he drank again. Every swallow seemed to arrive in 3 places at once: throat, chest, and somewhere under the plateau where the bond now sat like a second pulse. Harry looked at his own hands. They seemed ordinary enough. Burned knuckles, dirt under the nails, thin scars. No sign from the outside that he had nearly ceased to be a person underground. But inside the world had edges now, not metaphorical ones. Actual felt limits. He could close his eyes and locate the far southern drop, the warm western shelves, the wet caverns under the eastern split, the sleeping bodies of guardian creatures moving under stone paths older than language. The plateau's border rested in him like a field resting in a compass. He looked at Luna. "I can feel all of it," she nodded, and for the first time there was wonder in her composure rather than beneath it. "Yes. All the time? I think so. That sounds unbearable, for now." Harry put the flask aside and pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes. "What happened to you?" Luna was quiet for a moment. When she answered, her voice had that depth again, that faint doubled quality as if another listening had joined it. "I can hear the Heartstone clearly now," she said. "Not every moment, not like chatter, more like if I ask, it answers in pressures and old meanings, sometimes pictures. Sometimes weather. It knows the creatures by older names than the ones I'd give them." Harry lowered his hands. "You can speak to it." "Yes." He exhaled slowly, directional, he thought. That was what he had become. Not calmer, not wiser, not purified by magic in any nauseating heroic sense. Merely directional. A living border sense for the plateau, a steward shaped to feel where this place ended so others could not turn it into another machine. Luna, meanwhile, had become interpreter, not owner, not priestess. Nothing so pompous and closed. Something stranger and much more like her, a person capable of hearing geological intent and answering without lying to it. Harry laughed once under his breath. Luna glanced over. "What? We really did it?" "Yes. That was a stupid thing to do." "Yes, and it worked anyway." Luna's mouth tilted. "That does happen occasionally." He let the laugh grow this time, roughened though it was by pain and exhaustion. The plateau answered, not with light or shock or theatrical miracle. A simple low harmonic rose through the new terraces under them and traveled outward into the air, as if the land had heard its stewards recognize the fact and found the acknowledgment satisfactory. Harry went still. Did it just— Yes, Luna said. He looked east across the transformed shelves and the wide high plain beyond. For the first time since leaving Britain, since the ferry, since the forest, since the prophecy, since all of it, Harry felt something that was not escape at all responsibility, yes, but chosen, not chosen by destiny, not chosen by dead words overheard in a room, chosen by walking, by unmaking, by surviving honestly long enough to be fit for relation. The difference was everything. Far below, one of the glass-antlered cervids appeared on a new stone path and stood watching them from the edge of the grass. It dipped its head once and moved on. Harry watched it go. Are they still guarding it? He asked. The Heartstone, the plateau, us, whatever this is. Luna turned her face toward the wind as if listening. Then she said, Yes, but not against us. Harry nodded. That felt right. He rose carefully, every muscle protesting, and walked to the edge of the nearest terrace. The drop below no longer frightened him the way it had before. He knew its angle, its run. The exact place where rain would make it treacherous, and the exact place where stone held warmth enough to sleep safely through a cold snap. Knowledge arrived not as thought, but as bodily certainty. The plateau spread before him immense, and no longer anonymous. It had not become smaller. It had become particular. Harry stood there a long time with the wind in his face and the land's edges laid through him like a second nervous system. Behind him, Luna came to stand at his shoulder. After a while, she said, It would like a name eventually. Harry almost turned. The Heartstone. The place growing around us. He looked at the widening terraces, the emerging architecture of persuaded geology, the water channels finding truer courses, the opened eastern platform where dawn would strike first, a place that was not Britain. Not nowhere either. Somewhere deliberately built to prevent the conditions that made Britons and dark lords and sacrificial boys inevitable. He said, Not yet. Luna nodded as if the answer had already been discussed elsewhere. No, not yet. The storm gathering on the northern rim shifted course slightly. Harry felt it happen before he saw the clouds alter. He turned his head and followed the movement instinctively. Luna noticed. There, she said softly. What? You just did it. Harry looked out over the plateau's long, bright, dark immensity. He had. The land no longer arrived to him as scenery or challenge. It arrived as direction, edge, weather and intent, structure becoming visible before the eye confirmed it. He could feel where trespass would wound, where welcome might open, where water wanted channeling and where stone would refuse it. None of it as command, all of it as relation. A second skin, he thought, the phrase fit too well to ignore. And beneath it all, deep under the plateau, the Heartstone pulsed once in slow subterranean light. Luna's breath caught beside him, not in pain, in listening. It says, she murmured, then paused as though translating from distances too old for grammar, that we may begin. Harry let the sentence settle into him. Begin, not rule, not conquer, not claim, begin. He thought of the first family that might one day arrive, the first exile, the first outcast child taught to feel before they cast, the first laws written not to sort people into purity and hierarchy, but to prevent any future altar from being built. He thought of Britain far away, still busy mistaking control for civilization. Then he looked at the plateau, their plateau now, though not as owners, never as owners, and understood with a clarity that made his chest ache that the true opposite of the world he had left was not chaos. It was stewardship, shared, stubborn, living stewardship. A world arranged so that power had edges, consent had architecture, and no child ever had to become useful by first becoming breakable. The wind rose, stone hummed, and on the high-changed shelf above a listening plateau, Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood stood as its first stewards while the shape of a new magical country began, quietly and irreversibly, to emerge around them. Countries were usually founded in violence, a banner planted, a wall raised, a map redrawn by men who believed the act of naming land after themselves was proof of worth. Even wizarding nations, for all their talk of hidden worlds and sacred lineages, had been built in much the same way as Muggle ones. Boundaries declared first, morality attached later, and power treated as a natural right of whoever could hold the center long enough to make the story stick. Iruhen began differently. It began as a refusal, not the childish kind, not the sort that flared hot and collapsed by nightfall, a structural refusal. Harry and Luna, standing on a changed plateau above a heartstone older than ministries, refused to let power arrange itself the way Britain had taught them it always must. They refused hierarchy disguised as protection, refused secrecy disguised as wisdom, refused the old, ugly conversion of people into useful instruments. If the place was to grow at all, it would have to grow around other assumptions, the land, having listened to them long enough to know the difference between performance and vow permitted construction, not building. Construction implied imposition, blueprint against stone, will against matter, a clever mind using the world as obedient material. What happened on the plateau looked, from a distance, like architecture. Terraces rose, shelters deepened into holes, stone ribs arched over common ground. Water channels cut themselves cleanly through dark shelves. A forge cavern opened where there had only been a hot seam before, but none of it was built in the ordinary sense. It was persuaded. That made it slower than conquest and far stranger than any fortress either of them had first imagined. In the weeks after the Heartstone bond, Harry and Luna discovered that stewardship did not grant command. It granted access to a conversation so large ordinary human impatience remained its own separate weather system inside it. Harry could feel the plateau now the way others felt the edge of their own body in darkness. Not every pebble, not every blade of grass, but the meaningful lines. Strain in a ridge, hunger in a dry shelf, too much cold gathering in an open run, a stream wanting broader stone under it before the next storm split its banks. The knowledge lived in him without asking permission. It woke him before bad weather reached the northern wall. It pulled his attention to a crack 3 terraces away if that crack mattered. It told him where the plateau ended and where trespass, true trespass, not merely crossing, began. Luna, meanwhile, could hear the Heartstone speak. Not as a person would speak, not in full sentences or convenient instructions. It answered with pressures, tendencies, old agreements, creature paths, and image clusters too large for tidy translation. At first, she could only receive fragments, a standing circle remembered as both stone and promise. A warm shelf requesting not to be roofed because it had once served as nesting ground. An old ravine carrying a warning about meltwater 3 months before snow had even begun to fall. Together, they learned the plateau's grammar. Separately, they learned how much of themselves still belonged to Britain. Harry's first instinct whenever a structure was needed remained fortification. A hall, fine, but how would it hold if attacked? A terrace, useful, but where was the choke point? A sleeping hollow. Better with 1 entrance, 2 exits, and sight lines over the eastern slope. He did not think this was fear. The plateau, which had become rude enough to answer honesty more efficiently than self-image, proved otherwise. It kept taking his clean practicalities and exposing the wound under them. Not strategy, but the old conviction that safety required control. Luna's instinct was no better in its own way. She could listen beautifully. Negotiate with stone, water, wind, and rooted things, until an entire ridge seemed to lean closer to hear her ask. But she had a dangerous tendency to trust the land's patience more than human bodies. Twice in the first month, she forgot that a sensible shelter required food storage and dry blankets as much as philosophical openness. Once she nearly coaxed a stunning semicircular meeting ledge out of the western shelf, only to discover, with mild surprise, that nobody could sit there for more than 20 minutes without being flayed by crosswind. Harry had laughed until his ribs hurt. Luna had looked at the ledge, then at the wind, and said, very seriously, "It's a good space for truths that don't mind discomfort." That, Harry had told her, is not the same as a usable room. So the place grew by correction. The first shelter remained at its core. The curved stone courtesy the ridge had offered when Luna asked honestly, and Harry was too exhausted to keep making ruins. Around it, the plateau began to elaborate. A second shelter rose to the south for supplies and sleeping mats, half open to dawn and backed into warmer mineral shelves. A low communal hearth space formed on a broad terrace where trapped geothermal heat could be invited upward without flame. Above that, an overlook for watch and weather, though Luna objected to the word watch because it sounded too much like suspicion, and Harry objected to the word weathering shelf because no one in a crisis would ever say it fast enough. The argument ended, as many of their best ones did, with the land ignoring both of them and producing something slightly different. By midsummer, the ridge had become unmistakably architectural. Not castle, not village, not monastery. A living arrangement of terraces, halls, overhangs, and walkways that seemed to have grown from the plateau's own idea of hospitality under pressure. Nothing was symmetrical, unless symmetry served some deeper balance. Walls curved where British builders would have squared them. Openings remained where Harry would once have demanded gates, because the plateau disliked confinement unless asked for protection by those actually sleeping there. Roofs overlapped like stone feathers. Water moved through the place openly in narrow channels of shining dark, feeding basins, warming certain floors, cooling others, always audible somewhere beneath conversation. Harry stood on the highest completed terrace one evening and looked down at the shape they had persuaded into being. "It's a fortress," he said. Luna, kneeling by a channel where she was trying to convince Moss to favor one side of the stone, looked up. "It's not. It absolutely is. It's a settlement with opinions. It has elevations, limited approaches, natural choke points, defensive depth, and a central protected core." Luna considered that. "Yes," she said, "but unlike a fortress, it doesn't assume everyone coming toward it is an enemy." Harry looked back over the terraces. That, infuriatingly, was true. The place could defend itself. He felt the routes any attacker would have to take and the points where the plateau might refuse them. But Iruhan, though it had not yet been named, did not grow according to the logic of siege. Its structures bent toward gathering rather than exclusion. The central terraces widened as they descended, not narrowed. Common fire, common water, common workspaces. Private sleeping hollows existed, yes, but none were isolated from the whole. Even the Heartstone's direction, though not its chamber, remained built into the place's emotional geometry. The center mattered, but not because it ruled. Because relation began there. The laws came before the people. That, too, was Harry's idea, though Luna improved it enough to make it survivable. "We need rules," he said one rain-heavy afternoon as they sat under the long overhang above the hearth space, a parchment weighed flat between them by 3 pieces of black stone. "Of course." "No, actual rules." "Yes." Harry glared. "Luna," she uncapped a bottle of ink, "you say that as though I were proposing a government made entirely of weather and personal revelation. You absolutely would if I gave you 5 uninterrupted minutes. That is hurtful. I'd also include creatures." The rain outside hit the terraces in soft silver lines. Water channels deepened their note. Harry leaned over the parchment. "I'm serious. If people come here when they come here, we can't just let the place sort everything out for us." "No," Luna agreed. "The place is very wise about stone and very inconsistent about cooking." "That isn't what I meant." "I know." She passed him the quill. Harry stared down at the blank page and, for one ugly instant, saw every system he had ever hated waiting at the edge of his hand. Ministry decrees. Hogwarts discipline. Blood status laws. Secret exceptions made by powerful men who then praised themselves for mercy. He put the quill down. "I don't want to write another Britain." Luna's face softened. "No," she said. "That's why we begin with what power may not do." The sentence unlocked something, not what rulers were entitled to, not what structures were allowed to claim. The inverse, boundaries placed around power before power could begin speaking in its favorite voice about necessity. They argued for 3 full days, not melodramatically. In the granular, exhausting way, only two people could argue when they both understood the cost of getting architecture wrong. Harry wanted absolute clarity. No blood hierarchy recognized, no ministry registration, no surrender of names or children or magic to outside states. Luna agreed, then objected to the shape of the wording because clarity in British legal language had too often become a tool for clever cruelty. Goblins, werewolves, squibs, part humans, the unclassifiable, every community Britain had been scarred partly by language pretending to be precise while arranging exclusions under the floorboards. So they refined. The first law they carved into stone, not parchment, because paper could burn and stone, especially persuaded stone, remembered. No blood, birth, species, talent, or magical measure shall grant rank over personhood here. Harry wanted blood status written explicitly. Luna insisted the broader form mattered more, because empires changed vocabulary faster than appetite. The second law came from Harry's throat like something being removed with pliers. No registry beyond willing self-naming shall hold authority in this place. No outside ministry, court, bank, school, crown, or prophecy may claim the people within it. Luna added bank without asking. Harry, remembering goblins and Gringotts and the elegant humiliations of wizarding finance, let it stand. The third law took longest, because it was, in a sense, the true law beneath the others. The one for which the plateau had nearly killed Harry and accepted him anyway. At last, Luna wrote it on the parchment, and Harry copied it into the black seam of the central terrace with a wand. A palm and more intention than spellcraft. Sovereignty begins in the living person. No child, bond, pack, family, teacher, steward, or state may own or will not freely given and freely revocable. They sat in silence after that. The carved letters did not glow. The plateau disliked theatrics unless they were funny. But the stone under the law hummed once, low and steady, as if the place had listened and found the architecture acceptable. Harry let out a breath he had not known he was holding. Luna said quietly, "There." "It's not enough." "No," she agreed, "but it's where enough might begin." The first arrivals came at the end of summer, not through apparition or broom or magic loud enough to announce itself from miles away. The plateau remained off the official lattice. There were no flue points, no warded gates, no registry echoes for desperate people to follow. What reached Iruhan in that first year came by rumor, cipher, and the sort of accuracy that travels through the world's unwanted populations faster than any sanctioned message ever does. The Quibbler helped, not directly. Xenophilius Lovegood had not, to Harry's knowledge, printed directions to ancient magical refuge for those tired of being sorted and humiliated by the state across the front page. But Luna's father had always understood how to speak in a language censors found too strange to fear until it was too late. A sequence of articles appeared that autumn in Britain and then drifted outward in copied fragments. Pieces on migratory night herons. On, backwards places. That made no sense to maps. On high meadows where names could be shed like coats. To ordinary readers, nonsense. To those already trained in Lovegood acrostic, editorial symbol, and Quibbler misdirection, a route began to emerge. The first family arrived because the youngest child laughed at the wind. Harry felt them before he saw them. 4 foreign presences climbing the western lower approach where no marked path existed, all exhaustion, hunger, and stubborn hope. No hostility. Fear, yes, but fear did not make the plateau close. Only the intent to dominate, hunt, own, seize. The place had become very fine at the distinction. He found Luna on the eastern platform listening to the Heartstone's weather thoughts and said, "Someone's coming." "How many?" 4, 2 adults. 2 children. They're barely holding together. Luna stood at once. They met the family at the lower shelf where the ascent first opened into silver grass. The adults froze when they saw Harry. Not because they recognized him. His face had changed with time, weather, and the subtler unmaking of no longer being publicly dead boy-shaped, but because the place behind him did not resemble any refuge they had imagined. Terraces of dark stone rose from the ridge in clean living arcs. Water moved between them. Wind passed over structures that looked grown rather than made. No banners, no walls topped with spikes, no gate demanding paperwork. The man stepped slightly in front of the woman and children, despite the fact that he was visibly one hungry day away from collapse. Harry saw, in a flash, the old humiliations built into the movement. A man who had likely spent half his life being treated as lesser, still trying to enact protection, because the world had taught him that usefulness was the last dignity left to the powerless. Luna spoke first. "You followed the article about mountain herons," she said, the woman's mouth parted. "Yes," her voice was English, but not school-shaped. Northern, frayed by weather and too many people telling her what her lack did or did not make her. Harry took in the family properly then. Husband and wife both wandless, though not muggle in carriage. Something of old magical upbringing remained in the way they watched thresholds. A boy, perhaps 12, with fierce eyes and a torn sleeve. A little girl no older than 5, wrapped in an oversized green coat with one shoe poorly mended and a cluster of white feathers tied into her hair on string. "Are you the Lovegood message?" the boy asked bluntly. Luna tilted her head. "In part." The little girl, instead of looking frightened, squinted at the terraces behind Harry and said with perfect seriousness, "The hill likes you." Harry stared. The child stared back. Then Luna smiled, bright and immediate. "Yes," she said, "it does sometimes." That was how the Rowans entered Aruhan. Thomas Rowan had been born to a magical family in Yorkshire, and categorized at 7 as a disappointment. Celia Rowan had once had a wand and enough spark for 2 accidental charms before the ministry's school evaluators declared her unstable, then inadequate, then not worth further placement once the spark never regularized into sanctioned casting. Between them, they had accumulated the kind of life Wizarding Britain reserved for its administrative embarrassments. Half work on the edges of magical settlements, muggle jobs taken in silence, cousin pity, aunt cruelty, invitations not sent. Children watched too closely for signs of either the right magic or none at all. Their son Ben had already learned to flinch when real wizards said the word practical. Their daughter Nia had learned, apparently, to listen to wind. They stayed one night, then another. On the 3rd day, Celia asked, with visible terror beneath the politeness, whether anyone would be registering their names. "No," Harry said. Thomas, who had been standing so carefully respectful his spine looked painful, said, "Not even for safety." "Especially not for safety," Harry answered. The man had gone silent after that, and sat a very long time by the common hearth with his face turned away from everyone else. The werewolves came in winter, not all werewolves in Europe, not by a long measure. Only a pack of 7 led by a woman named Branka, whose left shoulder had been bitten so many times over the years. Harry suspected humans had done nearly as much damage to her as wolves ever had. They arrived under moonless cold with 3 sledges, 2 children, an old man who limped on a carved ash staff, and enough mistrust to make the plateau watch them like weather over frozen water. Harry sensed them from the north rim before dawn and nearly went alone to intercept out of old reflex. Luna caught him halfway down the long stairage. "You're doing the martyr thing again." "I'm doing the boundary thing." "No," she said. "You're doing the very British assumption that danger must first meet you personally before it can be considered managed." He hated that she was right. So they went together. Branka did not waste courtesy. "We heard there is land here that does not cage the moon," she said by way of introduction. Her accent pulled eastward over several borders. Her eyes never left Harry's face long enough to call the gaze rude. They were simply too accustomed to threat for decorum. "There is land here that does not own people during transformation," Luna corrected gently. Branka looked from Luna to Harry to the terraces behind them. "And if we lose control," Harry, who had thought about that for 3 sleepless nights after sensing their approach, answered honestly. "Then we build with that in mind. Not prisons, safeguards you choose and can leave afterward." The old man with the ash staff gave a low, skeptical grunt. "You have such safeguards?" "Not yet." Branka's mouth flattened, Harry continued before the mistake could harden. But we can make them. This time the old man laughed, not kindly. Luna stepped forward one pace, lifted her chin toward the high eastern shelf above the ravine, and said, "There's a bowl in the stone there that resents enclosure and likes running things. We could open it into a moonyard. The outer lip already holds impact well. The drop beyond it would return momentum downward instead of outward. If the transformed body wanted sky, it could have sky. If it wanted distance, the ravine would carry it in circles instead of escape routes." Branka went very still. She had the expression of a person hearing, perhaps for the first time in years, an answer shaped by her own reality rather than imposed around it. "You can do that," Luna glanced at Harry. "We can." So the moonyard became the first structure in Aruhen made specifically for a people Britain had defined almost entirely through fear. It took 11 days. Harry anchored the boundaries so momentum curved rather than trapped. Luna negotiated with the eastern shelf until it agreed to rise in a broad natural ring, open to the sky and lined with impact-soft stone that could take claws without splintering. The werewolves helped, not with magic in the British sense, but with use knowledge. Where transformed bodies threw weight, how panic moved at the first minute of change, how shame could be lessened if those who wished to be seen could still see one another without iron or bars between. When the first full moon came, Branka entered the yard without chains. Harry watched from the far terrace and felt the entire old architecture of British magical policy crack another inch inside him. The goblins arrived in spring, only 2, both exiles. Both angrier than anyone Harry had yet met on the plateau, except perhaps himself in the week after the Aura Chamber. They gave their names as Ruck and Sira Flintmark, and informed Harry in the same breath that wizarding naming customs were barbaric. His terraces were structurally sentimental, and the water channels near the western shelf had been designed by someone who clearly believed gravity should do all the interesting work alone. Harry stared. Sira, the smaller of the two and considerably sharper in every visible respect, folded her arms and looked him up and down. "Oh, good," she said. "He's one of the polite ones. That means he'll apologize before being wrong again." Ruck snorted into his beard. They had been cast out. It emerged over 3 separate unpleasant conversations. For refusing a metallurgical patent structure within one of the Eastern Goblin enclaves that bound makers to account lines so tight invention itself had become a hereditary privilege. Harry listened, increasingly fascinated, as Sira dismantled both Gringotts and several wizard assumptions about goblin culture with the clean fury of a woman who had lost the right to home by objecting to her own people's version of bank logic. "You think goblins and wizards are opposites?" she told him on the second day. "They are not. They are mirrors with different table manners." Harry had laughed before he meant to. Sira looked pleased enough by that to remain for supper. Their knowledge changed Aruhen more than any arrivals since the first family. Goblin metalwork, when freed from both British fetish and bankhouse contract law, turned out to be less about ownership than relation under pressure. How materials remembered force, how heat altered obligation inside a thing. How stone and metal could be taught to cooperate if neither was asked to betray its nature entirely. With Ruck and Sira's help, the forge cavern became real, not a blacksmith's room in the village sense. A hot seam below the western terraces opened into an astonishing chamber of red dark stone where air circulated downward naturally, and mineral heat could be invited into precise channels. There, under goblin hands and Harry's directional sense and Luna's endless capacity to ask rock questions without shame, they began making tools no bank ledger would ever understand. Braces that flexed with seasonal stone shift instead of resisting it. Water guides lined in hammered dark alloy that encouraged rather than constrained flow. Fittings for doors that did not latch against people but against hostile intention. That last discovery came by accident. Ruck had been trying to solve a practical problem. The upper storage terrace needed a closure during weather, but every conventional door Iruhan grew refused to remain shut against residents unless they actively wanted privacy. The plateau disliked unnecessary barriers. Harry suggested a metal-laced threshold tied to intent recognition. Sira called this wizard phrasing for common sense. Luna asked the hinge stone, the alloy, and the air current what they would consider unwelcome. 3 days later, they produced a gate that remained wide open for anyone approaching in need, narrowed politely for strangers uncertain of themselves, and sealed without visible mechanism the moment a person came carrying appetite sharpened toward seizure. Sira stood before it, tested the threshold 3 times with varying internal states, and finally said with great reluctance, "All right. That is impressive." Harry, exhausted and sweat-streaked from forge heat, leaned against the wall and grinned like a boy again for the first time in weeks. It was Celia Rowan who asked what they were meant to call the place. She did it over bread, not ceremonially, not at a gathering. Just one ordinary evening with the common hearth warm. Werewolf children asleep in a pile of blankets 2 terraces down. Ruck arguing with a water basin, and near Rowan tying bits of blue thread around a stone she insisted was learning color. Celia tore a loaf in half, handed one portion to Branka, and said into the general noise, "We can't keep saying the plateau forever." Conversation stalled, because she was right. A place without a name remained a refuge, a hidden thing, a temporary grammar. But this had crossed some threshold already. Laws carved, structures grown, people arrived, moonyard made, forge opened, no one was passing through. They were beginning. Harry looked at Luna. Luna looked at the fire. Sira said, "If one of you suggests sanctuary, I'm leaving." "That would be unbearable," Branka agreed. Harry thought of nowhere, of the old ferry crossing, of the world beyond maps, of Britain speaking of blind spots like failures rather than refusals. He thought of this place sitting beyond the story as if reality had turned its face slightly away from empire and left a gap wide enough to begin again. "It was nowhere," he said slowly. "When we found it," Luna's head lifted. "Backwards," she murmured. Harry looked at her. A smile, small, private, dangerous in its inevitability, touched her mouth. "Iruhan," she said. "Nowhere backwards, which seems proper for a country that began by reversing everything sensible people insisted was inevitable." Celia repeated it under her breath. Branka once, more critically. Ruck with suspicion, near Rowan with immediate delight. "Iruhan," the little girl said, and the word took. The plateau answered, not dramatically, but the common hearth gave a low, contented pulse. Water in the nearest channel rang against stone with a clearer note than before. Somewhere above, the first of the evening wind entered the terraces and moved through them not as crossing air but as recognition. Harry sat very still, because names mattered, not only to people, to structures, to agreements, to the kinds of futures places allowed themselves to become. "Iruhan," Branka said again, as though testing whether the word expected obedience. It did not. That, more than anything, decided her. The first proof of Iruhan's independent will came in thaw season. By then, there were 19 residents if one counted children. 6 servants who had taken to grazing the lower shelves as if auditing the experiment, and 1 impossible half-feral mountain cat thing that ignored everyone except near Rowan and stole fish without remorse. The terraces held spring light longer than the surrounding plain. Snowmelt ran in new channels exactly where Harry had once felt it wanted to. The laws had been copied into 4 languages, and 1 goblin contract script Sira insisted was not a contract if nobody is being cheated. They were not, by any ordinary measure, hidden well. Not physically. Iruhan stood on a high plateau with stone terraces and water and smokeless hearth heat visible at the right hours from miles off. What kept it safe was not invisibility, it was consent. The land opened only to certain approaches. The wrong kind of certainty made distances lengthen. Greed soured the air and sent people into loops. Hostility thickened weather. Harry and Luna still tended the edges, yes, but more and more the plateau itself had begun to distinguish. That morning Harry sensed the disturbance before dawn. Not residents, not creatures. Strangers on the western lower reach, 3 of them, climbing hard with tools, cold focus, and the particular mental shape of men who had heard there might be something profitable beyond the next rise. He sat up in the upper shelter, heartbeat already quickening. The old impulse came at once, wand, ridge, intercept, then he stopped, because the plateau had not called for him. It had only informed him. He stepped out into the gray early light. Luna was already there on the eastern platform, wrapped in a dark shawl, looking west. "You feel them?" "Yes." "Do we go down?" Luna tilted her head as if listening to a great patient animal decide whether it needed its handlers or merely witnesses. "No," she said at last. "I think Iruhan wants to try." Harry looked at her sharply. Try what? Having boundaries. So they watched. The men never saw Iruhan. That was the astonishing part. They reached the lower shelf, where the first true path should have opened. Harry felt the point precisely. The place where hungry families had been permitted upward, where Branca's pack had paused and then been invited, where Ruck and Sira had entered muttering insults the whole way and the terraces had found them acceptable anyway. The 3 strangers stepped into the same space carrying hooks, 2 wands, a set of wrapped iron spikes, and the coarse unified intention of men expecting to seize before negotiation could become necessary. The plateau declined. Not violently, the path lengthened. That was all at first. Their climb bent slightly left, then again. A fold of mist gathered where no mist should have been. One man swore and pointed upward, the others adjusted. 5 minutes later they were back beside the same split boulder they had passed earlier, though none seemed to realize it. They tried higher. Snowmelt from an entirely different shelf suddenly cut the route and forced them downward. They went right. Grass underfoot thickened into slick silver mats that turned every step into a correction away from the true ascent. Twice they seemed on the verge of sighting the first terrace. Each time the light changed just enough that the ridge behind it became indistinguishable from natural outcrop. No spell was cast. Harry knew because he would have felt it. So would Luna. So would the Heartstone, probably with a fence. The men grew angrier. And the plateau, as if hostility were a scent it had learned to dislike permanently, responded with increasing firmness. Wind rose only around their route. The shortest line always became the least trustworthy one. By the time they turned back, teeth clenched and tempers hot, they had spent 3 hours climbing toward a place they never once truly approached. One of them kicked a stone in frustration. The stone rang, all 3 froze, because the note it made was not the note of ordinary rock. It was too resonant, too deliberate, the sound of a material participating in refusal. Harry felt the entire western face of Iruhan settle inward around the rejection like a body relaxing after successfully expelling poison. The men went down fast after that. At the common hearth later, when Harry described what had happened, Celia Rowan sat with both hands over her mouth. "It chose," she whispered. "Yes," Luna said. Ruck frowned into his tea. "Good, less labor." Branca's youngest boy, who had never in his life seen a place protect him before an adult had to bargain for the privilege, asked, "Does it know us apart?" Harry thought of the path widening for the Rowans, of the moonyard holding without imprisoning, of the gate that sealed only against seizure, of Nia's stone learning color and the cervids grazing unbothered under laws no ministry had written. "Yes," he said, "I think it does." That night the terraces filled with a different sort of quiet, not fear, not triumph, relief so old it barely knew its own name. A place that would not hand them over. Not because Harry stood at the gate with a wand, not because Luna could outthink every threat personally, but because the country itself, young, strange, half-grown, listening Iruhan, had begun to mean what it said. Harry walked the upper shelf long after the others had gone to sleep. Spring wind moved through the arches with the low note he had come to think of as consent at rest. Below him, the moonyard held pale silver light. Farther west, the forge seemed glowed darkly behind its shielded cut. Water sounded in channels and basins. Someone, likely Celia, had left loaves cooling on warm stone near the common hearth. A goblin tool rack leaned precise as law against one wall. On the lower terrace, Tomas Rowan had built, with some surprise at his own right to do so, a simple bench for mending boots without asking anyone blooded or titled whether he was permitted. Harry stood at the highest edge and felt the boundaries of Iruhan in him like a second living map. It was still small, a ridge settlement. 19 people, laws young enough to be wounded, structures still learning their own weather, far from invulnerable, far from complete, and yet he could feel how differently harm would have to work here if it wanted to root. No blood status ladder waiting to be climbed. No registry eager to turn categories into leverage. No school with locked knowledge and children offered up to prophecy in exchange for belonging. No ministry telling the frightened they were dangerous until fear itself became crime. The absence of those structures did not create paradise. It created possibility. That was larger. Luna came to stand beside him without sound. Below them, in the sleeping terraces, Iruhan breathed through stone and water like a creature still deciding the final arrangement of its bones. "It's becoming real," Harry said. Luna followed his gaze across the terraces, the moonyard, the forge seam, the carved laws catching silver. "It was real when you were willing to die for the wrong world no longer," she said. "This is simply the architecture catching up." He smiled slightly. That was almost reassuring. "No," she agreed, "only accurate." They stood in silence after that. Harry felt the western lower paths settle, fully closed to hostile return for the night, felt a warm shift in the storage terrace where trapped heat had reached the bread, felt far below the Heartstone pulse once in its deep dark chamber and send a wave of low approval through the land's hidden lines. The country had heard itself defend. It liked the sound. "What do you think Britain would call this?" Harry asked after a while. Luna thought, then, "Illegal, probably. Possibly deranged. Certainly unregulated." He laughed, quiet and real. The upper stones answered with a soft harmonic chord. Below them, no one woke. Iruhan did not need applause. It had terraces and laws, and children sleeping unregistered under a sky that no longer belonged to any ministry at all. It had a moonyard where werewolves were not chained. It had a forge where goblins could invent without banking their own souls. It had a family whose youngest daughter tied ribbons to stones because the hill liked color and nobody had yet told her wonder must justify itself to policy. It had, in other words, the first true year of a country, not empire. Never empire, though outsiders would use the word because they knew no better language for a place strong enough to refuse them. Empire centralized appetite. Empire required expansion to prove legitimacy. Empire sorted the useful from the ornamental and made that sorting into law. Iruhan did something far more dangerous. It proved a country could begin with consent. The wind moved over the ridge, through the terraces, past the sleeping hollows and the carved laws and the slowly warming stone of morning to come. Harry stood at the edge of the place he had once thought was nowhere and felt, with the full impossible clarity of a life no prophecy had predicted, that he was watching a world learn how not to grow dark. Harry's first problem with education was that it had always arrived disguised as mercy. A cupboard under the stairs taught one kind of lesson. Hogwarts taught another. The ministry a third. Dumbledore, perhaps more elegantly than any of them, had taught the most poisonous version of all. That to be given access to knowledge was a privilege, that to be denied it might be protection, and that somewhere above the child's need to understand there always existed an older, wiser arrangement of silence. At 11, Harry would have called that adulthood. At 17, standing on a high terrace in Iruhan while morning light moved over living stone and children ran below him through a country that had not asked any ministry for permission to exist, he called it what it was: control. That realization did not make designing a school easier. It made it harder, because refusing Hogwarts was simple in theory and monstrous in practice. Hogwarts had been a castle, a curriculum, A library, a social machine, a sorting ritual, a graveyard in waiting, a place of wonder, a place of damage, a place Harry had loved enough that hating what it had done to him still sometimes felt like blasphemy. He knew what he did not want. He knew, with hard-earned certainty, what Iruhen must never become. He had much less idea what a true education looked like once you removed the architecture of fear. The problem announced itself in children. Children were always where theory stopped being decorative. For nearly a year, Iruhen had survived as a settlement of arrivals, laws, structures, arguments, and repairs. Adults brought history with them and could, for the most part, be reasoned within the slow, difficult language of consent. Grown people understood terms even when they hated them. They knew what it meant to be told that no one would register their names here, that the Moonyard had no chains, that goblin work would not be bank-owned, that blood counted for nothing and personhood counted first. Children did not care for terms. They cared that the terraces hummed when they laughed in the right places. They cared that some shelves of stone stayed warm past sunset and others did not. They cared that water in Iruhen behaved more like an animal willing to play than a dead resource trapped in channels. That the Moonyard made transformation less shameful. That the glass-antlered cervids occasionally approached the lower grass and stood beside quiet children as if inspecting them for future usefulness. Children began learning the country before Harry and Luna had formally decided how it should be taught. That, Harry suspected, was the first sign the place might outgrow them if they were careless. Nia Rowan had been the beginning of the argument. She was 6 now, narrow-faced and solemn in the way only children capable of astonishing nonsense and profound attention at the same time ever were. Iruhen's stones had taken to her early, not in any grand chosen child sense, more like mutual approval. She tied ribbons around pebbles, named shelves according to taste rather than geography. Once spent an entire afternoon in forming a retaining curve that it looked tired until the stone, under Harry's astonished directional sense, actually redistributed a hair's worth of internal pressure and settled more comfortably into itself. When Harry pointed out that geologic reassurance should not work as a discipline, Luna had merely said, "Then the stone should become less suggestible." It had not. Branka's youngest boy, Petter, had done something worse. During the second thaw after Iruhen was named, he wandered into the Moonyard with 3 other children on a bright afternoon when no adult thought to stop them, because the space had become, in their minds, associated with healing rather than danger. The children returned 20 minutes later with shadows that moved half a second behind their bodies instead of with them, like dark reflections lagging in thought. Nobody was harmed. Nobody could explain it either. Petter only shrugged and said the Moonyard had wanted to show them how running looked from the other side. Ruck Flintmark had declared this precisely why children should not be left near magical architecture unsupervised. Sira had said this was precisely why they should, provided someone intelligent watched from a distance. Branka threatened all of them equally until the shadows grew bored and snapped back into ordinary obedience by sunset. Harry went to sleep that night with the deeply unwelcome certainty that Iruhen already had a curriculum. The question was whether he and Luna were brave enough to notice it before the children learned entirely by accident. So, on a morning of hard blue sky and wind from the northern rim, he found Luna sitting cross-legged beside one of the lower water channels while she listened to the Heartstone think about spring runoff. "We need a school," he said. Luna did not look up immediately. Her fingers rested in the thin stream where it crossed warm stone, and the water moved around them with companionable intelligence. "That sounds exhausting." "Yes, that is not the same as being wrong." "No," she lifted her hand at last and turned her face toward him. The light on the terrace caught in her hair and made the gold look almost pale enough for silver. Since the Heartstone bond, there was often a doubled quality to Luna's attention, as if part of her was always listening slightly below the visible world. "What kind of school?" she asked. Harry opened his mouth to answer and discovered, to his immense irritation, that the obvious words all sounded contaminated, Not Hogwarts, not lessons, not classes, not curriculum. Everything ordinary had been shaped by the structures he meant to avoid. Even the language came pre-warped. The kind, he said slowly, where nobody learns obedience by accident. Luna's expression changed, not with surprise, with recognition. Yes, she said, that was how it began. The first thing Harry abolished was the restricted section. He had not known, before saying it aloud, how much hatred still lived in him for locked shelves. It emerged 3 days later, when he and Luna stood in the half-finished library hall Sierra, and Ruck had helped persuade into existence on the Middle Eastern terrace. It was a long, curved room open on one side to the morning air, backed by dark stone and shelf ribs that had grown naturally from the wall under goblin guidance, and Luna's environmental negotiation. Books sat there already in uneven stacks and weighted piles. Quibbler back issues, creature lore, old foreign texts copied by hand, goblin metallurgical diagrams, medical notebooks, herbals, maps, field journals. Salvaged school books brought by refugees and runaways and families who had once hidden them under beds. Iruhan's library did not look organized. Harry considered that a favorable sign. He stood in the center of the room with a length of chalk in one hand and stared at the black seam of wall where he meant to write the first principle. Luna sat on one of the low shelves, swinging 1 foot idly. No restricted section, Harry said. Luna nodded. Good! No hidden shelves. No permission slips. No texts locked because someone more powerful has decided other people are too young, too poor, too strange, or too dangerous to know what exists. Yes. Harry marked the words onto the seam. The chalk broke halfway through restricted, and he had to stop, breathe once, and begin again. Luna watched him carefully. You're angry? Yes. That seems useful. It might be. It also seems old. Harry looked over his shoulder. What does that mean? It means you're building this answer partly against Dumbledore, not only for the children. He turned back to the wall. That, infuriatingly, was correct. The thing in Harry that wanted to unlock every door in the world was not made wholly of principle. Part of it was still the 12-year-old locked out of adult truths until after damage had occurred. The 15-year-old kept from prophecy until grief made explanation unavoidable. The boy sent into danger with half a map and called brave for surviving it. He tightened his grip on the chalk. All right, he said. Then what's the not-told version? Luna's answer came with unnerving calm. Every piece of knowledge available, no piece of knowledge encountered alone if it was made to feed on fear. Harry lowered the chalk. That was better, because it did not deny danger. It denied monopoly over danger. There was a difference. Context, he said. Yes, and consent. Yes, he wrote again, more slowly this time, no restricted section. Knowledge is not hoarded here, but no child, person, or mind meets predatory magic without context, company, and the right to refuse. The wall took the sentence with a soft stone-depum. Harry stepped back. He had expected relief. Instead, what he felt was grief, fast and strange and almost clean. Not for himself exactly. For all the children who had ever been taught that secrecy around knowledge was love. Luna slid down from the shelf and came to stand beside him. You can't write education out of anger alone, she said quietly. I know. Yes, she said, but it helps to know which lies you're done serving. He let out a breath. Fine, fine. So what do we teach? Luna considered the shelves, the open archway, the moving light in the water channel outside. How not to mistake control for understanding. That's not a lesson plan. No, she agreed. It's the disease. Harry gave her a flat look. She smiled almost apologetically. They argued for 5 days after that. The subjects were not the problem. Every culture with children eventually rediscovered the same rough categories. Language, making, history, healing, practical work, stories, orientation, bodies, care, danger, delight. Even magic, Harry was learning, was not a subject so much as a condition that altered how all other things were learned. The problem was order. Hogwarts had taught in silos. Charms here, transfiguration there, herbology in another greenhouse entirely, as if the world politely separated itself into examinable regions. Iruhan refused such manners. Heat lived in stone, water in movement, movement in intention, intention in emotion, emotion in law, law in whether a child was safe enough to tell the truth about what they wanted. Goblin craft was metallurgy and ethics at once. Werewolf survival was moonwork, body knowledge, architecture, shame politics, and pack consent. Squib children heard patterns other children missed because they had not been overtrained into wand assumptions. Vila inheritance altered atmosphere before any child knew the word for glamour. How do you timetable a civilization? Harry demanded at one point after Luna had rejected his third attempt at dividing mornings into sensible blocks. You don't, she said. I cannot teach children by weather. No, Luna agreed. You teach them by readiness and weather helps. That is the same sentence in worse shoes. Yet slowly, against both their instincts, something coherent emerged. No houses, no sorting. No year divisions so rigid a child could be left behind in a subject that fit them badly while they starved in another that fit them well. Morning circles for shared work, smaller groups for practical learning, books always available. Dangerous texts read with company, feeling before casting, context before technique. History told with perpetrators named rather than softened into institutions. No punishment by humiliation. No ranking by blood, output, spectacle, or speed. And most important of all, Luna said, the first task of every child arriving from the old world would not be learning something new, it would be forgetting. Harry disliked the phrasing immediately because it sounded gentle, and nothing about what these children had endured deserved euphemism. Forgetting what? Luna began counting on her fingers. That silence means safety, that powerful adults understand danger better than the endangered. That magic lives in permission slips. That wands are ownership rather than tools. That talent makes some children more real than others. That knowledge must be locked to be sacred. That control is the same thing as discipline. That shame is educational. That if the system hurts you, your first duty is to become more useful inside it. Harry sat very still while she spoke. By the end of the list, the phrase no longer sounded gentle at all. It sounded surgical. All right, he said. Luna's eyes rested on him. That frightened you? Yes. Why? Because forgetting those things would have unmade half his own childhood. Because, if someone had taught him earlier that authority and wisdom were not twins, he did not know who he might have become instead. Because the curriculum Luna was describing did not merely oppose Hogwarts. It rendered whole pieces of it indefensible. Harry looked away toward the lower terraces where children were chasing one another around the warm shelf near the baker's stone. Because it sounds like the first honest education I've ever heard, he said. Luna nodded once. Yes. The first class met on the eastern learning terrace under a bright sky so clear the far plateau edges looked cut from glass. Harry had slept badly. That, he suspected, was appropriate. People who slept well before founding educational systems were probably the exact people who ought not be trusted with them. The terrace had once been an overlook. Over the previous month, it had reshaped itself into a broad-stepped half-circle of dark stone with open sky above and low shelves built into the rear wall. Water ran in a narrow channel across the upper lip, then fell in 3 small drops into basins set among smooth, flat teaching stones. On one side sat books and field notebooks under a long open overhang. On the other, goblin tools and samples of raw ore lay beside herb bundles, bone diagrams, and 3 weather jars Luna insisted were essential, and Harry suspected were going to become an entire problem on their own. No desks. No raised podium. Harry considered that a mercy. The children arrived in fragments. Ben Rowan came first, trying hard to look older than his 12 years and failing because Ben's seriousness still had the loose-jointed transparency of boyhood beneath it. Nia followed, carrying a smooth blue-gray pebble she informed Harry was attending for moral support. Petter loped in next with 2 other children from Branca's pack, all sharp elbows and bright eyes. One of Ruck and Sira's distant goblin cousins had sent a nephew for observational competence. which turned out to mean a silent 9-year-old named Tavi who looked at every tool in the room as if calculating how badly humans had misunderstood it. Then came the newcomers. The half-Vila girl arrived holding herself like a wound taught perfect manners. Her name was Myrla Danek, though she said it so softly Harry had to ask twice the first day she and her mother entered Iruhan. Half-Vila on her mother's side, 11 years old, born somewhere in the Balkans and moved too often afterward for any geography to feel like home. She had the unmistakable air around her that Harry was beginning to recognize in people trained into apology before speech. Not because she was weak, because her existence had been read by adults as social danger. The first time she spoke at supper in Iruhan, 2 forks and 1 drinking cup had shifted imperceptibly toward her before she cut the sentence short and pressed her lips shut in horror. Nobody here had laughed. That, Branka later said, was the first night Myrla slept properly. This morning, the girl stood on the edge of the terrace in a dark green dress gone shiny at the seams and tried so hard not to influence the air that the effort itself made the space around her quiver. Harry gave her what he hoped was a neutral welcome. "Morning," she nodded. Then a little behind her came the girl whose presence split the morning open. She was 13, narrow as a reed, with severe brown plates and the watchfulness of someone who had spent too much time learning what adults meant before they said it aloud. Her clothes were British but altered by long travel and weather. Old-school cardigan with the crest cut away, boots repaired twice, sleeves rolled carefully to hide wrists rubbed raw in some earlier life. In her left hand she carried half a wand. Not even half, really. The snapped handle and 3 splintered inches above it, wrapped in cloth. Harry felt the sight hit him in the chest. Her name was Nell Mercer, Muggle-born, Lancashire originally. Her ministry file, if it still existed, would likely say wand confiscated and destroyed for unsafe juvenile magical misconduct. Harry learned later that the misconduct in question had been a shield charm cast accidentally and perfectly when her guardian's son threw a porcelain ashtray at her face. The ashtray had rebounded. The boy lost 2 teeth. The ministry, arriving much later and with familiar efficiency where vulnerable children were concerned, found a frightened 13-year-old with underage magic, a broken household, no influential name, and a convenient precedent. They snapped her wand, not in punishment precisely. In safeguarding. Harry knew the flavor of that word too well not to taste bile. Nell stepped onto the terrace like someone entering a courtroom she had already lost once. Her eyes flicked over the open books, the water basins, the other children, Harry, Luna, who had said she was only there to observe and was therefore obviously going to interfere the moment he became intolerable, and then settled nowhere at all. Harry wanted, suddenly and with absurd force, to tell her she could put the broken wand away, that it was no evidence anyone needed. That nobody here would ask her to prove harm before believing it. Instead he said only, "You can sit wherever feels safest." Nell blinked at him as though the sentence had arrived in the wrong language. Then she went to the lowest outer step, close enough not to seem defiant, far enough that no other child could touch her by accident. Luna, from her perch on the side shelf, said mildly, "Good morning. Welcome to the first class of Iruhan. That sounds historic. Please don't let it make you insufferable." Petter snorted. Ben tried not to. Nia raised her pebbles slightly, as if in formal agreement. Harry exhaled through his nose and stepped into the center of the terrace. "All right," he said. Every child looked at him. This, he thought with a cold shiver of recognition, is how institutions begin. He hated the feeling immediately, so he told the truth. "I don't know how to do this the old way," he said. "That is deliberate." Several children looked confused. Nell looked suspicious. Myrla, interestingly, looked relieved. Harry went on. "So I'm going to start with what this place isn't. It isn't Hogwarts. It isn't the ministry. No one here is sorted, ranked, registered, or measured against some invisible ladder you're meant to spend your life climbing. There is no restricted section. There are books you won't read alone yet, because some knowledge is predatory and context matters. but nothing is hidden from you because someone more powerful enjoys deciding what you're ready for. He saw Nell's fingers tighten around the broken wand. Good, he thought. Let that be heard plainly. Luna added, also, if anyone tells you a book is dangerous but cannot explain how, ask more questions. Nia raised her hand at once. Harry nearly laughed from sheer reflexive familiarity. Some classroom gestures, apparently, survived civilizations. Yes. Nia held up her pebble. Can the stone ask questions too? Yes, Luna said before Harry could answer. Though usually about whether you've washed. Nia seemed satisfied. Harry looked around the group again. The old instinct stirred, define terms, give structure, begin with safe theory. And he followed it for exactly 3 minutes before the terrace began punishing him for it. He explained, briefly and with admirable clarity in his own opinion, that magic in Eruhan responded more directly to intention and feeling than conventional wand incantation systems did. That the Heartstone's ambient field altered amplification. That bodily awareness mattered. That children from different magical backgrounds might experience the same exercise differently. Myrla's eyes glazed almost visibly. Petter started balancing a pebble on his boot. Tavi Flintmark was looking at the water channel as if it contained more relevant information than Harry's entire mouth. And Nell Mercer had retreated so hard into stillness he could practically feel the old British schoolroom gathering around her like frost. Luna coughed once. It was, somehow, the most devastating interruption he had ever received. Harry stopped. Luna said with saintly restraint, "Perhaps we begin with noticing." He shut his eyes for 1 second. "Yes," he said. "Right, noticing." He crouched beside the upper water basin instead. "All right, new beginning. Don't cast anything, don't try to. Just look. Tell me what the air is doing." This was closer. Petter said, "Moving." Ben rolled his eyes. "Obviously." "It's colder by the books," Myrla said unexpectedly, voice almost lost in the breeze. Harry looked over. She was right. The open shelf wall held shadow differently. The air collected there with a faint downward slip. "Tavi?" Harry asked. The goblin boy stared at the tools. "The metal hooks are warmer than the stone beneath them. Also right. Nia," the water in the top basin, "is impatient." Harry opened his mouth, closed it. Luna said gravely, "Yes, it is." Nia beamed at her pebble. Harry turned to Nell last, careful to make the choice seem ordinary. "And you?" Nell flinched before the answer had even formed. That, more than the flinch itself, told him how much school had already been done to her. She looked at the basin, at her broken wand, at him, then said very flatly, "I can't feel anything." Silence moved over the terrace, not embarrassed silence, the better kind. Room made around truth. Harry nodded once. "Fine," he said. Nell frowned a little, suspicious of the lack of rebuke. "Fine." "Yes, that's information too." Something in her face faltered, not trust. "Not yet, but one habit briefly denied its expected reward." Good, Harry thought. That too could be taught. The first lesson of Eruhan was not spellcasting. It was consent. Harry did not realize that until Luna forced the matter half an hour later. He had split the children into pairs and small groups around different exercises of noticing water, warmed stone, shade, the emotional differences between two pieces of wood cut from the same fallen branch, the way Myrla's presence altered nearby surfaces if she stopped actively strangling her own aura into submission. It was going, if not elegantly, at least honestly. Then Petter reached for Myrla's wrist without asking. He meant nothing terrible by it. Harry saw that at once. A child's curiosity. Myrla had managed, with visible effort, to let a faint glamour rise around her fingers without destabilizing the entire group. Petter, excited, lunged to feel whether her skin would buzz the way the water did when it wanted to move. Myrla jerked back so hard the air around her flashed. Not flame. Not a curse. A ripple of silver-gold heat distortion that sent every child on the step nearest her into sudden breathlessness. Not enthralled. Not controlled. Just abruptly aware of beauty in the violent, destabilizing way adults had likely blamed on her since birth. Ben nearly fell backward. Petter stumbled, face white with shame. Myrla looked as if she'd rather vanish than remain in her own body for another second. Harry moved on instinct. "Stop," he said sharply, and the terrace itself helped him. The stone under the children steadied. The basin water went still. The ambient field tightened just enough to interrupt escalation without punishing anyone. No one spoke. Harry took one breath. Then another. Everything in him that had been educated by Britain wanted to solve the moment through control. Separate them. Calm the dangerous magic. Name the touching a breach of rules and the glamour a hazard. Make the room safe by reducing complexity into blame. Instead, he heard Luna's voice from months ago while teaching him water on the high shelf. "You're trying to win against the exercise." He looked from Petter to Myrla. "What happened?" he asked. Petter stared at his boots. "I just wanted to know if it felt different." Myrla said nothing. Harry waited. After a long moment she whispered, "They always say that." The air on the terrace changed. No child moved. Harry knew with absolute clarity that every sentence after this would help found the school or poison it, so he chose carefully. "Then this is the rule," he said. "No body, magic, artifact, glamour, scar, inheritance, shift pattern, wand, broken wand, blood, bone, or gift is touched here without permission. Curiosity is not consent. Interest is not consent. Being unusual is not public property." He saw Nell's head lift. Myrla was looking at him as if she had expected something else entirely. Petter's shame sharpened into understanding. Luna from the shelf said quietly, "And if you want to know what someone's magic feels like, ask them how it feels to them first. You may learn more." The terrace held the rule. Harry felt it happen literally. Not a magical oath. Not some ridiculous school binding. A social architecture settling into place because the children present had heard a boundary named before violation could be normalized. Myrla inhaled shakily. Petter said, without being prompted, "I'm sorry." She nodded once, then, after a visible internal war, held out her hand of her own accord. "Only if I say when to stop." Petter swallowed. "All right." Her fingers touched his for a single second. Nothing dramatic happened, no silver flare, no enthrallment. Only a minor change in the air, like sunlight thinking harder near skin. Petter blinked. "It feels sad." Myrla almost smiled, which Harry suspected no teacher in her old life had ever once managed to provoke in a classroom. "That," Luna murmured to him, "is a better first lesson than transfiguration." Harry looked at the children, at the rule now living on the terrace without being carved anywhere yet, and knew she was right. The school's first real subject, then, was not magic, it was relation. The library scandalized them after midday. Harry took the class into the curved book hall once the sun had moved high enough to make the eastern steps too warm for attention. The children entered in a cluster and then stopped almost as one, because children trained by old institutions knew what books meant and what open shelves usually did not. Books in Britain had hierarchy, distance, correctness, librarians who could smell disobedience. Rules announced in tones that made curiosity feel grubby. In magical Britain especially, books were often traps in softer clothing. Authorities bound in leather, classifications pretending neutrality, secrets disguised as school property. Iruhan's library had too many books lying flat, too many spines turned the wrong way, too many notes left in margins by living people, too many subjects touching each other. Nell stayed closest to the door. Ben drifted toward the herbals. Tavi went directly to the metallurgical diagrams without waiting for instruction, which Sira later described as the first sensible academic choice any child made all day. Myrla stood before a stack of translated Vila folklore and did not touch it. Harry watched her hesitate and felt a familiar anger rise, not at her, never at her, but at the long chain of adults who had likely made her feel that any knowledge about herself came pre-accused. He crossed to the shelf and picked up the top book. Its cover had no locking charm. No warning sigil. Only a title in 3 languages and a notation by Luna in the margin. This copy lies less than the others but still thinks beauty is debt. "Read critically." Harry handed it to Myrla. "You don't need permission," he said. She stared at the book, then at him. "That's not true," she said. "It is here." Not for this. Harry understood this without making her name it, knowledge about lineages treated as dangerous, bodies treated as social threat. Heritage turned into policy. He kept the book out. No one owns your context, he said. After a second, she took it. Her hands shook. Nell, from the doorway, said flatly, "What about cursed things?" Harry turned. "What about them?" "At school, they said some books shouldn't be looked at because they can get into your head." "Some can," Luna said. She had appeared at the far end of the hall without warning, which was either magical or simply Luna. "That's why no one meets predatory magic alone here. The answer to dangerous knowledge is not hoarding, it's witness." Nell frowned. Harry saw the structure of her suspicion and respected it. Britain had used safety language on her until her wand lay broken in cloth. Of course she distrusted the same words here, so he said it plainly. "If a text tries to feed on fear, shame, or obedience, we read it together. We name what it's doing while it's doing it. We don't pretend danger disappears because a shelf is locked. It just becomes somebody else's power." That landed, not comfortingly. Truth rarely did, but it landed. Nell's fingers loosened very slightly on the broken wand handle. Harry saw that and chose not to mention it. Instead, he walked to the side shelf and lifted 3 objects onto the central table: a bowl of water, a shard of dark stone from the eastern rim, and a worn, wandless training ring Ruck had once mocked for looking like a polite man's idea of metal. "Afternoon exercise," Harry said. "Nobody casts. Not unless it happens honestly." Petter raised his hand again, because some habits really were immortal. "Yes. How do you know if it's honest?" Harry opened his mouth, stopped, looked at Luna. Luna, who had the decency to seem only mildly amused, said, "Usually because it embarrasses you before it works." The children laughed. Even Nell's mouth twitched, almost invisibly. Harry let that stand, because it was infuriatingly true. Nell Mercer failed for 2 straight hours. Harry noticed because she failed the way frightened children do when they've already decided failure is morally safer than hope. He moved the class in loops that afternoon, not rows, not stations, but circles of practice according to what each child responded to most readily. Nier and Petter discovered they could coax different temperatures from the same stone depending on whether they approached it as comfort or challenge. Ben Rowan, who had spent his whole life being told that lack of visible magic meant practical inferiority, turned out to have a startling sensitivity to pressure shifts in the air and could predict water movement more accurately than anyone else on the terrace. Myrla, once allowed to stop treating her own aura as contamination, found she could make the edges of a basin's surface tension shimmer just by deciding beauty did not have to cease to exist. Harry was proud of them. That pride carried its own danger. The old schoolroom reflex to reward, categorize, and build a ladder out of discovery twitched every time one child excelled sooner than another. He kept having to cut the thought off mid-route and remember, this is not a race because people are not a syllabus. Nell, meanwhile, sat beside the third basin with both hands folded so tightly in her lap that the knuckles stayed white. He gave her easier exercises. Harder ones, different language, no language, water, heat, observation only. She could describe perfectly what others did wrong. She could see when Petter's excitement made the basin tense. She could tell that Myrla's successful shimmer came from release rather than force. She could even identify the moment Harry himself started thinking in diagrams, as Luna called it, and therefore made the whole terrace subtly resistant. But whenever the exercise turned toward her, the line went dead. Not absence of power, deadness of permission. By the second hour, Harry was beginning to understand the shape of the block. It wasn't that Nell couldn't feel the basin. It was that she had learned to interpret every quiet inside herself as proof the ministry had been right. There is damage, Harry thought, that looks exactly like obedience until you try to teach through it. He crouched beside her at last while the others worked farther up the terrace under Luna's eye. "Nell," she flinched, then seemed angry with herself for flinching. "Yes, you're seeing everything." That made her suspicious immediately. "I'm not doing anything." "I know." Silence. Harry looked into the basin instead of directly at her. Sometimes straight attention made frightened children feel cornered. Sometimes he still felt cornered by it himself. "What did they tell you?" he asked quietly, "when they broke the wand?" Nell's fingers went rigid around the cloth-wrapped handle, that it was for safety. He kept his face neutral with effort. "And what did you hear?" She did not answer. The basin water shifted in the wind up the terrace. Petter laughed at something Nia said. The sound reached them light as thrown chalk. At last Nell said, so low he almost missed it, that I didn't have any right to it. There it was. Not I lost control, not I was dangerous, no right. Harry felt something in him go cold and bright, because it was not merely cruelty. It was political architecture delivered directly into a child's body. You do not belong to your own capacity. Power can be revoked because it was never yours. Legibility precedes personhood. Safety belongs to those above you in the structure, not to you, Britain again. Always Britain, even when it wore ministry robes instead of a headmaster's smile. Harry said, "They lied." Nell's expression hardened at once, as if she had expected sentimental contradiction and was prepared to hate it. "Did they?" "Yes." "That's easy for you to say." She regretted the sharpness the moment it left her. Harry didn't. He nodded once. "It is. So I'll say something else. They can break wood, they can break rules over your head, they can teach you to freeze when someone watches. None of that means they ever owned what they broke." Nell stared at the basin, her jaw worked once. "Then why can't I do anything now?" Harry almost answered too quickly. "Because trauma narrows pathways, because magic follows relation, because fear deadens possibility, because he knew, abstractly, a dozen useful truths. But the child beside him did not need abstraction. She needed accuracy, so he looked at her broken wand, the cloth, the careful grip. "Because," he said slowly, "some part of you thinks trying will prove they were right." That did it. Her face went utterly still. Harry knew that stillness. It had lived in him after too many detentions, too many closed offices, too many carefully portioned truths from older men. Nell whispered, "I don't know how to stop." The honesty of it hit him hard enough that for a second he had no teacher's answer, only recognition. Luna had said the first task of education here would be forgetting. Harry was beginning to understand the violence implied. How do you teach a child to forget a government installed inside their nerves? He looked at the basin, then at his own hands. Then, with a sudden impossible certainty that came from somewhere deeper than reasoning, he knew there was something he had not tried because it had not previously existed. The Heartstone stirred under the plateau, not loudly, not a command, more like a door inside him noticing a hinge. Harry felt again the moment of bonding underground. The way the plateau's edges had entered him not as possession, but as orientation. Since then, he had used that directional sensitivity mostly for land, weather, structure, boundary. But what if it could be lent, not power? Never forced power. Intuition, permission shaped as sensation. The thought frightened him immediately. That was probably why it was real. He turned to Nell. "If I ask you something strange," he said, "you can say no." She blinked. "All right. I think I might be able to show you what the basin feels like instead of describing it." Her suspicion returned, but thinner now, shot through with unwilling hope. "How? I'm not sure." "That's not encouraging." "No," Harry said, "but it is honest." He held out his hand, palm up, keeping it still between them. "Only if you want." Nell looked at the hand, at his face, at Luna, who had gone very quiet above them but had not interfered. Then Nell nodded once. "All right." Harry let out the breath he had been holding and shifted closer, slowly enough not to startle her. He took her right hand only when she offered it. Her skin was cold. The instant their palms touched, the Heartstone resonance opened. Harry had felt cooperative magic with Luna like harmonics. This was different. Smaller, more precise. No doubled core, no equal shared current. Instead, the plateau's directional sense moved through him and found the point in Nell where fear had been standing guard over possibility. Not to break it, to stand beside it. He did not know how to explain the sensation later without sounding half-mad. He felt the basin through his own hand and through hers at the same time. The water was not an object. It was a preference, a held shape with several likely futures. Wanting downward and outward, yes, but also responsive to attention the way a flock might be responsive to weather. Harry let the sense of it pass through him without tightening into instruction. Nell gasped, her fingers convulsed around his. "What? Don't make it do anything?" Harry said quickly, though his own voice had gone strange with the effort. "Just notice." The basin trembled. Across the terrace, all other movement stopped. Harry felt the water now through Nell's surprise, through the sudden terrible relief of someone discovering the room inside them had not been bricked over after all. The basin did not want obedience, it wanted relation. It wanted to be known as a held moving thing rather than a task. Nell stared at the surface. "I can feel it," she whispered. Harry's heart slammed once, hard enough to hurt. "Yes, her brow furrowed. "It doesn't want lifting." "No, it wants," she swallowed. Then, very gently, very carefully, without a wand or incantation or even the old classroom stiffness of casting, Nell opened her free hand over the basin as if offering not command but space. The water rose, not a dramatic column, not the wild, amplified spectacle Harry had once produced on the plateau edge. A single clear ribbon the width of 2 fingers lifting from the basin and arcing into the air between them like a thought becoming visible. The children on the terrace made a collective sound. Nell did not even seem to hear them. Tears had sprung into her eyes, but not from distress, from the unbearable intimacy of recognition. "It remembers me," she said. Harry almost answered, "No, you remember you," but that wasn't quite true. The water had never forgotten. The system had merely taught Nell to stop approaching herself as a participant in the world. The ribbon hung, wavered, and then, under the sudden pressure of too much feeling, fell back into the basin with a soft, ringing splash. Harry let go at once. The current between them snapped shut. He reeled, dizzy for one disorienting second as his own directional sense rushed wholly back into his body. Nell drew both hands to her chest and stared at them as if expecting the water to still be there. All over the terrace, children were looking at her with awe so unmanufactured it did not yet know how to become envy. Luna came down the steps slowly. Harry was still on one knee beside the basin, pulse uneven, skin lit with the fading aftershock of borrowed resonance. "What?" Luna said very quietly. "Did you just do?" Harry looked up at her. "I think," he said, equally quiet, "I lent her orientation." Luna's eyes widened a fraction. For Luna, that was nearly theatrical. Nell looked between them, still breathing hard. "I didn't cast." "No," Harry said. "Then what was it?" He rose carefully, because his legs did not entirely trust him. "That," he said, looking at the basin, at her broken wand, at the whole terrace of watching children, "was you noticing honestly enough that magic had somewhere to go?" Nell shook her head once in disbelief. "You touched me and I could feel it." Harry looked at his own hand. Yes, that part mattered, not because he had given her power. He knew with startling certainty that he had not. The ability was hers. The relation was hers. What had passed through him had been something subtler and, in some ways, more dangerous. Access. A brief shared intuition. A way of letting another nervous system borrow his route toward the living logic of the plateau, unique to the bond, perhaps, or to stewardship, or to some not yet understood growth of Heartstone magic. Whatever it was, it had changed the room. Luna said, very softly now, for him alone, "You can teach through contact." Harry heard the wonder in her voice. He also heard the warning. He nodded once, only with consent. Obviously. On the step above them, Petter burst out, "Can he do that with all of us?" Harry turned. Every child on the terrace was staring at him as if he had just invented a new species of classwork. He answered immediately, before the moment could become hunger. "Not unless you ask for it," he said. "And not if I don't know exactly what I'm giving." That mattered too. Maybe most of all, because the old world had already shown him what happened when adults decided access to a child's inner magic justified itself through urgency. Not here, he thought. Never here. Nell was still staring at the basin. Then, with a sudden, almost angry movement, she unwrapped the cloth from the broken wand handle and set the pieces down on the stone between them. No one spoke. The snapped wood looked pathetic in daylight. Splintered ash. Core exposed. the remains of a state decision. Nell looked at it for a long moment, then away. Harry felt the structure of the chapter, of the whole school perhaps, shift around that silence. Not a triumphant rejection. Not a symbolic bonfire, nothing neat enough for propaganda. Only a child realizing the broken instrument was not the same as the dead ability. That was larger. Myrla, from across the terrace, said almost shyly, "Can I try the basin now?" Nell wiped her face on her sleeve and sat back, still stunned. "Yes," Harry said. The class resumed. But it did not resume where it had been. It resumed beyond a threshold. Petter approached water more gently after seeing Nell. Ben let himself fail twice before getting angry, which Harry suspected was its own educational revolution. Myrla managed, before the afternoon ended, to hold a thin halo of warmth around her own wrists without turning the whole air silver with involuntary glamour. Tavi Flintmark discovered that the metal training ring did not want to be lifted at all, but would happily rotate if approached as balance rather than object. And Nell, wandless, broken wand set aside, moved the basin twice more without Harry touching her again. Not because the borrowed intuition stayed intact in any permanent way. It didn't. He could feel that. What remained was not his guidance but her certainty that the path existed. That, Harry realized as the sun lowered and the terrace gold deepened into evening, was what most institutions stole first. Not talent, path. After the children had gone, Nia carrying her pebble like a promoted official, Petter trying not to boast, Ben deep in serious discussion with Tavi about whether air pressure counted as craftsmanship, Myrla with the Vila folklore book clutched to her chest, and Nell leaving her broken wand wrapped but not gripped. Harry sat alone on the upper step and let the terrace empty around him. He was exhausted in a way building terraces had never produced, not physically. Structurally. Teaching, he was discovering, demanded a kind of honesty nearly as brutal as bonding to the Heartstone. It required that he notice when his own habits of control tried to re-enter by the side door wearing practical shoes. It required that he face the fact that knowledge, even good knowledge, could become domination if offered without consent or context. It required patience with the specific humiliations of unlearning old systems while helping children unlearn them faster than he had. Luna came back just before sunset carrying 2 cups of something steaming and herbal. "Are you appraising your failure?" she asked, handing him one. "Yes." "How thorough!" He took the cup. The drink tasted like mint stone heat, and one root he still could not name despite 6 months of living with people who insisted naming was not the same as understanding. "I nearly turned the morning into Hogwarts," he said. "Yes." I spoke too long. "Yes." I only realized the first subject was consent after Petter nearly touched Myrla like she was a public curiosity. "Yes." He looked over. "You're being unhelpfully accurate." Luna sat beside him. "I know." They drank in silence for a moment. Below them, evening moved through Aruhan in layers. Bred heat on the lower terrace. Werewolf children racing the Moonyard curve. Goblin voices from the forge seam, one annoyed and one more annoyed. Water sounding in channels that no longer felt like utilities but veins. Harry said after a while, "The school's not about magic." Luna turned her cup in both hands. "No, it's about forgetting the things that made magic harmful before it even starts." "Yes." He stared out across the terraces. The ministry broke Nell's wand, but that wasn't the only thing they broke. No. Hogwarts would have looked at Myrla and called her influence a disciplinary issue, or a special case, or a threat to the learning environment. Yes. And Petter would have learned curiosity mattered more than another person's body if no one stopped him early. Yes. Harry laughed once, tiredly. "Do you ever get bored of being right?" "No," Luna said, "but I do try not to be decorative about it." He leaned back on his hands. The sky above Aruhan was turning the particular blue that came just before the first stars made themselves unavoidable. "I think," he said slowly, "the curriculum is this. We teach them to feel before they cast, to ask before they touch, to read before they worship, to name what institutions did to them before calling it character." Luna nodded. "And we teach them," Harry continued, the thought gathering weight as he spoke. That power isn't a prize for the children who frighten adults least. It's relation. It's responsibility. It's something nobody should have to become smaller to deserve. The words settled into the terrace. Harry felt the stone take them in the same way it had taken Law. Luna smiled, small and bright and a little sad in the way her best smiles sometimes were. "There," she said, "that's the thematic statement." Harry looked at her. The what? The thing underneath the school. The thing all the lessons will actually be teaching, even when they think they're learning water or heat or metallurgy or moonyard etiquette. He huffed a breath that was almost laughter. "You make everything sound like it already existed and I'm only catching up." Mostly because that's often true. He should have argued. Instead, he let the evening keep moving. After a while, he said, "The touch thing frightened me." Luna's face grew more intent. Yes. It felt intimate in a way teaching usually shouldn't be. Yes. Harry looked at his hands again. "I don't want to become another adult who reaches into children because the result is useful." Luna's answer came without hesitation. "Then don't." He turned. "That simple?" "No," she said. "That's strict." The wind shifted across the terrace. Somewhere below, Nell laughed short, startled, as if she had not expected the sound from herself. Luna went on, "You can lend intuition. That doesn't make it yours to impose. So make the rule now before usefulness can tempt you. Never without explicit consent. Never when someone is too frightened to answer clearly. Never as a shortcut around their own learning. Never to prove a point in public. Never if what they need is witness rather than contact." Harry listened. The list did not feel like limitation. It felt like salvation. "Yes," he said quietly. "All right." "And," Luna added, "probably not during soup." He stared at her. She kept a perfectly straight face for almost 3 seconds before her mouth betrayed her. Harry laughed. Properly this time, the terrace answered with a low, contented hum. Below them, evening thickened into life. Lamps warmed in sheltered hollows. The library hall caught the last light along its open curve. In the moonyard, Petter's lagging shadow had finally stopped trying to have independent opinions. Children moved through Iruhan not as future citizens being sorted toward utility, but as living people whose education had begun with the proposition that they belonged to themselves. Harry sat with that until the stars came out. At Hogwarts, he thought, education had often meant filling the child with what the institution considered necessary and trimming away whatever made the contents difficult to arrange. Here it would mean something harsher and kinder both. Peeling lies out. Teaching bodies to distrust shame where it masqueraded as discipline. Teaching minds to hold knowledge without building altars to secrecy. Teaching power as relation rather than rank. Teaching that if the world said your gift was too strange, too little, too dangerous, too female, too animal, too poor, too impure, too emotional, too broken, too late, then the world had told on itself before it had told the truth about you. A curriculum of forgetting, yes. But only so something older and more honest could remain. Luna rose first, brushing stone dust from her skirt. "Tomorrow," she said, "we teach heat." Harry groaned. "To children? To you, mostly." He looked up at her. "You are never going to let me outrank you here, are you?" Luna considered it. "Not while it remains funny." Then she went down the terrace toward the common hearth, where Branka was already calling people to supper and Sira Flintmark was loudly informing the forge seemed that any metal still cooling this slowly was doing so out of personal malice. Harry stayed a few minutes longer. The Eastern Learning Terrace held the day in layers. Nell's basin. Myrla's trembling silver warmth. Petter's shame turned into a better habit before it had time to calcify, the unclaimed book in Myrla's hand. The broken wand resting for the first time on stone that did not treat it as verdict. Harry laid one palm against the step beside him. The plateau answered in its old low way, the heartstone pulsing somewhere far below like thought in geological form. Begin, it had once told them. Now Harry suspected it was saying something more precise. Teach not the old way, never the old way, but truly. He stood at last and went down into Iruhan's evening, where children were already becoming difficult to use. Luna knew her father had broken before anyone crossed the boundary. The knowledge did not come as a message. It came as absence in a pattern she had not realized she still expected. For nearly 2 years after leaving Britain, she had lived with a peculiar kind of listening. Some of it belonged to the heartstone, now geological, old, too large for ordinary grief. Some belonged simply to distance and love. Xenophilius Lovegood did not write often in any conventional sense, but he had never really communicated conventionally to begin with. The world sent him through odd routes. Headline cadence, cipher habits, creature reports that should have been nonsense but weren't. Even silence from him had texture. A chosen silence differed from a frightened one, a distracted silence from a watched one. 3 mornings before the invaders reached Eruhin, Luna woke before dawn and knew, with the terrible intimate certainty children sometimes have about their parents, that somewhere far west, her father had said a thing he had meant not to say. She sat upright in the high sleeping hollow, blankets slipping from one shoulder, and listened. The plateau was still dark. The common hearth 2 terraces below gave off its low, sleeping warmth. Weather had not yet chosen itself for the day. Harry lay farther back under the curve of the shelter wall, one arm flung over his eyes, asleep in the exhausted, unspectacular way he now did most nights. No longer the hunted, half-waking dormitory sleep of Hogwarts, but not yet trust so deep that the body forgot vigilance entirely. Luna closed her eyes. The heartstone moved under the land in one long, buried pulse. She let her mind descend toward it, not demanding answer, only orientation. The old conversation opened around her. Pressure, fault lines, damp shelves, dreaming guardians, wind not yet born on the northern rim. And through all of that, thinner than geology but sharper than weather, a human break. Not a snapped mind, not torture in the melodramatic sense, something simpler and often crueler. Love cornered until loyalty was forced to choose between secrecy and survival. She saw, or thought she saw, the shape of a kitchen table under interrogation light, the wrong kind of clean. The kind institutions mistook for order. Her father's hands ink-stained even now, one thumb worrying the edge of a teacup that wasn't there. A ministry voice asking questions in polite tones, because polite tones made brutality easier to administer in paperwork afterward. Not where is Luna, not even where is Harry Potter, no. The dangerous questions would have come sideways. What do mountain herons mean in your editorials, Mr. Lovegood? Why have 3 known fugitives mentioned your publication in connection with unusual migration articles? What is the significance of backwards places in issue 61? A weaker man, perhaps, might have lied cleanly. Xenophilius Lovegood had never been weak. He had also never been built to survive sustained interrogation by people who treated imagination as evidence of guilt. Luna saw him then not as visionary or fool, not as the man who once fed her pudding for breakfast because gravity had seemed sad that morning, but simply as a father whose only true vulnerability had always been his refusal to believe anyone could meaningfully punish love itself. He had held as long as he could. Then he had thought of her alive somewhere beyond Britain and broken on exactly the old hinge empires always pressed hardest. Tell us enough to keep her from worse. The image vanished. Luna opened her eyes. She was shaking, not dramatically. No sobbing. Her body merely recognized, before her mind finished, that the world had shifted from hiddenness into being hunted. Harry was awake already. That was how quickly the bond between them now worked. Not Thor-treating, never that cheap. But if Luna's internal weather changed hard enough, Harry's body often sensed the pressure front before his mind had language for it. He pushed up on one elbow, hair a dark mess in the half-light. What happened? Luna tried to answer and found that the first available sentence was a child's sentence rather than a steward's. They hurt my father until he gave them a shape. Harry sat fully upright at once. No further explanation was needed. Not immediately. His face changed with terrifying speed, sleep gone, old war training flashing into place in muscle before it ever reached reason. Luna saw the boy Britain had built, and the man Iruhan had been teaching him not to become activate in the same heartbeat. How many? I don't know yet. When? Soon. Harry was already reaching for his boots. Luna looked away before the movement could turn into comfort. Comfort would be wrong-sized for the fact itself. Also dangerous. Harry, when comforted badly, had a habit of becoming useful rather than honest, so she said instead, "If you go down the old way, Iruhan will become Britain with prettier stone." His hands stopped on the leather strap. The pause mattered. It was one of the things she loved most about him now, perhaps more than courage ever had, that even in panic, even in old reflex, he could still be interrupted by truth if it arrived fast enough and did not flatter him. He looked up. "I know." "No, you know in the abstract, I mean now." Luna got to her feet, crossed the shelter, and began pulling on her shoes with fingers steadier than she felt. "They will make you want to do it cleanly. Wards, kill zones, choke points, acceptable losses. They will arrive as the exact sort of problem old Harry was trained to solve." The old Harry? They did not speak of him often, not because he was shameful, but because he had been overused by too many institutions to remain entirely stable as a category. Harry stood too. "And what do you want me to do?" "Help me make this a country rather than a siege." He stared at her for one hard second. Then he nodded once. "All right. That was enough beginning." By noon, Iruhan knew, not in words, but countries did not need words to notice pressure gathering at their edges. The terraces held sound differently. Water in the west channels ran tighter. The glass-antlered cervids did not graze the lower meadows that day. Even children, who often sensed danger more accurately than adults so long as adults had not yet taught them to mistrust themselves, moved through the settlement in a quieter register. Harry called the adults together on the common middle terrace just after sunrise. No alarm bells. No shouting. Iruhan had no use for panic as pageantry. The people simply arrived. Branka with two of her pack and a half-buttoned coat, Tomas Rowan pale and already carrying a tool he could not possibly intend to use in actual combat, Celia with flour still on one hand, Ruck and Sira Flintmark arguing on the way in and therefore visibly calmer than if they had come in silence. 3 later arrivals from the southern shelf, whose names still sat in Harry's mind, half translated through other languages. Myrla's mother standing very still, as though she had seen this sort of gathering become exile before. Children were sent to the eastern learning terraces under the supervision of those old enough not to treat supervision as ownership. No one lied to them. Luna would not allow that, and Harry had finally learned not to want it. "We may have visitors," he said. Petter, who was old enough now to know euphemism when it stood on 2 legs in front of him, said from the back. "Bad ones?" Harry looked at him. "Yes." That simplicity moved over the gathered people like a cleaner wind than false reassurance would have. Luna stood beside the water channel that crossed the terrace. She had not yet spoken. When she was upset enough, she grew more precise rather than less, and the Heartstone's attention deepened behind her face in a way even newcomers had learned to respect. Branka folded her arms. "How many?" "Enough," Harry said, "and not all from the same side." That sharpened the group differently. Sira's eyes narrowed. "Explain," Luna answered this time. "Britain found a route by breaking my father, but the knowledge did not remain British for long. There are at least 2 kinds of pursuit climbing toward us, possibly more." Ruck swore under his breath in a language Harry still couldn't tell was goblin or merely goblin when annoyed. "Ministry?" Branka asked. "Yes," said Harry. "And the other?" Harry's mouth thinned. "Voldemort's?" That produced silence enough to show where history still lived in people's bodies even after escape. It was Tomas Rowan who spoke next, surprising everyone including himself. "So which do we prepare for first?" Luna turned her head and listened, not to the people but to the plateau. Then she said, "Neither." Harry felt the western lower reach in him like a map tightening, 3 streams of intent ascending separately. Ministry teams cleanly arranged, disciplined, carrying spells shaped by training corridors and bureaucratic certainty. The shadow delegation looser, more concealed, more appetite than law, both climbing toward the same true path, both trusting that secrecy still belonged to them. They don't know about each other yet, Harry said slowly. No, Luna agreed. So Iruhen will introduce them. Several faces around the terrace turned. Branka's mouth moved toward a smile that looked alarmingly wolfish. That, she said, I approve of. Harry did too, not because he was proud of cleverness, because the idea itself was structurally right. If Iruhen killed, it would begin by building the habit of deciding who deserved to die at its threshold. Britain excelled at that. So did Voldemort. Luna was proposing something more difficult and therefore more worth becoming. Let hostile architectures collide with each other first, then let the land expel the remainder without inheriting their logic. He took a breath and looked over the gathered adults. No one engages unless we have no choice, he said. No chase, no heroic interception, no one dies if we can stop it. Sira made a skeptical noise. You do know Britain and Dark Lords both take that as weakness. Harry met a gaze. Yes, that was all. The answer, apparently, satisfied her more than argument would have. Celia asked quietly. What do the children know? Luna said. That danger is coming, that the settlement is responding, that no one needs to be brave in the theatrical sense. That, Harry thought, was why Luna should always be allowed near educational structures and perhaps never near parliaments. She could phrase truth so cleanly it cut fear without denying it. Branka nodded once. My pack can help move the little ones if the western terraces shift. Do that, Harry said. Ruck lifted one heavy shoulder. Sira and I will be in the forge seam. If your architecture requires hinges that dislike invaders more explicitly, now is a good hour to admit it. Thank you, Luna said. Ruck grunted. Being thanked still seemed to offend him slightly, unless the thanks came wrapped in argument. The meeting broke into motion. Not chaos. Assignment. That was another difference Iruhen had cultivated carefully. No one here was treated as interchangeable just because danger had arrived. Tasks followed knowledge. Branka's people took the children because their moon-yard training made moving frightened bodies without escalating fear almost second nature. The Flintmarks went to metal and threshold work. Tomas and Celia handled food, blankets, practical comfort, because anyone who thought logistics were lesser than spellcraft had never survived institutions. Myrla's mother and the older children helped shift library books deeper into the East Hall, not out of fear they'd burn, but because children in crisis always reached for context, and open books had become one of Iruhen's truest forms of shelter. Harry and Luna climbed. The highest western shelf lay above the first true path into Iruhen. From there, the plateau opened downward in long silver-green runs cut by dark ridges and split boulders. It was not the easiest defensive position. Harry knew that because his body still did those calculations involuntarily. But it was the best place to feel the settlement's edges and, more importantly, the best place for Luna to hear the land's own preference. Wind met them halfway up the stair ridge. Harry felt the approaching forces more clearly with every step. The ministry teams were nearly textbook in their movement. 3 groups, staggered enough not to trip one another's signatures, each led by someone trained to assess ward structure and identify hidden communities through absence patterns. Very clever by British standards. Entirely provincial by Iruhen's. The shadow delegation disturbed him more. They moved with the ugly fluidity of people whose allegiance was less to order than to hunger within order. Voldemort had always attracted those able to mistake appetite for purpose. How many? Luna asked. Harry stopped at the ridge's highest point and looked west through cloud-thinned light. Ministry, 3 teams of 4, maybe 5. Aura-trained, they're trying to hold formation and not realize the path keeps correcting them. The others, he let the land speak through him. 7, no 8. One strong enough that the rest are arranging around him. Not a commander, more like a knife the others are carrying carefully. Luna stood beside him with eyes half-lidded. The wind moved through her braid and the loose edge of her sleeve. They're both still using old names, she said. Harry turned. What? She touched 2 fingers lightly to the stone underfoot. That's why the approach is so sharp. The ministry path is full of Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood the way Britain remembers them. The other path is full of traitor and stolen asset and unclaimed territory. They are climbing toward ghosts. The phrase went through him like cold ghosts. That, Harry thought, was perhaps the chapter's real title before anyone ever wrote it. Old names as methods of pursuit. Old names as hunting leashes. Old names as the only language Britain and Voldemort alike could use for lives that had already slipped their grammar. Harry looked down the western face again. "Can Iruhan refuse a name?" he asked. Luna smiled, but there was no softness in it. "I think it has been practicing for years." The first Aura team saw the Shadow delegation 23 minutes before either group should have reached the true path. That, too, was Luna's doing, not by illusion, not in the British sense of deceptive magic laid over ground. Iruhan disliked false scenery. It preferred emphatic relevance. Luna and Harry stood on the western height and asked the approach shelves, gullies, and folded light to guide hostile architecture into contact with other hostile architecture before either could touch the settlement's true edge. The land agreed readily. Harry felt the western routes shift under his awareness, like fingers rethreading a loom. The short gully that usually opened toward the first boundary shelf instead took the ministry team half a degree south at precisely the moment the Shadow delegation's concealed ascent chose the corresponding rise. A split boulder caught and redirected sound. Mist thinned where concealment expected cover and thickened where certainty expected visibility. Distance shortened between two groups still thinking themselves uniquely clever. Then the world did what old enemies always did when surprised in the act of trespass. It became itself. The first spell flashed blue-white over the ridgeline below, clean and British and immediate, not a killing curse. Stunning or shield break, Harry guessed from the sound. A second shot upward from the lower rise in answer, green-edged but not Avada. Smoke followed. Someone shouted in clipped official English. Someone else replied in the colder, rougher tone of the Shadow delegation, a language of contempt wearing human grammar. "There," Luna said softly. Harry watched from the height as the two groups truly saw one another. It was almost beautiful. Not the violence. The revelation. Aurors on a covert mountain approach stopping in stunned disbelief to find Death Eaters already on the route they had believed secret. Voldemort's delegation, equally arrogant in the opposite direction, discovering ministry hunters at the exact threshold they intended to penetrate unseen. Two systems of domination colliding because both had assumed that secrecy and entitlement naturally belonged to them. The first real exchange came hard and fast after that. Aura shields went up in disciplined overlapping arcs. The Shadow delegation answered with scattercast curses designed to destabilize formation rather than kill outright professionals, Harry thought grimly, or people trained by them. One rock shelf above the lower gully exploded into fragments. Mist went red for a second under reflected spellite. The invaders broke the plateau's quiet with all the graceless self-importance of civilizations that believed their quarrels automatically counted as the center of any land they stepped onto. Harry's body leaned forward before he chose it. Every war-trained reflex in him wanted to move. Assess, descend, intervene, take the stronger flank, end it quickly. Luna's hand found his wrist. He did not look away from the fight. "I know," he said through his teeth. "No," she replied, voice low. "You know the urge, not the response." Below them, a dark-robed figure from the Shadow delegation tried a high-cutting curse that would have taken one Aura across the throat if the plateau hadn't at that exact instant shifted the stone under his leading foot by half an inch. The curse went wide and sliced a standing spur instead, showering sparks. An Aura retaliated with a binding hex that should have caught two opponents. Iruhan lengthened the line of ground between them just enough that the spell only wrapped an empty pillar of air. The land was already participating, not aggressively, judiciously. Harry felt it distinguish in real time between spell trajectories that would maim and spellwork that merely intimidated. A killing impulse hit the western face from one hooded figure, and the ground there immediately softened under him into slick silver grass that sent his next curse into the sky. An aura captain raised a capture net with the internal shape of contain and interrogate later, and the shelf beneath her feet simply rotated the angle of her stance until the net opened too early and trapped nobody at all. Luna watched with terrible concentration. She dislikes both of them. Harry said, she dislikes what they are asking the land to become. That was more precise. The Ministry wanted avenue, target, reportable perimeter. The Shadow delegation wanted unclaimed resource, seizure route, a place to drag into another master's architecture. Both approached the plateau as material. Iruhen had spent years being taught not to accept that grammar. The second and third aura teams arrived almost together on separate rises and made everything worse. For one chaotic minute, Harry actually believed the situation might tip toward casualties despite all their planning. Too many wands. Too many frightened professionals with partial information and habitually lethal reflexes. The air below the ridge filled with curse light, shouted orders, loose rocks, smoke, and the brittle escalating stupidity of people who had been ambushed by truth and were trying to solve it with force. One aura shouted, "Potter, Lovegood, Ministry Authority." The name cracked up the slope and broke harmlessly against the western shelf without ever quite reaching the heights where Harry and Luna stood. Harry felt that physically, the old name had no traction here, no echo, no route. Ghost, he thought again. Luna stepped forward. This was the first true moment of Iruhen's defense, and Harry knew it before anything visible happened because the Heartstone's attention deepened under the plateau like weather drawing breath. Luna did not raise a wand. She set both palms against the highest western standing stone, an upright dark rib that had grown from the shelf during the first year of architecture, and which now marked, more truly than any gate, the point where invitation ended and expulsion could begin. Harry felt her touch travel downward through stone and shelf and fault line like a question asked in a language the land loved. Not stop them, not harm them, something more exact. These are old names carrying old architectures. Show them the way out without teaching them our center. The plateau answered. The transformation began below their feet and outward from there in concentric acts of relevance. Not walls, routes. The gully where auras and shadow delegation had first collided opened wider than either remembered, and then twice as long. Mist lowered, but only over lines of sight that led inward. Retreat paths remained startlingly clear. The shelf to the north folded downward into a gentle slope that suggested exit so convincingly even panicked bodies would trust it. Spell sound deadened toward the settlement and amplified toward the lowland, making every shouted order feel farther from its source than it was. One Death Eater tried to apparate. Nothing happened. Not because of anti-apparition wards in the Hogwarts sense. Because the plateau declined to coordinate space for him until he chose direction away from its center. The effect was immediate and, to Harry's eye, exquisite. The invaders' fight did not stop from mercy. It stopped because Iruhen altered the conditions under which aggression made tactical sense. Every inward advance now felt treacherous, lengthened, misaligned. Every outward path felt unexpectedly stable. Angles favored retreat. Cover favored descent. Spellwork cast toward the plateau returned useless sensory confusion. Wind gusts at the wrong moment, sound lag, footing corrections too subtle to blame and too constant to ignore. Aura formation broke first, not out of cowardice, out of training adapting to terrain. Their lead witch barked a withdrawal line Harry could not fully hear, and the western route immediately clarified just enough for the team to believe they had found it themselves. The Shadow delegation resisted longer. Of course they did. Appetite mistook refusal for insult. One of the hooded figures, the knife presence Harry had felt before the others, planted himself on a rise and began assembling a larger curse. something scorched and anchored through blood or fear or both. Harry felt the shape of it, and his own magic surged hard, ready to answer with violence. Luna's voice reached him through the same moment. "Not you." He forced himself still. The plateau handled the problem better than he would have. The rise under the dark wizard did not collapse. That would have been crude. It simply ceased to agree that it was high ground. A seam of hidden warmth breathed upward through the stone. Mist thickened across his line of sight. The apparent distance to the auras shortened by half. The spell he released, calibrated for range and elevation that no longer existed in the form he believed, detonated 3 yards ahead of him in a spray of green-black sparks that took his own side's cover instead. For one beautiful second, both Ministry and Shadow Delegation turned on him with exactly the same accusation. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The sound was low and private up on the ridge, but Iruhan heard. The western standing stone answered with a deep harmonic note. Below, the entire lower route shifted into final clarity. No one died. That remained the most astonishing fact afterward. Auras slid backward down a slope that hadn't been there 10 minutes earlier, but which welcomed hurried descent with almost indecent competence. The Shadow Delegation, increasingly convinced they had stumbled into some mad anti-scrying warfield already compromised by Ministry presence, broke left and then lower as their concealment magic failed to find surfaces willing to wear it. A binding curse struck an aura shield and ricocheted harmlessly into a patch of silver grass that merely glowed for a second and then sighed steam. 2 opponents collided shoulder first because the path narrowed exactly where each had expected it to remain wide. An aura tried again to project command through the confusion. "In the name of..." And the wind stole the rest of the sentence so thoroughly that even Harry, much closer, never learned which authority she had hoped would matter here. Within 15 minutes, the fight had turned into what all bad invasions eventually became when denied narrative dignity. A retreat nobody wished to call retreat. Within 20, the first Ministry team had reached the lower boulders and was still glancing backward in clear professional distress, not because they had seen overwhelming hostile magic, but because they had not. They could not explain what had opposed them. Nothing cast cleanly enough to file. No wards to diagram. No visible defenders. Only terrain, relevance, and the increasingly unbearable suspicion that the land itself had found them categorically unwelcome. The Shadow Delegation left more slowly and with greater humiliation. One hooded wizard, perhaps too proud or too stupid to accept expulsion gently, turned halfway down the outer run and fired a parting curse back toward the upper shelf, where he must have felt, more than seen, some intelligence directing the humiliation. Harry's body moved before thought. But Luna was faster, not in reflex, in architecture. She touched the standing stone once with 2 fingers. The curse reached the first boundary line and became rain, not metaphorically. A brief silver sheet, sunlit even under cloud, falling harmlessly over dark rock and running into the western channels with a sound like laughter too old to be cruel. The hooded figure stopped dead. So did the aura captain below him, who had turned just in time to see the same thing. No one on the outer routes moved for 3 full seconds. Harry watched understanding fail in them all at once. That, he thought, would stay longer than fear. Then the western face eased shut, not visibly. The paths remained paths. The plateau was never melodramatic after a job well done. But relevance withdrew. Mist settled differently. Distances relaxed back into their own shapes. What had been obvious retreat became, once more, a difficult mountain with no invitation hidden in it. The invaders descended out of range, carrying confusion, professional shame, conflicting eyewitness accounts, and precisely no useful map. Luna took her hand from the stone. For a moment neither she nor Harry spoke. Then Harry said, very softly, "That was better than killing them." Luna leaned her forehead briefly against the dark upright. Yes, he could feel the tremor in her now that the immediate work was done, not weakness, Cost, the kind that came when the Heartstone spoke heavily through her for too long. He stepped closer but did not touch her until she turned and chose proximity herself. When she did, it was only shoulder to shoulder. Still, it mattered. "I'm sorry about your father," he said. Luna looked west, where the last of the intruders had vanished into ordinary mountain weather. "Yes," she said after a while. "So am I." No attempt at brightness, no Lovegood's strange sentence to rescue the feeling into symbolism, just grief, cleanly acknowledged. That was the other thing Iruhan had taught them, perhaps more slowly than any spellwork. Sorrow did not need to become useful before being allowed into speech. Harry waited. Luna went on, voice quieter now. "He didn't betray us." "No." He was broken by a state that thinks love is leverage. Harry felt anger stir again, but different now. Less the hot old British kind that wanted answer through victory. More structural, the Iruhan kind, note the architecture, name what it does, build against recurrence. "They still didn't find us," he said. Luna's mouth tilted a fraction. "No. Only the shape of an old pursuit." Below them, the western shelf had already begun smoothing itself out of battle geometry. Mist lifted. A displaced stone righted by half an inch. The rain-turned curse water ran in a narrow new line toward the lower herb terraces, where Branka would probably later insist on checking whether hostile spell residue made particularly energetic time. The country, having defended, was already busy returning to use. Harry looked at Luna. "You knew it could do that?" "Not exactly." "That's comforting." "No," she agreed, "but it is encouraging." He laughed once, and this time she smiled properly. Then the smile went away because something new had entered the air, not danger, attention. Harry felt it at the western edge first, and then all through the settlement. Doors, water, warm shelves, the Moonyard's open lip, the library hall, the forge seam, even the eastern learning terraces where children had been kept busy during the approach. Iruhan was listening to its own aftershape. Testing what had just been proved, Luna straightened. She heard herself. "Iruhan?" "Yes." Harry looked out over the terraces below, and there it was, not visible magic, not glow or anthem or anything so vulgar. Just the unmistakable sense of a country having crossed one more threshold in knowing what it was willing to do to remain itself. It had refused entry, without murder, without becoming siege, without asking Harry to relive the logic Britain had built him for. That mattered almost more than survival. The children wanted the story immediately, of course. By the time Harry and Luna came down from the western ridge, the settlement had reached that fragile post-danger state all communities knew. People pretending practical work remained urgent mainly because their bodies had not yet agreed the threat was over. Bread was checked. Water channels inspected. Pack children recounted, then recounted again. The Flintmarks complained about the minor misalignment in one threshold brace in tones suggesting the misalignment had personally insulted metallurgical dignity. Branka had already walked the Moonyard once just because motion improved thought, and the children waited at the lower learning terrace pretending not to wait. Nia Rowan, who had never once in her life mistaken patience for passivity, spoke first. "Did the hill win?" Luna crouched to her level. "No," she said, "it refused to lose itself." Nia considered that and seemed satisfied. Petter was less philosophical. "Did you hex them?" "No," Harry said. "Did they hex each other?" "Yes." Petter grinned. Branka, passing behind him, clipped the back of his head lightly. "Do not admire incompetence merely because it is entertaining." "It was a little entertaining," Sira muttered from farther off. The adults gathered by increments as Harry and Luna reported what had happened. Not every detail, enough. Ministry, Voldemort's people, collision, expulsion, no casualties. No clear sightline inward, no functional map lost. The more Harry spoke, the more visible the reaction became in faces around him, relief first. Then something older, disbelief perhaps, not that Iruhan had defended them. It had been defending them quietly for years in smaller ways. But this had been different. Public, undeniable, tested against named enemies from the world that had hurt almost everyone here. Tomas Rowan sat down hard on the bench by the baker's shelf halfway through and put both hands over his face. Celia touched the back of his neck. After a while, he lowered his hands and said, not to anyone in particular, "No one handed us over." The sentence went through the terrace like weather. Harry saw every history it struck. Werewolves registered and caged for their own good. Squib children gently removed from magical households for practical futures. Goblin craft absorbed into banks while goblin makers themselves were denied equal dignity. Muggleborns disciplined into gratitude by systems that snapped their wands or their confidence depending on which proved easier. Half human, half blood, no blood, wrong blood, too much blood in the wrong category. Every person here had once lived in relation to a structure that would, under sufficient pressure, have traded them for its own continuity. Tomas's sentence named the absence like miracle. No one handed us over. "No," Harry said. And then, because the thing needed saying plainly or it would rot into unspoken worship later, Luna added, "But that is not because Harry and I are uniquely noble." Several people blinked at her. She went on with the serene brutality only Luna could manage. "It is because the laws, the terraces, the paths, and the Heartstone are all built against that outcome. If a place relies on the goodness of two central figures not to betray it, it is merely a monarchy waiting for a bad year." Sira barked a laugh loud enough to startle 3 birds from the lower grass. Ruck grinned into his beard. Branka nodded once, slow and fierce. Harry looked at Luna with exhausted gratitude, even now, especially now. She would not let Iruhan begin mythologizing stewards into saviors. That, too, was defense. The evening meal tasted different, not better exactly. Sharper. More real. People spoke lower at first and then, as the western sky dimmed into violet and the common hearth deepened into night warmth, more freely. The story fractured and reformed around the tables the way important stories always did in communities that intended to survive them. Petter insisted the auras must have looked ridiculous sliding down silver grass. Branka informed him that anyone with training could make a tactical withdrawal look dignified, and that the true humiliation had likely been bureaucratic afterward. Sira declared she would pay actual coin to read the ministry report. Celia cried only once, quietly, while slicing bread, and nobody made the mistake of treating tears like emergency rather than weather. Luna slipped away after supper. Harry let her. Grief needed solitary geometry sometimes, and she would not thank anyone for shadowing it into symbolism. He found her later on the eastern shelf above the learning terraces, where the plateau took moonlight gently and the standing stones far off looked like thoughts not yet finished. She was sitting with knees drawn up, chin resting on one of them, face turned west. Harry sat beside her without speaking. For a long time they listened to the country breathe, children sleeping. Water in channels, the forge seemed cooling. Night creatures adjusting routes. The low, almost subterranean note of the Heartstone moving under all of it like a second darkness full of intention. At last, Luna said, "He'll think I know." Harry did not pretend confusion. "Your father." "Yes." The wind moved her braid against her shoulder. "He'll know I felt it," she continued. Or suspect. Fathers are often less foolish than they appear when the foolishness is partly camouflage. Harry considered that. "Do you hate him?" Luna turned, surprised enough that her eyes widened. "No." "Good." She studied him. "That was a very quick answer." "Yes." "Why?" Harry looked out over Iruhan instead of at her. Sometimes truth arrived better angled slightly away from the person who needed it. "Because if someone had taken me in Britain and put enough fear in the right place, I don't know what shape I would have given away either." Luna listened. He went on. "The state doesn't prove anything by breaking people at their existing love. It only proves where the cruelty was designed." She inhaled slowly. That was all, not absolution, not full healing, nothing tidy enough to count as resolution. Only 2 people on a high shelf in a country they had grown together. Naming architecture rather than pretending pain became simpler if attached to a single failure. After a while, Luna said, "They used our old names like keys." "Yes." "And the doors did not open." Harry smiled slightly in the dark. No, the quiet after that was easier. Below them, in the lower dark, one of the glass-antlered cervids moved along the outer grass line where the western approaches began. Its black glass antlers caught moonlight without reflecting it. Guardian, auditor, witness, the categories blurred around Iruhan's creatures the way all useful categories eventually did here. The cervid paused and lifted its head toward the west, then lowered it again, satisfied. Luna leaned back on her hands. I think this was the first time Iruhan had to choose between being hidden and being itself. Harry felt the truth of that settle all through the terraces. Yes. And it chose itself, he nodded. The choice mattered philosophically in ways Britain would never understand. Hidden places could survive by remaining rumor, by staying too strange or remote to trigger Empire's full appetite. But countries, real ones, eventually had to answer discovery. The question was always what form that answer took: fortress, border regime, secret police, heroic central violence. All the old available architectures, Iruhan had chosen another, not openness unto self-erasure, not pacifism so sentimental it became permission for predation, a boundary with ethics, expulsion without dominion, defense without inheritance of the attacker's soul. Harry had once believed such distinctions belonged to essays, not battlefields. The plateau had educated him otherwise. Luna spoke again, quieter now, perhaps half to the heartstone under them. They will go back frightened. Harry could almost hear the reports already. Unmapped hostile highland anomaly. Probable anti-trace field. Possible competing infiltration by dark-aligned operatives. Terrain instability. Environmental curse interference. Inability to secure visual confirmation of suspected fugitives. Recommending further reconnaissance postponed pending interdepartmental review. Britain loved paperwork whenever it needed distance from humiliation. And Voldemort's people, he asked. They will say the land itself was claimed, Luna said. Which, in a way, is true. Just not by the kind of master they understand. Harry laughed softly. A pulse answered under the stone. Then Luna turned her head slightly, listening to something below hearing. The Heartstone approves of your phrasing, she said. That's deeply embarrassing. Yes, Luna agreed. You should be careful or you'll become decorative. He was still laughing when the eastern wind changed, not sharply. Just enough for Harry's directional sense to catch weather moving over the northern rim and toward the terraces by midnight. Rain, perhaps, the first edge of it. He stood and offered Luna his hand. This, too, mattered. Not rescuing her from grief. Simply offering transition when the body had been sitting too long with weight. She took it. Together they walked back down toward the sleeping center of Iruhan, where laws carved in living stone held their shape in darkness, and no old name reached far enough to undo what the country had already learned about itself. By morning, the western approaches looked ordinary again. That was perhaps the cruelest kindness of true defense. Afterward, the land did not wear victory as ornament. It returned to grasses, shelves, channels, herbs, open sky. Only the people remembered the exact geometry of refusal, and memory in places built honestly was enough. The children went to lessons. Bread still needed baking. The Moonyard required one repair on its outer lip where Petter had misjudged a leap the evening before and refused to admit it. Ruck and Sira spent an entire hour insulting the hingework of a storage threshold that, in Harry's opinion, had performed admirably under stress, but which, in theirs, had demonstrated a slightly sentimental tolerance for poor footfall. Life resumed because life was the point. Yet underneath it all something irreversible had occurred. Iruhan was no longer merely a country in principle. It was a country with an external memory, with enemies who had touched its edges and left carrying fear instead of spoils. With residents who had watched the old world arrive to claim, sort, and drag back into use, and had watched that old world go away empty-handed. That changed posture. Children stood differently the day after. So did adults. Tomas Rowan spoke less softly. Meyerla borrowed a second book without asking whether the shelf required permission. Branca's pack ran the upper western shelves at dusk with a speed that looked suspiciously like joy rather than training. Even Nell Mercer, who still carried the cloth-wrapped broken wand out of habit more than need, walked the learning terrace as though the stone under her feet had entered evidence against every ministry office that had once tried to name her unsafe. Luna noticed all of it. Of course she did. That evening, while they stood on the central terrace watching rain move silver through the outer channels, she said, "The old names are failing." Harry followed her gaze outward. "Yes, not disappearing," she added. "That would be too easy, just failing to organize reality the way they used to." He understood. Harry Potter still existed as a story somewhere west of mountains and ministries and surviving war. Luna Lovegood still existed in Quibbler rumors and ministry files, and perhaps in her father's guilty, stubborn heart. Those names were not lies exactly. They were incomplete maps. Old border drawings. Administrative ghosts. Iruhan had now tested them against land and history and chosen relation and found them insufficient as keys. Harry said, "Good." Luna smiled a little at the rain. "Yes," she said, "good." And the country around them, still young enough to be learning its own defenses and old enough already to reject Empire's grammar. Listen to the names the world had once used for them, then calmly, permanently declined to open. Harry knew Snape was coming because the plateau could not decide what category to place him in. That was the first wrongness. Every other intrusion Iruhan had faced since learning how to defend itself had arrived in a shape the land understood immediately. Hunger, seizure, bureaucratic certainty. The wish to catalog, to own, to test a boundary until it behaved like a border post. The plateau had become almost elegant in the way it handled such things. Hostile intention tasted sour in the air before it ever reached the lower shelves. Paths tightened. Distances grew teeth. Water turned indifferent. Stone lost patience. This approach felt different, not harmless, not welcome, but divided in a way Iruhan did not often encounter. The presence coming up the western old path was sharp as a knife and tired as old poison. It carried secrets, restraint, and an extraordinary density of practiced self-hatred. The land could tell, Harry felt, that it was not being approached by a conqueror. Neither, however, was it being approached by someone clean enough for ordinary hospitality. The country hesitated. Harry stood on the highest western terrace just after dawn with one hand resting against the standing stone Luna, used most often for large-scale boundary work, and watched the morning come in under a sky of thin iron cloud. Below him, the western slope ran long and pale through silver grass and dark rock. Mist dragged low in the gullies. Somewhere deeper in the terraces, the common hearth was waking. Bread scent and warm stone moved upward in small civilized threads. Iruhan, for all its heartstone depths and half-sentient defensive intelligence, remained at morning a place of ordinary people rising into ordinary work. That mattered to Harry more than any grandeur ever had. A country's truth, he had learned, lived less in what it could do under threat than in what it preserved when no one was watching behind him. On the upper shelf, Luna sat cross-legged on the low ridge wall with a blanket around her shoulders and her hair still half undone from sleep. She had not spoken for several minutes. That was usually how Harry knew her attention had gone deeper than surface weather. At last, she said, "He keeps changing names as he climbs." Harry did not look away from the slope. "I can feel that. It's making the route uncertain." "Yes." The presence below had crossed 3 categories in the last 10 minutes without ever changing its body. Spy, teacher, traitor, penitent, executioner, witness. The land disliked incoherence in hostile people almost as much as it disliked certainty. It had not yet decided whether to reroute him, bury his approach in cloud, or merely slow him until Harry chose the shape of the encounter himself. "Is it a trap?" Harry asked. Luna tilted her head as though listening to something a little below language. "No," she said after a while. "Or not one arranged by others. Only the kind people become when they've lived too long as instruments." Harry let out a breath through his nose. That answer, which would have been intolerable from almost anyone else, was in Luna's mouth only exact. He knew who was climbing the slope already. Not from face, not yet, from old emotional architecture. There are people one learns in childhood the way the body learns winter. Not because every day with them is memorable, but because they alter the atmosphere so consistently that, years later, one can still recognize their arrival by pressure alone. Harry had known Severus Snape by pressure first. As dread in a corridor. As disdain entering a classroom before the man himself cleared the door. As the particular shape of danger that did not need to shout because it had mastered subtler humiliations. Now, with the Heartstone's bond braided through his senses, Harry knew him more completely and less kindly than memory alone allowed. The presence below carried all the old knives, yes, but also discipline burnt down to bone. Exhaustion so permanent it had become character. The terrible inwardly folded shape of a man who had spent too many years turning love into punishment because he could not imagine any nobler use left for it. "I want to send him away," Harry said. Luna pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "I know. Before he reaches the first shelf." "I know." Harry turned then. Luna looked pale in the weak morning light, not with fear but with the lingering attentiveness the Heartstone sometimes exacted from her after difficult nights. Her eyes, since the bond, always held too much horizon when she was listening hard. It still startled Harry sometimes, though by now it also felt like home. "If this is Voldemort's answer to last season," he said, "I don't owe him the courtesy of hearing it." "No," Luna agreed. "You don't," he frowned. But Snape is not here as Voldemort's certainty," she said. "He is here as the unfinished conversation." Harry looked back west. That, too, was true. He had spent years imagining, in ugly brief flashes, what he would say to Snape if speech were ever stripped of classroom hierarchy and school rules, and the grotesque etiquette of institutions pretending cruelty was education. He had imagined shouting, silence, violence, a childish, satisfying catalogue of accusations. He had imagined Snape cornered, forced to confess every private meanness as if confession could ever explain architecture. He had never imagined Snape coming alone. That changed the moral weather. "You're not coming down with me," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Luna nodded once. "No," he waited. She added, "If I'm there, the conversation becomes about interpretation. It needs to be about inheritance." Harry almost asked what precisely that meant, then he stopped, because he knew Snape belonged to Hogwarts, to Britain's old machine, to Dumbledore's moral geometry, to all the warped fatherhoods and pedagogies and sacrificial scripts that had once enclosed Harry so tightly he mistook them for destiny. Luna was his present, his chosen country, his corrective architecture. She could not have the conversation for him, because the conversation itself was about what part of the old world Harry had to face alone before refusing it completely. He nodded. "All right." Luna's fingers moved lightly over the ridge stone beside her, not spellcasting, only contact. "The plateau will let him up to the standing circles," she said. "No further until you choose." "That's generous." "No," she said, looking west. "It's exact." The standing circles lay quiet under late morning cloud. Harry reached them before Snape, and stood in the innermost opening with hands empty at his sides, and all the old hatred moving under his skin like a current he had no intention of pretending away. The field had changed over the years, as all of Eruhan had changed. Some stones stood taller now. One fallen rib had lifted halfway from the grass and remained there, not fully upright, as though the land appreciated incompletion enough to preserve it visibly. The white grass at the center had spread in a clean ring around the old split passage downward. The glass-antlered cervids grazed somewhere beyond the outer shelf, present but not intruding. Harry preferred it that way. He wanted witness from the land, not audience. When Snape appeared at last through the western mist, he did not at first look like Snape at all. He looked smaller. Harry would later hate that this was the first thought, not because it was compassionate. It wasn't. It was only true in the raw anatomical sense. Hogwarts had always framed Snape for dominance. Dungeons, shadows, classrooms, tables positioned so other people looked up. out here on an open high plateau under enormous, indifferent sky. He became simply a thin man in black with too much tension in his shoulders, and a face cut finer by years than Harry had expected. His hair still hung in the same lank curtains, though there was more gray in it than school memory allowed. His skin had the chalky color of one who slept irregularly and trusted sleep even less. The mouth was the same, bitter by habit, severe by construction. But the eyes were not the same. Or perhaps Harry had simply never seen them outside role before. They were exhausted, not theatrically. Not in the self-punishing way some people displayed suffering to secure moral advantage, only worn past ornament. A man who had long ago ceased expecting redemption from endurance and kept enduring anyway because the machinery around him still required function. Snape stopped at the outer ring. For several seconds they only looked at one another. No wand drawn, no greeting. The circles hummed once, low under the ground, as if noting that two old names had entered the same grammar and neither yet knew which one would survive it. At last Snape said, "You are rather difficult to find." Harry's laugh came out sharp and humorless. That was the idea. Snape's gaze moved once over the standing stones, the white grass, the sky, the almost imperceptible geometric wrongness of the place where a route should have continued upward and did not. Harry watched him register the field like a man who had spent his life in controlled magic and now found himself standing in something older, more opinionated and categorically unimpressed by his reputation. "You came alone," Harry said. "Yes." "Why?" Snape's mouth flattened. "Because had I arrived with company, I would not have arrived." That was probably true. Harry folded his arms. "You shouldn't have arrived now." "No," Snape agreed. "Probably not." The wind moved between the stones. It was the tone, more than the words, that unsettled Harry first. No classroom acid. No silky contempt. No performance for observers. He sounded infuriatingly like a man who had stripped irony for travel and found none left worth carrying. Harry said, "Is this Voldemort's idea?" "Partly." "Meaning?" "Meaning?" Snape said, stepping through the outer ring now that the plateau had apparently decided he remained within tolerable bounds, "that the Dark Lord sent an emissary. Meaning also that I altered the terms of the errand rather severely." Harry's shoulders tightened. "Severely how?" "I came alone." That was not enough answer. Harry felt the old schoolboy fury rise at once, the one Snape had always known how to provoke by speaking as though information itself was a privilege Harry had not yet earned. The fact that the fury arrived so quickly embarrassed him. The fact that Snape noticed it immediately embarrassed him more. For one ugly second, Harry wanted to be 15 again and reckless enough to shout. Instead he said, very clearly, "If you've climbed half a continent to talk to me like a professor still deciding what I'm ready to know, you can turn around now." Something changed in Snape's face. Small, quick, almost invisible recognition, perhaps, of the wound, of the sentence, of the fact that Harry had finally learned to name the architecture rather than merely suffer in it. Snape inclined his head by a degree. "Quite right," he said. "Then let us attempt honesty and see if either of us survives the novelty." Harry should not have been startled by the lack of deflection. Yet he was. "Start with how you found me," he said. Snape looked at him for a long moment. "Do you remember occlumency lessons?" Harry's entire body went cold. "Yes." A flicker of something crossed Snape's face that was not apology and was perhaps, in him, the closest available species. "When Dumbledore instructed me to teach you, it was not solely to protect you from the Dark Lord." Harry felt the plateau's edges sharpen in him, instinct preparing for wound. "What else?" Snape's eyes did not leave his. He wished for a secondary line of access, a tether. Not enough for the Dark Lord to use. Enough that if you vanished before certain contingencies matured, someone loyal to his design might still locate you. For one clean second, Harry could not speak. The standing circles hummed lower, like stones noting pressure in a fault line. "You put a tracking bond in my mind." "No," Snape said. Harry's anger flashed hot enough that the grass at his feet silvered with frost. "Do not lie to me." "I am not lying." Snape's voice remained level, though a line appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bond of that kind requires repeated reciprocal entry. You provided it every time you opened to instruction, every time I forced passage under Dumbledore's orders, every time your defenses broke and ours touched more deeply than either of us found agreeable. Harry stared at him. The old occlumency room in Grimmauld Place came back at once. Snape's voice like acid, the forced exposures, the humiliation of failure, the panic of intrusion, the sense that nothing inside his own head was ever entirely his when a powerful adult decided necessity outweighed consent. Dumbledore, of course, always another reason hidden under the stated reason. So while teaching me to keep Voldemort out, Harry said, voice gone very flat, you were helping Dumbledore make sure one of his own people could still get in. Snape did not defend himself. Yes. The word struck harder than excuse would have. Harry turned away. For a few seconds all he could do was breathe through the old and newly sharpened violation of it. Not because this revelation was larger than everything else he had learned. It wasn't. Dumbledore had already been revealed to him, piece by piece, as a man for whom children's interiors were legitimate terrain if the war required it. But there was something uniquely foul in hearing the method named, reciprocal entry, forced passage, certain contingencies. He had been, yet again, a system. Harry looked out through the stones at the enormous patient light over Iruhen and forced his hands not to shake. Why tell me now? Because, Snape said, you are owed at least one truth before I leave. Harry laughed once bitterly. One, do not be greedy, Potter. It ill suits sainthood. The insult was almost familiar enough to count as comfort. Almost, Harry turned back. All right, he said. Then give me the useful truth. What was Dumbledore planning exactly? Snape's face became very still. Here, Harry thought, is the real reason he came, not Voldemort's errand, not even the bond. This, the conversation that had been portioned out across years in smaller, crueler ways and never allowed to occur while Hogwarts still stood above them like authority made stone. Snape said, he knew the fragment in your scar was a Horcrux. Harry did not move. The word itself was not new. The shape of it, fully spoken to his face by the man who had once sneered at his ignorance as if it were moral weakness, still had force. He knew, Harry repeated. Yes, how long? By the end of your second year, he suspected. After the graveyard, he became nearly certain. Harry's mouth went dry, and he intended to let it ripen, Snape said. To let the Dark Lord complete the pattern, to destroy the other Horcruxes until only Nagini and the fragment in you remained. Then, when the Dark Lord chose the moment himself to send you to death carrying the false comfort that your choice ennobled the architecture. The stones went so quiet Harry could hear the wind through the outer grass. No softening, no grandfatherly phrasing. No burden or necessity or love made pious through omission. Only the thing itself. Harry asked, because he needed the knife twisted fully or not at all, was I supposed to survive? Snape's expression altered in the slightest way. Not with mercy. With something like contempt for the entire category of hope as used by better men. Dumbledore believed the use of your blood in the Dark Lord's resurrection created a possibility. Possibility, yes, a chance. A gamble, the word landed where it belonged. Harry had known, abstractly, that Dumbledore's plan required his death. He had known it in the training chamber, in the prophecy's ash, in the entire shape of 6 years spent being sharpened more for endurance than life. Hearing Snape say gamble changed the scale. Because that was what it had always been beneath the moral theater, not sacrifice exactly, not even strategy. A wager placed with a child's body because the odds looked better than despair. And you knew, Harry said. Yes, you stayed. Yes, you helped him. A long pause, then Snape said, yes. Harry closed his eyes once, not because the honesty hurt less, because it hurt cleanly, and that was somehow worse. There was nowhere to hang self-deception now, no paternal affection to rescue it, no claim that the adults had been doing their best within intolerable constraints. Snape, of all people, had come as witness for the prosecution rather than defense. When Harry opened his eyes again, Snape was watching him with the severe patience of a man standing beside an operating table and refusing anesthesia on principle. Harry said, Why? He heard immediately how childish the question sounded. Snape seemed to hear it too. But this time he did not punish the childishness. Because the world we inhabited, Snape said, had already convinced most of us that preventing catastrophe justified deforming anyone near its center. Dumbledore did it nobly, Voldemort does it honestly, the Ministry does it administratively, I did it bitterly. Those distinctions matter less than we told ourselves. Harry stared at him. There it was, the sentence beneath the entire war, not innocence versus corruption, not light versus dark. Competing architectures of use. He thought of Iruhen's laws carved in stone, of children taught to ask before touching, of Nell Mercer's broken wand, of the Western path refusing both Aurors and Death Eaters alike because both had arrived asking the land to become material. He said, "Then you know what this place is?" Something tightened in Snape's face. "Explain it to me." Not what is it, not curiosity, instruction requested by a man too proud to beg and too honest, suddenly, to pretend ignorance was strength. So Harry did the harder thing. He told the truth without romance. "It isn't a refuge in the old sense," he said. "Not a hideout, not an army waiting out the war, it's a country, or the beginning of one." Snape's gaze flicked once toward the upper slopes he had been denied and then back. A country. Yes. For whom? Harry heard the old trap in the question and refused it immediately. Not bloodlines, not species, not the useful, not the chosen. For people a system would otherwise turn into exceptions until it could dispose of them. Snape said nothing. Harry went on. No ministry registration. No blood hierarchy. No restricted section. No child taught obedience as the first shape of education. No bond or pack or school or state that gets to own a will because it claims to know better what survival requires. He heard his own voice deepen as he spoke, not in volume but in clarity. The thing under the words was older than argument now. It had been built into terraces, moonyards, forge seams, learning halls, laws children could test with their bodies and find true. "This place is built," Harry said. "So the conditions that made Voldemort and Dumbledore both possible don't get to call themselves inevitable." The wind moved through the circles. Snape's eyes had sharpened in a way Harry remembered from classrooms, but the quality was different now. Not predatory interest. Not the pleasure of finding a student about to fail a question. More like the shock of hearing an answer from a subject Britain had never believed belonged to children at all. "You think you have escaped history?" Snape said. "No," Harry replied. "I think I stopped agreeing that history gets to own all the future." For a second something almost like hunger crossed Snape's face. Not for power, for possibility. It vanished too quickly to be named aloud, but Harry saw it and could not unsee it. That was when the Heartstone shifted inside him. Not a pulse from below ground. An inward opening. Harry had used contact to lend intuition. He had felt weather in people and land. He had grown more sensitive to intention until words often arrived already half-translated through structure. Now, standing before Severus Snape in the standing circles where old agreements still clung to stone, Harry suddenly knew he could do something else. Not tear, not pry, see if permitted. The realization frightened him at once, which meant it was probably real. He said very quietly, "I want to know if you're lying." Snape's mouth twisted in a humorless line. "Sensible." "I think I can look." Now Snape did go still. The air in the circles changed. Not danger exactly, recognition of a threshold. Harry had never practiced legilimency, never wanted it. The art, as far as he understood from bitter experience, belonged to the same family of violations as tracking bonds and strategic pedagogy. But Heartstone's sensitivity had already altered several categories he once thought morally singular. Touch could be witness rather than intrusion. Knowledge could be shared without ownership. Perhaps mind, too, could be met differently. "If I do this," Harry said, "it's not the way you did it to me." Snape held his gaze. "No," he said after a long moment, "it will not be." That answer should have relieved Harry. Instead, it made the next question unavoidable. "Will you let me?" There was the entire chapter in miniature, perhaps. An old world built on forced access pausing at the edge of a new one where even truth could not be taken without consent. Snape looked tired enough to turn to dust in strong wind. "Yes," he said. Harry did not move immediately. He was suddenly afraid, not of Snape's mind in the ordinary sense. He had seen pieces of it before in broken, humiliating shards during a clumency. Rage, Lily, dark hallways of private contempt, the terrible chemical purity of obsession. No, what frightened him was the possibility that if Snape truly allowed access, fully, without classroom warfare, Harry might have to see him outside villainy altogether. That was a harder mercy than many killings. Still, he stepped closer, not wand raised. Only one hand lifting slowly between them. Snape's eyes flicked to the hand, then back. He did not flinch. Harry touched 2 fingers lightly to Snape's temple and fell. Lily, laughing with her hair wind-whipped across a spring field he did not know. A patroness in the shape of grief. Dumbledore's office after midnight. Blue fire reflecting off half-moon spectacles, while Snape stood rigid as wire and listened to the words. The boy must not know until the end. The disgust in him then was immediate and private, and so violently restrained it hurt to feel second-hand. Not objection from tenderness exactly, something harsher. The recognition of obscenity performed in noble grammar. Another memory. Snape in the headmaster's office, saying with deadly softness, "You have kept him alive so that he can die at the proper moment." Dumbledore turning away. Not denying, Harry saw the whole conversation not as transcript but as emotional weather. Dumbledore's guilt used as insulation. Snape's revulsion translated into function because function was the only loyalty architecture either man still trusted. Between them, absent and already arranged, a boy, more fragments. The tower. The curse in Dumbledore's hand blackening upward, the plea not for life but for timing. You must be the one, Severus. Not mercy, management, death as stagecraft again, Snape agreeing. Not because he believed in clean strategy. Because by then too many choices had already been converted into aftermath, because he knew refusal would not save Harry. It would only deliver the plan into clumsier hands. Then Harry saw something he had not expected. Not Lily. Not always Lily. Children. Small, scattered, half-noticed memories Snape himself had probably never dignified into theme. A first year with burst cauldron burns and terror hidden under insolence, whom Snape treated in silence and deducted no points from. A girl crying in a corridor after being called half-breed, and Snape pausing just long enough to make her tormentors vanish, before turning the rescue into insult, so nobody would call it kindness. Neville's Boggart wearing Snape's face and the brief, sharp self-loathing that followed when he heard of it, buried so deep it had become indistinguishable from irritation, not goodness. Never that simple. Only evidence that cruelty had not eaten every organ whole, that there remained inside Severus Snape a furious, malformed ethical sense which, because it could not bear exposure, had worn ugliness like armor until the armor calcified into personality. The memories turned again. Harry saw his own file, notes in Snape's hand. Occlumency records Dumbledore had ordered kept and then sealed. One line burned brighter than the rest because Snape hated it even while writing it. Tether remains viable. Subject's defenses reactive, grief-linked, unstable under anger. Retrieval plausible if disappearance precedes final phase. Harry recoiled internally. The bond was real, not a metaphor. Not merely shared damage from forced lessons, documented, planned. And behind the revulsion came the last memory, the one that mattered most because Snape had not wanted to show it and yet had not blocked it. A room Harry did not know. Stone walls, no windows, somewhere in the last months. Snape alone with a report in his hand, ministry gossip, shadow network fragments, quibbler nonsense half-translated by suspicious bureaucrats. Words like mountain, backwards place, Lovegood code, unregistered settlement. Snape reading, then sitting down very slowly. Then saying to no one, with that same exhausted voice Harry had heard in the circles, good, not triumph, not relief that the weapon had escaped his prescribed altar, something stranger. The recognition that the man who was supposed to die had instead left the machine that needed him dead. Harry gasped and pulled back. The standing circles rushed into focus around him. Wind, white grass, cloudlight, Snape in front of him, slightly grayer than before, breathing harder but still upright. Harry stumbled one step and caught himself on the nearest stone. No classroom had prepared him for the intimacy of unguarded truth. It felt less like spying than surviving a weather front inside another person's ruins. He looked at Snape, not teacher, not spy, not enemy reduced into neat category. Simply Severus Snape, a man who had become instrument so completely he no longer trusted his own remaining moral organs unless they arrived already dressed as contempt. Harry hated him. Harry pitied him. Harry understood him just enough to know pity would be insult. "You knew," Harry said hoarsely. "All of it, yes. And you still came, yes." Harry wiped a hand across his mouth and tasted iron where he had bitten the inside of his cheek. "Why not tell Voldemort?" Snape's answer was immediate. "Because I am tired." That should not have been sufficient. Yet it was truer than any grand motive would have sounded. He added, after a beat, "And because if what you have built here is real, the world requires at least one place not arranged around either of those men's appetites." Harry looked at him for a long time. Then he said the thing that had been gathering since the Western attack, since the broken wand, since the Heartstone, since much earlier than all of it, perhaps since the training chamber itself. "The man you came to look for is dead." Snape's face did not change. Perhaps he had known Harry would say something like it. Perhaps, having seen enough of death misdescribed over the years, he trusted only the forms that left bodies moving afterward. "Harry Potter?" he asked. Harry nodded once. "The British version of him," he said. "The chosen boy. The one all of you kept arranging around prophecy and war and noble death. He died in the forest before I ever crossed the Channel. I made sure of it." Snape absorbed that with the strange, grave attention he gave only things he considered both ugly and accurate. "And what remains?" Harry looked up through the standing circles toward Aruhan's hidden heights, though they could not be seen from here. Someone difficult to use. For the first time since entering the field, something like approval moved through Snape's expression, not warmth, never warmth, but recognition that a sentence had at last been sharpened properly. "That," he said, "is likely the only respectable outcome available." Harry laughed then, short and astonished. It hurt, because beneath the laugh was grief finally finding the shape it needed. Not only for the child used by Dumbledore, not only for the boy trained by Snape into humiliation and secrecy and the conviction that knowledge must be earned through damage. For Harry Potter as a national instrument, as story, as role. As the young man every faction in Britain had wanted in some tailored form: martyr, hero, symbol, weapon, proof, warning. He had buried that boy in the forbidden forest with polyjuice and fire, but burial was not grief. This was. Here in daylight, before one of the architects of the old machine, saying plainly that the identity had died and he had chosen the death, Harry felt the sorrow of it at last. Not regret, something sadder and cleaner. The understanding that parts of himself had been born only to serve a world unworthy of them, and that even righteous escape did not resurrect what never got to finish becoming. He turned his face away and let the feeling move through him. The standing circles hummed, low and steady, as if old agreements approved of mourning when it came without performance. Snape did not offer comfort. Harry would have hated him if he had. Instead, Snape said, after a long silence, "He would not recognize you?" Harry knew at once he meant Dumbledore. "Good," he said. "Yes," Snape replied. Another silence. Then Snape reached slowly inside his robes. Harry's magic surged before thought, half the frost in the field answering. Snape stopped with irritating composure and drew out not a wand but a folded bundle of parchment tied once with plain dark thread. He held it out. Harry did not take it immediately. "What is it?" "Copies," Snape said. "Not all. I am not sentimental enough for complete treason. Enough. Dumbledore's notes on the contingencies surrounding your death, the scar fragment, and the sequence he intended after his own. Also one item I should have burned years ago and did not. Harry took the bundle. The parchment felt heavier than paper should. Why keep them? Snape's gaze drifted once toward the split in the earth at the center of the circles, as though the old downward passage mattered to him in a way he would not name. Because part of me, he said, hoped the accounting might one day occur in a jurisdiction not built by the same men. Iruhen, Harry thought, not a court. Not revenge, not even justice in the British sense of punishment and witness boxes and official narrative closures. A jurisdiction where truth could exist without immediately becoming property of the state. He tucked the papers inside his coat. Will you report back? No, the answer came too fast to doubt. What will you tell him? That the trail enters a dead zone where names fail and routes do not remain stable enough for useful pursuit. Snape's mouth thinned, which is, for once, not even a lie. Harry almost smiled. Then the practical thought came, can he send others? He can send anything he likes. And Snape looked around at the standing circles, the white grass, the mountain light, the place that had already accepted one old enemy long enough to let truth happen and would likely deny all lesser motives by instinct. And I suspect, he said, that your country is becoming expensive to attack. The word landed perfectly, not invulnerable, not wholly. Expensive. In cost, confusion, architecture, moral weather. The sort of sentence Ruck Flintmark would appreciate. Harry asked one last question because he needed the line closed with truth, not inference. Why really did you come? Snape held his gaze. This time when he answered, he sounded older than either Hogwarts memory or war had yet fully admitted. To see, he said, whether the child we murdered into usefulness had, by some spiteful miracle, survived as a man. Harry stood very still, then nodded once. That was, he thought, the nearest thing to apology Severus Snape was ever built to produce. It would have to suffice. Snape stepped backward first. The standing circles noted it. Harry watched him retreat through the outer ring and onto the western approach the plateau had allowed him up. No cloak swirl. No final theatrical line. Only a tired man turning toward the low world again with secrets he had chosen not to spend and a loyalty, perhaps for the first time in decades, redirected not to a person but to an omission. Halfway to the mist he paused. Without turning, he said, "Potter." Harry did not correct the name. Snape continued, "For what it is worth, I do not think he ever understood the difference between loving someone and arranging them." Then he went down into cloud. Harry stood in the circles long after the dark figure had vanished. The plateau gradually eased. The path closed behind the departure not as punishment, but as conclusion. White grass lifted again in the wind. Somewhere beyond the outer shelf, a cervid moved unseen through stone-colored silence. Eventually, Luna came down from the upper height. She did not ask how it went. She came to stand beside him in the center of the circles and waited until he chose speech or not. Harry took the folded parchments from inside his coat and looked at them once. Then said, "He confirmed everything." Luna nodded. "Yes, I hated hearing it. Yes. I'm glad he said it anyway." This time Luna looked at him more closely. "Yes," she said. Harry laughed without humor. "I saw inside his head." How was it? He thought about that, then said, "Like walking through a house someone kept standing in after the fire because they thought surviving in ruins counted as penance." Luna winced very slightly. "That sounds exhausting." It was. They stood in silence after that. At last Harry said, "I think I finally buried him." "Who?" He looked west where the mist had swallowed the path. "The boy who was supposed to die." Luna's hand found his, not clasping, only contact at the side of the fingers where touch could still be refused if needed. He let it remain. "You don't have to bury everything," she said quietly. "No. What stays?" Harry looked east then, toward the hidden terraces, and the children and the moon yard and the library with no restricted section, and the country that had learned how to say no without becoming shaped by what it rejected. After a while he answered. "The parts that were mine before they named them." Luna nodded once. The circles hummed. And under the plateau, far below, the Heartstone pulsed in long, slow approval, while above it 2 stewards stood in the clean mountain light and let an old identity finish dying without once mistaking its death for defeat. The first message arrived folded inside nonsense. That, Harry thought, was how all the most dangerous truths in Britain had always traveled. Not in proclamations. Not in official owls with proper seals and tidy dates and the sort of language that dressed violence in professional shoes. Truth moved in margins, in bad print, in coded creature columns, in whatever channels respectable systems dismissed until dismissal stopped working. It came to Aruhan on a grey afternoon carried by a bird that was not quite an owl and not quite anything Harry had a proper name for. One of Luna's creatures, or one of her father's, or perhaps a thing that had only agreed to act as courier, because both Lovegoods had always treated strangeness with the courtesy other people reserved for noble blood. The bird landed on the library overhang while the children were still working through a lesson on heat memory in stone. Nia Rowan saw it first, because Nia saw most things first if they were odd enough to deserve it. "It has newspaper feet," she announced. Harry looked up from where he was crouched beside Nell Mercer, and a slab of dark eastern shelf that had spent 20 minutes refusing to release warmth, because Nell was still apologizing to it internally for asking. The bird stood on the overhang beam with its head turned almost upside down, one eye on the terrace and the other, Harry suspected, on a different weather system entirely. Tied to its leg with red thread was a strip of folded paper no bigger than 2 fingers. Luna, who had been at the upper basin showing Petter how impatience changed water temperature just enough to make it defensive, went still in that particular way she did when the Heartstone had not spoken but some older loyalty had. Harry stood. The children, who had by now learned the difference between ordinary interruption and the kind that altered the emotional pressure of a room, quieted without being asked. Luna crossed the terrace slowly. She did not call the bird down. She simply stood beneath the beam and said, in a tone Harry had heard her use only a handful of times before with Cervids, with the Heartstone itself. Once with an old woman from the southern shelf who had come to Aruhan carrying 6 languages and no trust. "You made it." The bird clicked its beak once, as if modesty required it to deny the obvious. Then it dropped, not clumsily. Deliberately, in a controlled little flutter that ended with it on Luna's forearm as naturally as if they had arranged the gesture beforehand. She untied the red thread with fingers that remained outwardly steady. Harry, who knew her far too well now, saw the strain only in the way her mouth had gone almost still. She unfolded the paper. At first glance, it appeared to contain exactly the kind of cheerful derangement Xenophilius Lovegood had once published 3 times a month as public service. Moorlarks reversing over northern milk. 3 polite storms refused entry to the bishop's hat. Dahlias should not be trusted if they bloom after ash. Whether now reports that old lightning has forgotten its favorite tree. Luna stared at the lines. The whole terrace waited. Harry did not go to her. Not immediately. He knew what respect looked like now, or enough of it not to mistake concern for entitlement. Whatever her father had sent, it belonged first to the person who had been raised in its grammar. After a few seconds, she breathed out once through her nose, folded the strip very carefully, and said to the children, "We are ending early." No one complained. Petter, because he was older now and had begun to understand that silence itself could be a form of care, only asked, "Is it bad?" Luna looked at him, then, with that infuriating and beautiful honesty of hers, said, "Yes." That was all. The children gathered their things. Books were closed. Warm stones returned to their shelves. Nell wrapped the broken wand pieces in cloth and tucked them into her pocket without looking up. Myrla picked up 2 extra texts for later because when adults spoke in certain tones, context became urgent. Nia asked if the bird was hungry. Luna said yes. Nia nodded solemnly and went to fetch dried berries as if feeding strange messengers were the most natural task in a country like Aruhan. When the terrace had emptied and the last child had gone down toward the central hearth with the others, Harry crossed the stone between them. "What does it say?" Luna handed him the paper. He looked at the lines again. To him, they remained weather, flowers, and the sort of editorial instability that had once made Wizarding Britain dismiss the Quibbler right up until it started saying things too true to laugh off. "It means," Luna said quietly, "3 different governments lied at once." "Which usually means one of them has failed." Harry looked up. "Which one?" Luna's eyes met his. "All of them, probably, but the important part is the lightning," he frowned. "Old lightning has forgotten its favorite tree." Yes, the phrase sat between them, then, all at once, Harry understood. Voldemort, not by name, by shape, the old violent force that had arranged itself around one recurrent target until the target's absence changed the structure of the storm. "He fell," Harry said. Luna nodded once. "I think so." Neither of them smiled. The bird, now perched on the basin lip and eating Nia's berries with faintly offended dignity, made a sound like torn silk. Harry read the message again. 3 polite storms refused entry to the bishop's hat. Aurors. Ministry teams, failed incursions. Or some larger governmental panic that had turned inward after Aruhan's refusal. Dahlias should not be trusted if they bloom after ash. Political opportunists, perhaps. Public mourning turned into policy. Britain was good at that, but the lightning, yes. That line was too clean to mean anything else. Harry folded the paper and gave it back. "Do you trust it?" Luna's fingers closed around the strip. "I trust that my father meant it." That was enough to begin, not enough to rest on. News in Aruhan came like weather over mountain lines, partial, delayed, altered by what it had to cross. Official wizarding sources did not reach them cleanly. That had always been both advantage and cost. The country had been built precisely because official lines of information and legitimacy were traps as often as they were roads. So Harry and Luna waited. And, because waiting had long ago ceased to mean passivity in Aruhan, they listened. The second fragment arrived through Muggle newspapers. That was Tomas Rowan's contribution to history. He returned from one of the lower exchange routes 2 days later with flour, lamp oil, 2 lengths of repaired wool, a bag of apples that looked either excellent or fraudulent, and 3 newspapers in 3 languages he could only partly read. He climbed the middle terraces with his usual careful gait, the one that still sometimes looked to Harry like a man apologizing to the ground for taking up weight, and handed the folded papers over to Harry with a face gone odd around the mouth. "I thought," Tomas said, "these might matter." They sat at the long common table while late afternoon bent gold over the western shelves. Luna had spread Xenophilius's paper strip flat beside the first newspaper and was already beginning the dangerous Lovegood art of making absurdity and public fact speak to one another. Harry unfolded the first report. It was not about Voldemort, not directly. It was about Britain. Or rather Muggle Britain's version of something having gone catastrophically wrong in the magical one. Explosion at historic estate. Authorities deny Terra link unusual power outages across London districts. Multiple witnesses report green lightning over Thames. The Muggle papers, of course, had no vocabulary for the true event. They wrote in the language available to them. Infrastructure failure, freak weather, gas line speculation, aristocratic property damage, police presence, rolling blackouts, unexplained fires, public confusion. But the shape was visible under the words if one had lived long enough inside magical Britain to recognize what happened when its hidden wars tore the wrong holes in the visible world. The second paper was from farther east, and several days later. A translated wire summary on the back page mentioned the sudden collapse of certain British government responses to an ongoing irregular internal security crisis, then spent 3 paragraphs trying not to say civil panic. The third had the line that did it. Not headline, buried. One witness account among many, probably chosen precisely because editors thought it the least credible. A man in school robes standing against fire in a ruined courtyard, while people behind him ran the other way. Harry read the sentence twice, then set the paper down. Luna, watching his face rather than the print, said, "Neville." He nodded. "Yes." Not because the description was precise, because it was Neville-shaped in the way courage sometimes remained even when filtered through nonsense and distance. Not the boy who lived at the center of the battle. Not Harry running toward destiny because prophecy and adults and the narrative structure of Britain all required it. Neville, Harry thought, standing because standing was needed, and there was no longer any more prestigious body to throw in front of the curse. The idea left Harry with a feeling he did not at first know how to name, not pride, not exactly grief, something sharper and more disorienting. The world, Harry realized, had gone on and become true in directions he had never been meant to imagine. He looked at Luna. She was right. Who? McGonagall. That surprised her enough to show. What did she say? Harry stared at the newspaper. When you decide what kind of man you mean to become, choose one who is difficult to use. Luna's mouth softened by a degree. Yes. Harry tapped the witness line once. They became difficult too. He thought of Neville at Hogwarts after Harry's death, after Britain had lost its sacrificial center, and every surviving person had been forced to decide whether they knew how to be brave without orbiting the chosen one's narrative gravity. He thought of Hermione, probably furious enough to become made of edges. Ginny, perhaps terrifying in precisely the ways old men underestimated. Ron, who the world often mistook for comic relief because it did not understand the violence required to remain loyal without becoming submissive. They had all been left inside the war, and they had done something with that fact besides die. Harry did not know whether the knowledge made him feel lighter or more bereft. Luna, as if hearing the shape of that confusion before he could make it coherent, said, "You expected to be necessary forever." He looked up sharply. "No. Yes," she said, "not proudly, only structurally. They taught you the world would keep bending toward your sacrifice until it broke or you did." Harry opened his mouth to protest, closed it, because he had not expected Neville. He had not expected the war to go strange and lurch, and then finish without the correct center in place. He had expected collapse, perhaps. Escalation. Britain burning longer. Voldemort growing more monstrous because the ritual logic of the prophecy had been denied its proper consumption. Instead, what seemed to have happened, if Xenophilius's cipher and Muggle fallout could be trusted together, was that the machine had started to fracture under the missing piece. Not because Harry was the only one who could oppose it, because too much of the war's architecture had relied on the existence of a singular opposite. Once that absence became permanent, every other force in the system had been required to become real. And reality, Harry thought, was much harder to choreograph than destiny. He sat back from the table. Tomas, who had remained respectfully nearby with the posture of a man determined not to intrude but also too responsible to flee until dismissed, said carefully, "Is he dead?" It was the first time someone in Eruhan other than Luna had asked the question aloud. Harry looked at him. Tomas did not mean Voldemort alone. Harry could hear that in the way the sentence had been built. He meant, is the war dead? Is the old story dead? Is the part of history that once required you dead in a way that changes what all of us are living inside now? Harry answered only the plainest layer first. "I think so." Tomas nodded once slowly, as if accepting that certainty in Eruhan always arrived with weather attached. "I'll tell Celia to put more tea on," he said. Then he went. Harry looked down at the papers again after Tomas had left. "They're going to celebrate in Britain," he said. "Yes. They'll tell the story wrong. Yes. They'll need him to have been beaten by a hero." Luna traced the edge of Xenophilius's strip with one fingernail, probably several heroes, she said. "Britain likes committees after disasters. They distribute guilt and victory at the same time." He snorted despite himself. Then the sound died because the real thing behind his irritation had finally surfaced. "They'll make my death mean something useful." Luna did not answer immediately. That told him she understood the scale of the sentence. At last she said, "Yes." No soothing, no claim that memory could be controlled from here. Harry looked toward the western terraces where the light was already thinning into evening shape. They'll say the chosen one's sacrifice weakened him, or inspired them, or completed some moral geometry he was always meant to fulfill. Yes, And none of it will be true. No, Luna said, but they don't usually use the dead for truth. He laughed once, bitterly enough that the water in the channel beside the table tightened into a colder note. Luna's hand moved to the stone near the channel, and it eased at once, as if the settlement itself recognized the difference between anger that needed room and anger that might start freezing infrastructure again out of old habit. Harry watched the small correction happen and felt, absurdly, grateful, even now, even in this. Iruhen preferred regulation by relation to dramatics. It was a better country than Britain had ever taught him to expect possible. The Patronus arrived after dark. Harry would never forget the sound, not because Patronuses usually made sound, they didn't, not in the ordinary sense. They were light, memory, intention, protective form. But this one had come a very long way through magic that was not built for British summons, through mountain weather, through a dead zone that disliked foreign systems unless invited. It hit the edge of Iruhen like a hand striking frozen glass. Harry felt it before he saw it. A bright silver pressure at the eastern boundary, impossibly far-traveled and fraying at the edges, but carrying one emotional signature so unmistakable that his body knew it faster than thought. Neville. He was already on his feet by the time the common hearth terrace registered his movement. Children looked up from supper. Ruck swore as Harry nearly clipped one of the tool racks in his urgency. Branca's eldest boy stood so quickly his bench tipped backward. Luna was faster, as she often was when the Heartstone had given her warning a half-second before event. They reached the upper eastern shelf together. The night beyond it was dark and full of wind. For one heartstop there was nothing. Then the silver thing broke through, not through ward, because Iruhen had no wards in the schoolbook sense. Through permission. Through a line of willingness, Harry had not consciously realized he was extending until the Patronus met it and turned from almost collapse into shape. It was a lion. No, not a lion. Something the size of one in silver light, but half-made at the mane where long travel and resistant terrain had worn the form thin. It landed on the high shelf in a stagger rather than a leap, shook itself once with visible effort, and looked at Harry with eyes that were only memory wearing animal face. Harry stared. Neville, he thought wildly, has a lion. Of course he does, said some other part of him with equal conviction. Of course he waited years to discover it, until courage had become too ordinary in him to perform. The Patronus opened its mouth. Neville's voice came out of silver light roughened by exhaustion, distance, and what sounded alarmingly like battle scar still lodged in the throat. Harry, if this finds you, don't answer back unless it's safe. Hermione thinks it won't even get there, but Luna would probably say geography is only a bad habit, so I tried anyway. Harry made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a gasp. Beside him, Luna exhaled slowly through her nose. Neville's voice continued. He's gone. Voldemort's gone. Don't know what version of the story you've heard, but don't let anyone tell you it happened, because the prophecy did what prophecies do. The lion's sides were dimming already. Harry took an involuntary step closer. Neville's tone shifted, became steadier in the way people did when they had repeated certain facts to themselves often enough to make them load-bearing. He started losing shape after you died. Not immediately. More like a system with all the tension in one point suddenly having to distribute it somewhere real. The Death Eaters started splitting. Ministry panicked and then tried to look competent about panicking. Hogwarts turned into a kind of siege and then a holding place, and then he paused. Harry could hear breath, rubble, maybe fire in the background of the memory used to cast this. Then people got tired of waiting for the right legend. That helped. Harry felt the sentence land in him like a bell strike. The lion shimmered. Neville went on, more quickly now as the magic burned down. Snape vanished. No one knows where to, except McGonagall says that means he's either dead or finally done something useful without asking for applause. Ginny says that's cruel and probably true. Hermione says there'll be tribunals if the Ministry survives its own paperwork. Ron says if you're alive somewhere, you're an absolute prat. And if you're dead, then he reserves the right to say that at your grave too. Harry laughed then, helplessly, with his hand over his mouth, because the alternative was some larger break he could not yet afford in front of the whole settlement watching from below. The patronus lion looked at him with unhuman patience. Neville's voice softened. I don't know if you left because you wanted to live or because you couldn't bear what it would have taken to stay. Doesn't matter. I think maybe both are allowed. If you're alive and this reaches you, know this much. It wasn't one duel. It wasn't one chosen thing. It was all of us in the end, which is messier and less poetic but probably truer. Also, for what it's worth, the Carrows cried. That's not morally relevant, I just thought you'd enjoy it. The silver lion flickered hard. Then Neville said the last line with sudden naked honesty that cut through Harry cleanly enough he would remember every syllable for the rest of his life. I missed you. I'm glad the world didn't get to finish using you if that's what happened. Don't come back because you think you should. Only if you mean it. That's all. The Patronus dissolved, not dramatically. It folded inward into one final pulse of silver and then vanished into the dark over Iruhen's eastern shelf, leaving only wind and Harry's own harsh breathing. Below them, the settlement was utterly silent. No one had spoken through the message. No one here, Harry realized in another flash of gratitude, would ever have interrupted someone else's memory with spectacle. Luna did not touch him. She only stood at his side while Harry stared into the empty dark where Neville's lion had ceased. At last, from the terrace below, Petter's voice rose, careful and awed. Did he really say the Carrows cried? Branka said. Petter. Yes, but did he? Sira Flintmark laughed out loud. The tension in the terraces broke, not disappeared. Broke enough that breath returned to bodies and children moved, and the common hearth resumed being hearth instead of audience chamber. Harry still could not move, because Neville's voice remained inside him with frightening clarity. Not one duel, not one chosen thing. The whole war machine had ended not in proper symbolic geometry, but in brittleness. Splitting, panic, distributed courage, the failure of systems that relied too heavily on a singular enemy and a singular answer. Voldemort had made himself enormous by building the conflict as an axis around Harry. Britain had helped him. Dumbledore, too, though from the opposite side and with better robes. When Harry removed himself permanently, the machine had not known how to remain mythic. It had become logistical, and people, finally, had become unavoidable. Luna said quietly, "Come down." It was not comfort. It was orientation. Harry followed her down the stone steps because his legs, if left to their own devices, might have remained on the eastern shelf, until sunrise, trying and failing to become simpler. They went to the old first shelter, not the larger hall, not the common terrace, not the library. The first shelter. The ridge courtesy that Luna had once asked from the plateau when Harry still tried to build by command and got only ruins. It remained, after all the growth of Iruhen's architecture, the truest place they had for difficult conversation that did not want spectators. The shelter still held heat differently than the later terraces. Less civilized, perhaps, more intimate. The first fire hollow sat where it always had, low in the stone floor. The wind still whispered over its outer curve in the old way. Harry had once thought of it as temporary. Iruhen had long since taught him otherwise. Some first structures remained load-bearing even after a country learned to elaborate. Luna touched the back wall once. Warmth stirred up from the hidden seam below and settled into the hollow, enough to keep the room from becoming cold, while never once pretending to be a dramatic hearth. Harry sat on the inner ledge with his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. For several minutes neither of them spoke. Outside, distant life in the settlement resumed by increments. Dishes, voices, the low barclaff of one of Branka's pack. Near Rowan, asking someone whether patronuses got tired if they had to cross mountains. Ruck muttering something deeply impolite about British magical communication infrastructure. Harry laughed once into his palms, and the laugh came out broken. Luna sat opposite him and waited. He looked up at last. "I thought I wanted him dead. Voldemort?" "Yes," Luna nodded once. "That seems understandable. I did, for years, since I was 11, maybe before I had a proper word for what he was. Harry stared at the low warmth. I thought if I ever heard the words he's gone, it would feel like something closing. Vindication, relief, justice if I was being sentimental. And, Harry let out a breath. It feels like I've been handed the end of someone else's story and told I should know where to put it. Luna's eyes rested on him very steadily. Yes, he barked a small laugh. You could pretend I'm being profound. No, you're being disoriented. That, Harry thought, was why talking to Luna in crisis felt less like being managed than being correctly named. She did not beautify feeling for him. She did not turn confusion into narrative grace unless grace actually existed. She simply refused to let him lie about scale. I'm not happy, Harry said. No, I'm not sad either, not exactly. No, he stopped. Because what did one call the emotion produced when the monster built to devour your life died in your absence, and the world did not ask your permission before continuing, Luna said, after a while. Empty spaces don't always feel good just because something terrible has left them. Harry looked at her. She went on. Sometimes they're only empty at first. He leaned back against the curve of the shelter and stared at the stone above her shoulder. It should matter more in my body. It matters. Not like the stories say. Luna's mouth tilted faintly. That may be because the stories are poorly written. He huffed a laugh. Then the laugh died because the real thing had finally assembled behind all the others. He died without me. Luna did not answer at once. That made the space around the sentence clearer. Harry sat with it, not as accusation. Not really. More like the naming of a severed architecture. Voldemort had always been presented to him, by prophecy, by Dumbledore, by Britain, by the sheer grotesque magnetism of trauma, as the figure around whom Harry's life must orient if it was to mean anything historically legible. Not merely enemy. In point, mirror, necessary opposite. And now Neville's Patronus had crossed 3,000 miles to tell him that the endpoint had ended somewhere else, among other hands, because all the smaller, braver, less mythic forces of the war had eventually become unavoidable once the sacrificial center was missing. Harry had not killed Voldemort, he had only left. The distinction he was beginning to understand might be the most important moral fact of his life. Luna spoke at last. You didn't save the world. He looked up sharply. Her gaze did not waver. You just stopped being its sacrifice. Those aren't the same thing. There it was. The line from the outline, yes. But also the sentence everything in this story had been trying to build toward since the Aura Chamber and the burned prophecy, and the ferry crossing and the forest and the Heartstone and Snape and the school and every difficult lesson on the plateau. Harry felt the words go through him like mountain weather. No ornament, no mercy, no cruelty either, just the clean internal reordering that happens when truth arrives at the right altitude. No, he said quietly, they aren't. He looked down at his own hands. For years he had conflated those ideas because everyone around him benefited when he did. To save the world, to give oneself up, to accept one's shape as weapon, martyr, symbol. Britain had made a religion of that confusion and called the religion moral seriousness, but Luna was right. Of course she was right. He had not saved the world by leaving. He had stopped consenting to the architecture that wanted him dead. The world, deprived of its preferred sacrifice, had then been forced to save itself badly, collectively, through other living people who were finally no longer hidden by Harry's designated centrality. That was not the same thing. It might, Harry realized with a slow internal shock, be better. Because it meant the victory did not belong to one body and therefore did not recreate the conditions of the war inside the peace. He laughed once, very softly. What? Luna asked. Nothing. He rubbed a hand over his face. Everything, it's almost insulting, isn't it? What is? That the moral truth is less flattering than the heroic one and also more useful. Luna smiled properly then, brief and bright. Yes, she said, that happens with irritating frequency. Harry closed his eyes. For one clean, suspended second he thought of Neville's voice saying, it was all of us in the end, and the sentence did not wound him. It relieved him. Not because Harry loved being unnecessary. He didn't. Not yet. Perhaps never fully. Years of being sharpened into singularity did not leave the body simply because one built a better country afterward, but there was freedom in distributed courage. In the war, ending through many smaller centers of refusal instead of one grand sacrificial completion. He opened his eyes again. And something was wrong, not outside, not in the shelter, in him. Harry sat up straighter. Luna noticed immediately. What? My scar. Her face went still. Harry pressed 2 fingers to the old mark on his forehead. For years it had been presence, pain. Sometimes silence, yes, but always loaded silence, the kind containing the possibility of return. Voldemort's residue in him had long ago become more than pain response. It was background architecture, a constant half-open wound through which threat and foreignness and old identity entered. Now nothing. No pain. No absence shaped like vigilance. Nothing. Harry frowned harder and reached farther inward. The last trace of Horcrux resonance had been tangled with his own magic so long he did not know where one ended cleanly and the other began. Even after the Heartstone bond, even after Snape's revelations, even after years in Eruhan, there had remained in him some tiny wrong note. A second weather. A misalignment at the edge of every deep internal listening. It was gone all at once, not fading, not healing gradually. Gone as if a string long tuned under the rest of his life had finally snapped when its answering instrument in the world ceased to exist. Harry, his head lifted. Luna was already leaning forward, not touching him yet, only looking with her full, strange, doubled attention. What changed? He swallowed, the resonance. What resonance? He almost laughed at the absurdity of having to say it aloud, then remembered that some truths became realer when spoken. The last of him, Harry said. The scar, whatever was still. He made a useless gesture. There, Luna inhaled once sharply. Gone? I think so. She moved then, coming around the low warmth hollow to crouch in front of him. Her fingers hovered near his scar without making contact until he nodded. When her fingertips brushed his forehead, the Heartstone bond between them opened just enough for shared sensing. Harry expected, absurdly, to feel some echo of the old invasive panic that had always accompanied scar pain and outside magic touching near it. Instead, there was only stillness, not dead stillness, not numbness, clear ground. Luna's breath caught. Yes, she whispered. It's gone. Harry closed his eyes again. This time the reaction did not come as thought first. His body shook, not from pain. From the sudden collapse of tension so old it had fossilized into identity. He had been carrying it since he was 1 year old, not the scar itself, not the legend, the resonance. The thin, foreign line through his magic that had made him reactive, haunted, half attuned to another monstrous will. Even his anger had been built around it sometimes, even his fear. Even the feeling of being unusually destined or wounded or singular had in part been tuned against that wrong note. Gone. Luna kept her fingers lightly to his forehead for a moment longer, then withdrew. What does it feel like? She asked. Harry tried to answer honestly, quieter. Good quieter, he thought about it, then shook his head. No, not yet. That was the truth. Because the silence was not immediately relief. It was vacancy. Amputation. The first minutes after a long-embedded pain stops, when the body is too bewildered to celebrate because it has not yet remembered how to organize sensation without the injury, he felt less haunted. He also felt abruptly less defined, as if one of the oldest wrongs in him had been carrying, by sheer duration, more structure than he had realized. Luna seemed to understand before he found language. It's not only removal, she said softly. It's recalibration. Harry laughed once, weakly. Brilliant. Yes, she agreed. Probably very annoying. The silence lasted a week, not absolute silence in the sensory sense. Eruhan still hummed. Water still moved. Children still learned. Ruck still complained in tones that suggested metallurgy had personally betrayed him at least twice a day. The country remained itself in all its ordinary complexity. The silence was magical. Or rather, Harry's own magic went still in a way he had never experienced before. He could feel the plateau's edges if he concentrated, but only dimly, as if through heavy cloth. The easy directional certainty that had lived in him since bonding to the Heartstone receded almost entirely. Heat did not answer when he asked. Water noticed him, perhaps, but did not move toward relation. The transfer touch he had discovered with Nell Mercer refused to open at all, as if some deeper internal route was undergoing repair and had locked the doors to traffic until the work finished. Nothing was wrong in the catastrophic sense. The Heartstone was not rejecting him. Luna checked 3 times, though Harry had not asked, and pretended not to notice the second and third. Iruhan did not close to him. Children still came willingly to lessons. The standing circles hummed when he passed. But his own magic, stripped of the last Horcrux resonance, had gone inward to rebuild around the absence. For the first 2 days, Harry hated it. That was honest. He hated the uselessness, the waiting, the way every old fear rose immediately to fill the gap. What if the reactive power had always depended on the wound? What if the scar had not only haunted him, but given him scale? What if the thing Britain had shaped and Voldemort had infested and the prophecy had elevated was all one twisted ecosystem? And by removing the parasite, he had accidentally thinned the host beyond anything interesting. On the 3rd day, after he failed to coax even a warm response from the baker's shelf and nearly snapped at Ben Rowan for offering to take over morning water guiding, Luna found him on the upper western terrace, glaring at a line of stone as if a fence might become technique if applied hard enough. "You're being cruel to yourself in a very old accent," she said. Harry did not turn. "I can't feel the north rim. No. I couldn't steady the lower channel this morning. No. I'm teaching heat tomorrow, and at the moment I couldn't persuade steam to exist in a kettle if its self-esteem depended on it." "That sounds inconvenient." He laughed once, because otherwise he might have thrown a rock, and the plateau was currently too dignified to deserve his pettier moods. "It feels like I've gone backward." Luna came to stand beside him. "No," she said. "It feels like you're meeting your own magic without the wound for the first time." Harry closed his eyes. That sentence should have comforted him. Instead, it frightened him more than anything else she could have said, because it implied that much of what he had called himself up until now was adaptation rather than core. That the reactivity, the explosive grief-linked surge, the hair-trigger relation to pain and danger and old anger might all have been at least partly shaped through damage. What then was his magic when it did not need to answer through injury first? He did not know. Luna, perhaps hearing the shape of the fear even if not the exact wording, added, "It is not dying." "How do you know?" "Because the silence isn't empty." He opened his eyes and looked at her. She continued, "It's building." Harry frowned. "You can hear that?" "A little." Her mouth tilted. "The Heartstone finds your panic a bit dramatic, but not incorrect enough to intervene." He huffed a breath. "That's cruel." "No," said Luna. "Cruel would be if it agreed." The week moved like weather over bone. Harry taught anyway, though more quietly. Lessons shifted. Myrla led one session on atmospheric noticing because her glamour sensitivity now outstripped Harry's temporarily absent directional sense in several useful areas. Nell Mercer, with slow, stunned pride, she had not yet learned how to wear openly demonstrated basin response to 2 younger children without once looking toward Harry for approval. Tavi Flintmark informed him, with goblin directness, that his current magical silence had improved his explanations, because he was no longer showing off through ambient competence. Harry nearly threw a chalk stone at him and settled for assigning Tavi to help Petter repair a badly aligned training ring instead. At night, he slept poorly, not from scar pain. The scar remained quiet in the clean, untroubled way of a wound that had finally become only scar. The problem was stranger. Without the old wrong note, his dreams lost one of their oldest organizing pressures. He dreamed now in ways that were more fully his and therefore more difficult to interpret. Childhood houses. Hogwarts corridors emptied of audience. Neville's lion moving over the plateau with Nia's ribboned pebble in its mouth. Snape sitting in the library hall reading Iruhan's laws with the expression of a man being professionally insulted by architecture. Once, simply, Lily Potter's face turning toward him and not speaking because for once no dead adult wisdom was required. On the seventh day, the silence broke. Not dramatically, of course not. Iruhan disliked that. Harry was on the lower eastern learning terrace before sunrise, because the body, when confused, often reverted to first principles. He had come intending only to sit beside the upper basin and wait for whatever his magic now was to either reappear or continue ignoring him with equal clarity. Mist lay low over the terraces. The air was cold enough to tighten skin. Somewhere below, Cellier Rowan had begun kneading bread. He could hear the faint rhythmic thud through stone. Harry sat. The basin held still water. He looked at it without asking anything. No diagrams, no command. No remembered Hogwarts technique. No plateau exercise, only a long breath and the simple internal fact of being there. The water moved, not upward, not yet. It turned its surface toward him. That was the only way he could later describe it. The basin, the stone beneath it, the cool air over it, all aligned in one quiet act of recognition that did not feel anything like his old reactive magic. No surge, no eruption, no grief-opened force. Only relation so clean it almost vanished as a vent. Harry's breath caught. He did not reach. The water rose anyway, a thin, clear sheet folding upward from its own surface and hanging in the air between them like held glass. No tension. No violence, no need to master or persuade, just response. Behind him, Luna's voice said very softly, "There you are." Harry turned. She stood at the edge of the terrace, wrapped in a dark shawl, eyes silvered by early light, and whatever deeper listening the Heartstone had lent them both. She looked less like she had been surprised, and more like she had arrived precisely when the plateau had told her the line would clear. He looked back at the water. It remained suspended, patient, and wholly his. "What's different?" he asked. Luna came down the step and crouched beside the basin, though not so near as to alter the shape of the moment. "You are. That's infuriatingly vague." "Yes." Her smile touched once and then went. "All right. Before, your magic answered through damage. It knew how to survive invasion, grief, fear, fury, trespass. Even when it learned better here, it still had to route itself around a wound that was not yours." Harry listened. "The wound is gone now." Luna said, "So what returns is not stronger in the old sense. Not louder, not more explosive, only wholly aligned." Harry looked at the suspended water. That felt right, not stronger like a weapon sharpened, stronger like a body no longer compensating for a break in the leg. He raised one hand slowly. The sheet of water followed not the hand itself, but the clarity beneath it. It split into 3 narrow ribbons, circled one another once in the pale morning air, and settled back into the basin without a splash. No effort, no pain. Harry stared. Luna's voice went almost reverent, which she hated when she noticed it in herself, and therefore carefully disguised as mild academic satisfaction. "There. Wholly his own." He laughed then, a real laugh this time, startled out of him by relief so clean it almost hurt. The terrace answered with a low, bright hum. Somewhere farther down, one of the baker's stones warmed in sympathetic echo. The whole country, Harry thought with a ridiculous rush of affection, had been waiting for his nervous system to catch up. He looked at Luna. "So that's it?" "No," he groaned. She smiled. "That's the beginning. Now you have to learn your own magic from scratch." "Brilliant." "Yes." He stood, suddenly unable to sit with the realization any longer because the body wanted motion when freedom arrived. He walked once to the edge of the terrace, then back. The plateau's edges were there again, but altered, cleaner, more exact. The directional sense no longer arrived threaded through old panic. It was just geography now, weather, warm shelves, children sleeping, the moonyard's open lip. The western approach still faintly scorched where the shadow delegation's curses had hit stone and been declined. No second voice, no foreign hum, just him. He laughed again, quieter. Luna watched him in the same way she sometimes watched the Heartstone or very young children or weather about to become meaningful, with fondness stripped of possession. "Neville was right," Harry said suddenly. Luna tilted her head. "About what?" "That if I was alive, I shouldn't come back because I thought I should." She said nothing. Harry looked west, though Britain was far beyond those mountains and not visible even to the part of him that could feel land like second skin. "I was half afraid," he admitted, "that when I heard the war had ended, some part of me would immediately start planning a return. Not because I wanted it, because the old machinery would wake up and call itself duty." Luna's expression did not soften. Good, it would have made the next sentence too easy. "And—" Harry looked around Iruhan, at the terraces, the learning shelves, the channel running clear along the step edge, the high ridge where children would arrive in an hour expecting heat lessons and argument, and probably Tavi correcting his terminology again in a tone that suggested Harry personally offended metalsmithing. Then he said, with a clarity that surprised even him by how little it hurt, "It didn't." Luna nodded once. Yes. Harry leaned on the stone railing and let the truth settle. Britain's war had ended without him. Voldemort had fallen. Neville had sent a Patronus across impossible distance, not to summon him back into usefulness, but to tell him he did not have to return unless the wanting was real. The Horcrux resonance was gone. His own magic had come through the silence cleaner, steadier, no longer needing wound as tuning fork. And for the first time since he was a child, the fact of being needed elsewhere did not immediately try to become obligation in his body. That was not a small victory. It might have been the first real one. Below them, the settlement was waking fully now. Footsteps, kettle lids. The first child's voice carrying across terraces with the bright, too-loud certainty of morning. Iruhan, indifferent to grand endings, was busy becoming a country again for another day. Luna rose. "You still have to teach heat," Harry sighed. "Cruel." "No," she said. "Continuity." He followed her down toward the learning terrace. As they descended, the water in the upper basin lifted once on its own and fell back with a sound like a quiet, private bell. Harry did not turn, he only smiled. Because the world had ended one lie and begun another day. And for once those were not the same event. 3 years after Voldemort's fall, Iruhan had become the sort of place Britain would have called impossible right up, until it was forced to call it illegal instead. It held just over 200 people, though the number changed often enough that no one treated census as holiness. Children were born. Travelers stayed 3 weeks and left with better boots and less shame. A healer from the southern shelf would vanish for a month and return with 2 strangers, 1 goat, and new arguments about river rights. Werewolf packs arrived for winter, and some remained through spring, because the Moonyard had taught their bodies a form of safety not easily abandoned afterward. Goblin makers came to quarrel with Ruck Flintmark, and in the course of quarreling, discovered Iruhan had no patience for bank logic, and quite a lot of patience for invention. Squibs came in increasing numbers because creatures found them early and trusted them fast, and because squibs moved through the world's magical underground like truth through cracked walls. Not officially, not cleanly, but with relentless practical reach. That was how word spread. Not through banners, not by manifesto, not through Harry and Luna sending emissaries out across the world announcing a new order. They would have sooner bitten their own tongues out than do that. Empire began when a place confused its survival for universal entitlement and started exporting itself as cure. Iruhan had been founded precisely against that disease, so it spread by people the old world forgot to count properly: creatures, wandless children, mixed-blood couriers, exiled craftfolk, women who had learned to read the edges of power because power always arrived at their homes wearing policy first and violence later. They carried not coordinates, but pattern. Stories of a country where no child was sorted, where moon madness did not authorize cages, where books were not locked because adults enjoyed deciding readiness, where a broken wand did not end a life, where the land itself learned to distinguish need from seizure. By the beginning of the 4th spring, there were other names for Iruhan in other languages, not translations. Echoes. The place in the mountain that refused ownership, the settlement that could not be mapped by hungry hands, the school where consent was taught before spellwork. The country that did not ask blood who it belonged to, Harry heard these names only in fragments because visitors rarely brought them whole. That, Luna said, was one of the healthier signs. If they all translated perfectly. She told him one rainy evening while they repaired a water brace on the southern terrace. It would mean we'd started exporting categories instead of possibility. Harry, crouched ankle-deep in diverted runoff with one sleeve rolled to the elbow, had looked up at her through drizzle. That sentence is annoying. Yes, Luna had said, it's also encouraging. On the morning the delegation arrived, the plateau woke early, not in alarm. In attention, Harry felt it before dawn in the directional lines under his skin. The northern rim tightened first, then the eastern long slope, then the far western lower meadows where paths only opened for certain kinds of need. Iruhen had learned visitors by internal weather. Families approaching with fear and hope felt different from smugglers. Teachers felt different from opportunists. Grief approached in one pattern, curiosity in another. Government always, no matter how it dressed itself, carried a flat, bright edge of administrative appetite the land now refused almost on principle. This new approach came braided. Multiple centers of attention. No single hunger. No immediate claim. Harry sat up in the high sleeping hollow and listened to the shape of it. Beside him, Luna did not wake so much as surface from the kind of sleep Hearthstone listeners learned. Not lighter, but more permeable to relevant change. She opened her eyes and stared at the curve of the shelter roof for a few seconds as if reading weather written through stone. "How many?" Harry asked. "At least 8, she said, "and none of them intend to stay." That made him turn. "None." Luna pushed herself upright and gathered her hair back with both hands. Morning light had not yet reached the highest terraces. The whole settlement lay in that long silver hour when outlines came before color. "They're not coming for refuge," she said. "They're coming for study." Harry felt the lines again. Yes, there it was, not the pressure of supplicants arriving at a threshold, not even the wary sharpness of diplomats from the old world. Something more interesting and therefore more dangerous. Peers. He let out a slow breath. "About time." Luna smiled a little. "Yes." The delegation reached Iruhen by noon and disapproved of it with immediate professionalism. Harry liked them at once, not because they were warm. They weren't. Not at first. Not because they came flattering the Hearthstone model or speaking reverently of Harry and Luna as founders of some new age. That sort of behavior would have sent him reaching for the nearest slope and possibly the edge of it. No, he liked them because the moment the first 4 crossed the lower western shelf and the settlement opened its true path, each of them looked not impressed, but critical. That suggested survival. There were 6 in the first body, and 2 more following half a day behind with slower pack beasts, and a cart whose wheels had clearly been persuaded rather than built. Their clothing, tools, and magical signatures all carried different geographies, but they shared one thing at once visible to Harry's Hearthstone-trained senses. None of them approached land as if it existed to become their stage. That alone distinguished them from most ministries and all Dark Lords. The first woman up the rise was small, square-shouldered, and weather-browned, with black hair braided close, and a woven mantle striped in colors Harry had only seen in far-traveled cloth brought through the lower exchange routes. The mountain itself seemed to know her, not intimately, but with the courtesy one high place sometimes extended another. Her name, Harry later learned, was Killa Quisp, and she came from an Andean lineage that grew stone terraces with water law older than most European magical states. Beside her walked a taller man in layered blue-gray wrappings and a narrow belt hung with river bone, copper hooks, and 3 polished shells that clicked softly against one another whenever he moved. He watched water first. Every channel, every basin, every run of melt and redirected flow. His name was Iri Enbala, from the Niger floodplain traditions, where, he would later say in a tone of mild reproach, people had long ago learned that no magical polity survived if it treated rivers as servants. The third was a woman with dark copper skin, close-cropped hair, and a coat stitched from red-brown fabrics burned pale at the cuffs by long contact with heat. She carried no visible wand and one satchel full of small flat stones notched in deliberate patterns. Her gaze went always to thermal lines, forge vents, warm shelves, the faint hidden runs where Iruhan's inner heat had been guided upward. Maru Wintari, Harry would learn from a red coast far beyond Britain's sense of the map, where fire was not element but conversation, and where land remembered insult for generations if addressed badly. The fourth was older, pale-eyed, wrapped in layered wool and reindeer hide with a carved staff capped in antler bone. He moved like weather over snow, slow until suddenly exact. The wind changed when he passed, not because he forced it, but because it seemed unwilling not to report itself to him. His name was Sanna And, from the northern reindeer routes, where, as he later informed Ruck Flintmark over supper, most state borders are a brief clerical era imposed on older movement. 3 others followed, then 2 more by dusk, each carrying a version of the same refusal. They had not come to be converted. Branka met them at the lower terrace with the sort of expression she usually reserved for people who had survived enough to interest her, but not yet enough to earn trust. Ruck and Sira Flintmark remained visibly available in case the visitors turned out to be the tiresome kind of learned, by which Iruhan now meant those who mistook critique for permission to reorganize a place around themselves. The delegation's first question, asked by Killa Quisp before she had accepted tea or even sat down, was this: "Who can order the Heartstone?" Harry, who had already begun to like her, answered immediately. "No one." Killa's eyes moved from him to Luna, then to the central terraces beyond them where water crossed living stone in narrow lines of dark brightness. "Then who can stop you?" she asked. That was better. Harry felt the whole settlement listening, not anxiously, curiously. This was the question beneath every country that survived its first years. Not how noble are your founders, but what happens when they are tired, wrong, frightened, or dead. Luna answered before Harry could. The laws. The people, the land, in that order only some days. Killa looked at her for a long time, then nodded once and without any visible shift in tone accepted the tea cellier Rowan handed her. That was how the delegation entered Iruhan, not as students, not as skeptics alone either, as auditors of architecture. They stayed 11 days. By the end of the second, half the settlement had stopped trying to decide whether they were guests or inspectors, and had concluded they were both. Harry thought this was healthy. Iruhan, in its 4th spring, did not look like the frightened ridge settlement he and Luna had first coaxed out of the plateau. The terraces now spread in deliberate layers down the eastern and southern shelves. A second learning hall had opened near the Moonyard for classes on body weather and transformation ethics. The forge seam had become a 3-level craft complex with heat channels, cooling racks, and one entire side alcove Sira insisted was not a shrine merely, because people keep standing in it reverently. There were sleeping hollows for families, solitary cells for those who wanted silence without punishment in it, receiving terraces for new arrivals, birthing rooms warmed from below, a field clinic, 2 libraries, 1 school, 3 public fire hollows, and a council amphitheater that Iruhan had initially grown far too dramatically until Luna persuaded it that deliberation did not require looking like a prophecy. None of this impressed the delegation as much as Harry had first expected. They noticed the laws instead, the learning terraces. The way the Moonyard remained open to the sky rather than hidden out of sight. The threshold gate at the upper storage shelf that sealed not against bodies, but against hostile intent. The fact that children ran through the central terraces, without first being taught where they were not permitted to go simply, because adults feared embarrassment. Maru Wintari spent an hour with the heat channels beneath the birthing rooms, and emerged looking more moved than she likely wished anyone to see. Eerie Enbala argued with Tomas Rowan for nearly an entire afternoon about water commons, and whether Iruhan's lower spring basins were at risk of becoming informally inherited by the families sleeping nearest them. Sanna And sat through 2 full morning classes in the Eastern Learning Terraces, said almost nothing, and afterward informed Harry that teaching weather awareness before wand work was late but not hopeless. Harry chose to take that as praise. The hardest questions came at dusk on the fourth day. They sat in the council amphitheater while evening gathered in long, cool bars over the upper stone. No one had called a formal session. Iruhen did not become more truthful by pretending every important conversation required ritual seeding. Still, the settlement understood that something central was happening. Residents drifted close without crowding. Children were sent for blankets, then stayed because nobody here believed philosophy improved when hidden from the young. Killa Quisp was the one who said it plainly. "You are very careful not to call this empire." Harry looked at her across the lowered center of the amphitheater. "Yes, you should be." "I know." She folded both hands over one knee. "Then tell me what stops it." Not what stops it now, Harry knew. Not while you and Luna are young enough and angry enough and idealistic enough to flinch at the old categories. The real question sat beneath hers like bedrock. What stops this place, if it thrives, from exporting itself as solution? From calling its laws universally mature? From turning refuge into model, model into prestige, prestige into authority, authority into appetite? Harry felt the whole country listening through him. He could have answered with laws. With the prohibition on blood rank, with the sovereignty clause, with no registry, no ownership of children, no state claim on personhood, all true, all insufficient. Luna, sitting one step higher to his left with one foot tucked under her, watched him without rescue. Good, Harry thought, let this be mine. What stops it, he said slowly, is that Iruhen can't be transplanted. Killa's expression did not shift. Explain. It can be imitated badly, Harry said. Plenty of people could take the surface features, open schools, new laws, a prettier architecture of refusal. But the country itself only works because it was grown in relation with this land, these arrivals, this heartstone, these histories of damage. The moment we start treating our structures as exportable answers instead of local consequences, we're building Britain again in rebel clothes. Silence moved over the amphitheater. Maru Wintari's eyes narrowed, not in disagreement but in sharpened thought. Sanaan tapped 2 fingers once against his staff. Iri Enbala said, "So you are saying this is not a method?" Luna answered that one. "No," she said. "We are saying it is not a product." That landed better, because the delegation had not come searching for ideology. They had come searching for process. For whether a living magical polity could exist without requiring the old trade-offs between safety and ownership, sovereignty and hierarchy, power and instrumental sacrifice. Maru spoke next. "If it cannot be transplanted," she said, "why did you let us come?" That question, Harry knew, had teeth in it, not accusation exactly, but warning. Many communities had been studied by outsiders who mistook access for right. Magical people, especially those from empires, were very good at turning observation into entitlement. Harry looked at Luna. Luna looked at the heartstone through the stone beneath her feet. Then she said, "Because patterns travel even when ownership cannot." Maru held her gaze. "Still too elegant," she said, Luna's mouth tilted. "Yes," Harry took over. "You came because word spread that we built a country the old world can't easily digest. If you had come asking for a copy, Iruhen wouldn't have opened the lower path. You came asking whether the logic beneath it was local or real. That question deserves answer." Iri Enbala leaned forward. "And the answer?" Harry looked around the amphitheater, at Branka 2 levels down with her elbows on her knees and her pack children asleep against her coat. At Ruck Flintmark already halfway through a new irritation that hadn't happened yet. At Nell Mercer sitting with Myrla on the outer curve, and both girls wearing the attentive ferocity of children who knew they were old enough to hear the terms of the world being built around them. Then he said, "Both." That finally made the amphitheater go still. Harry went on. "The local part is the stone, the heartstone, the weather here. The exact forms our laws took because of the people who arrived first and what Britain had done to them. The real part is the architecture underneath. No sovereignty without personhood, no power that can't be limited, no education built on humiliation, no refuge that asks children to become useful before it lets them belong, no land addressed as material if you mean to live inside it. No one interrupted. The dusk darkened. Harry felt the words settle into the stone beneath the amphitheater and out through the terraces like water taking a remembered route. Killa was the first to nod. "Not empire," she said. "No," Harry replied. Maru looked toward the school terraces. "Not colony?" "No." Erie's gaze moved along the channels, the hearth lines, the public basins. "Not sanctuary either." Harry smiled slightly. "No," Santa and lifted his chin a fraction. "Then what?" It was near Rowan, not Harry or Luna, who answered from 3 levels lower with the serene authority of a child who had never once understood why adults believed the most important truths required permission from them first. "A beginning," she said. The amphitheater held the sentence. Then, to Harry's immense private delight, Sarah Flintmark barked a laugh so sudden even she looked startled by it. "Well," she said, "that saves us 20 years of theory." By the 6th day, the delegation had stopped asking whether Iruhan was exportable and begun asking the far more dangerous question: could the Heartstone model be replicated without becoming theft? That was the true reason they had come, Harry understood, not to praise Iruhan, not to seek citizenship, not even to form alliance in the old diplomatic sense. They had come because each of them, in their own lands and among their own people, had recognized some version of the same historical disease: magical states, centralized appetite. Even the gentler ones did. They catalogued, ranked, restricted, hoarded training, determined legitimacy through blood, school, ministry, inheritance, or sanctioned lineages of practice. Those who survived outside such systems did so by staying hidden, fragmented, or endlessly reactive. Iruhan had done something else. It had found a way for a magical polity to be structurally alive without centralizing authority into conquest. The question was whether that possibility belonged only to this plateau. So Harry and Luna took them down, not to the Heartstone chamber itself. Not yet. That belonged, still, to deeper relation than visitors could be granted on a first asking. But they took them to the standing circles. The field lay in late spring light with its white grass and dark worn uprights, and the old split passage descending at the center into cold, buried air. The delegation spread around the rings slowly, each person reading the place through the categories their own land had taught them first. Killa touched one of the worn grooves and frowned at the weather-smooth depth of it. "Animal agreement," she murmured. Erie crouched by the white grass and put 2 fingers into the earth. "Water below," he said. "Not close, but answering." Maru stood with eyes closed and head bent slightly, listening not downward but outward, as if heat itself were the relevant language of reverence. Santa paced the second ring, staff tapping stone and grass in irregular intervals, then stopped and said to no one in particular, "This was never a secret. It was a filter." Harry looked at him sharply. That was exactly right. The standing circles had not hidden the Heartstone in the ordinary sense. They had sorted approach by moral weather long before British magic invented wards and thought itself clever for the achievement. Luna moved into the innermost opening. "I can show you the pattern," she said, "but not the center. Not because we wish to hoard it, because none of you need ours." Killa straightened from the grass. "You think each land must find its own nexus?" "Yes," Luna said. Maru opened her eyes. "And if there is no Heartstone," Luna smiled faintly, "then perhaps your country has another grammar." That was the heart of it, Harry thought. Not that every magical polity must now go searching for buried geological focal points and learn to negotiate with stone. That would indeed have been empire in subtler boots. The template was not Heartstone as object. It was relation as architecture. Local power sources, local agreements, local non-human ecologies, local laws grown from actual wounds rather than imported abstract righteousness. Harry stepped into the ring beside Luna. He felt the field change instantly, the standing stones recognizing the old combined presence. 3 years ago, their cooperative magic had been an unstable harmonic. then a resonance, then a series of increasingly impossible joint moments under stress. Now, when both of them entered the circles with aligned intention, the distinction between Harry's directional sense and Luna's interpretive hearing sometimes thinned so much it felt less like cooperation than a third temporary entity made of both. The delegation noticed. Of course they did. Erie's entire posture sharpened. Maru's hand went to the notched stones at her belt. Sana's pale eyes narrowed, not in fear but in professional appraisal. Harry looked once at Luna. Ready. Her answer came not in words, but in the shared, subtle pressure they had developed over years of building, teaching, grieving, and refusing together. Yes, they did not raise wands. Instead, Luna laid one hand on the nearest standing stone, and Harry laid his palm flat against the split at the center of the circles. The effect was immediate. The field brightened, not with light at first, but with relevance. White grass leaning inward. The hum under the earth deepening until even the visitors felt it through their feet. Air thickening into one clear geometric attention. Harry felt Luna's hearing open through him. Luna felt, through him, the land's edges become line and contour and threshold. Together they did not cast a spell so much as establish a temporary grammar between the standing circles and the people within them. "Do not take our center," Luna said, and her voice carried strangely in the ring, doubled by something older than echo. "Listen for yours." Harry anchored the sentence not as command, but as route. The standing circles answered. The beacon rose. It did not erupt skyward like his first disastrous lumos on the plateau's edge years ago. It unfolded. A pale vertical weave of white gold and deep green and mineral blue lifting through the center split and then widening above them into a vast translucent lattice, like the inside structure of light itself made briefly visible. It did not point toward Iruhan. It pointed away. Outward. Not a signal saying, "Come here." A resonance saying, "Listen where you are." The delegation gasped as one. Harry felt what the beacon was doing through the combined entity he and Luna had become for the casting. It was not locating heartstones in the crude cartographic sense. It was teaching nervous systems to feel for local refusal, local dormant centers, local sites where land and people and forgotten agreements might still be able to grow sovereignty without conquest. Killa saw terraces in mountain cloud far beyond the world's western seas, not copied from Iruhan, but waiting inside her own homeland's old water law. Erie felt, somewhere deep under floodplain and mangrove, a confluence of root, silt, ancestor route, and river memory that no ministry had ever managed to flatten fully into property. Maru heard heat lines under red rock answering not to extraction, but to gathering. Sana stood utterly still and saw. Harry knew he saw it because the shared beacon carried the impression outward and back. A ring of winter ground where reindeer routes, aurora, and old communal law still overlapped in one surviving unwritten center. The beacon showed none of them Iruhan as destination. It showed them their own lands as possibility. That was the difference between empire and template. The effect lasted perhaps 10 seconds, perhaps 10 minutes. Time never behaved well inside true cooperative casting. When the lattice lowered and the standing circles went quiet again, every person in the field remained motionless. Harry took his hand from the split. Luna's fingers slid from the stone at the same moment. The third entity, the shared caster they became together in such moments, dissolved cleanly back into two breathing human bodies. Harry staggered once. Luna steadied him with one forearm to his side, not because the casting had gone wrong, because it had gone fully right, and there was always cost in becoming more than singular for even a few breaths. No one spoke at first. The delegation's faces had changed, not softened, not converted. Something better, confirmed. Maru Wintari was the first to break the silence. "That," she said, voice low and harsh with the effort of returning to ordinary speech, "cannot be ruled from here." Harry, still catching breath, shook his head. "No," Killa looked at the white grass, the split, the uprights. "It cannot even be taught from here." "Not fully," Luna said. Eerie turned toward them both. Then why show us? This time Harry smiled. Because a beacon isn't a throne. The words hung in the field. Sana Ann's expression shifted, not toward amusement, toward the colder northern species of respect. Yes, he said. Good. That evening the delegation ate at the common hearth as peers rather than auditors. Not settled, not converted, but changed enough to risk directness. They asked questions no one in Britain had ever thought to ask Harry and Luna, because Britain had always been too busy sorting whether their power could be used. What happens when a steward pair disagrees at the level of country shape? How do children inherit ambient magic without reproducing founder worship? Can a people leave without being narrated as betrayal? What happens if a local nexus chooses a steward no human authority approves? How do you write mobility into sovereignty so that belonging never hardens into enclosure? Iruhen answered not in doctrine, but in examples. Branka explained the Moonyard and how the first rule had been that transformed bodies could not be governed by shame. Nell Mercer spoke. Briefly and with the same stunned gravity she still wore whenever discussing her own history plainly. About the day she realized a broken wand was not a revoked self. Sira Flintmark lectured an unfortunate but attentive killer quisp for 15 full minutes on why every magical polity eventually revealed its ethics in who controlled metal repair, and whether thresholds could be modified by public request. Even the children participated, because of course they did. Nia Rowan asked Maru whether Heat in her homeland liked songs. Petter demanded to know whether northern reindeer path magic could be used to improve racing slopes. Meyerla quietly asked Eerie what happened in floodplain traditions when beauty itself disrupted learning environments. Eerie, to his great credit, did not laugh. He answered as if the question belonged exactly where it had been placed. By the 10th day, Harry realized, with sudden startled clarity, that the delegation had stopped studying the Heartstone model as artifact and begun studying Iruhen as process. That was the true climax, not the beacon alone, not the global possibility it opened. The shift afterward, when everyone present understood the model, could not be reduced to one miraculous buried stone and two unusually stubborn founders. Sovereignty, if it was to remain alive, had to look less like declaration and more like continuous architecture. Who may be touched? Who may refuse? What knowledge can be hoarded? How children are spoken to? Whether laws are written to limit power or justify it? Whether land is governed as resource or relation? Whether grief is made useful by force? Whether borders sort bodies or distinguish appetites? Iruhen was not perfect. Harry would have distrusted anyone who said it was. The settlement argued constantly. Water rights and sleeping hollows and learning schedules and goat access and moonyard etiquette. And whether Ruck Flintmark's latest threshold brace constituted repair or unprovoked insult to joinery all proved, on a daily basis, that a just country did not mean a frictionless one. But sovereignty here lived at the scale of these questions, not flags, not crowns, not chosen blood, living architecture. That was the phrase Harry found himself returning to again and again as the delegation prepared to leave. He stood with Luna on the highest eastern platform the morning after their last shared supper and watched the visiting practitioners pack their tools, their notes, their altered silences. The sky was pale, the air sharp, the plateau bright with the indifferent clarity of late spring. Far below, children were already beginning lessons. Nell Mercer was arguing with Petter about whether Heat should be asked or invited. Tavi Flintmark, not even pretending disinterest, was eavesdropping from behind a tool shelf. Killa fastened her woven mantle. Eerie checked the water skins twice. Maru ran one hand over the side of the notched stone satchel as if reassuring it that no theft had occurred. Sana stood alone near the lower path, face turned north, already half gone in weather. "We really didn't build an empire," Harry said. Luna, leaning one shoulder lightly against the standing stone that marked the platform's edge, smiled without looking at him. "No, we built a way for empires to become less inevitable." "That," she said, "is much harder." He laughed softly. Below them, Killa looked up as if she had heard the shape of the sentence, if not the words. Perhaps she had. Perhaps that was what the magical underground truly was, not a network of hidden addresses, but a long distributed listening for architectures that did not require sacrifice to function. The delegation left by noon. They took no maps. No law copies beyond the 4 short foundational principles. Harry and Luna permitted to travel because principles were not the same as instructions. No samples from the Heartstone field. No sacred center folded into bags. They took only notes, impressions, arguments, and the beacon's afterpattern lodged now in nervous systems trained enough to know the difference between imitation and listening. At the last lower shelf, Killa Quisp stopped and turned back, not toward Harry or Luna alone, toward Iruhan entire. "In my grandmother's language," she said, "there is a word for a fire lit on a height, not to call people into one camp, but to tell distant homes that they may light their own." She rested one hand briefly against the stone at the edge of the path. "This is that." Then she went. Harry stood very still after the delegation vanished into lower weather. The country hummed around him. The children below shouted over some heat exercise gone delightfully wrong. Somewhere to the west, Branca's pack ran the moonyard curves in daylight just because they could. Ruck Flintmark was already complaining about the loss of competent critics, which meant he had been fond of them in the only register goblins trusted. Luna came to stand beside Harry and slipped her hand into his. No drama, no speech, only contact. Harry felt the mature resonance answer instantly. Not an accident anymore, not a phenomenon to be discovered in crisis, but a fully grown shared capacity. When they stood together now with aligned attention, the world did not so much choose between their magics as recognize the third grammar made where the two met. He squeezed her fingers once, then said, "Do you think they'll manage it?" Luna's eyes had gone distant, listening not to Iruhan but beyond it, toward lands no British school would ever have considered magical in the correct way. "Not this," she said. "Something truer to them?" Harry nodded. That was the only success worth wanting, not replicas, not colonies. Not Iruhan with better weather repeated across continents like ideological bread mold. Other countries. Other grammars. Other local miracles built with enough structural honesty that no child in them would grow up believing Dark Lords or Dumbledores were inevitable weather. Below them, the Eastern Learning Terrace flashed briefly with a pale sheet of light. A child's heat exercise, likely, overshooting into something prettier than intended. Harry smiled. A beacon. Luna looked at him. "Yes." The word settled between them and into the stone, not throne, not capital, not center of a new magical empire, sending out governors and law copies and missionary certainty. A beacon. Proof, not command, invitation without ownership. The standing stone at the platform edge warmed under their joined hands. Then, because the day was clear, and because there was no better time for a country to hear what it had become than when it was not under threat, Harry and Luna stepped into the outer ring of the high eastern platform together and let the resonance fully open. No audience had been summoned. The people of Iruhan noticed anyway. Children paused. Branca turned from the moonyard. Sira Flintmark emerged from the forge, seam with soot on one cheek and annoyance in her expression, only because she hated missing any important new phenomenon before insulting it properly. Tomas and Celia Rowan stood in the bread terrace doorway side by side. Myrla shaded her eyes. Nell Mercer stopped in the middle of correcting Petter's angle of approach to the heat stone and looked up as if she knew, before sight confirmed it, that something in the country's spine had just sat straighter. Harry and Luna raised no wands. They did not need them. The shared resonance moved through them clean as mountain weather. Harry gave it direction. Luna gave it listening. Between them, the country gathered itself. Then the beacon rose again, this time not from the standing circles below and not as a test for visitors. It rose from Iruhan entire. Light along water channels, warmth under terraces, the moonyard's open lip, the library's curved shelves, the school's basins, the birthing rooms, the forge seam, the carved laws set into dark stone. every relation the country had built answering at once, not into one blinding column, but into a vast fine-woven geometry of pale gold and living mineral blue, suspended above the plateau like an illuminated map of consent. The people below gasped, not because it was large, though it was, because it was legible, each terrace line visible as choice, each open threshold as trust, each narrowed path as refusal of seizure, each shared basin as commons, each school shelf as unlocked knowledge under witness, each moonyard curve as safety without shame, each law shining not as commandment, but as limit placed around power before power could call itself benevolent. The light hung there above Iruhan and then, very gently, leaned outward, not toward any one horizon, toward all of them. Harry felt through the casting distant answers stir in lands he would likely never walk. Cold ones, red ones, rivered ones, terraced ones, places with no heartstone but other grammars waiting under the damage, places where people and land had not yet been entirely taught to mistrust one another. Places where sovereignty could still be rebuilt as relation if someone local, stubborn enough and honest enough, refused the old machine long enough to hear what remained underneath. When the beacon lowered, no one in Iruhan cheered. That would have been too small. Instead, the settlement held the silence properly, children looking up at the fading geometry of their own laws. Adults seeing, perhaps for the first time, that they had not merely joined a refuge, but been helping build a form the world might one day learn from without kneeling to it. The country itself listening to the shape of its own light and finding it acceptable. Harry stood with Luna at his side and looked out over the terraces, the people, the school, the warm stone, the high clear air. For years, in other lives, the word legacy would have made him think of monuments, inherited power, dead men's plans, and boys told their meaning weighted at the point of sacrifice. Now he understood it differently. Legacy was not centrality. It was transmissible architecture. A world made a little harder for dark lords and benevolent manipulators, both because somewhere, far from Britain, a country had learned how to exist without needing anyone's damage at its center. The children were first to move again. Of course they were. Near Rowan pointed upward and said, in tones of administrative certainty, "It looks friendlier than the first one," Petter said. "That's because no one almost died this time." Sira Flintmark snorted, Branka laughed, and the spell of solemnity broke not into disrespect but into life, which was better. Harry exhaled slowly and felt the resonance settle back into two bodies, two hands, two stewards standing on a high platform in a country that had just shown the world how to become less lonely without asking it to become the same. Luna leaned her shoulder into his. "We'll never finish it," she said. He smiled. "No, that's good." Yes. Below them, the children resumed their lesson, heat from the sound of it, Nell already correcting posture, Myrla arguing that warmth and beauty were not opposites. Tavi insisting metal had stronger opinions than everyone else combined. Iruhan continuing, with perfect disregard for thematic closure, to live. Harry watched the day take hold of the terraces and understood that the beacon had not made Iruhan larger. It had made the world. And that, perhaps, was the only kind of expansion a decent country was ever allowed to want. Harry discovered, in the months after the beacon, that being understood by history from a distance was far easier than being understood by the people who had once loved you at close range. That was the cruel arithmetic of it. Britain, from far away, had become easier to interpret. Institutions were always easier at distance. Their movements grew visible once one no longer lived inside the fog of their daily authority, the ministries reshaping after the war. Hogwarts' quiet restoration under McGonagall's refusal to let grief become pageantry. The slow flattening of Voldemort into story, then lesson, then policy risk, then public memory shaped by whichever survivors managed to speak loudest before bureaucrats learned how to standardize the narrative. Those things Harry could almost bear. He could read them like weather over another country. What he could not bear so easily were the smaller human questions that refused to become theory. Had Hermione stopped sleeping with books half open over her face, or had adulthood only given her better lamps for the same habit? Did Ron still laugh first when nervous? Or had war finally taught his body the kind of silences he had once survived by interrupting? Did Ginny still look at empty doorways for half a second longer than anyone noticed? Did Neville, now that the whole world knew he had stood where the chosen story had failed to arrive, finally understand the scale of his own steadiness? Or had he translated it, as decent people often did, into something smaller and more survivable? Irulan had taught Harry many difficult things. It had not taught him how to stop wondering about these. The trouble began with a box of paper, not metaphorically. An actual box. Ruck Flintmark had made it in a fit of winter irritation, after arguing with one of the southern healers about whether damp storage constituted a moral failing in architecture. The box was hammered dark metal over a core of mountain wood, lined with wool felt, and fitted so precisely that even the hinges seemed to close with judgment. Sira claimed it had been intended for surgical instruments. Ruck insisted it had always been for documents, and everyone else lacked imagination. Harry found it in the library hall on a day of long, pale rain while helping Cellier Rowan move old field notebooks from the upper shelf to the dry stacks. The lid stood open. Inside lay paper, sealing thread, ink, 3 sharpened quills, and a small square of dark polished stone for waiting pages in mountain drafts. No one said right to them. No one in Irulan would ever have been vulgar enough to turn another person's old loyalties into assignment. But the box sat there in the library's curved light, while rain moved softly over the terraces, and children whispered over diagrams 3 shelves away, and Luna, somewhere outside, was teaching a little cluster of younger students that fog had preferences but not ethics. The box sat there. And Harry, because he was still human enough to be vulnerable to simple containers at the wrong hour, stopped moving the notebooks. Celia noticed before he meant her to. She had become, over the years, one of the quietest, accurate people in Irulan. The kind who made tea before questions, who could feed 27 residents and a delegation from 3 continents without once mistaking logistics for lesser care, and who understood that most pain did not improve under spotlight. She followed his gaze to the box. Then, after a beat, said only, "I can finish these if you need the shelf." Harry looked at her. She did not smile. That helped. "Thanks," he said. Celia nodded once and began restacking the notebooks with the concentration of someone reorganizing paper rather than stepping aside for grief. Harry took the box and went up. The old first shelter still kept secrets best, not because it hid them, because it had been built before Irulan knew how to perform itself. Before terraces became country and laws became architecture, and beacon light taught the world that sovereignty could travel as pattern instead of conquest. The first shelter had been a courtesy from stone to 2 frightened runaways learning, very slowly, how not to turn need into domination. Harry trusted it for that reason. He carried the box there in the rain and set it beside the low warmth hollow. The shelter's inner stone held enough residual heat from the day that it did not feel cold, only close and quiet. Water moved somewhere below the western shelf in a low, patient line. The wind over the outer curve sounded like pages being turned very far away. Harry sat, opened the box, laid out the paper, waited. Nothing happened at first that did not surprise him. Real writing never began with floods, despite what children and poets and certain dramatic tutors liked to claim. It began with resistance, with the body understanding faster than the mind that words, once made specific, did not return politely to possibility. He sharpened one of the quills again, even though it did not need sharpening. Then he wrote Ron's name. The sight of it on clean paper undid him almost instantly, not in tears. Not yet. More like the sudden collapse of several years' worth of disciplined abstraction around one profoundly ordinary fact. Ron Weasley existed somewhere beyond the mountains as a real man with a life that had continued after Harry's death. And Harry had not once tried to enter that life again, because entering it under the wrong shape would have been another form of damage. He stared at the name until the ink dried too dark in the first downstroke. Then, because waiting was becoming cowardice in a very old accent, he began. Ron, he stopped there, because what followed Ron, I'm alive. No, that sentence belonged to a younger, crueler version of hope, the kind that believed revelation itself could excuse the years of absence between the words and the truth. It would make Ron, immediately and unavoidably, the boy standing in a common room after bad news with no context enough to survive it. It would ask him to become again the person shaped around Harry's return. That would be theft. Harry set the quill down, picked it up again. Ron, I don't know how to write this without making everything worse, which probably means I shouldn't be writing at all, but I keep hearing your voice in my head saying that if I'm going to be stupid, I ought to at least be specific about it. He paused. That sounded like Ron, yes, but not quite. It sounded like Harry remembering Ron from the angle of school corridors and crisis, not from whatever man Ron had since had to become. Too easy. Too tender in the wrong direction. Already the letter was trying to resurrect not friendship but a shared role in a story that no longer existed. Still, Harry wrote on, you were right to be angry about all of it. The disappearing. The lie, the way I left everyone with a death instead of a choice. I thought at the time that being dead would hurt less strategically than being missing, and that may even have been true. I don't know anymore whether something being tactically right is enough to call it anything close to kind. That part, he thought, was honest. He let the quill move again. I wanted to tell you that I didn't leave because I stopped loving you, or Hermione, or Ginny, or any of it. I left because by then every road Britain offered me ended at the same altar, and I was so tired of pretending nobility about that fact that I would have burned the whole country down before walking willingly to it. Harry's hand stopped. There it was, not the sentence itself. The voice beneath it. This letter was not speaking to Ron now. It was speaking from the Harry who had just crossed the channel, just burned the prophecy, just watched his own body turned into a tactical ghost in the forest. That Harry loved Ron fiercely, yes, but loved him through school memory and battlefield role, and a guilt so hot it sometimes still mistook itself for duty. Ron would not be reading this from that time. Ron, if he ever read it, would read it as a grown man in a post-war country, perhaps with scars Harry no longer had the right to imagine in detail. The letter in Harry's hand was trying to bridge the distance by resurrecting an older self who could still claim equal membership in Britain's aftermath. It wasn't true, not anymore. Harry sat back and read what he'd written. Then, very slowly, folded the paper once without finishing and set it to one side. Hermione's letter lasted 3 pages before Harry admitted it was a disaster. That, too, felt exactly right. He got farther with Hermione because the language itself knew her shape better. Explanations, clarifications, structures. Harry wrote almost without stopping at first. Hermione, there are probably 7 better ways to organize this, and I am going to fail to use all of them. I know that. Please bear with the disorder, or else imagine me giving this to you in person, and you taking it away, sorting it into categories, and returning it with annotations in the margins, which is still one of the more reassuring images my mind is capable of generating. That made him smile despite himself. Then he wrote and kept writing about Iruhen's laws, about the no-restricted section rule, about the children who had arrived believing broken wands meant broken selves, about why knowledge here was governed by context and consent instead of scarcity, about how British magic had mistaken pedagogy for control and control for virtue, about the plateau's logic, about feeling before casting, about the heartstone not as object but as living relation with place. The pages filled. Harry read them back, and discovered with growing horror that he had written not a letter to Hermione Granger, but a report to the brightest surviving minister in a government he still did not trust. Every paragraph was an argument. Every confession had evidence attached. Every grief was translated into theory before it could be felt plainly. He could hear himself trying to win something. Not Hermione's affection that had never been the problem between them. Hermione's understanding in the old-school sense. The understanding that came after she had read all the relevant books, tested the logic, named the risks, assessed the structures, and pronounced the conclusion intellectually defensible. But that Hermione belonged to another life too. No, that wasn't fair. Hermione herself still existed, surely. But the version of Harry writing this letter wanted desperately to be judged coherent by the girl who once saved him again and again through literacy, accuracy, and the refusal to let confused boys make history entirely out of impulse. It was not Hermione he was writing to. It was the function she had once served inside him. Harry dropped the quill onto the page hard enough to spatter ink. "Damn it!" he muttered to the shelter wall. The wall, wisely, did not answer. He pulled the pages toward him and read one particular paragraph twice. "You would like the way our laws work here, though probably only after arguing with all of them. Which I miss, more than I've admitted even to myself. There's a goblin woman here named Sarah Flintmark who would insult at least 3 of your assumptions before breakfast and then spend the rest of the day teaching you better categories. You'd either become best friends or bring the forge down trying." He shut his eyes. That was the closest he had come yet to writing something true and unsentimental. It hurt for exactly that reason. Because he could see Hermione reading it and laughing once through her nose, and then becoming quiet for a long time afterward. Not because the line was cruel, but because it asked too much of memory. It presumed the old intimacy could survive being addressed from a country she had not helped build, toward a man she had not seen become. Harry folded Hermione's pages, too, carefully. More carefully than Ron's, set them beside the first. Ginny's letter came out of him like a wound refusing anesthesia. He wrote her name, then sat staring at it until the rain outside the shelter changed direction twice. There are griefs, Harry thought, that remain too near the body to acquire philosophy. Ginny belonged to that category. Not because theirs had been the greatest love in history. Harry no longer believed in the ranking habits that sort feeling into moral spectacle, but because what they had shared had lived exactly at the fracture line between boyhood and becoming, bright enough to promise future, real enough to hurt beyond metaphor, interrupted by the kind of history that taught young people over and over that they existed in one another's lives only provisionally so long as wars still needed symbols. Harry wrote anyway. "Ginny," he stopped. Then, because there was no clean version, continued. "There's no sentence after your name that doesn't feel like trespass. I've tried 7 in my head and all of them sound like I've mistaken memory for permission, which is probably the oldest male stupidity still left in me." He stared at the page. That was truer than anything else he had written all day. He let the honesty go further. "I loved you. I need to start there because if I don't, everything that comes after will hide behind intelligence, and I'm tired of that kind of cowardice. I loved you, and I left anyway, and there is no arrangement of those facts that makes me look better than the choice was. I could say I thought being dead would free you faster than being half alive somewhere the country could keep chasing. I could say I thought any explanation would only make staying impossible. I could say 100 strategically accurate things, and none of them would cancel the simpler one, which is that I left you with grief, because I had stopped believing Britain would let me love anyone without turning the love into a leash." Harry's vision blurred, not enough for tears to fall. Enough that the words looked briefly as if they had been written by another person who understood him better. He forced himself onward. "I don't know who you are now, which is as it should be. Whatever life you built after the war ought not to have room torn open in it, because the boy you mourned developed a conscience about architecture 3,000 miles away and decided that gave him the right to speak. I think that's what this letter keeps circling, not whether you'd forgive me. I don't even know if forgiveness belongs in it. Only that the version of me who could once ask you to understand was buried years ago with the rest of Britain's expectations." That was the line, not elegant, not final, but central. Harry looked at it and knew at once that the letter could not be sent. Because it was asking Ginny to perform an act of emotional archaeology on behalf of a person who no longer existed in a form that would even know how to receive the result. He thought of Neville's patronus voice from years earlier. Don't come back because you think you should. Only if you mean it. A letter like this would be going back because he thought he should. Because unfinished love, like unfinished grief, often dressed obligation in intimacy and called the outfit moral seriousness. Harry folded the page before he could read it again. His hands were shaking now. He hated that part. Not because shaking was weak. Because it was honest. And honesty this stripped always made him feel younger than he liked. Neville's letter came closest. That was almost the worst part. Harry wrote with less hesitation this time, perhaps because Neville's patronus had already crossed the distance once and proved that not all contact with the old world had to be organized around guilt. Neville, you'd be annoyed to know how often I think about that patronus. Not because it was dramatic, though the lion was, frankly, an outrageous choice from a man who spent 6 years pretending to be a herbological side note, but because it was the most decent message anyone could have sent. You didn't ask me back. You didn't ask me to explain myself before I'd even finished becoming explainable to me. You just told the truth and then left the wanting where it belonged. Harry smiled, painfully, but real. He wrote on. I think you were the first person in my life to speak to the version of me after Britain without trying to drag him back into usefulness. That mattered more than I knew how to answer then. It still does. He described briefly the school, not the whole settlement, not the Heartstone in detail. Only the thing Neville would understand first. Children learning magic without being taught shame as a preliminary subject. He wrote about Nell Mercer moving water without a wand, about Petter asking impossible practical questions, about Myrla learning beauty without apology, about mornings spent teaching heat instead of survival. He even got far enough to write, "You would like the gardens here. Not because they're tidy, because they aren't." Things crossbreed in the higher shelves in ways Professor Sprout would call fascinating and faintly threatening. Half the children think compost is a metaphysical category now, which I suspect is your influence from a distance simply because no one else could make decay sound this educational. Harry laughed softly after writing it. Then he read the page again, and understood with a fresh wave of grief so sharp he had to put the letter down for a moment that this one was unsendable for the most difficult reason of all. It came from a self he still loved. Not the chosen boy, not the martyr, not the furious runaway from the forest. This letter came from Harry the teacher, Harry the steward, Harry in the years after the scar had gone quiet and his own magic had returned wholly his. It was the cleanest version yet, because Neville, perhaps, had always been the friend least invested in Harry as symbol, and most likely to recognize him as difficult human weather instead. But even that did not make the letter sendable, because it offered Neville a friendship shaped entirely by absence. It said, in essence, "Here is the man I became elsewhere in a world you were never allowed to help build after leaving you to survive the war without me. Please know him kindly. The cruelty there was subtler, more adult," which made it worse. Harry sat with Neville's pages in his lap for a long time, then added one final sentence. "I think the truest thing I can say is that I am glad the world had you when it no longer had the version of me it expected." I don't know whether that sounds like gratitude or surrender. Perhaps it is both. He let the ink dry, folded the letter, said it with the others, 4 names, 4 attempts, 4 versions of himself trying, each in a slightly different key, to bridge a moral distance that language could not solve without reopening claims he no longer had the right to make. The rain outside stopped. The silence afterward felt larger than weather. Harry looked at the little stack of folded pages beside the warmth, hollow and new, before he moved what had to happen. Still, he sat another 15 minutes. Cowardice sometimes deserved the dignity of full recognition before being denied. Luna found him before he lit the fire. Of course she did. She did not enter the shelter dramatically. She simply appeared in its outer curve with damp hair, 2 cups of tea balanced on a wooden tray, and the expression of someone who had followed emotional weather rather than footsteps. Harry looked up. She looked at the letters, then at him. "Ah," she said, that was all. Not "I wondered where you were," not "are those for them," only "ah" in the tone of someone recognizing a species of pain without pretending she had invented it. She came in and set the tray down beside him. 1 cup smelled of mint and bitter root, the other of black tea and one of Celia's careful sweeter herbs. Harry took the darker one. They sat in quiet for a while, shoulder to shoulder but not touching, and drank. Finally Luna said, "How many?" "4. No, father." Harry looked at her. "You know." "Yes." He rubbed a thumb along the edge of Neville's folded page. "I tried Ron first." "How did that go?" "I wrote to a memory of him shaped like a corridor and a chessboard and gilt." Luna nodded. "That sounds unsendable." "Yes." "And Hermione?" Harry laughed without mirth. "I nearly composed policy." "That also sounds unsendable." "Yes." "Ginny." He did not answer quickly enough. Luna's gaze softened by a degree. "Ah," she said again. Harry stared at the low warmth hollow. "I don't think love gives retrospective permission," he said quietly. "No," Luna agreed. "It doesn't." That was why talking to her was survivable. She never mistook pain for something that should be made easier if easier meant less true. "Neville came closest," Harry admitted. "I thought he might." "Why?" Luna blew once on her tea before answering. "Because he was the first person to leave the wanting with you." Harry closed his eyes briefly. "Yes." She did not ask to read the letters. He loved her for that. At last she said, "Are you going to burn them?" Harry looked at the stack. "Yes." "Why?" The question was real, not moral. Luna did not believe destruction automatically meant maturity any more than preservation did. He thought about it, then answered carefully. "Because every one of them is written from a version of me that only exists in relation to what Britain made. Friend. Weapon. Dead boy. Missing lover. Survivor speaking backward into old roles." He swallowed once. "If I sent them, I'd be asking people who loved those versions to perform the transition for me. I think that's a kind of theft." Luna listened with the grave attention she gave to truths that made the room colder before they made it cleaner. After a moment she said, "Yes, not comfort, confirmation." Harry looked at her then. "You've done this already." It wasn't quite a question. Luna's eyes went, briefly, somewhere farther west than geography. "Yes." He waited. She set her cup down, reached into the pocket of her coat, drew out a single folded envelope made of thick, pale paper, sealed not with wax but with a twist of green-blue thread Harry recognized from the upper shelves where the F-whoopers sometimes nested in bad weather and excellent opinion. Harry stared. "For your father." "Yes." "You wrote it already?" "Last winter." His head turned sharply. "Last winter?" I wanted to see if the wanting stayed honest through snow. That was, Harry thought, the most Luna sentence that had ever yet been spoken in any country. He took a breath. "Why now?" She looked at the letter in her hand, not wistfully, not even sadly exactly. More like a person considering a door whose existence had once been theoretical and had now become annoyingly real. "Because after the delegation left, I knew something." She glanced at him. "Iruhen is no longer a wound-shaped place. It isn't just for those who had to run. It can now survive being chosen without emergency in the choosing." Harry understood immediately. Letters, he thought, changed meaning once a place stopped being only escape and became an actual life into which someone could be invited without being conscripted into trauma. "What did you write?" Luna's mouth tilted. "Not very much." "That doesn't answer the question." "No." She ran one thumb lightly over the edge of the envelope. "I told him I was alive. I told him I had built a country that would let him keep being himself without needing to apologize to more sensible men. I told him that if he came, it must be because he chose the life, and not because guilt dragged him over mountains. And I told him that if he wished to open the letter only to know that I had survived and then never follow, that would also count as love." Harry stared at her. "That's cruel." "No." Luna said gently. "It's a border." He looked down at the stack of his own folded pages. Yes, that was the difference. Luna's letter did not ask her father to perform archaeology on an older version of her. It did not ask him to reassemble the child who had left. It invited him toward a present he had not built, on the condition that he approach as chooser rather than mourner. Harry's letters could not do that, not yet. Maybe never. Because Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, they belonged not only to Harry's past but to Britain's, to the war's aftermath, to a world he had left precisely by not helping finish it. To ask them here now, through words shaped by unfinished grief, would not be invitation. It would be demand disguised as confession. Luna held out the envelope slightly. "Would you like to see the outside?" He took it carefully. On the front, in Luna's narrow, slanted hand, was written only for Xenophilius Lovegood if he chooses. No address, no demand, no instruction beyond consent itself. Harry handed it back. "It's better than mine." Luna smiled faintly. "It had longer weather," he laughed. Then, because the moment had become as merciful as it was going to get, he gathered the 4 folded letters in both hands and set them beside the warmth hollow. The old shelter's fire was never dramatic. That was another reason he had chosen it. He put 2 fingers lightly to the stone beside the hollow and asked for heat. The seam below answered at once now, his magic long since grown clean enough that relation often came without spectacle. Warmth rose. A low blue-white line opened in the basin. No smoke, no fanfare. Harry fed Ron's letter in first. The paper caught immediately, edges whitening, then golding, then curling into black scriptless air. Hermione's followed, then Ginny's. He held Neville's 1 second longer than the others, not because he doubted. Because he wanted to witness the cost properly instead of pretending certainty made it painless. Then he burned that too. The 4 letters rose in brief, fragile heat and became nothing useful at all. Harry sat very still afterward, watching the last ash collapse. Luna did not speak. The shelter grew quiet around the completed act. At last Harry said, very softly, "I thought it would feel cleaner." "No, it feels like I killed 4 conversations." Luna shook her head. "No, only 4 performances." He looked at her sharply. She met the look without flinching. "The conversations weren't possible yet," she said. "The letters were trying to make them happen with old voices. That isn't the same thing." He breathed out slowly. That helped, not enough to ease the grief, enough to place it more accurately. Outside, somewhere above the shelter, one of the F-whoopers began singing to the weather in the long, spiraling way they had when the air wanted carrying. Luna lifted her head. "That's helpful," she murmured. She stood, letter in hand, and went to the shelter mouth. The F-whooper descended like an argument in jewel feathers. Harry had seen them dozens of times by now, and still did not understand how any creature that colored could move through mountain weather without becoming immediate prey. Then again, F-whoopers solved most practical questions by being so offensively themselves that other species failed to classify them in time. This one landed on the outer ridge with its head tilted, and its plumage shifting from deep green to impossible blue, where the damp light touched it. A slim gold ring circled one narrow leg, not ownership, recognition. The sort of relationship Iruhan had with many creatures now. We know one another well enough to carry messages without confusing that with belonging. Luna stepped close. The F-whooper did not lower itself submissively or preen or display. It simply watched her with the bright, exhausted intelligence of something that had never once confused song for harmlessness. Luna held up the sealed letter. "This is for my father," she told it. "You may take it. He may open it only if he chooses to come. If he chooses only to know I lived, you may let him keep the seal closed and sing once instead." The F-whooper blinked. Harry, from within the shelter, thought that was either comprehension or profound judgment, and with F-whoopers, the distinction rarely mattered. Luna tied the letter to the gold ring with the green-blue thread. The bird hopped once, testing weight, then looked directly at Harry. It was an unnerving look, less like an animal and more like a messenger who had already assessed his emotional usefulness and found it temporary. Harry gave a tiny nod anyway. The F-whooper launched. It did not simply take off. It tore a line of color through the gray evening and vanished westward with the sealed letter hanging lightly under one leg, as though consent itself weighed almost nothing. Luna watched until there was nothing left to watch. Then she stood a moment longer, hands empty at her sides. Harry went to the shelter mouth but did not crowd beside her. After a while he said, "Do you think he'll come?" Luna did not answer immediately. The western weather was losing light fast now. The terraces below had begun lighting one by one in their gentler Eruhan fashion. Not lamps exactly, but warm shelves, guided heat, the slow bloom of inhabited stone. Children's voices drifted up from the school terrace where some lesson had spilled into laughter. The whole country sounded, Harry thought suddenly, like a life that had stopped apologizing for continuing. "I don't know," Luna said at last. She turned toward him, and that's the only reason it was fair to send. They went back inside when the air grew colder. The warmth hollow still held a low line of blue-white heat. The ashes of the 4 letters had already collapsed into something indistinguishable from ordinary dark. Harry sat again on the inner ledge. Luna took the place opposite this time, drawing one knee up under her chin in the posture he had learned, meant her listening had turned inward rather than geological. For a while neither of them spoke. Then Harry said, "I'm angry at them." That made Luna lift her eyes. "At who?" "Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, all of them." Luna did not look shocked. "Why?" He rubbed a hand through his hair. "Because they still exist somewhere in my head as people I want to explain myself to. Which means some part of me still thinks explanation might restore something." Luna nodded slowly. "That seems human. It seems pathetic." "No." Her voice sharpened very slightly. "It seems like grief is disobedient." Harry laughed once. That was a good sentence, an irritatingly good sentence. He looked down at the ashes. "I wanted absolution in places I no longer belong." "That's closer." He breathed out. "Yes." Luna watched him for another long moment, then said, "I don't think the loss is only that they can't understand this life." Harry frowned. "What else is there?" "That you can't fully explain it even if they wanted to." He went still. "Because that was the deeper wound, perhaps. Not only the moral impossibility of asking old loves to carry new architecture, but the simpler fact that Eruhan itself had become too lived in to survive translation into letters. How would he explain the way the Moonyard felt under late winter sky, when transformed bodies first learned not to brace for chains? How would Hermione understand, from paper alone, the absolute difference between a library with no restricted section and one whose danger texts were read only in company, because knowledge here was not either sacred or safe, but relational? How would Ginny hear, through ink, what it meant that no child in Eruhan learned shame as preface to power? How would Ron laugh in the right places at Ruck Flintmark, Syrah's thresholds, Petter's impossible slope theories? Nia's conviction that some stones had preferences about ribbons, Myrla's gradual unlearning of apology. Nell's broken wand carried not as wound now, but history. Life was not summary. And letters, however honest, were summaries that lied by compression. Harry said, "They loved an older version of me." "Yes, and this one can't fit in paper." No, that hurt, more than the unsent letters, perhaps. Because it made plain that exile, even righteous exile, always produced surplus reality that love from the old world had no available container for. Harry looked at Luna. "What about you? What about me? Do you think your father can understand Eruhan if he comes?" A faint smile touched her mouth. "No," he blinked. "No, Luna said. "He can understand coming. That is enough." There it was again, her refusal to demand impossible forms of emotional labor from the people she loved. Xenophilius Lovegood did not need to pre-approve the whole shape of her country. He only needed to choose whether to cross toward it as a living man rather than remain a mourner, preserving his daughter as absence. That was smaller than full understanding, and far kinder. Harry leaned back against the stone wall. Outside, night had finally taken the terraces. Eruhan glowed now in its own modest internal ways, warm lines and low light, enough to mark life without ever pretending spectacle was the same thing. "I don't know if I want them here," he admitted. Luna nodded at once. "Yes, even if I miss them? Yes, even if some part of me still thinks seeing them would." He stopped. "Undo it," Harry exhaled. Yes, Luna's gaze softened, though she would have denied softness if accused. It wouldn't, she said, I know. No, she replied quietly. You know in theory, not yet in the body. He closed his eyes. That was true too. Some hidden part of him still feared that enough old affection applied at the right angle might pull him backward into earlier grammar. Not because Ron or Hermione or Ginny or Neville would mean harm. Because love itself, when attached to unresolved identities, could behave like gravity if one was careless. He opened his eyes again. And you? Luna's answer took longer. Then, I want my father to come. I do not want him to come as proof that I was right to leave. Harry smiled despite the ache of it. That sounds impossible. Yes, she said, which is why it's a real want. They sat with that. After a while, Luna slid down from her ledge and came to sit beside him instead, shoulder brushing his in the easy, unperformed way of people who had built a country together, and no longer required romance to constantly re-advertise itself. For a few minutes, they listened to Irulan breathe. Then Harry said, Do you think there'll ever be a letter I can send? Luna considered for so long that he almost regretted asking. Finally, she said, Yes. He turned. Really? Yes, but I don't think it will explain. What will it do, then? Her head rested lightly against the stone wall. It will invite. He thought about that, not explain, not justify, not resurrect the dead boy or the missing friend or the lover who left or the martyr who never arrived. Invite. To what? Not necessarily to Irulan as physical destination. More likely to a relationship honest enough to begin in the present rather than excavate the past for permission. The idea was so much smaller than absolution and so much larger than confession that it left him suddenly, helplessly tired. He laughed once. That's infuriating. Yes, Luna said. Growth often is. Eventually they rose and left the shelter. Harry glanced back only once at the warmth hollow where the ashes of 4 letters had already become part of nothing memorable. Good, he thought. Let performance die quietly if it must die at all. They walked the middle terraces in silence. Nights in Irulan had their own order now. Children settling. Moon yard open under the correct phase. Libraries breathing paper and stone. The forge seemed cooling in layers, thresholds adjusting to the emotional weather of sleep. It was a whole life, and that wholeness sometimes made loss sharper rather than softer. One could only truly grieve what did not need to be hated. At the turn of the path above the learning terrace, Rowan nearly ran into them carrying a blanket twice her width and a pebble wearing 3 blue ribbons. Oh, she said, not startled, merely recalculating. Did the bird leave? Yes, Luna said. Nia nodded solemnly. Good. It looked like it knew west. Then, after a glance at Harry's face that was too perceptive by half for a child her age, she added, The hill says burned things still count if you meant them properly. Harry stared. Luna closed her eyes for one long second, which Harry recognized as the expression she wore when the world briefly became too Lovegood for even her. Nia, she said carefully, did the hill say that, or did you? Nia shifted the blanket and the ribboned pebble together with great dignity. Both, she said. Then she went on down the terrace. Harry stood in the night air, half laughing, half wrecked. Luna looked at him. You see, she said. What? Educational systems improve dramatically when children are allowed to become alarming in public. He laughed properly then, enough that the upper water channel changed note in answer. They kept walking. And though nothing resolved cleanly, not the old friendships, not the unsent letters, not the gap between exile and understanding, not the westward flight of one sealed envelope and the man who might or might not someday open it. The night around them remained inhabited, chosen, structurally kind. That was not closure, it was life. And for now, Harry thought, life was the only letter worth living inside. 5 years after he left Britain, Harry learned that victory had very little to do with winning. Winning was loud. It had spectators. It required an enemy clearly shaped enough for people to point at afterward and say there is the thing we defeated, and therefore there is the shape of ourselves, nobler in the contrast. Winning made for statues, school songs, official language, anniversaries, and all the other clever ways countries disguised relief as moral clarity. Victory, as Iruhan taught it, was smaller and more difficult. Victory was when the baker's shelf warmed before dawn, because Celia Rowan had spent so many years leaning against the same stone at the same hour that the shelf now anticipated her wrists before dough touched it. Victory was when the moon yard no longer felt like an emergency accommodation for cursed bodies, but simply the place the pack children preferred to race at sunset, because the curves there returned momentum beautifully, and the open sky made them laugh louder. Victory was when the library hall remained unlocked all night, and no child stole from it, because knowledge in Iruhan was never treated like treasure captured from stronger men. Victory was when Branka's eldest boy, 3 days after his first transformation without shame, shouted at Ruck Flintmark for describing a threshold brace as acceptable instead of good, and no one in the settlement found either the transformation or the shouting extraordinary enough to remember by supper. Victory was when a 10-year-old asked a teacher why the old world had believed magic and personhood were separate categories, and the teacher had to stop and think, because in Iruhan, the question was becoming harder to answer without sounding insane. Harry woke before the bellstone every morning anyway. Some habits remained not because the body feared absence, but because care had replaced vigilance in the same routines, and the muscles did not especially mind the exchange. Dawn in Iruhan carried its own order. First the wind choosing which direction to be honest from, then water adjusting tone in the upper channels, then hearth warmth returning to the common terraces, then children's footsteps in patterns predictable enough that Harry could name 3 of them by stride alone before ever seeing faces. He liked this hour best, not because it was peaceful. Iruhan was never peaceful in the sentimental sense. Too many people lived here fully for that. There were always babies waking, Forge seems needing argument, goats testing legal philosophy through fence weakness, one or another student discovering that mud had theological implications and trying to tell everyone before breakfast. But dawn was structurally clear. The country had not yet accumulated a day's worth of friction. Everything rested in first intention. Harry stood on the upper eastern learning terrace with a mug of dark tea warming his hand and watched morning gather over the plateau. Iruhan no longer looked like a hidden settlement, unless one had never seen a country before. The terraces reached farther now than they had in the Beacon years. Not recklessly, not expansion for its own appetite, but in the practical way life required elaboration when enough people chose to remain. The southern shelf held 3 new family hollows, and an herb-cutting court roofed in overlapping stone laminae that shifted with weather rather than against it. The upper forge complex had added a cooling gallery, and one absurdly elegant suspended walkway Sira Flintmark still insisted had not been her idea, even though it bore all the marks of goblin insult translated into architecture. The second school terrace stood open to the morning on the west side, where older students learned history, law, and making in equal portions, and sometimes all at once when the lesson demanded it. The original shelter still remained. Harry always looked for it first, though it no longer stood alone. The curved stone courtesy, where Luna had first made a home by asking instead of taking, sat halfway up the ridge like a memory the country had chosen to preserve in visible form. It had been folded into later structures now, partially sheltered, lightly expanded, its outer curve lined with low-growing silver moss that children were forever told not to pick because it liked to be admired, not handled. Beyond the terraces, the plateau spread vast and awake under the pale gold of early light. The standing circles lay far off in white grass. The moon-yard lip caught the first sun in a clean, bright arc. Water flashed in the basin runs. Smokeless warmth moved low and blew out of hidden seams. And somewhere west and south, beyond 3 mountain systems and 1 entire climate, Luna was standing in another high place listening to another land decide whether it wished to become legible. Harry smiled into his tea. The first Atlas note had arrived 9 days earlier, tied to the leg of a hawk that disapproved of Iruhan's higher thermals, and had made that opinion known by biting 2 stable ropes before agreeing to be fed. Luna's handwriting had gone narrower in the cold and more diagonal in the wind. The stone here is ruder than ours, which I respect. It does not want a heartstone exactly, more a spine. There are women in the lower villages who hear it through bread ovens and old burial roads. I think that is promising. Tell Nia her weather strip was correct. The western ridge here lies whenever thunder feels observed. Also remind Petter that not all slopes improve under speed. He will ignore you, but it's polite to try. Harry had read the note twice in the library hall, smiled once, and then carried it in his pocket all day like a quiet second pulse. He missed her, not with injury. They had built a life too whole for absence to immediately mean damage. He missed her, as one misses a piece of weather one has learned over years. Not because the day cannot continue without it, but because the world sounds slightly different while it is elsewhere. Below the eastern terrace, the school bellstone gave its single low morning note. Children arrived in waves. Not all children, not all at once. Iruhan never grouped the young by age with the worshipful rigidity Hogwarts had once given houses and years. The morning class Harry taught now was called, in official records if any had existed, foundational relations. The children called it bare hands magic, which Harry thought was more accurate and much more inconvenient. They came carrying slates, notebooks, ribbon-marked stones. One training ring Tavi Flintmark had redesigned 3 times, and therefore insisted everyone address with proper respect. And the whole beautiful, impossible weight of being born or grown into a world not arranged against them in quite the old ways. Nia Rowan, now 11 and long-limbed with seriousness only sharpened by having survived childhood without becoming solemn, came first because she liked the eastern terraces before everyone else's opinions had warmed the air. She still carried stones in her pockets. That, Harry had learned, was not a phase but a vocation. Some children collected facts. Nia collected textures of attention. She had begun keeping a shelf ledger in the library not of titles or authors, but of which books liked which weather and which readers approached them with clean enough minds to be trusted by marginalia. Petter arrived 2 minutes later at a speed that violated at least 3 of Harry's verbal instructions from the previous week, and all of the mountain's implicit guidance on not treating stair ridges as argument. He had grown into his bones with violence and grace in equal measure, which meant he was now at the age where boys temporarily mistook balance for immortality. He skidded the last step, caught himself one-handed on the terrace edge, grinned as though the recovery had been the point, and dropped onto the middle bench. Harry gave him a look. Petter shrugged. The ridge was encouraging. The ridge, Harry said, was tolerating your nonsense out of long acquaintance. That's nearly affection, not from stone. Myrla came with 2 younger girls trailing slightly behind her, all 3 carrying herb bundles for the post-class scent exercise. She was 16 now, and no longer walked as if beauty might escape her by accident and ruin the room. That had taken years. Years of unlearning apology. Years of being taught by a country that attraction did not authorize trespass. Years of mornings on the learning terraces where her glamour was treated as climate to understand rather than social weapon to police. She was beautiful, yes. Harry had learned to stop letting the category end there. She was also precise, funny in a quiet, fatal way, merciless with sloppy thinking, and the most gifted atmosphere reader Iruhan had ever produced below full stewardship level. When she laid herb bundles on the upper stone today, the air shifted around them as if already arranging itself into lesson. Tavi Flintmark came last, and pretended this was because he had been improving the training ring's rotational honesty, rather than because he had overslept after reading metallurgical law by Hidden Lamp. He was 15, compact, sharp-faced, and already so goblin in the architecture of his criticism that Sira had begun treating him with a brutality suspiciously close to pride. 3 younger children trailed with him, among them the smallest one in Harry's class, and the reason the morning had already begun leaning toward significance before anyone consciously knew it. Her name was Hadia. 10 years old, Atlas-born, squib by every category the old world would have used, and in Eruhan only awkwardly categorized because squib had stopped meaning what magical Britain once meant by it. In Britain, the word had always been shadowed by lack, failure of inheritance, administrative embarrassment, the child near magic without enough sanctioned spark to justify full belonging. A condition to be pitied privately, managed publicly, and very often educated into lowered expectations before the body learned it might have hoped otherwise. Eruhan had made a mess of those categories simply by existing. Squib children here learned early that sensing and relation did not begin with wand purchase or ministry assessment. They heard weather, felt threshold intent, read pressure in water, knew which shelves warmed for grief and which for concentration. Some never cast in the dramatic sense, and yet participated in the country so fully that calling them magically lesser would have sounded like insisting the lungs mattered less than the hands because they held fewer tools. Hadia had arrived the previous autumn with her grandmother and one small rolled carpet that she refused to let anyone else carry. She had dark, watchful eyes, a scar under one ear from some old domestic accident no one had forced into speech, and the unnerving patience of children who had spent too long learning to become ignorable. Harry had noticed her in class because she almost never reached first for effect. When the others tried to warm stone, she listened to where heat already wanted to gather. When they practiced air pressure around suspended water, she did not chase the visible movement but the pause before it. She treated the world not as field of tasks, but as conversation that might eventually include her if she waited with enough dignity. He liked her at once. He was also careful not to like her in the old dangerous teacher way, where noticing talent became the beginning of quiet specialness. Eruhan had taught him too well what happened when adults turned gifted children into future rather than allowing them to remain children in the present. So Hadia remained, in the visible structure of things, one thoughtful student among many. Only Harry, perhaps, and sometimes Luna through the Heartstone at distance, had begun to feel a tiny difference around her. Not larger power, not dramatic anomalies, just an eerie lack of friction. Eruhan's ambient field did not merely accommodate her. It folded around her as if it had been expecting her nervous system specifically. Harry had told no one, not even Luna, not fully. He had written once in a note that the Atlas children were listening to the terraces beautifully, and Luna, with offensive ease, had replied, "That is not what you mean. We'll speak when I return. Don't mythologize anyone before breakfast," so he hadn't, mostly. Hadia took her usual place on the lower outer step where she could see everyone's hands without having to become visible first herself. She laid a square slate on her knees and looked up at Harry with the grave concentration he had learned meant she was ready to take the world seriously if the world was willing to return the effort. Harry set down his mug. "All right," he said. "Today we are doing light." A murmur went through the steps. Petter groaned theatrically. "Light hates me." "Light," said Myrla without looking at him, "hates your lack of patience." "That is the same thing." "No," Tavi said. "One is elemental, the other is personal failure." Petter leaned over the bench, as if considering whether friendship still obligated him not to throw the training ring at Tavi's head. Harry let the noise settle into shape before continuing. "Not wandlight," he said. "Not lumos. Not performative brightness so the room applauds and someone feels special for 10 seconds. We're working with recognition. Light as relation. What happens when your attention meets the world cleanly enough that revelation doesn't need to force itself?" Petter blinked. "That sounds like a trick." "It sounds," said Nia, arranging 3 pebbles by temperature rather than size, "like he's trying not to say don't push." "Yes," Harry said. "Exactly that." He moved among the steps as he spoke, letting the children settle into the lesson by rhythm rather than instruction alone. That, too, had taken him years. Hogwarts had taught performance from the front. Iruhen taught distributed attention. A good class here was less lecture than weather pattern. On the upper ledge behind him, the morning basins waited full and still. The eastern light had reached the terrace but not yet flattened it. Shadow and brightness remained balanced enough that subtle work could happen. Good. Light was difficult when the world became too obvious too quickly. "We start," Harry said, "with the difference between seeing and taking." That quieted them better than any raised tone, because they all knew in one form or another how old systems had trained sight into claim. Beautiful things public by default, damaged things inspectable, power measurable, difference sortable. Once seen, therefore classifiable, once classifiable, therefore available to stronger hands. Harry had built half his adult moral vocabulary by arguing against that architecture. Today he did it with light. He held up a small square of polished black stone. "Who can tell me what this does?" Petter raised a hand halfway and then, remembering he was no longer 7, let it fall. "Nothing, it's a rock." "No," Myrla tipped her head. "It refuses the room back." "Good," Harry said. Tavi, already irritated by imprecision, added, "It reflects only under angle and consent. You have to stop looking directly if you want the surface truth." "Better." Harry passed the stone down the benches. One by one they took it, angled it, held it to morning brightness, to shadow, to one another's sleeves. The exercise itself was simple. The lesson under it was not. Hadia was the last to touch it. She did not turn it immediately. She laid it flat on her palm and looked at it as if waiting for the thing to decide whether it was in the mood to teach. Harry watched her from the upper step. Nothing visible happened. Then she tilted the stone by 1 degree, and the surface caught not her face, not the sky, but the faint, warm lines of the terrace beneath her. The hidden heat routes in dark stone, the ones even most older students only sensed bodily and never saw. Hadia frowned slightly. "What did you see?" Harry asked. She did not look up, the place where the morning is going. The terrace went very quiet, not because the answer was dramatic, because it was exact. Harry made himself nod as if it were only one more good sentence in a class full of them. "Yes," he said. "Good, pass it back." She did. The moment moved on. But Harry felt the Eastern learning shelf under his boots make one low small note of private attention, and he stored it where he stored all such things now. Not in theory, not in fear, not in chosen one architecture, but in quiet watchfulness. Not yet, he thought. Never too early. The class continued. They worked with polished surfaces, with water held thin in basins, with pale cloth and dark cloth, with how skin around the eyes relaxed or tightened depending on whether one was trying to see or allowing revelation. Myrla demonstrated how glamour could distort light by making observers seize before they understood. Tavi argued, correctly, that metal and stone held brightness differently not because one was more magical than the other, but because forged intention and geological time had distinct relationships to exposure. Nia contributed the entirely useless but spiritually accurate observation that some colors behaved more honestly when sung to. Petter managed, against all probability, one perfect moment. Harry had them all facing east with palms open over shallow bowls of clear water. The task was not to make light. The task was to notice where light already wanted edge and let the body stop interrupting it with ambition. Most children failed by trying. Petter usually failed by trying athletically. This time, perhaps out of accident, perhaps because he had spent enough years in Iruhen now that the country's patience had finally soaked into his bones, he stopped treating the bowl as opponent. He simply looked. The surface of his water rose into a thin, pale shimmer. No spark. No flare. Only a small, clean line of brightness traveling once around the bowl's inner rim and vanishing. Petter looked up, startled and pleased enough to forget to boast. Nia, sitting beside him, said with perfect seriousness, "See! The light only hated the way you were talking to it." The whole terrace laughed, even Tavi. Hadia did not because she was humorless. Harry had heard her laugh 3 times in as many months, and each instance had been worth preserving. No, she did not laugh because her attention had gone somewhere else. She was looking not at Petter's bowl, but at her own bare hands as if they had just become briefly unfamiliar to her. Harry noticed. He noticed the way her left thumb rubbed once over the center of her right palm, the way her breathing had shortened, the way the basin water in front of her remained still not with refusal, but with held expectancy. He let the class move on without naming it, because not every significant thing in Eruhan belonged immediately to public instruction. That, too, had become part of the curriculum. By midday, the school terrace had emptied into the usual distributed life of the settlement. Older students went to the forge, seam for making lessons. Younger ones took their bread and fruit down to the warm western shelf, where eating often became ethics if enough mixed company gathered around one loaf. Myrla stayed behind to return the polished stones to their basket in sequence by what she called brightness temperament, a category Tavi dismissed as poetic nonsense, and then, 2 weeks later, used himself when choosing metal files. Harry remained on the Eastern learning steps with a stack of notebooks, and the deep, quiet satisfaction of a class that had gone right without anyone having to be transformed by spectacle. That was a victory, too. He had learned over the years to distrust breakthrough as the sole evidence of good teaching. Most real education in Eruhan happened by slower accretion. One better question, one shame refused, one body discovering it need not brace. One child saying, "I don't know," without expecting punishment to arrive wearing sophistication. He was halfway through sorting the morning observations when he realized someone had stayed. Hadia sat 3 steps lower with her slate still on her knees, not hiding, waiting. Harry closed the notebook gently. "Yes," she looked up. The grave patience was back in her face now, but threaded through it was something else. The tiny, dangerous clarity he had started seeing in certain children right before a question altered more than the hour. "I think," Hadia said, choosing each word as if it had consequences, "the light isn't in the bowl." Harry did not answer immediately. "Go on." She put both palms flat on her slate. When Petter did it, the bowl changed because he stopped pushing. When Myrla did it, the air noticed her first. When I did the black stone, it showed where the morning was going, not what was in front of it. Harry listened. Hadia's dark eyes stayed on his face with unnerving steadiness. "So I think maybe the light isn't in the things. I think it's in the relation between them. But everyone keeps using bowls because bowls are easier to trust." Harry sat very still. The terrace had gone strange around them, not dramatic, not charged, just attentive in the way Eruhan sometimes became when a child stood on the edge of accidentally naming an entire school's philosophical foundation before lunch. "That," he said slowly, "is a very serious thought." Hadia shrugged one shoulder. "It's also annoying." He laughed despite himself. "Yes." She looked at her own hands again, then said, even quieter, "Can I try without the bowl?" There it was, the moment. Harry felt, in that instant, every old system he had ever survived lean in with advice. Say no until a safer adult is present. Delay for observation. Require demonstration in established forms first. Classify the child before the act. Make the impossible legible through rules before allowing it to become real. Britain lived in those instincts. So did fear. So did care when care had long been trained by damage. He breathed once and listened instead to Eruhan. The terrace held no warning through the stone, no tightening in the channels, no heartstone unease in the low hum below the settlement's spine. Only attention. Not yet, Harry reminded himself, not myth, not chosen child nonsense. Just a 10-year-old squib girl asking a clean question in a country built precisely so such questions need not die at the throat. He nodded once. Yes, but slowly. Hadia slid the slate aside. The air had changed enough by then that even the lower terraces seemed quieter, though that may have been only Harry's body deciding sound was secondary. "No words?" she asked. "Only if words help you stop forcing." She considered that. "They usually don't." "Then no words." She held both hands in front of her, palms slightly cupped, the way one might expect a bird to consider landing if the world remained respectful. "No wand. No object, no bowl, no polished surface, only relation. Harry did not move, he barely breathed. Hadia closed her eyes, then opened them again almost immediately, as if realizing eyes open honesty mattered more here than drama. The first thing that changed was the air between her fingers. It tightened by a thread, not visible to anyone untrained, perhaps. To Harry it looked like the world deciding focus. The morning light, already strong on the eastern terrace, gathered not toward her hands but with them. The skin at the center of her palms developed a faint pale silverness, no brighter than water when it thinks about sky. Hadia frowned. Not with effort, with concentration so clean it was nearly listening, the silverness deepened. Harry felt the low shelf beneath them answer, not to power, to recognition. The same, almost imperceptible note it had made years ago, when Nell Mercer first moved basin water after believing herself revoked by the ministry. The same quality of attention the plateau reserved for moments it understood better than any human in the room did. Then, between Hadia's bare hands, no object and no incantation and no wand core mediating the act at all, a flicker of light appeared, tiny, smaller than Lumos by far. Not a classroom orb, not a torch. Only a suspended pulse, white gold at the center and mineral pale blue at the edges, there and not there in the same instant, like the first visible thought of light before anyone had yet decided it must become beam or globe or spell. It lasted perhaps half a heartbeat, then vanished. Hadia gasped. Not because it frightened her, because it had answered. Harry stayed still. Inside him, something old and enormous settled, not surprise. He had half expected some sign from her eventually, though expectation was the wrong category. This felt more like watching a line of theory become person. The first sign, unmistakable now, that Aruhan's magic had passed into a third generation not through inheritance of blood or founder or heroic scar, but through ambient architecture so structurally kind that the old distinction between magical and not enough to count had begun to fail at the roots. Victory, Harry thought suddenly, is this, not the absence of Voldemort, not even the fall of Britain's older cruelties, though he would have welcomed that too if the world had seen fit. This, a child whom the old world would have named squib producing light with her bare hands because she had grown up in a country where nobody taught her that lack, was the first truth about her. Hadia looked up at him with her whole face gone open. Did you see it? Harry smiled and felt how carefully the answer needed shaping. Yes. Was it wrong? There it was, the old world again, living in one frightened question from a child who had not even been raised fully inside it and still somehow knew what categories usually did to unusual things. No. Harry said. Hadia's shoulders dropped by a fraction. What was it then? He looked at her hands, at the place between them where the light had hung and vanished like a promise not yet ready for public language. If he named it now, too quickly he could ruin it. He had seen what happened when adults hurried children into significance. Chosen one, prodigy, exceptional case, steward, future. Each word could become a leash in the wrong mouth. The heartstone deep below gave no answer beyond a slow pulse of amused patience. Harry chose accordingly. It was yours, he said. Hadia blinked. That's not an explanation. No, Harry agreed. It's what you need first. She considered that with more seriousness than many ministers Harry had once known applied to laws. Then she looked at her hands again and, to his relief, did not immediately demand a second attempt. Good. That, too, meant her nervous system was clean enough not to confuse wonder with extraction. After a moment she asked, "Should I tell anyone?" Harry leaned back on the warm step and let the question move properly through him. Below them, life in Aruhan continued. A door brace striking once in the wind, someone laughing near the forge seam. Goats discovering philosophy at a fence. All the ordinary sustaining ridiculousness of the country they had built. He thought of Dumbledore seeing children as timing, of the ministry seeing them as categories, of Britain seeing anomalies first as risks, then as resources if the risk proved trainable. Of himself, years ago, being handed significance until significance ate the whole shape of boyhood, No, he thought, not like that. Not yet, he said. Hadia looked up sharply. Why? Because the moment he told, the country would begin reading you differently? Because Branka would start watching moon weather around your sleep? Because Sira would invent 6 new categories of craft implications and then deny inventing them? Because Nia would probably name 3 stones after the event and mean it kindly? Because Petter would boast on your behalf until the stars got embarrassed? Because some part of Aruhan would begin arranging itself around future instead of present, and you deserve more childhood than that before history notices? He did not say all this. He said the truer, smaller version. Because sometimes light learns itself better before the room starts talking. Hadia thought about that, then nodded once. All right. She slid her slate back onto her knees and stood, not with triumph, not with fear, simply with the slight internal alteration of someone who had just met a larger version of herself and had the sense not to introduce the whole school immediately. At the top of the steps she paused. Will Luna know? Harry almost laughed. Yes. Hadia accepted that as one accepted weather and went down the terrace toward midday bread. Harry remained where he was. He sat very still on the Eastern Learning steps while the morning widened toward noon, and the country moved around him in all its chosen, ordinary continuance. The pulse of the Heartstone below the plateau remained slow and steady. The moonyard stood open to the sky. The libraries remained unlocked. Children argued with teachers and stones and one another. Water moved through commons instead of hierarchy. Thresholds distinguished appetite from need. Laws lived in use instead of recitation. No bloodline ruled. No child's worth depended on how useful their damage made them. No dark genius was being incubated in a school that mistook humiliation for rigor. No benevolent strategist stood above the young arranging future sacrifice into noble sequence. A world where dark lords could not grow, Harry realized, would not look like emptiness. That had been the oldest mistake. The one stories taught because stories liked monsters and therefore thought peace must be defined negatively by their absence. No. A world where dark lords could not grow would be full. So full that the soil itself refused the seed. Full of laws that limited power before power became eloquent. Full of schools that taught consent before brilliance. Full of children too well held to mistake domination for admiration. Full of books uncaged and therefore harder to fetishize. Full of bodies not taught shame as prelude to belonging. Full of land addressed as relation, not resource. Full of enough distributed dignity that no brilliant wounded child ever needed to become center by being broken first. And somewhere within all that fullness, on an Eastern Learning terrace under late spring light, a 10-year-old squib girl would lift her bare hands and find that the world answered as if the old distinction had never deserved to live. Harry sat with the realization until it stopped feeling like revelation and started feeling like the simple architecture of the day. Then he smiled. Not the bright, brief, victorious smile Britain would have liked from its heroes, something quieter, earned. He rose at last, gathered the remaining notebooks, and went down toward the common terrace where bread, argument, and ordinary afternoon waited. By the time he reached the lower step, Nia Rowan was already running up the path with a folded strip of paper in one hand and a face arranged into emergency. "Harry," he stopped. "What happened?" Nia held up the note. "Luna says the Atlas stone is definitely a spine and not a heart. And also, if Petter has climbed the western rail again, he's to get down before the mountain develops opinions." Harry took the note. Below, from somewhere dangerously high and predictably forbidden, Petter shouted, "It already has opinions." Nia rolled her eyes toward the sky with the maturity of someone born to administrative weather. Harry looked at the note, then out over Aruhan, then back to Nia, who was still waiting for whatever adults did next in functioning countries. He laughed and went to continue the day. "Next, I'm checking the uploaded outline for the next beat so I can continue in the exact direction you set, rather than inventing a different ending." Xenophilius Lovegood arrived on a day the wind could not decide whether to behave like weather or correspondence. Harry noticed it first through the western terraces just after breakfast, while half the settlement was still distributed between ordinary occupations and the smaller domestic wars that made a country real. The baker's shelf had gone sulky because someone had tried to rush a second rise. Two boys from Branca's pack were arguing over whether speed counted as a form of listening on the stairage, which it did not and never would, no matter how poetically Petter insisted otherwise. Somewhere below, Sierra Flintmark was already informing a cooling bracket that it had disappointed metallurgy as a whole. Iruhan, in other words, was occupied with itself. Then the western lower path altered, not in alarm, in preference. Harry, who was helping Tavi realign a training ring on the middle forge terrace, stopped with the iron tool still in his hand and turned his head toward the long western slope. The country's attention had narrowed there in a way he knew well now. Not refusal, not defense, not even the careful hospitality. It extended to refugees approaching with hunger and doubt in equal measure. This felt like recognition mixed with caution, as if the land had just been handed a riddle in human form and was trying to decide whether absurdity counted as a trustworthy category. Tavi looked up from the ring brace. What? Someone's coming. Hostile. Harry listened again. No, whatever climbed toward Iruhan did not carry the clean, hard appetite of seizure, nor the administrative brightness of ministry intent, nor even the grief-loaded weight of those who came needing refuge badly enough to make the path ache. This was messier. A human weather system stitched from nervous love, stubborn foolishness, guilt, delighted curiosity, and the sort of self-authored eccentricity that made the land struggle to categorize whether it was being approached by a man or an editorial problem. Harry smiled before he meant to. No, he said. Just very unusual. Tavi, who had now lived in Iruhan long enough to understand that unusual usually meant his day was about to become educational against his will, narrowed his eyes. That's not helpful. No, Harry agreed. It usually isn't. He set down the tool. By the time he reached the upper western platform, the whole settlement had begun subtly redistributing around the arrival, not because anyone had sounded alarm. Nobody needed to. Iruhan had become too old and too alive for that sort of pageantry. Information here moved through water note, threshold tension, the changed angle of people's heads when the country itself began looking west. Children drifted toward higher ground under the pretense of curiosity and were only half-correcting themselves with adult supervision. Branca emerged from the moonyard slope with her coat half-buttoned, and the expression of a woman ready to decide in 3 seconds whether a stranger should be fed, watched, or dropped down a ravine. Sierra Flintmark stood on the forge terrace with her arms folded and soot on her jaw like war paint for metallurgical criticism. And Luna, Harry found her already waiting at the platform's edge. She had returned from the Atlas Mountains 6 days earlier with red dust still in the hems of her skirts, 3 notebooks full of spine magic observations, and an expression that alternated between satisfaction and professional irritation, depending on whether the local stone cooperated with the memory of another range. Since coming home, she had slept badly, spoken beautifully about bread oven geomancy in lower valley traditions, and spent altogether too much time standing with one palm flat to the eastern terrace, as if listening to distance finish a sentence. Now she stood very still with both hands in the pockets of her coat and her gaze fixed on the western path. Harry did not speak at once. He came to stand beside her and listened. The approach had entered the first true shelf. The path had opened, not eagerly, not reluctantly, with the exact patient courtesy Iruhan gave to someone it had decided was not here to take. "You know," Harry said quietly. Yes, her voice was level. That was how he knew the feeling under it was large. The wind shifted over the standing stone beside them. Harry looked sideways. "Did you feel him when he crossed the lower meadow?" "No," Luna's mouth tilted very faintly. "I felt the F-whooper before that." Harry blinked. "There's a F-whooper?" "Yes, of course there is." That explained the category problem. Few creatures could make a mountain path seem editorially unstable simply by acting as courier and witness at once. Harry narrowed his senses, and sure enough, there it was, a bright ribbon of avian amusement weaving above the human shape below like a judgment with feathers. The figure climbed slowly, not because he was weak, though age had certainly reached him since Luna had last seen him. More because Xenophilius Lovegood had likely never in his life allowed a direct path to remain direct if there was any possibility of becoming conceptually distracted by a slope. A flower, a cloud, or the chance that a stone might be trying to tell him something impolite about centralized journalism. Harry watched him emerge fully onto the second shelf and had the strange sensation of seeing a memory survive longer than expected. Xenophilius Lovegood did not look unchanged. That would have been absurd. He was thinner than Luna now, his frame all length and angles under a patched traveling coat that had probably once belonged to 3 other garments and been improved only in the theological sense. His silver-blonde hair had gone almost white and looked wind-negotiated rather than groomed. There were more lines around his mouth and eyes than Harry remembered from the old Lovegood house, and some of those lines had been cut by fear rather than humor. But he was recognizably, unmistakably, catastrophically Xenophilius. No institution in the world could ever have mistaken that for someone else. He carried one bag, a walking stick, and, tied with faded green-blue thread to the upper button of his coat like a relic or a dare, Luna's letter. Still sealed, Harry saw at the same instant Luna did beside him. Luna's breathing changed, only that. No dramatic gasp, no tears yet, no hand to mouth. Just the tiniest alteration in air intake, the body's private acknowledgement that some line long held under tension had been touched from the far end at last. Xenophilius reached the upper platform and stopped 10 paces away. For a moment, nobody moved. The F-whooper, perched on the top of his walking stick like stained glass with opinions, gave one low spiraling note, and then, apparently deciding the emotional composition no longer required supervision, launched itself toward the library roof. Harry very quietly took one step back, then another. Luna did not look at him, but one hand came out of her pocket long enough to brush his wrist once in silent thanks before falling still again. That was enough. He left the platform and did not go far, only to the shadow of the standing stone where he could remain near if needed and absent if not. Iruhen, wise in these matters, seemed to understand. The wind lowered. The terraces below went about looking occupied without once becoming noisy. Xenophilius Lovegood and Luna Lovegood stood facing one another on a high western platform in the country she had built after leaving him. He looked first at her face, not the terraces, not the laws carved lower in the dark stone, not the moon-yard curve or the school roofs or the high bright spread of Iruhen's living architecture. He looked at her as if counting all the years of not looking and discovering, with some startlement, that they had become a woman rather than an absence. "You are taller," he said. Luna stared at him. Then, with the terrible composure only daughters could wield against fathers they had already forgiven in theory, but not yet in person, said, "That's your opening statement." It seemed useful to begin with something irrefutable. The corner of Luna's mouth moved, not a smile. Almost the permission for one. "You're older," she said. "Yes," Xenophilius replied gravely. "I objected, but time is notoriously bureaucratic." That did it not fully, not enough to collapse the years into something falsely easy, but the air shifted. A line of absurdity re-entered the room and made truth bearable enough to continue breathing beside it. Luna looked at the sealed letter tied to his coat. "You didn't open it?" "No. You were allowed to." "Yes. Then why didn't you?" Xenophilius's fingers rose and touched the envelope lightly, not possessively, almost as if he were checking it was still theoretical. "Because if I needed the contents in order to come," he said. "I thought I would still be traveling toward the child I'd lost, rather than the woman who wrote them." Luna went very still. Harry, from the edge of witness, saw the sentence strike exactly where it was meant to. Not comfort, Recognition, Xenophilius went on more quietly now. And I have spent enough years being a bad father in imaginative ways. I thought I might try a less inventive failure. Luna laughed. The sound came out wrong at first, too close to tears. Too sharp with history, then settled into something real and tired and alive. He smiled then, and in the smile Harry saw at last what had survived all the damage. Not innocence exactly, but the Lovegood refusal to let sense become the only respectable route toward care. "I did read the address line," Xenophilius admitted. "I'm not heroic. There wasn't one. No. That should perhaps have warned me the journey would become topographical in an offensive way." Luna looked at him for another long second. Then she crossed the 10 paces between them and put both arms around him. It was not graceful. The walking stick knocked once against stone. His bag slipped. One of his hands got caught on the coat button and had to free itself before it could come around her shoulders. That, Harry thought, was perfect. Some reunions did not deserve elegance. Xenophilius held her very carefully at first, the way adults sometimes hold children who are no longer children because memory insists on one shape while the body now says another. Then more firmly. Then with the full bewildered weight of a man who had carried the idea of his daughter across years, until the reality of her was almost too living to survive. Harry looked away at that point, not out of discomfort, out of respect. Some grief changed category the moment it found the body it belonged to, and audience after that felt like theft. He stood with one hand on the standing stone and listened instead to the country. Iruhan had accepted him. That was the first thing the land said, not in words. In the easy opening of the path behind Xenophilius, in the way the wind chose not to push him harder at the highest shelf, in the low, amused hum under the western platform, as if the country had found his emotional composition inconvenient but fundamentally non-predatory. Good, Harry thought. Very good. Because whatever else Xenophilius Lovegood was foolish, brilliant, porous to nonsense and truth in equal and sometimes inseparable measure. He had not come as colonizer or mourner or state instrument. He had come as chooser. That mattered more than explanation ever could. After a while, Luna and her father parted by inches rather than distance. He cupped her face once in both hands with the solemn horror of a man confirming, skin by skin, that a miracle had not in fact been rumor all these years. "You've gone a little mountain-shaped," he said. Luna blinked. "What does that mean?" "I'm not yet sure, but it's excellent." She rolled her eyes with the ease of old childhood and entirely new adulthood meeting correctly. Then, finally, she looked past him toward Iruhan's spread of terraces. "Well," she said, "since you've arrived under bizarrely good ethical conditions, would you like to see it?" Xenophilius turned. Harry watched the moment his gaze first took in the country entire. It happened in stages. The way true scale always did. First the central terraces, stepped and alive with motion, not fortification but habitation made architectural. Then the library's open curves, the learning terraces, the moon yard held in a broad arc against the eastern drop. Then the channels, visible now in afternoon light as thin dark lines of shared water moving through the settlement's body. Then the carved laws on the central shelf. Then the people, children, goblins, werewolves, women from 4 continents, men from villages that no ministry map had once thought strategically relevant enough to remember. Then last, the thing under all of it, not the Heartstone itself. He could not see that, the fact of relation. Harry saw Xenophilius understand it not intellectually first, but in the body. His shoulders changed. The old private hunch of a man who had spent years bracing for the next clean-handed official cruelty eased by 1 degree. His face went very still. "Oh," he said. Luna watched him. "Yes." He kept looking. There were tears in his eyes now, though the emotion beneath them was too large for simple sorrow. "This is not exile," he said. "No, this is not a hideout. No, this is—" He stopped. Harry, despite himself, smiled. Because there was a particular joy in watching Lovegoods arrive at the edge of proper language and refuse to lie just because lying would sound tidier. Luna said it for him. "Home," she replied. Xenophilius nodded once, as if the word had not rescued him from failure, but given him a bridge sturdy enough to continue. "Yes," he said. Then he noticed Harry, not for the first time, perhaps, more like for the first time in the category required. He looked at Harry across the platform with an expression so complicated it could not have belonged to any simpler story. Gratitude, guilt, curiosity, the peculiar comic horror of meeting the boy one once knew as a nation's sacrificial center, and discovering him now as a man standing on the edge of a mountain country holding himself like no one's instrument at all. "Harry Potter," Xenophilius said. Harry huffed a quiet laugh. "Not exactly." Xenophilius considered that gravely. "No," he said. "That seems healthier." Luna made an impatient sound that meant stop being symbolic and come inside before the bread gets cold, so they did. Xenophilius adapted to Aruhan in precisely the way the country had expected. Badly, then brilliantly. The first day, he got lost 3 times on the middle terraces, not because the paths were unclear, but because he kept stopping to talk to structural features that were not yet prepared for his level of imaginative attention. The baker's shelf warmed too hard under him and had to be calmed by Celia Rowan with a damp cloth and a stern explanation that stone could not be complimented before proving itself under actual load. One of the lower threshold gates refused to open until Luna explained, with weary affection, that her father was not invading, only philosophizing at inappropriate volume. By the 3rd day, however, Xenophilius had made himself useful in a way no one else in Aruhan had predicted, and therefore everyone trusted more. He became indispensable to the children's newspaper. The paper had begun 6 months earlier as an argument between Nia Rowan and Petter about whether school notices should be posted by weather strips, carved symbols, or common sense, a category which in Aruhan had already become so disreputable that invoking it counted as a form of comedy. Tavi had suggested metal tags. Meyerla proposed rotating reading circles. Nell Mercer, with the straight practical severity she increasingly wore like second skin, had said that if they didn't write things down themselves, adults would keep explaining the week to them as if children were weather-damaged. Thus began the Unreliable Mountain, a weekly single-sheet report pinned in the library hall and copied irregularly to the Moonyard, Forge Seam, and Lower Herb Terraces. It carried lesson changes, goat warnings, weather observations, legal clarifications, absurd poems, and occasional editorials about whether mud should count as common property during heavy rain. Xenophilius took one look at the 2nd issue and declared it tragically underimagined. By evening, he was in the library hall teaching Nia, Petter, and 2 younger students how headline rhythm could carry double meaning, why satire mattered more under decent law than bad, and how to write weather in such a way that anyone from the old world would underestimate the seriousness of the information, and therefore leave children properly unbothered. Harry stood at the doorway and listened to Xenophilius Lovegood explain libel ethics to 11-year-olds with the bright reverence of a man finally living in a state that would not imprison him for being syntactically inconvenient. He had to leave before laughter made him rude. Luna found him on the outer shelf later, looking back toward the library hall where her father's voice still rose and fell through the open curve like a particularly eccentric flock of birds. "He fits," Harry said. Luna stood beside him with her hands in her coat pockets and watched the lit hall. "Yes." Harry looked at her. She did not smile this time. The feeling beneath the scene was too large for that. Only relief, not complete, not innocent, but relief with nowhere left to disguise itself. "Are you all right?" Harry asked. Luna thought about it, then answered with the precision he loved most in her. "I am not repaired," she said, "but I am no longer carrying a missing person where my father should be." Harry reached for her hand. She took it. That was enough. On the 7th evening, Xenophilius opened the letter. He did it at the old first shelter. Of course he did. Some places in Aruhan had by now become structurally appropriate for certain kinds of truth. The first shelter remained the one most suited to beginnings that arrived late, but honestly. Luna chose the place. Harry, on explicit instruction, did not stay. Instead, he walked the upper western ridges, while dusk moved through the settlement below, and tried very hard not to become symbolically involved in another family's reckoning simply because his own history had trained him to expect relevance in every intimate weather pattern. He failed a little. Not in intrusion. In thought, because while he walked, he found himself thinking not only of Xenophilius and Luna, but of the 4 letters he had burned and the future invitations that might one day, perhaps, be possible. Not explanations. Luna had been right about that. Never explanations. But openings shaped by present rather than guilt. He did not know whether he would ever write them. He did know, watching Iruhan below him. Moonyard pale under early stars, learning terraces dimming toward night, children still not entirely obedient about bedtime, that if he ever did, the letter would have to sound like the life rather than the wound. That was a stricter requirement than most people understood. When he returned, the shelter fire had gone low. Luna sat on the outer ridge wall with her knees drawn up and the opened letter loose in one hand. Xenophilius had already gone down to the common hearth, where, from the sound drifting up, he was explaining to Branka why F-whoopers should never be trusted with constitutional documents unless the Constitution itself was prepared to sing under pressure. Harry came to stand beside Luna. "Well?" he asked. She held out the letter. He took it only when she nodded permission. The paper was thick, the fold lines deep from its long journey west and back into being. Luna's hand on the page was narrow and clean as always. "Father, I am alive. If you are reading this, then either you chose to come or you chose at least to know. I can live with either. Please do not turn one into the other for politeness. I did not leave because I stopped loving you. I left because Britain had built a machine around my friend that meant eventually it would have built one around everyone near him, and I had already watched enough adults call that necessity to distrust the word permanently. I have made a country. That sounds more imperial than it is. Please resist any temptation to become proud in a way that would embarrass me in front of the stones." Harry smiled despite himself and kept reading. "It is built on the principle that no one gets to own another person's future because they are afraid. This turns out to require a surprising amount of plumbing, law, bread, and weather. You would like the weather very much. The bread is opinionated. The laws are young but trying, if you come. Come because you are alive enough to choose a present and not because grief has made a project out of me. If you do not, then know this anyway. I was not wrong to leave, but I did not leave you by accident. Love, Luna." Harry lowered the page. "It's very good," he said quietly. "Yes." He handed it back. Luna folded the letter once and tucked it into her pocket rather than keeping it open between them. "He cried at plumbing," she said. Harry laughed. "That sounds right. He said it was the point at which the whole thing became unquestionably real." "That also sounds right." Luna looked down over the terraces where lantern warmth and guided stone light had begun to gather into night geometry. "He asked if I had been lonely." Harry waited. "I told him yes." Something in Harry's chest tightened, not from surprise but from the force of the simplicity. For all the philosophy and lore and country shape they had built together, there remained certain truths too human to be made more elegant by structure. "And," he asked, Luna's mouth moved, almost smiling. He said that sounded correct, and then he asked whether I'd been bored. Harry barked a laugh. "What did you say?" "That boredom would have required a less interesting life." He shook his head. "Your family is impossible." "Yes," Luna agreed, "but increasingly with civic utility." They sat there a while longer, saying nothing, while the country below continued being too alive to notice that one old grief had just crossed a border and become something more usable than sorrow. That winter, Hadia's light returned, only once at first. Then again. Then in steadier, stranger forms, Harry still did not tell her what he suspected. Luna, now back from the Atlas and deep in correspondence with women who baked spine magic into mountain villages without once calling it by British names, agreed with the decision. "Children are not hypotheses," she said the first night they discussed it after class. Harry, who had not suggested treating Hadia as one and was slightly offended to be preemptively accused, said, "I know." "Yes," Luna replied, "I'm helping your old instincts know too." That was fair, so they watched, not hungrily, never the old way. Hadia remained in class, in breadline, in legal games on the council steps, in ordinary arguments with Petter over whether slow preading counted as a practical skill, or a form of showing off disguised as mountain ethics. The light in her hands appeared only rarely and only when she had forgotten to want it too badly. Good. That was the cleanest sign. One morning in late snowmelt season, Harry found near Rowan teaching Hadia how to wrap blue thread around a pebble so it remembers not to become important too early. He walked away before they saw him and laughed all the way to the western water shelf. Iruhan, he thought, is going to manage this far better than Britain ever managed me. The thought was so simple and so devastating that he had to sit down on the warm stone and let the relief move through him properly. That was the world they had built, not one where magic vanished into safety so complete nothing wild could answer. One where the wild could emerge without immediately being turned into instrument. It was, in the end, enough. Maybe more than enough. Perhaps the greatest possible human measure. Years later, though no one on the terraces would yet have called them years when the first sign arrived, children would ask Harry what victory felt like, not in the abstract. Children in Iruhan had no patience for abstractions that did not eventually produce usable categories. They meant, did it feel bright? Did it feel loud? Did it feel like the moment an enemy fell, or the moment a law was written, or the moment the first school opened, or the moment a country learned to defend itself, or the moment a father crossed a mountain with a sealed letter still tied to his coat? Harry would always think of several answers first. Neville's Patronus lion finding the eastern shelf through impossible weather. Luna's hand on the standing stone as rain turned a curse harmless. Nell Mercer setting broken wand pieces on the terrace and discovering she still belonged to herself. The beacon above Iruhan leaning outward without once asking the world to become copy rather than kin. But if he was being truest, and by then Harry had learned that truth sometimes improved when made small enough to carry. He would think of a 10-year-old squib girl holding her bare hands in morning light and not knowing yet that history had already begun losing one more favorite excuse. Victory, he would eventually decide, felt like that. A flicker so quiet old empires would never hear it until the world no longer grew the kinds of children they knew how to use. And by then, of course, it would be far too late for them to do anything about it.